Hi and welcome to building a SaaS in public in one video. So we're going to build a fully working SaaS that accepts payments and uses AI in one single video live with you guys and teach you everything that you need to know about building a SaaS from zero into deployment into a production domain with AI and LLM models, SQLite, Prisma, next.js, Tailwind CSS, responsive design, AWS and Cloudflare, authentication with Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth, Docker, Fly.io, deployment to VPS and different servers across the whole world, and so much more. So in this video, you're gonna probably learn like everything that you need to know. If you're either like intermediate into this and you want to start your own SaaS, this video is for you just to follow step by step of how like the process of building an actual SaaS, for integrating Stripe for payments, for deploying this into a production environments and serving people, what is the best practices to do so, as well as buying your first domain and actually attaching it to make it accessible to thousands if not millions of users. And of course, by the end of the video, this SaaS we're going to create through the video, we're going to release it as a real world SaaS that you can subscribe to and use and work with in production, which is currently this one that you see on the screen right here, which called Roast UI, which can allow you to basically improve your UI UX designs using AI. So this will allow you to transform your UI UX design to detect flaws, tailored improvement suggestions, and receive a newly generated optimized design in seconds using AI. Yes, all of this has been created in one video of 10 hours, like with you guys live, and I shared everything I know, like 10 years plus experience in software engineering and development in general. So by the end of the video, you will learn how to build a SaaS from scratch, deploy the SaaS into a production domain and make it ready for production use and start to receive payments. You will also be able to try our SaaS in here that we've built by going to roastui.design, and you will also be able to access the open source repository of the whole projects in here that we've built throughout the application for free on GitHub. So let's go and take a quick look on what is this SaaS and application we're going to build throughout the video. So it's going to be called Roast UI, said before. You can access it on roastui.design. The domain in here is pretty cool. Ends with .design TLD just to make it much fun. But once you land on this, you can go and actually read like, oh, what does it take to take your bad design and convert it to good design, and how the workflow of this application works, and to end up in here into subscribing into the actual application. If you click on this one, it's going to take you to Stripe. Everything is set up. But if you're already subscribed, it's going to take you right into your dashboard. As you can clearly see in here, I've already done a bunch of designs in here, just testing around. And for example, if you choose this design in here, it's going to take you to your design playground where you're able to either roast again or update a design with a brand new screenshot like a design image and a name, or you can access your playground in here. So the playground here is going to be able to like, scroll, zoom in through the new design. This is actually the tab for improved design. So this design in here has been generated and improved by AI. So that's great. Original tab in here is going to show your original design's image. So this is actually what the original looks like. This is the improved one, and you will be able to take a look on the code that is empowering the rendering of this one. So if you're a developer, you can easily copy paste this one. Even a designer, you can display this or give it to somebody else in React or HTML. And the fun part in here that I absolutely love is actually if you go to the toolbox, you go to UI highlights, it's going to highlight and give you like arrows that precisely highlight the specific parts that, had some renovations and flaws and they were improved. For example, here we added an option to reveal full information with user action, because those are hidden information like mobile number and bank accounts. You click on these buttons to reveal the full information. For example, this one for the nav bar in here, it says, oh, we adjusted the color of the bottom navigation bar to match the purple theme of the overall screen or the overall design. For example, here, expanded the profile settings card to utilize more screen space, or added several providers or divider between the user's basic info and the account info section in here with like a divider in here. So damn much more in here. It's gonna actually give you like highlights with arrows. So this will give you more opportunity to explore exactly where the changes are, and just to see them like, oh, this is what was the change here, or just pointing to this icon in here. So like you can immediately know, oh, we've added this new icon. That's pretty cool, and stuff like that. And of course, it depends on the design. All of those are AI generated, and AI is gonna like trying to be as much helpful as possible. If you go back to the toolbox as well, you will be able to export this into an image. So if you click export to image in here, it's going to allow you to export the image something like this into your desktop, or share it with friends or whatever. And soon we will add an option here to export the design directly into something like Figma. And if you scroll down a little bit here, you're going to see those like streamlined text, which is going to give you, oh, what is wrong with the design? So this feedback in here has been generated using an AI model. It's going to give you, for example, the layout, the profile settings card takes up only a small portion of the screen, leaving a lot of unused white space. Or it's going to give you visual feedback, data privacy, consistency. It's going to give you like specific group of what is the going on with the design and what's wrong with it. And it's going to give you recommendations for approving the design. For example, layouts, information hierarchy, interaction design, data privacy in here, consistency and accessibility, and so much more. And all of this, as I said before, has been generated using our helpful AI assistant. And what you see in here, the improved designs here are basically like the ones that are, pointing the errors like right over here into the in the canvas or in the playground, where they point the errors and tell you exactly where they made the improvement or where the AI made the improvement. And of course, if you want to like roast in your design, you can go ahead and click on Build Roast in here. You can provide your own image and you can provide a design name and click Roast to start the process. And it actually also supports streaming. So for example, if you choose this very bad, really bad contrast sort of like design, UI, UX image, and try to go ahead and do testing contrast, something like this. And click enter in here, it's going to see, oh, hang tight while we roast your design in here. And everything is going to be like using the streaming. So it's going to start streaming right from the server in here. What's wrong with the design? It's going to give you all the information and it's going to like build it up step by step until you see the full design. So it's going to make the user experience a little bit better to see the feedback almost right away without like waiting a couple of seconds, because of course, roasting design using AI may take some time, like a couple of seconds. And there you go. After waiting a little bit in here, we found our new design in here. We got the newly generated design. If you check the original tab, there's actually the original design in here. Got the improved one. And you can check out the UI highlights in here, like what is exactly pointing to. Or if you choose to go full screen, you can do that as well. All right, so feel free to go ahead and check out roastui.design to roast your designs in here, which is, by the way, the SaaS that we're going to build throughout this video in here. So if you want to check it prior to that, you can go ahead to roastui.design and you're going to find link description below, as well as the open source GitHub repository for the whole project in here. If you want to run it locally and not pay anything, because as we all know, AI models takes, or it needs actual money. You can't run it for free. So that's why this one is paid. But if you want to run it locally for free or even deploy it to your own servers, you can check out the GitHub repo. It has all the instructions in there, how to do it yourself. But anyway, guys, let's go ahead and jump and start building this absolutely amazing SaaS project, the Roast UI project. So don't forget to subscribe, push the like button, and hope you guys enjoy. So first, we need to do the project setup. And for the projects, we're going to use next.js for the front end. And as I've actually recording this video, Next 14 is the stable version, but we're actually expecting the new Next 15 to be released very, very soon in the upcoming weeks. And of course, the migration from Next.js 14 to 15 version is very straightforward and super easy. So I'm not gonna actually go through the setup from scratch, because likely for us, we've already went through this on like one of my previous videos on YouTube, where we actually went through this, like my favorite tech stack if I'm actually starting a SaaS project. And I've actually put all this repository with Next.js and all the libraries and technologies I'm going to be using on this repository. It's called OneStack, so you can go to ipnos/OneStack on GitHub, or you're going to find link in description below. And this is basically like the full repository, or the full sort of like boilerplate, SaaS boilerplate that has all the technologies, everything you're going to need, from like Tailwind CSS, like Next.js setup, testing with Playwright and Jest, so much more. Like everything is happening inside of the repository itself. So if you want to know more about the stack and everything we did set up inside of the repository, how we did set it up, why we did set it up, like everything in literal details. So you can go to this video. So you go to my YouTube channel, Code One, and you're going to find like these are the libraries I would choose if I start a SaaS project today. And it's quite a long video, like a 40-minute video, but it explains everything in details, every technology, how we did set it up, how it works, everything in detail. So this video is actually a prerequisite before you jump to this video. So I'm going to find or put the link in description below so you guys can actually watch this video before you jump to this one. So at least you know exactly why we chose, for example, like a package or a library called Class Variance Authority for handling Tailwind CSS and styling and stuff, or why we use like Playwright, and all this kind of stuff in details is actually covered throughout the video. All right, so once you're actually done with that, everything is good, you understand exactly what we did in here, so you can actually go ahead and clone the repository. And I would try to make sure this repository is up to date always whenever I add something or update something throughout the whole process of building this SaaS, and we're gonna get into it at the end, of course. So first thing in here, go to the code and copy either the SSH or HTTPS. So both of them is actually available. I'm gonna use SSH because I'm a big lover of SSH. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up a terminal to be able to clone this one stack into my project. So I'm simply just gonna go ahead and git clone and paste that one. I'm just gonna name this roast-ui. Click enter, and this will actually start the cloning into the roast UI directory. And there you go, that's good. So I'm just gonna go in a cd inside of roast-ui. Now we are actually inside of the project. So all you're gonna do if you wanna use VS Code, if you use the VS Code IDE, so just put code in the command line, dot to open up the current project, the current directories projects, and you hit enter, and VS Code is gonna open up with the projects open. So the first thing you need to do once you open up the project in here is actually to go ahead and install all the dependencies. So for us, we're going to use pnpm for dependency management for this particular repository, simply because it's just super easy and super awesome. So pnpm install, and make sure, of course, you're inside of the directory in here, and this will go ahead and install all the dependencies from the pnpm lock. And as you can see in here, it did install that in only 5 seconds. And of course, because I've already got all of those cached already for me. Now, to open up the diff server, just go ahead and do pnpm dev in here to start the development server, or the next.js development server, and it's going to start by default on localhost 3000 port. So you can go back to your browser and enter localhost 3000 in here to be able to actually see your website or development server of your website. And there you go, we land on the getting started page. All right, so now let's go ahead and take a quick look or a quick overview of the design we are actually going to build. So I've got already the design done in Figma. So if I go to, this is basically the Figma design in here. I've got almost, I think, 4 pages, like the landing page, login sign up, dashboard page, and the design playground for, the actual SaaS design playground. So this is actually what the landing page looks like. We've got a simple navigation bar on the top with a login and sign up. We got like a hero section landing page with a simple, description text in here, a button to get started and try it now, and some demos in here of like bad versus good UI. So like what the SaaS actually does, or what this service basically allows you to do, is actually convert a very bad user design into a very good user design, following best UI UX practices. And this is basically just generated by AI. So the next one is actually, for example, improve your UI design. So like, how does the tool work? So it takes like your design and puts you through like some AI magic from Roast UI, and it actually just gives you these 2 outputs. And there's actually the getting started in here for, the pricing and like the subscription, and like, for example, sign up for $13.99 or something. This is not fixed, just for design, but we'll figure out this a little bit later on when we are actually building it. And last but not least, there's the FAQ question, or frequently asked questions. So if you have another questions, you can contact via Twitter, email, and you can actually, open this collapsible. So once you click on it, it's just going to open as an accordion, screw in here. And last but not least, we're going to find the footer. So the design in here for the landing page is very straightforward. We might add into it a little bit later on as we actually building the design or developing the design. But for now, this looks simple enough. And always when you get started, just keep it simple, stupid, and straight to the point. So I think this does that perfectly. The other page in here is like login and sign up, which basically they should have the same design. So that's why I just only put 1 page in here. The other one is actually the dashboard, so you can view all your designs in here, and you can create new designs right over there with, being able to view your dashboard and stuff. And last but not least is actually the design playground, where the user will be able to actually upload its designs in here, or at least just to start with a single design, a single, bad or designs with flow sort of thingy. So once it's uploaded, the image over there, it clicks roast, and it's just actually going to generate like what's wrong with the design, so exactly what's happening, or is the bad things, bad UI UX practices that are being done, like bad practices on that design. So it like uses AI to basically capture these. Then it offers some recommendations for improving design, so like the button design, spacing and padding, improve readability. And last but not least, it's actually going to generate an improved design using AI. So it's going to give you, for example, this sort of dialogue that is improved from the previous design, fixing all the flows listed up here, and using all the recommendations in here to generate this really cool design. So I think that's very simple enough. This is actually the whole design. I didn't want to go through too many complicated stuff. I know a SaaS will require a little bit more, like implementing the about, page maybe, or exactly what's going on. But for now, we're just going to get started with this because it's very simple, straightforward. But later on, we will add all the missing pages when we're done with like the MVP stuff and we've got like a solid implementation of the design and the application front end. All right, so to get started implementing the design, so we're going to start obviously with the landing page. So we got the very simple landing page in here. I mean, if you are using Figma and you want to use the dev mode, you can actually do that and you're more welcome to do that. But because dev mode is now paid, and I don't want to actually pay for that dev mode, and it should be very easy in here because we're actually going to use Chatcn, and that is basically the same components we use for the design in here. So there's this Figma sort of component library that has all Chatcn components in Figma, so I just copy pasted those right over here. So they should have the same sort of design aspects and like typography, fonts, padding and margins, like literally everything. So if we use Chatcn, we should be like 90% good over there. All right, perfect. So the first component I'm going to start working on is the navigation bar right over here with the navigation menu, the 2 login and sign up buttons, and the Roast UI logo. So I'm going to go back to my projects and I'm going to go to the page.tsx, and here is actually the main landing page. I'm going to go and actually clear all this boilerplate sort of code that we don't need. Now we got the main sort of section in here, so that should be good. And we've got the layout in here. So the layout, all it does have is actually the body, class name here. It just uses the enter font in here, which I think is pretty good for, Chatcn sort of base components. And we got the children. So now we're gonna head over to the components. I'm gonna go ahead and create a new folder. I'm gonna name it navbar. I'm going to click enter for this, and I'm going to just go ahead and name this index.tsx. So this is actually our navigation bar, so I'm going to just export a function. I'm going to name this navbar again. So this is actually going to be our navigation bar sort of function components where we're going to render the navigation bar. And navigation bar is going to live inside of the layout.tsx because it's going to be pretty much almost on every single page, right? So our navigation bar in here has 3 sections. We've got the logo on the left-hand side, we got on the middle in here the navigation menu, and on the right-hand side in here we've got the 2 buttons for login and sign up. Or later on we're actually gonna have if we go to the dashboard, we're gonna have like the profile sort of avatar. So that should be simple enough. So I'm gonna just go ahead and return a div, and now because we're actually using Tailwind CSS, it's actually gonna make our lives a lot easier. And now we're actually going to go ahead and use our awesome CSS or Tailwind CSS and styling library, which called the class variance authority, or for a short, the CVA. So I'm going to just go ahead and do import CVA from class variance authority. I think I'm actually doing this right, or maybe you should import it like this. So yeah, that's the right one. So I'm going to create CVA in here. So first, I'm going to go ahead and create a container for the navigation bar. So I'm going to do container equals CVA. So the first argument, you're going to give it the base sort of default class that's actually going to apply literally everywhere. So for us, we're going to use flex. Make sure the flex direction is row because we have like 3 sections. We're going to have justify around or between. And we need some padding from the left and the right. So padding X, I think it might be like 8 or something to start with, and py I don't know, maybe 4, 6 something. And then also inside of the class name here can do a class name equals just container and call it as a function. So this will generate and return a class name for us. So now we're going to need a logo, we're going to need a navigational menu, and we're going to need like login and sign up. So these are like 3 separate components that we need to create, like 3 separate components for it to, make sure we split it up logically using, and we make sure that we follow the single responsibility principle from the solid principles to make sure our code is clean, easy to use, and easy to read through, and of course easy to maintain in the future for this SaaS startup. So for the logo in here, make sure to select that and frame it, all the logo together. I'm just going to right click in here, go to copy paste and copy as SVG. So this will allow me to copy, the whole logo in here as an SVG code, because that's just going to make it a lot easier to deal with the logo instead of just like building it from scratch using text, then doing whatever, symbols or sort of like polygons we've got in here. Just a simple SVG that could be used literally anywhere. So going back to components in here, I'm going to just go and do in components, create a logo, and right inside of it, do index.tsx for the logo. So export function logo on the top right over there. And I'm just going to go ahead and return the SVG that I just go ahead or basically exported from Figma. So if I go on the top in here, we've got text. So the SVG in here is sort of like an HTML based SVG. It doesn't adhere with React. So of course in here, the style is actually in a string. So I need to go ahead and convert this into an object. So that should be very simple just to do that, like white space. Make sure this is actually a string and make sure to include that as, or here, the white space should be something like, and the same thing goes for XML space in here. So XML space, we've got a bunch of stuff like font size. So we need to make sure to do that. Font weight as well. Letter spacing, we got XML space, we got style, font family as well. So we need to make sure that we fix all of those. So we got the view box with height, fill in here, X and Y, so that should be good. Stroke width, transform stroke width. So yeah, just double check your SVG. So if you finding hard time to, finding the issues with SVG, or if it's a very long SVG code, you can just go copy this, move it or take it to ChatGPT, tell it to fix that or convert this into a React sort of compatible component, and it should be doing that for you in 10 seconds. All right, perfect. So we got our logo in here. So going back to the navigation bar, I'm just gonna go to return or render my logo. So just put logo in there. Should be good to go. Now, one more thing I need to do for the logo in here, I need to make sure I pass in like class names. And for this one, I need to create an interface for the logo props of a class name that should be a string as well. So here I can just go and make sure to, pass in the logo props on the top in there. And I can pass whatever class name I've got outside right into the component itself. So saving this, saving the logo. Yeah, this should be optional. So please make sure this is optional. Saving the component. Now if I go back to our web page in here, where the magic is basically happening, because now the web page is literally in white. So I'm not sure if we will be able to see that or not. So you got the main. Yeah, I think because I'm not even rendering the navigation bar, so I'm going to go back to the layouts in here. You see this body. So I have children. I'm going to just put the nav bar right on the top in there. So I got children right after the navigation bar. So now we should have the logo, but because everything is in white, that's why we're not like seeing this because of the contrast. So we need to make sure our web page is, a dark mode web page to adhere to the same design we've got in here. So for making sure or adding dark mode into any application and making sure you can use light and dark mode and stuff, we're going to use an awesome library called Next Themes that basically gives you that out of the box with either Next.js, the up directory, the pages, or the old pages directory. So all you simply just go ahead and do, make sure you go and install next-themes. So going back in here, using the terminal, so I'm going to just create a new instance of the terminal. npm add next themes. So this should go ahead and install this library for us. So once this is done, you go back to the layouts in here, and so right inside of the children here, you just go ahead and do the theme provider from next theme. So you make sure you just go ahead and import theme provider from next themes. Okay, so we got theme provider in here. I can just go and create this component, this theme provider sort of component, and now you should be good to go. So you go back to the repository of the tool in here, and this is actually how you apply it to HTML CSS. So you just simply copy this one and you put like whatever background and foreground you want to use for dark theme and whatever. So you can go back in here to globals.css, and screws in here we already got like roots with layer base because we already did set up chat.cn. So that should actually work because you got like background and foreground and everything. So just simply for this form to work, you make sure you just go ahead and add data-theme equals dark right before, the .dark class in here, for the code that was added already by chat.cn inside of the globals.css. So you could actually pick up the right background and foreground and, all the different stuff in here. And going back to the layouts in here, make sure to put default theme equals to dark, because right now for our SaaS projects or for our landing page and the whole front end sort of design, we're not going to actually support light theme anytime soon. So just going to, implement this over dark theme for now, just to simplify everything and make sure it works. And there you go. So we go back to the web page in here. There you go. We got roast UI in here, a really nice, cool logo, and we are on a dark background in here, which looks sick. All right, perfect. So now go back to the navigation bar. We got the logo. The next thing we need to implement is the navigation menu. So I'm going to go and do here nav menu or something. So I'm going to just name it, or maybe navigation menu, something like this. And I'm going to just do index.tsx in here. So I'm going to export a simple function. So navigation menu for us. And I will just go and return a simple UL list because that's what we're going to be using for the navigation menu. So I'm just going to render this over a UL list or unordered list for now. I'm going to have like a bunch of, list items rendered together. So to be able to actually to get this exact navigation menu in here, we can actually just go ahead and hard code and render every single one of these. But I think it would be better to make sure this is actually dynamic and you can later on easily just add one list to an array or something that is already defined inside of a JSON to add or remove one of these, navigation menu items instead of just like hard coding everything inside of here. So to make sure we do that, I'm going to just go ahead and create inside of the src. So now because I'm going to actually go and, collapse everything. So here I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it maybe data, or I would say config. Okay, so config, I think that's a little bit better. And I'm going to name this up.json. So this is the main up.json sort of config. So I'm going to go ahead and, export this JSON. Or instead of a JSON, I think that would be better to just import or, name this as a TypeScript and later on just go ahead and export a default object of this. So first, I'm going to do the navigation menu and render this as a normal or list this as a normal objects, or I think that should be an array. So it should be an array of objects, right? Right. So I'm going to name this item. So for example, I'm going to name this home and going to be URL in here. So it's going to be / or just / that's the home page. Okay. So should be good in here. Second, third, and fourth. So the second thing, I'm going to have like pricing, about, and FAQ. So here I'm just going to name this pricing. This should be capital home, should be about, and should be FAQ for now. So pricing in here, I'm just going to scroll down to pricing. So I'm going to scroll into a section inside of the home page. I'm not going to go into a completely different page. For this one, I'm going to go to a completely different page, but we're going to implement this or worry about this a little bit later on. And the FAQ in here, not the FAW. Yeah, I'm going to go to the, this FAQ section inside of the web or the landing page as well, just to make sure we have simple stuff going on in here. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and import this one. So I'm going to import up config. I don't know if I can do that in here. So I'm just going to do import up config and it's going to import it from the up in here. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to use app config navigation menu dot map. I'm going to map through every single item. So I'm going to do menu item in here. I'm going to have an ADX as well to make sure we render everything properly. And now we can render the items right over here. So the items are going to be very simple. All we need to just go ahead and render is actually a next.js link. So make sure to import a next.js link and put it right into it at menu item dot item. And here for the link itself, so where it points to. So I'm going to use the same thing in here, menu item dot URL to make sure we're pointing to the right URL in there. All right, so that's pretty cool, and it should look pretty nice. For the key, I can use the EDX, or I can either use the, the item name, whatever. EDX works fine for this. Now, it actually comes to styling. So I need to go ahead and style this. I'm going to do first like the container in here. I'm going to use CVA rigin for importing this one. So this will be a flex, a row flex. I guess this will have a gap X of, 4 maybe. So that should be good for the container. So I can just do class name in here equals container, call in the function. Now the next thing I need to do is actually the menu item. So I'm going to do CVA again. I'm going to call this, I'm going to use maybe flex, or I don't think I need to use flex. I just need to make sure that the text is white and the font's probably semi-bold, and the text in here should be LG for large. Okay, so this is the menu item in here. I'm gonna go and put the class name right over there. So menu item, I should just go ahead and call this. Oh yeah, because we have the same name over there. So I'm just gonna name this item anything. Just name it item as is and just call it for the function, and that should be good to go. So now going back to the navigation bar, or the nav bar in here, right, the second thing, so I'm going to do navigation menu, make sure to import this one and just click enter. Now if you go back to our design, there you go. So you got home, pricing, about, FAQ. I think the semi-bold is a little bit too much. And I think the semi-bold is a little bit too much. So because if you go back to the design here, it has a little bit more spacing first. and it's not like semi-bold. So yeah, so I'm gonna go back over here, navigation menu. I'm gonna create a little bit more gap, maybe 6. This should be LG, that's fine, but this should be normal maybe. So yeah, normal or regular. I don't know which one is which. Not sure why semi-bold looks really weird, and I need to put this as 8 because it needs a little bit more spacing, or even more. Okay, so 10. Okay, fair enough. So I actually noticed one more thing instead of a navbar in here. So go container and make sure to put items to the center, so I can, you know, center those vertically, so they can have a vertical center sort of, or vertical layout with the logo itself in here. I think that might be good. I might need to go ahead and double check the dev tools. So I'll just go ahead and open up the dev tools in here. I'm just gonna zoom in. So this is the SVG. This is okay. So this is the whole div. I think it might be good. The only thing that I am noticing in here is the logo is a little bit taller than it should be. So it has a height of 40. So if I go back to a logo in here, I can fix that real quickly. So like maybe not 40, but 35. And the view box in here should be 35 as well. So I don't know. So instead of just like manually going through the logo to fix it, I'm gonna go ahead and fix it inside of design. So I found a little bit of like inconsistency right over here. So make sure just everything fits inside of the container. There isn't a lot of, you know, like an added padding or something. So we don't want to do that. So make sure you're just going to do the same thing, copy paste as SVG, go back to the code in here. So I'm just going to go, you know, paste this one and make sure I fix the SVG again. So now after fixing this should be good. So if we go back to Roast UI, I think the logo is perfect with the navigation menu in terms of, you know, alignment. So yeah, I think we're good to go. And notice one more thing. So I'm going to go back to font in here and make sure I put font normal, so not semi-bold, because semi-bold is actually just getting under my screen and I don't want to see it again. So I think maybe this should match the design a little bit more in that regards. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So yeah. And the last thing we need to add into the navigation bar in here is actually the 2 buttons, the login and the sign up, and the buttons in here are going to be using it from Shadcn. So make sure to go ahead and set up Shadcn. You know, if you cloned the repository that have like the one stack that I covered through the video that I talked about before, you should have Shadcn already covered for you. You should have a button in there. But yeah, for other components, if you don't have those installed, you can just go ahead and follow like npx Shadcn UI at latest, add button, and this should add the component right into your code base very, very easily. So I already got the buttons. This is actually the button I'm going to use. It's pretty simple and minimal, straightforward button in here. So that's simply I'm going to use. So inside of the UI sort of components folder is where all the Shadcn reusable components are going to live. So yeah, this is actually our button added by Shadcn, and it uses CVA. It's very awesome CVA if you don't know that already. But yeah. I'm gonna go back in here to the nav bar and make sure to use this. So for this, I make sure to go and use like I think I'm gonna use a span or a div. And here, instead of actually putting everything, I'm just gonna go ahead and create a new component inside of the nav bar itself. I'm gonna name it access buttons maybe, or I'm gonna name it access control. Or I'm gonna name it access controls.tsx. Export another function in here. So access controls. And yeah, not an E at the end. I'm just going to return, you know, whatever we've got over there. So first in here, I'm going to create const buttons container. And this one, I'm going to use CVA again. So buttons container in here is going to be a flex, and it's going to have a gap of X 4. Maybe, I think 4 is too much. So 3 in here, that should be good. So I'm going to use also item center to align those vertically. And here I'm going to actually go ahead and return the whole div for the buttons container. So yeah, this should be just a simple div. Class name in here equals buttons container. And right over there, I'm just going to return the 2 buttons, the login button and the sign up button. So first, I'm going to go ahead and import the button from UI button. And I would rather import this using the root sort of layout where it goes through at components, then /UI, then, you know, /button instead of like using relative paths for the imports. That's a lot better import, because if you ever want to move the file into a completely different, you know, nested folder or sort of a parent folder, anything, you just don't need to or require any further change. You just copy paste it and it works straight away. So again, so this is actually going to be a button. I'm going to have login right over there. Next one is another button for sign up. So the login here, I'm going to use a variant of Ghost. And for the sign up, I'm going to use, I think, the variant of default. So save both of these, go back to the navigation bar in here, go ahead and import access controls, save this one, go back to the code in here, and there you go. So you got sign up, login, they look pretty good. I think for the login here, we don't need to use Ghost, but we would rather use maybe a link for that to, no, I don't want any underlines. So I don't know, I forgot what's that thing. Is it secondary or outline? Outline? No, not outline. Or maybe, yeah, secondary. So going back, no, it's not secondary. But yeah, I think the default behavior of that button should be a ghost where, you know, it's just sitting over there, and when you go over it by the mouse or using the mouse, you know, get some really cool hover effect in there. So yeah, that should be doing it. So login, sign up, they are very minimal, very straightforward, and super easy to look at. And there you go. So we got our navigation bar in here, very, very easily like put together. It didn't require a lot. So that's pretty good. So what I noticed also on the logo in here, it doesn't have a link. So you should have a link whenever we hover over it by the mouse. So when we click on it, it takes us back to the landing page. So we can do that too, or we can edit the logo right over here very quickly. So as clearly we return it SVG. All we simply need to do is just go ahead and wrap this with a link, but better because this is like reusable components. We should not edit this reusable components, but we should wrap it outside where it needs to be wrapped. So that means we should wrap it right over here inside of the navigation bar sort of thingy. So I'm going to go and import the link. And for the link in here, I'm just going to do href, go back to the landing page. And I think that's good enough. So it should take us to the landing page for the logo. So now the logo is hoverable. If we click on it, it's just basically taking us to the landing page. All right, so the next most important thing on a landing page is the hero section, or this particular section over here that, like, you know, when the user lands on the web page, it sees, you know, this text, it sees these buttons first. So this is actually the most crucial sort of important part on any landing page or SaaS or any literal website out there, because this basically where the user's eyes lands on your website and what it sees first when it lands on your website. So it either is going to make it or break it for you. So make sure to get this right all the time and make sure it makes it very, very simple to communicate the idea of your SaaS straight through. For example, first SaaS in here is actually to find and improve your, you know, designs, flaws in terms of UI UX with the power of AI. So the headline in here is like, find how you can improve your UI UX, exclusively with really simple designs in here, just like to underline exactly the crucial parts that are, you know, quite important to attract users' attention. So UI UX in here is actually underlined and AI is underlined, and we provide a very straightforward description as well. And let's not forget the call to action button that is also very important, where the user clicks to get started and try this SaaS. So I'm going to head over to the components in here, and I'm going to create a hero sort of component. So I'm going to name this. I'm going to do index.tsx inside of that one, and I'm going to go ahead and export function hero. It shouldn't take or need any props, and this should be our hero sort of components. So what do we need to add inside of this hero section? There's actually a lot of stuff going on, a lot of teeny tiny details. First, starting with these very small like dots sort of patterns that you see in here that makes it look absolutely amazing. You find the middle headline in here, headline text that is just, you know, right into the middle of the hero section. You find a description right over here, a call to action button, two sort of underlining kind of like patterns or SVGs. And I don't know if you can notice that or not, which is a very cool touch that makes it stand out. And it's actually a very trendy sort of design aspect nowadays, is this like light beam or light shade from the sun that you probably can see right over here. I don't know if you can draw over this, but it's literally just coming from, so if you notice the web page in here, it's literally coming from this sort of section of the web page right over here, like a light shade that is very lightweight, not very hard or harsh, but it just makes it, or gives it this feeling of something in the dark, and there is a light shade or a light beam coming through one of the holes in the tunnel or something right through your hero section, just to make it stand out. So I'm going to start with this pretty simple stuff. I'm going to start with the headline, description, and the call to action. I'm going to add all the details as we move forward. So first, I'm going to return, because this will be the div of the header section, going to have a class name. So for now, I'm just going to name it like this. So this is the main div. Next thing here, I'm going to add an inner div that's just going to hold all the content together. I think that will be a lot better. So this is going to be an inner div right over here. Then right over that, I'm going to have an H1 for the headline. I'm going to have a P for the paragraph. And I should have a button for the actual call to action button. So try it now, maybe. And I'm going to add the sprinkles sort of cool emoji in here to make it stand out. All right, so that should be good enough. So first, let's go ahead and start the styling on the top in here. I'm going to do const container. I'm going to use CVA again. So make sure to import CVA. Make sure it's actually, give it the base class, flex, and make sure the width is full width. And I'm going to use justify center and item center to make sure I center everything into the right middle. So this is for the container. Next, I'm going to need inner container for this one. So I'm going to use, again, CVA. I'm going to use flex, but this time I'm going to use flex column because, we're going to have the text right beneath each other. And I will make sure to align this horizontally using items center. And I'm not going to give it any gap because the gap will be a little bit different depending on the item. So I'm going to apply the gap using margins right into the elements themselves. All right, cool. So I'm going to call the container over here. Next thing in the inner container. So class name equals inner container. So for this, I'm going to copy this literal text. So find how you can improve your UI UX with AI. So I'm going to split this title into two spans inside of the H1. And of course, we're going to use H1 for this because it's the main title. So we got H1 in here. I'm going to first do span. Like this is the first span. This is the second span. And I'm going to go back in here, copy the contents of the first one, and going back and copying the contents of the second one. So the reason for putting two spans in here, just to make sure that they are both under each other and they don't overlap. And they're always kind of like, this comes first and it's splitted and this other phrase comes next. So it should have like a really nice styling for now. I don't know how it's going to look like on mobile, which probably needs to some adjustment on mobile. But for now on desktop, it should look pretty good. I'm not worried about mobile design just yet because it will be very simple because our design is very simple indeed. So just migrating this or making it mobile responsive friendly sort of thing, it's not going to be a big of a deal. So yeah, that should be pretty simple. So the only thing in here for H1 is I'm going to do H1 container in here. I'm going to create CVA for this. So it should be flex and flex column. So I don't forget about this one. I'm going to do class name. I mean, you can still use row, table, TS class names. Like you can put them in here, like text, red, and everything if you want to. But I just like this way of doing CVA. And then like later on in the future, we can just easily edit that CVA by adding on variants if you want, like default values and stuff, because CVA offers a lot more features and it's a lot tidier this way than just putting it straight into the GSX, because that's going to actually pollute the GSX and it's going to make it very, very hard to read through the GSX. At least in my opinion, that's what I've been through with like projects that just put GSX right into, or put the Tailwind classes right into the GSX. It just makes it super hard to understand exactly which is which, what you need to edit, what are the styles, and following all this through. But this way, you always know that your styles are on the top. If you ever want to edit any style for the current component, you go on the top of the component, or the top of, the actual function component in here on top of it, and you're going to find everything over there. All right, so put in H1 container. So that should be good. So H1 container right over here. Now, the next thing we need is the description. So I'm going back in here, putting the description or grabbing the description. I'm going to put this inside of a paragraph, and I'm going to just make this description equals CVA. So make sure to use text small or text SM, and font regular or normal for this one. And for the color, I think gray, maybe gray 400 or 300 should do the job. Or yeah, I think higher gray, so maybe 500. We got to see this before we, test it out fully. And there you go. So that should be good to go. One last thing in here, just insert the class name in here, or the description class name. Make sure to call this one, and you are probably good to go. So now we can just go and use this header section right into our landing page. So go to the up directory, go to page.csx in here. So this is actually our main page serve container. I'm just going to include the hero section. So I'm not even sure exactly what this one is doing. So it has minimum height of screen, flex column. Right, that's fine for this. So item center, justify between. Probably not what I'm looking for. So I am just going to completely disregard this one until I see exactly what's going on. So if I go back, this is actually how it looks like without any further styling, because we haven't applied a lot of styling to the text. And I'm going to put screen for this to make sure the hero section takes, pretty much the whole viewport in here. I'm going to fix that sort of overlap, or where the nav bar is taking a little bit of portion. So we have like sort of a more extended height in here, so it doesn't take exactly the full viewport. I'm going to fix this a little bit later on. For now, it looks pretty good. So it's like centered both horizontally and vertically, and we got it right into the center. So the next thing in here, we go back to design. So make sure we have this as high as possible. So it has now like 80 in terms of font size, so we can just go ahead and replicate this. So we've got H1 container. I'm gonna just make sure to do XL or text. I don't know, 5XL. What is it? Like font size 3RM. There is in Tailwind, like there is 7XL. I don't know. I'm not sure if there is 8XL. Yes, there is. So I'm just going to stick with 7XL for now. Let me just see how it does look like. So it looks pretty good. What is it? So now it's bold. It's not black. So I need to make sure the font is bold as well for both of these. So you got find how you can improve your UI UX with AI, and the text must be center as well. So before I forget, and I need to introduce some height between both of these, because right now we got a line height of 91. So I'm gonna use the leading one. So leading, snug, normal, relaxed, loose. So maybe, okay, this is the normal snug. I'm gonna use relaxed, and if it doesn't look as we anticipated to, it literally doesn't. It's just like too high. So I can put a custom leading in here, maybe leading 1.3 in here to make sure we get that right. So find how you can improve your UI UX with AI. I don't know, it looks a little bit weird in here. I think because of the background, that's why this looks pretty ugly compared to the actual design, but that should be fixed as soon as we fix that issue over here. Now going back to the description in here, so the description should be also straightforward. So I can go ahead and make sure to do maximum width of the description is LG or maybe just medium for this one. So I think medium is good. I just need to make sure the text is center. Medium is not good. So going again to LG or XL for the maximum width. Boom. Okay, so this is the description. I think it looks good enough. But the only thing in here, we need to introduce some margin to the top over there, so it could look a little bit better. So I'm gonna do margin top 5 to 6. I think that's the perfect one. I think 5 is just decently good. And the other thing is for the button. So the button in here needs some class name. So I'm just gonna do name this try it now button and do the CVA equals CVA in here, and so margin top is gonna probably be a little bit more. So margin top 8 for the button itself. Class name, okay. So the try it now button. I think the button needs to go a little bit down more than 8. So try it now. We got the description. We got both of these. It looks better now, but we still need to implement the whole sort of cool like pattern in here, like the dotted pattern, the light shade in here, the these two underlines, that pretty cool pattern sort of underline thingy. So we need to make sure we do all of those right over there. All right, perfect. So now it's actually about to add this background sort of pattern in here, like the dotted pattern. So luckily for us, we can do that in many ways. We can use like gradient background using CSS, like vanilla CSS, or you can just use it SVG. So like you copy an SVG of this one single dot and you just put it in there and make sure like, use CSS repeat for the background. It just like repeats that throughout a whole like pattern and stuff. So you can do that in many ways, but for us, we're going to use this SVG. So I've already put the SVG dot dash pattern in here. So it just a simple dot sort of SVG in here that is just like very simple in here, like has a height of 16 and a width of 16, and it's almost white, but it has an opacity of 0.2, so you can find that through the repository if you want to ever use it. So for this to work, we're gonna actually use vanilla CSS because we can't do that in Tailwind CSS, or it's better to do it in vanilla CSS to properly handle everything in here. So to do that, there's actually a really cool library we already did set up throughout that video, like the video where we did set up this particular repository in this boilerplate. It's called vanilla extracts, which allows you to basically put CSS in JS, but it's not like the old way of doing CSS in JS, like style components and stuff. No, this is actually just being done in compile time, not runtime. So everything is converted from JavaScript into an actual vanilla CSS, like CSS files, in compile time. So you don't have to worry about any runtime overhead, especially when it comes to Next.js in here. So to make sure this one works, I'm going to go and create a file named like style.css.ts. So you have to use this css.typescript or JavaScript or whatever. You have to include .css right before the file name extension for this to be recognized as a vanilla extracts file. Otherwise, it won't work for you. So you have to do it this way. So style.css.typescript. And here you can literally export and use whatever CSS in JS thing you want. For example, I can go and export const. I name this hero, and I'm going to just use the style function. So the style function in here, I'm going to import it from vanilla extract /CSS, as you can clearly see there. And literally in here, you can give it literally any objects, like CSS compatible objects in here. So for me, this is actually the vanilla CSS I want to use. So I can just go ahead and convert this into, just make sure it's JavaScript sort of friendly. So I'm just going to make sure this is a string. This is another string as well. Z index. I think the Z index should be good. We got the contents. So you have to do commas in here. So commas everywhere. The contents in here, and the background image, should it be equal to this? So this must be a string because it doesn't recognize that one. Z index in here should be like this. So we're good to go. And this dot pattern, you make sure you do URL /dot pattern.svg, and make sure to include your SVG or your pattern SVG inside of the public folder so it could be accessed throughout the server in here. So whenever it does, like the CSS in here does request. So that should be good. So now I can go and import this hero style. So if I go back to my hero section in here, I've got cn in here, which is a function added by chat-cn in here to, merge the different Tailwind CSS classes and stuff. I'm going to use actually this one to make it work. So I'm going to use cn in here. I'm going to use my original container sort of styles, and I'm going to actually use the other hero section from hero.css, or simply just like this because it already returns a string. And yeah, I think that should be good to go. So right now, this is actually how it looks like. It's clear in here we have got like a background dotted pattern behind the scenes in there. But the thing in here, because we're applying it into the same container, we're also affecting sort of like the CSS styles that's actually happening. So we're also affecting the opacity of the text and the description and the buttons and stuff. So we don't want to actually affect this. So for this to properly work, we need to just go ahead or we can use the before pseudo clause in here. So, or pseudo elements. So I'm going to use before in here. Before, I'm going to close the object. So this should put everything inside of it before. Excuse in here, it works. So one more thing you need to notice in here, you have to put the z index 10 in here, and on the container, like the main hero section container, you have to put, or sorry, not that one, the inner container, you have to put the z index 20. So you pop this text out of the actual background and the whole inner container in here and all the elements inside of the inner container, so it could pop out and it could be a little bit more visible. And also you need to make sure this is absolute, so you could fill the whole container behind in here, like the whole background. Now I also did one more change. If you go to the layout in here, I've added background black to the actual body in here to make sure it looks black, because the other one that we already used on the global.css in here is not an actual black. So I already changed that one in here as well. So I think this should be absolute black, but it's better just to add it to the body, because right now we're not supporting light and dark theme. We're only doing dark theme for now. So we just should be worrying about dark theme and just make things simple enough. Now, the other thing we need to add to make this almost complete is this light, like beam or shade, or I would call it like a spotlight that points right into the text in here. here right from the corner of the web page. So this is just technically like an SVG. So you can just copy the SVG and make sure you just like point it towards it from this and have like an absolute position or a fixed app on the web page just to make it look something like this. So we can go back to this. I've already created the components, so you don't have to. You can go ahead and actually copy this as SVG like we did before and put it in here. So this should basically have like an absolute position in here, and it should have like, top 20, left 60 and stuff. So, you can manage this however you like. You can manipulate it until you get the right perfect sort of combination and make it responsive and stuff. So, so we can go back to our hero section in here and include it right into the inner container. Or I think it would be better to be included inside of the main container because it has a relative and the other one has an absolute. But so let me double check. So let's go and try it out. So I'm gonna put Spotlight over there. Going back in here, going to, and yeah, I think I put the opacity as 0. So I'm gonna change this in here because later on maybe I'm gonna animate this. But for now, it should be good. So the position in here is not as we expect it to be, so it has to be from like the logo and coming down here. So we can go ahead and like use our friendly lovely dev tools in here just to go ahead and edit this one. Okay, so this is the SVG. You got width, left, top. So we're probably gonna need to edit like the left and top and stuff. Okay, so left, I think the left is just fine like this. Probably the top now where so you have to go way much top. Yeah, the left has to be adjusted as well because it's coming like in a diagonal way. So that's why it looks a little bit weird. I want to actually catch the logo right up on top in here, the headline text and the try now button. So they all like come, the spotlight comes right through all of those. So it just makes it look sick this way. Okay, so you got lights. I think this might be good, or this, I don't know. Maybe I can edit the top section over here. Okay, left. So after fighting a little bit with the actual spotlight in here, we were able to, get it almost there, but there's still a couple of issues with the text. So we don't want this to be like right in the center. We want it a little bit up, so it kind of like feels it's like over here or something. I don't want it to be like right over here, right in the center, because that doesn't look really good and there's so much space on the top. So to fix that issue, first we need to fix the most important issue in here is because we have got on this hero section in here, like we're telling it to take full height of the virtual screen, like the current viewport, but because we've got a navbar on the top in there, it tries to like, it doesn't take the full thing, right? So it tries to expand right in the bottom in here, which doesn't make it pretty cool. So what we need to make sure we do is actually include the navigation bar here into that sort of like screen height kind of thing. So to do that, it's actually quite simple. So here inside of the layout, instead of putting the nav bar all the time over there, it should, you should put it per page. And I think that's the easiest fix so far, so you don't have to complicate it over yourself. Just put the nav bar on every single web page you want to include the nav bar on, and you're good to go. So that's the fix in here. It's pretty simple. If there's actually other fixes that might require a little bit more code change and a little bit more implementations, but this is by far the simple, stupid sort of fix for now. So if we go back in here, that's another stupid thing. So it shouldn't be included here. It should be instead included inside of the hero section. So right over here, we should just go ahead and do the navigation bar and make sure import the navigation bar and make sure to put it inside of the container where we are putting the minimum height screen. Or instead of putting minimum height, I think I'm going to change it to just height in here to be screen to take 100 virtual heights. So going back, I think it has everything messed up in here. Just I need to make sure to include flex column again. So yeah, so it doesn't fix that pretty much. So what I need to go ahead and do to be able to actually fix that one, so I should go ahead and create another div in here. Make sure to add like a class name of flex and flex column with full and high screen. So I am actually going to go ahead and delete the high screen from the previous implementation over there. I'm going to keep the spotlight and everything, and I'm just going to include the navigation bar. So now we got something like this, which is decent. So just need to make sure that the middle container takes the full height of that container to be said, and I think that should be fair enough. So this should give you something like this, but still the same problem. So instead of making this take the full height, I am making it like take, I don't know, 85% of the height. So yeah, 85% over there. I'm gonna try 90. So I think 90 is pretty decent. So just like it matches that perfectly. And even now the spotlight is actually coming through all the way from the navigation bar into the headline text in here and passing through, you know, the description and the call to action sort of button. So yeah, that looks pretty sick in here. I really love this implementation. There's actually one last thing we need to do, as I said before. We need to make sure the text goes a little bit up in here, and we need to make sure we put the text. So if you just check out the design again, let's curious in here that like the top text in here is actually white. If you check out the color, it looks like it's a little bit wider than if you look into this. This is more gray and this is white. This is just simply because to create this illusion, because the light is coming from the top. So this is, you know, more white because the light is actually going through that text, but the other one is a little bit gray because the light is a little bit far away from it. So we're gonna try to create this same sort of like illusion to make it look absolutely amazing. So I can go back to this. So I can go, for example, for the first pan. So I can do class name in here, first pan. I can do text. This should be fully white. Now for the second one, we can do text gray, I don't know, gray 300-ish something. I think a little bit more, so I'm gonna go with, I don't know, 600 is a little bit too much. 400, yeah, 400 is a little bit too much too. So 300, I think 300 is pretty decent compared to the other one. For the first one in here, maybe I can do gray dash 100, I don't know, just to make them match. So it would look something like this, where this is actually super wide and this is sort of grayish. So it just gives you this really awesome kind of like amazing effect. Now the other thing in here is actually to make the text go a little bit up. So you can go to the H1 container in here and it can do margin top. And let's say I'm going to do 3 rem in here. I'm going to do minus 3 rem. So, you know, this could take or go a little bit up. And I can make sure this only gets applied to the MD, so it doesn't get applied to, you know, mobile and stuff or for responsive design. So if we go back, now it's a little bit up. I want it a little bit more, I don't know, it's to 5 or, I don't know. I want to experiment with different values. So 6 in here. So yeah, I think this by far looks a lot better compared to the previous one. So now like the text is up, we've got the spotlight coming from the top, we got the description in here, the try now or try it now button, the text in here, we got this grayish text, the navigation bar on the top. So everything looks absolutely amazing. So hallelujah, we're done with the landing hero section. So there is still a little bit of kind of issues with the design that we need to fix, like small teeny tiny flaws. For example, we see this dot grid in here. So what we want the dot grid in here to be like from the start of the web page. So like it should go underneath the navigation bar right over here. So we should see the top grid literally all over the hero section, like all over here. So it could look absolutely amazing. Also, we need to improve the text style in here or size. It's a little bit bigger, so we need to make it a little bit more smaller and add the squiggly lines over here, like for example underneath the UI UX like this and underneath the AI. So the first thing in here is the grid. So to make sure the grid, because we've got the container already in here, so the container is the one that is actually responsible for the grid, and it's actually this hero style sort of thing where it's introducing the before in here and it uses absolute position. So to make that, sorry, I don't need this. So to make that actually happen, what we need to do is actually move this hero into outer section in here. So you see where we put in flex and screen and whatever. So I'm just going to use chat CN stuff. So over here, and I'm just going to use the hero section. Now the hero is on the top in there. We've got the navigation bar. So if I go back, try this one, it's crazy how the grid goes all over the way, like on the top, right underneath the navigation bar. But the navigation bar is no more clickable, so we can't click it because it has a lower z-index compared to the grid we have. So remember, because the hero section in here uses a z-index of 10, that's why it's not showing up. So we just simply need to go into the navigation bar in here. So head over to the nav bar and to the container of navigation bar, just do z-index or simply just z, I think 30, because we're already using 20 in here and 10 for the other one, or I think 20 would be good. So going back in here, now it's, you know, clickable again. We can click on the buttons, we can hover over this and click on the logo and stuff. So yeah, it looks a lot better now. All right, so about the actual headline in here. So the headline is a little bit large, so we want to make sure we make it a little bit smaller so it could stand out and it could look bigger or better across different types of screens. So let's go back in here. We've got the logo. We don't need that. Hero section. So this is basically the section we need to edit for this one. And remember, the H1 container is actually where we put in all the stuff. So we've got 7XL in here. And I think after doing a little bit of research, I think maybe 5.4 REM in here would be perfect in this case, only for this case. We're not doing responsive just yet. I don't know. Is it like better now? Is it smaller? So I'm gonna go with 4 maybe, because that's a little bit bigger. So 4, yeah, I think 4 is a lot better. And maybe we don't need to make this bold. Maybe I will just stick with normal. Let's see. Normal is not the thing we're looking for. What about semi-bold? Yeah, I think maybe it's a little bit better than bold, because bold is like too much, at least for me. But okay, so I'm gonna stick with this, and maybe the letter spacing, so like the spaces between the different characters of the text in here, is a little bit too wide for the enter fonts. So I can just go and use tracking, and I can do wider for 0.05 EM, and I can do minus in here to do minus this, so you can just, bring them closer. If you look into this back, I think, yeah, it looks a lot better and a lot cleaner. So yeah, it looks pretty cool right now. I only need to minimize the margin between these two sentences. I think this lead-in should do the job. So if we look into this, 1.1, I don't know, maybe this one. Yeah, it looks a lot better now. And instead of actually using this text gray color like 200 and the other one 300 to create this sort of shading effect that we talked about, so instead of doing this, we can completely disregard this. We can completely remove the class name from these two spans, and we can only apply it to the H1 container. So there's actually a really cool thing. So you can use gradients to achieve the same thing, and you can use the text clipping or the background text clipping technique from CSS using this Tailwind CSS sort of strategy. So you can do background clip text to make sure the text or the current headline text in here takes the background, takes the color more technically from its background. So you can clip it on that. And also you need to have to make sure your text is transparent so the background color can shade its light or its color into the headline text itself. Now, to do this, we just also need to do background gradient to bottom. So we go from top to bottom. So we can have the first headline showing up like, this, where it's a little bit wider than the other one is a little bit darker. So you can just do this way. So you go gradient to bottom or to B from natural 50 to natural 400. So natural in here is like a natural sort of sunlight whitish color, slate color you can call. And you go from 50, which is pretty accurate or pretty close to white, to 400, which is a little bit darker. So you can get this really awesome effects that you can clearly see in here. So yeah, there's actually going to look something like this, and it looks absolutely amazing. Now, there's actually one more issue with the description in here. It's a little bit small, and the color is too gray, so it's barely visible. So to do that, I will probably just, maybe I'll go for Slate 200, and I will, so it has a maximum XL, and I will just go for MD, not SM, for the size. Yeah, that's pretty whitish. Maybe Slate 300-ish. Oh, that's still too much. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with gray 400. Maybe I'm gonna go back to SM in here for normal. And instead of XL, maybe LG for large. Or what I could do in here, I think SM is too small. I might not just, I'll just go for MD. I think that would be a lot better. And margin top 6. So it would look something like this. Find how you can improve your UX with AI. And this is basically the color. Yeah, I think LG in here is it's just a little bit too much. 2XL. Yeah, maybe 2XL is pretty good, I think, because you have it on two lines instead of having it, quite huge. So yeah, so far so good. I think I'm going to stick with this design for now. We might do or introduce other changes a little bit later on, but for now, it looks pretty sick. All right, so the next thing in here we want to do is actually take these two sort of underlining, or this squiggly line and this AI underline, and take them or copy them as SVG there, so we can just put them right below these. So first I'm going to go in and right click and go into copy as SVG in here. It's always a really good thing to do, and go and copy as SVG from Figma directly and just paste it into your code base. So going back in here, I'm going to go to component and I'm going to do squiggly line SVG. So I'm going to create the folder for this. I'm going to do TSX. So I'm going to export a function of squiggly line SVG. So this is basically our components, and we're just going to return the components. Of course, make sure to fix your SVG before you can just move forward. Just like convert those from an HTML sort of props or attributes into an React compatible attributes or props. Stop color, offset. What else? So I think that looks pretty good. Also, make sure the width and height in here are 100%, so we can take the width and height from whatever the container offers, like the parent container where this SVG is going to be rendered. So always make sure to do it with 100 and height 100. And make sure to go back and do the same thing. And also make sure to go back and do the same thing for this other ender line. I think this is more of a straight line, so I'm going to copy this, go back to the components again. I'm going to do ender line SVG, and I'm going to create an index.tsx. So here again, export function ender line SVG. So the same thing pretty much we were doing before. So I'm going to return an SVG in here. I've got stroke width, line cap, the D in here, the width and height, as we did before, 100% and 100% of the width and height. And this should be our second line. So now how can we achieve this particular effect where we have, a portion of the text from the top in here, and we've got like this squiggly line right underneath it, so it looks like an ender line, but we still keep the same position like within the actual text that this part belongs to. So to do that, there's actually two ways. Either we can put this squiggly line as a background image using CSS, or we can just create a components, make sure just to render this first and render this as a column, or do some absolute position into this to make it properly work. So if I go back in here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new component, and I'm going to name this, I think maybe, I don't know, I think ender line would be good. So I'm going to do ender line index.tsx. I'm going to export function ender line, and for this one, so I'm going to just go ahead and return. So for this one, it's probably going to take a couple of props, and the props in here, let me just go ahead and define an interface for the props. I'm going to do ender line props. And for this one, it's going to have, I think I can provide in here whatever line we want. So like line SVG, all right? And this could be a React node maybe. So you can, render whatever you like on this one. And also, most important part is the children, so you can have any for the children on the top in there. So we can pass in whatever. So I can do underline props. I can just go ahead and destruct those from like, children and line SVG. So props, or I think, it would be better in here to do line node instead of SVG. So we don't care exactly what it renders in there. We just care about how he renders it. So that's basically what we need to do. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a div. And for this one, I'm going to do the same thing as we usually do. So I'm going to use CVA in here. I'm going to go ahead and define a container that's going to use CVA, so class variance authority. So now from CVA, I can do flex, and also make sure to do its flex column. Make sure to justify center, so you can align those in a center vertically. So I'm going to put the container right over here. So class name equals container. So I'm going to render that container over there. And the first thing we need to render are the children here. So just go to render children, and you can do another, I think a span would be best for this case scenario. And I can go in and create another class. I'm going to do like line or something, and CVA again. So maybe there's going to be a flex. I'm not sure about the position just yet. Maybe we should use absolute, but let me just put it as this. And I'm going to just do line node in here to render the line node, and the class name should be line. And maybe for the line here, let me try margin first. Let me try to play with margin. So I'm going to do margin top 4. And I'm going to do full width, right? And the container in here, I think it should be good. So flex column, I'm not really sure. So let me just go and try this out first before I can decide exactly what fixes I should introduce and what styles I should put together in here. So yeah, going back in here, I'm going to go back to the hero section over here. So I'm going to go to the hero section. There is the hero, and I'm going to scroll down a little bit to, for example, where we're saying UI UX, I'm going to do underline. So I'm going to use my new component that we just created. It's called underline. It should have a children. I don't know. It should children probably types any. Yeah, it shouldn't be this way. So you can either put one or multiple children inside of it, and the line node. So line node is very important. So I can go and render squiggly line SVG for this one. So I can just put squiggly line SVG UI UX underline with AI. So let me see how does this look like. It looks, wow, that's super big. I think maybe because the width is 100%, so it doesn't exactly match how we imagined this to be. Maybe removing the width in here. So if we remove the width, that's basically the same thing. So first, we shouldn't be putting a flex in here because that's going to create a line break. So instead, we should use inline flex for that to properly work. Second thing, we need to go to the our SVG in here, and we have it like high width and height 100%. I think we should completely remove that width and height 100% because it's going to cause more issues than it's actually going to fix anything. So I'm going to head down. Where is the other one? So there is underline SVG. I'm going to remove those two. Okay, so if we go back into our design in here, as curious in here, the line is literally taking the same width as the word that is currently highlighted, but it's still there is some gap. So if we take a look on the dev tools in here, just to debug it a little bit, so you see, because this one actually has a little bit of height, and the other one right below it has margin top of 1, so we can remove this. I think maybe, yeah, we have to do minus whatever that thing is. So let me just go and try to do this. So going back to underline component in here. So we got margin top 1. I think we can do minus margin top 1 or maybe 2. Let's try it out with 2. So I think 2 is a lot better. So 2 is sort of decent. What about 3? 3, yeah, I think 3 is good too, but I agree with 2 more. So I think 2 is pretty good. Let's try to put this now under AI as well. So now for the AI section, we need to put an underline. So I'm going to do a line node of underline SVG. So make sure to import that one as well. And go ahead and render this because, of course, this is a React component. And so just put this one as underline and put the AI as a child. So let's go ahead and check this out. So yeah, it looks pretty cool, actually. It looks pretty accurate. So you got AI on the top. Right below, there's the underlines. It looks pretty sick. So if we double check the design in here, I think from this perspective, it looks pretty good. It might be like the design is a little bit, we've got like this squiggly line, which is like a little bit overflowing on the width sort of perspective. So it goes a little bit over the edges. Maybe we would want to do the same thing in here. So let me try to play around with this. I can't guarantee that this is basically gonna work like 100%, but maybe with, okay, so if I try width in here 100% or I don't know, it's a little bit weird. So it doesn't look like it's doing anything. And if you ever try to play around with this, it's just gonna be in a really tough position. So I'm gonna keep it as is for now because it looks good. It looks as we want it to be this. It looks pretty much like the design. So that's how we wanted to put this one in the first place. Yeah, I think it looks pretty decent. And he made the design, like he made the headline in here stand out even more. So yeah, definitely this headline over here looks so much better with 2 underlines under AI and UI UX. They look pretty good. Then we got the description right below this. We got the call to action button. Yeah, I'm in love with this one. So I think we can give this one cool, really awesome check mark and another check mark from this side as well. All right, pretty cool. So now moving next to the other sections. So now we've got 1, 2, and 3, 4 sections. All of these sections basically have the same layout where you've got a title for the section, you've got a really small, awesome description, and you've got like the contents. It could be an image, it could be sort of, I don't know, a flow like this one, like an image, then an arrow, then another image and text. So these ones are different, but what is the common layout between all of these sections is actually the title and the description. You've got like a content area. So the best way to approach this for, having a clean code and make sure you've got a really cool readable code, and you can just make sure that you create and follow the same layout across the whole application or the whole project, is by creating reusable components. So we can go and create a section, I don't know, like a showcase section or something right over here, so we can use it a little bit later on. for pretty much all the other sections. So going back in here, I'm going to literally go and click or close everything. I'm going to collapse everything so we can start new. I really hate when things start crumbling together and you've got too many things or too many files open on your editor. So you got to close them from time to time. So I'm going to go to the components in here and I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to name this showcase component or showcase section. So I think that's a pretty accurate name. If it's not, maybe you can just tell me about a different name, but that's the name that I could think of as of the moment. I'm going to go ahead and export a function. I'm going to name this showcase section. So it's going to have a props, definitely, or I don't think we're going to need props. We'll see. So we will put props as soon as we need them. But for now, we don't need anything, so that we're good. So for the section layouts, we're going to have a div. And the first thing you're going to notice, we're going to have a different titles for the sections. So this is actually the title. And I think these titles in here should be H2 in terms of SEO, because this one is H1. These should be H2s. So I'm going to go and do H2 for this. And I'm going to need also the description. So the description is always going to be a paragraph. And we're going to need another div. So this is the actual contents that's going to be rendered, which most likely going to be just children. Okay. So let's go ahead and define props. Props, I'm going to do an interface, showcase section props. So I'm going to have children. It could be any or any array. I mean, you need a title for this one and you need a description. So make sure to render all of these. So showcase section props. Now I need to go ahead and bring or destruct all of those. Title, description equals props. And yeah, we can go ahead and do title in here. We can do description over there. We can have children right below there. Okay, so now styling time, I'm going to go and start with a title. I'm going to use CVA again for every single time. I'm going to just go and import CVA. So for the title in here, or before the title, we need the actual main parent container. So I'm going to do container CVA. So this will be a flex, and it will be a flex column. I don't know about the width. I'm going to do it full width right now, but I'm pretty sure it needs like a maximum like screen width of like, I don't know, large 10 or 760. I'm going to do it large right now, but I'll roll back or go back to this or revisit this a little bit later on once we have something to look at. So yeah, we got the title in here. I'm going to do text. So the title, I mean, as far as the design in here, it's like 60 pixels. So I would say, I don't know, 5XL, 4XL. I'm going to have a font of semi-bold. I'm going to have a tracking of, so it's going to be wide, but I'm going to do the minus as it did before, just to make them a little bit closer to each other. So you could have a really cool sort of effect on this. And yeah, most importantly, text white. So without forgetting about this one, so I got the title. Now description, CVA again. So I'm going to have text SM for small, or maybe not small after all, maybe just MD. So fonts going to be normal, and I'm going to leave tracking as is. I'm not going to touch it, and it's going to be text gray 400 as we did before. So text gray 400. Now what else? So now it's actually the main section in here where we are actually going to render the stuff that's going to have, you know, the actual section content. So I'm going to name this content, and okay, so this will be, I don't know, you can control this however you like. So I'm going to just have flex. I'm probably thinking flex column, but I'm not sure. And yeah, I think that's all we need in here. I remembered one thing. So we need to do items center to make sure to put, you know, to align all the items in here horizontally into the center. So we gotta do this because we're using a flex column for this one. So yeah, so far so good, I think. So I'm gonna do class name, so equals container, and I don't know, class name for this one, title again, class name description. Oh yeah, I think because the naming in here are pretty much the same. So I'm gonna do H2 title in here. I'm gonna name this, I don't know, whatever, section description, something cool like this. And last but not least, we've got the contents. Also, I think the description in here are going to need a little bit of margin from the top. So maybe margin 2 to the top. And the content in here, most importantly, also going to need some margin to the top as well. So margin top, I think that will be more of like 6 or something for now. All right, so going back in here, I'm gonna go, so this is the hero section. I'm gonna go back to the app section in here. So we got the hero section, it's cool. I'm gonna do another section in here. So I'm gonna do showcase section. And this is actually what I'm gonna render things at. So the title in here, let me just gonna copy the title. So bad versus good UI. Also gonna need description. Let me just go and copy the description real quick. So you can do description equals this, and we can provide whatever children we like. So the children in here are going to be, this particular design in here, which I could go in and copy as an image, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to code it as is, so I can have 2 image and put the flow in here, put everything, so we can, properly make it responsive a little bit later on when it comes to mobile, so we can turn it from like a horizontal flow into a vertical flow for, fitting inside of a small mobile screen. So I'm just gonna put hello for now, just to double check how things are actually working. I'm gonna go back to the design. So yeah, there you go. I've got the design in here. Good. Design is a little bit yeah, whatever this description. I'm not sure why it's not really in the center, but maybe we should debug this a little bit. So we got the main div. This is our div in here. So the div, it's not taking, let me see. So it's taking maximum width screen large. Okay, I think I know what's actually missing. So I can just go and put a div in here. Okay, so this div will be having a class name of flex and flex column, and it should have item center and width full and height of full. So this will be like the full web page, sort of everything that's going on. Now, when people scroll a little bit down, they're gonna see this. And I think, I think that's pretty good. So the title in here, the title is a little bit bigger. Here we have it very small, and we need to apply some maximum width to the description as well. And maybe the description is a little bit too big. Or let me fix the title first. I'm going back to the title. So text 5 or 6 XL. Oh, 6 is too much. Okay, 5. 5 is pretty good. So we've got a little bit of gap between the text and description. So we gotta go ahead and do the gap in here. What is it? Margin 4. Maybe I'm gonna increase this to 8. Maybe, not sure. But yeah, so far so good for the margin. I'm gonna do maximum width on the description, of course. So maximum width in here is gonna be I don't know, MD. Oh, horrible. So LG in here. Yeah, maybe we should do the text center first, and make sure to put the text center for the title as well, so you can have a cool text. LG is not cutting it as well, so that's not good. Even XL is not cutting it for this. Yeah, double XL probably. Yeah, I think that's good enough now. Maybe the description here is a little too large, so probably want to put that, make it a little bit smaller. So where's the description? So section description, we got margin top and MD in here. So I'm going to move from MD to SM for small. Okay, so we got the description. Now, another thing here, I don't know if you can notice this, but if you go and actually look into the grid, the dot grid behind the scenes, it's actually going over this, the section in here. So we want to cut it only to, fit only the current 100% virtual height or the current viewport screen, so it doesn't go through the whole web page. So I think that's actually pretty simple. I also added here Z30 in here for this to make sure it goes on the top of everything. So I think, but the other one should fix it. So as soon as we fix that issue, everything should be good. So if we go back to page in here, go to the hero section and go to the hero style, we see in here we put in height as 100%. So we don't need to do that. We need to do 100 view height or 100 virtual height, and this should make the grid in here. So it's clearly saying the grid now stops right over here, right before the section. So later on, we can go to the section itself. So where is that? So showcase section, and we can just do margin top to be, I don't know, 10 or something. So you can just separate these two. So now we got the whole section right over here, and as soon as we scroll down a little bit, we're gonna find the rest of, the section in here. All right, super perfect. Now it's about the contents of the section. So let's go ahead and start adding the content of the section. So if we go ahead and actually zoom into the actual content, so we got an image in here, we got some text like bad, and this is like just a quick description of this, which means the user design. And the other one, this is actually the good improved design, and this was improved by AI. And we got a little teeny tiny awesome arrow SVG in here. All right, so for creating this section, it should be pretty simple because we got 2 images in here, one from the right-hand side and the other one one from the left hand side and the other one from the right hand side in here, and just a quick description about each of this image. For example, this is a bad, and this is when we improved it. And with this really simple, cool SVG arrow. So we can start by just going and copy pasting these PNGs. I can go ahead and do copy and copy as PNG. So I can go back to the SRC in here and I can create a file, or sorry, a folder, name it images. And right inside of this one, I can go ahead and paste my image that I just copied. And I really like when you just copy from Figma straight into VS Code and do Control V and it gets pasted the image for you in here with no further ado. I literally love this one. I'm going to say bad UI showcase. Going back in here, and actually, no, I'm going to copy the good ones. I'm going to copy as PNG again, go back in here, Control V. Okay, so good UI showcase. All right, perfect. So now we can go ahead and get started putting this together. So we can go and put the section together. So we got the application, we got the page layouts in here. So this is basically the section where we should put things in. So I think before getting started with this one, I can just go and move this into a completely different component, like a separate standalone component. I'm gonna name this good versus bad UI. I'm gonna do the I as an uppercase. So again in here, I'm gonna index.tsx function good versus bad UI. Okay, and I'm simply just going to go ahead and return exactly this new component we created before, the showcase section. We got the title, description, and here we should put the content. So for the content in here, I'm thinking maybe you can put a div with, I don't know, a class name of flex. And I think I can just go and do the CVA thing. So I'm going to do container CVA. Again, import the CVA. So flex in here because we're going to need flex row. So that's pretty good. Maybe I can do flex wrap as well for this one. So I can just go back here, do the container. So I can just go and create a container. And because our design is like this, so we got an image on the top and we got like a description on the bottom, like we got a bold sort of subtitle and we got this small description of it. So we got like 3 elements underneath each others. So I'm going to start with a div. It's going to be having a class name. So the class name of this one is going to be, I'm going to just name this item container, maybe you can find a better descriptive name, but I'm going to do flex column. Okay, so that's good. The next part we're going to need is the subtitle and the description. So I'm going to do, or I can just go and do the title. So, or maybe it's not a title. Maybe you should better do a label because that's the right thing to do. So label, it should be text large. It should be font bold maybe, or semi-bold. And the text should be gray 200. I could go with bold for now. Okay, so maybe that will be a little bit better. And the other one is actually the description. So I'm going to do text, very small, font is going to be normal, and it's going to be text gray 400. Okay, so far so good. The last thing we need to do is actually the item image. So item image, so I'm going to need a width of, I don't know, I think with maybe 40-ish. What is it, 10 rem? Maybe width of, okay, so let me see. If you do, well, 80 is too much. 64 maybe, and height is going to be auto, and also I'm going to do rounded to be MD because I want to do some border radius for the image as well, and maybe a margin bottom of 4 so I can just separate the other two. Okay, so that's pretty good. So you got class name in here. I can go ahead and do so this is the main div. I'm going to do item container. So this should be the main item container. I'm going to use the next.js image because it's the best, most optimized image that you can pretty much land your hands on. So I'm going to do SRC in here. Well, we can include the SRC of the image, but give me a second. Let me just go and do the item image first. So that should give you this. For width and height, also we're going to need to use those. So let me just go and import the image as well. So the image in here that we already put is under images bad UI dash showcase. So import bad UI showcase image from I'm going to go to images and bad UI showcase. So pretty much the same thing. Let me just going to import that real quickly. So good UI showcase image from at images, then good showcase UI. So I'm going to copy both of these. Now for this, Next.js actually processes everything for us really well. So it just tries to go ahead and import the image in here for you, and it's going to give you right straight through that src. So I can do bad UI showcase image dot src. So I can go ahead and use the src in here. I've got the class name, and also the image in here with the next.js image component requires you passing in the width and height. So we can, likely for us, we can just go and bring those right from the image we imported, because again, next.js is pretty great. So it kind of like allows you to see the width and height, and it processes those alongside everything. And yeah, the last thing is missing is the alt. So I'm going to do bad UI design, maybe. That's a good one. The other thing in here we need is the label. So the label, probably just going to be a P for this one. So just a simple teeny tiny paragraph. So the paragraph in here, so it's going to have bad. Let me just go and copy this. I don't want to retype everything. The same thing in here goes to user design. Yeah, I think this is next level ugliness, or laziness, not ugliness, sorry. So I'm just copy pasting 2 words text. So yeah, I think I'm super lazy nowadays. But anyway, so class name. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the label. I'm still copy pasting, but anyway. Alright, so class name in here, it should be description, right? Okay, so this is the first item. This is the second item in here. It should be good UI showcase. Should replace good in here, good in there, good. I don't know. Go ahead and look for emojis, because using emojis in Mac is a little bit silly. I really hate their interface. It's very slow. Hope they fix it in the upcoming Mac update, but for now it does the job, and I can just go and copy paste stuff. So I'm going to save this one. Now I'm going back to the main web page in here, and this is where I'm going to do good versus bad UI. Yeah, I think that's good. So good versus bad UI. I'm going to save this one, go back to our web page in here. So you got the landing page, pretty cool. Good versus bad UI, we got the nice description, and we got the 2 images right below in this. This is in bold, this is in gray, the images that look great. So the thing in here we noticed, we're gonna need to make the images a little bit larger. We're also gonna center this right in the center, and we need to do, if you check the design, we need to copy this SVG sort of arrow. So I'm gonna do the same trick before. I'm gonna copy this SVG. Probably gonna, yeah, I'm gonna keep overlapping layers. I'm just gonna go copy paste as SVG, as I always love doing. Go back in here and actually can put this as an SVG. So I'm gonna do arrow, or I can call this maybe drone arrow SVG. So I think drone arrow SVG in here is pretty good. So doing index.tsx again. So export function drone arrow SVG. So as we did before, I'm just gonna return and make sure to fix literally all the stuff in here, because I've got a lot of stuff actually. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. And I'm gonna remove the width and height for now. I'm just gonna comment them out for now, just to see how things probably gonna be working over here. So I'm gonna go back in here again, and I'm gonna introduce the arrow right in between these. So it's gonna be a span. I'm gonna do drone arrow SVG again. So I'm gonna have a class name in here. So arrow. So I think the width in here maybe 20. I'm gonna have margin X between both of these into like, I don't know, 6 maybe. 6 is good. Yeah, we gotta test this out first, see how it looks. Okay, so arrow, rendering the arrow in there, going back to the design. So yeah, the arrow is right on the top, so we need to fix this on our container in here, obviously. Or yeah, it's actually inside of the container. So we need to do justify center. So we save this one. It's really not putting anything on the center. I don't know why. Or maybe it's inside of the arrow. I don't know. So putting it as flex, yeah, it's putting it inside of the, like right into the center. So I'm gonna do item center. Yeah, I think we will see that in a second. So let me just first fix the, this being in the right in the corner instead of the middle. So I'm going to put it right into the middle. So we got the labels in here both. We got the item container. So the item container, I can do items center just to make sure that I center everything. I think that's good. Now, as far as the design, this should be a medium, it should not be bold. That's very bad. So I don't know. I'm just going to go with normal maybe. Maybe normal would be good. Yeah, I think normal is way much better. And we got text gray 300, and we got text gray 300 in here as well. So, okay, it's a little bit grayish. I'm not going to lie, be 400, but 400 will make it match the other one. So I think 300 will be perfect in our case in here. I think it's a lot better. Yeah. So let me just going to increase the size of the images in here. So I'm increasing this to 96 for, I think that will be 24 rem, approximately 384 pixels, depending on the font size you're using, of course. So as far as I can tell in here, yeah, it looks pretty good. It's visible, so you can clearly tell exactly what's going on inside of these images. The only thing in here, I just need to increase the gap between the arrow and the two images on the sides. So I can go to, where is that? So there's the image, there's the arrow. I can increase this to like 10, maybe 14. Yeah, that's a lot better. I think that's a lot better. Or yeah, maybe a little bit less, 12. Let me double check the design. So yeah, as far as I can tell, the design is pretty much the same thing. I just need the gap because it's clear in here there's a huge gap between the contents of the section and the title and description of the section. So I need to introduce a little bit more gap into this. So I need to go into the side of the, reusable section component, go to the container. There's margin top, and the content in here, margin top, which is 8. I'm going to increase this to 16, right? Or maybe even more, maybe 20. I think 20 is a lot better. I think it could go a lot more than that. I think it can go to 24. I just feel like that would be a lot better. But is there any 22? No, you can't do 22. But you can do 20. I think 20 is decent enough, and it can just be very good. Also, for making this particular area in here goes a little bit higher, I would love to, there's actually a quick trick, as pretty much the same trick we did before with the title in here, to move it a little bit up. So we're going to do the same thing. So there's that. So there's H2, this is the wrong place to be at, but we got the image, we got the arrow. Now inside of the arrow class in here, I'm going to do margin top, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, and I'm going to do -6. So we can just make this go a little bit up. I think 6 is a little bit, maybe 12. Of course, that would need to be adjusted as we move into, different screen sizes and for responsiveness. But so far, so good, I guess. And also maybe I can increase the size of this to 24 for the width. So yeah, that's good. And make the margin in here to only be 10 instead of 12. So we can just, make everything look. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Now the description in here, we need to change the color of description to 500 maybe, because that's too much. Yeah, now it's less visible and it looks a lot better, yeah. All right, now, so for the second section in here, the improve your design section, where you provide your UI design to roast UI on our AI-powered software to help you spot the UI mistakes and suggest improved designs generated with the help of AI. So this is basically a picture of how it works. Just a simple workflow, like you provide your design in here, it goes through the roast UI magical system plus AI. Then as an output, you get uncover UI UX design mistakes, and you get an improved UI UX design generated by AI, plus the source code, which could be like HTML or GSX with Tailwind CSS. So something of that sort. So there's actually a couple of ways we can approach this. Of course, this section is very simple. The only thing we need to do the workflow in here. So you can either go ahead and copy it as a PNG if you're lazy, or an SVG, which, it will include a couple of images like this. For example, image is going to be included as a base64 image inside of that one, as well as this one. But you're still going to be able to, manipulate the text in here if you like. Or you go the hard way, where you implement all of this together. But I think with the help of Tailwind CSS, it's not going to be that hard, and it will be very cool. So later on, we can do responsiveness. We can manage this however we would like. So I'm going to actually go ahead and implement this from, design it using HTML and Tailwind CSS. So I think that's the best approach. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I think we've already got this image in here, so because it's literally this bad image we used in the previous section. And the only thing we need is this other box image, which I think I should go ahead and okay, let me just double check. So I think I need to go ahead and click on this, put all of those in a single frame. So I'm going to frame the selection, and I'm going to be roast UI system. So now, since it's framed, I can go ahead, it's framed, I can move it. So I can go ahead and do copy paste, and I'm going to copy this as an SVG. And I think before doing that, let me just go to the export. I'm going to select SVG from this, and I'm going to untick outline text. So I don't know if you can see that, but it's right over here. So you're going to find this checked. You make sure to uncheck this, the outline text, and you're good to go. Now you're good to go basically to copy this as an SVG. So again, right click, copy an SVG. I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to do roast UI system SVG and index.tsx. So export function roast UI system SVG. Okay. Simply I'm just going to go ahead and return all of these. So this should be good. I've got all those styles and a couple of issues with the styles over there. So there's actually one cool playground in here. It's called SVGR playground, so you can Google this out, where you give it an SVG and literally just it converts the SVG into a React component and GSX compatible components in here, so you can go ahead and copy it. I just copy paste this one. Now it's actually JavaScript compatible, GSX compatible. I don't need props, so this should be good enough for me. So yeah, so far so good, because we got the path and we got a couple of text beneath there, so roast UI plus magic. So yeah, I think so far so good. Now for adding the extra section, I already went and created another component. It's basically the same thing we did before, using the components we created, like the showcase section with a title and description, improve your UI design and description, and just put in hello for now. But I need to go and create another component that actually is going to go ahead and render this whole workflow in here. So I'm going to call this work or workflow, and I'm just going to do index.csx. So I'm going to export function workflow, and this should go ahead and return a div. So as far as I can tell, by just looking at the design in here, so we're going to have 3 sections. Each section is separated by an arrow. So the first section is actually our original design. Second section is the system in here, our system image, and the third section is the outputs. So yeah, so let's go and implement this. So now we got a container. Right after, we're gonna have top section, then we're gonna have the arrow right in the middle, then we're gonna have the system section in here as a div as well, and we're gonna have another section, a horizontal section, that's gonna include 2 arrows. So probably gonna have an arrow, and I think inside of 2 of these it can be other 2 divs. And yeah, for each of these divs, it's going to be a span, it's going to be an arrow here, arrow there. We'll figure things out a little bit later on, but yeah, so this is actually what I think first going to be. So first, I'm going to go ahead and initialize the container using CVA as always. So I'm going to do container, it's going to be flex column, and also going to do with full, but we're also going to do maximum width screen, I think MD, or yeah, I think, okay, so maximum width screen small, 640 pixels. I'll see how that goes. So this is actually the first one I'm going to do here. Top container, so CVA, flex column again. I'm going to have middle container, CVA, flex, and flex column again. And I'm going to have bottom container, because we got 3 containers, so we can just split them out like this: top, middle, and bottom. So this should be just flex bottom container. So okay, so container in here. Next is going to be top container. So this is actually the span for the arrow. Second in here should be the middle container, and last but not least, we got the bottom container. So these 2 groups in here should be an output. So I can just go ahead and do output item. So it should be just flex and flex column, I hope. I can do class name, output item, and should, it could be this way. So I'm just going to copy out the class name in here, just pasting the class name of the output in here, so we don't need to repeat ourselves. Also, I'm going to need an arrow class. So it's going to be flex. It's going to be width of, I don't know, is it width or height? I think it's going to be vertical, so maybe you're going to need height like 20-ish, maybe. I'll see how that goes, but we're going to put 20-ish right now. So that should be the arrow, and we're going to need a couple of arrows. So arrow, okay, last name, arrow. So let's start populating this. The first thing in here we need to include is the actual image. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure to import the next image from next.js in here. So image from next.js image. I'm going to use the src in here and make sure to go ahead and import the image as we did before. So bad UI design image, or just img from images, bad UI design showcase image. So I'm going to just go ahead and import this. So I can now access the src. I can put the width, and I can put the height as well. So this way, now I need also the alt bad UI design. Okay, so this is actually our image. I need another class in here, bad UI design image, the CVA, and this should be, I don't know what's the width of this, so it should be something. So I'm gonna choose width of, I'm gonna go with 72. Is that good? So I'm gonna do bad. Yeah, I'm gonna pass in the class name over there. Make sure to call this. Also, for the middle container in here, we need to use the new image that we just got, or I would rather say the SVG that we just got. So yeah, we don't need to put that as an image. I just need, so I think it's roast UI system SVG symbol is that. So I'm gonna save, I'm gonna go ahead and render it out as a render or test render just to see how things actually are put together, if there's any issues, and we can move on from there. So go back to the page in here, go to improve your design, and I'm actually gonna go back and put workflow, okay? So going back here, I'm gonna go to the application. So yeah, that's a decent first design. I just need to include the arrows, make sure they're centered, and we should be good. So going back in here, we've got the image, we've got the roast UI system set SVG. I need to include my arrows in here. So I'm gonna do import my drone arrow SVG. So if I go ahead and click save. Now here, because the SVG is like horizontal, so we can't just go ahead and like usually use that. Or even if we think about rotating this, it's not gonna perfectly work because SVG is a little bit weird when you rotate it. So it's still gonna leave a gap and it's gonna look like the arrow is in absolute positioning. So it's not gonna work perfectly. So the best way here is just go ahead and create another arrow sort of component. I'm not gonna use this arrow because this is actually too small. I'm gonna use this arrow. So this standard arrow in here, I'm gonna duplicate this and I am just gonna go ahead and rotate this like 90 degrees so it just points or goes vertically, and I can just go and select it, right click, copy SVG. We can go back in here and we should go and create another component. So I'm gonna call it drone arrow vertical SVG. Okay, so index.tsx. So import function drone arrow vertical SVG. So yeah, so this should be good enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and return this. But before doing so, I'm gonna use the same playground I did use so many times. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy the SVG. So I don't need to go ahead and do manual like adjustments. So just copy paste this one. I don't need the prompts here. Everything should be good. So with height, we got the path that we needed. There's actually one thing, I need this view box here. So I'm gonna copy the view box. I'm gonna disregard the width and heights for now because I wanna just fit whatever parent width and heights is available. So yeah, so that should be good in here. And yeah, so we can go back here. I can do drone SVG vertical. So this time now, because it's vertical, it should look a lot better. So if we go back here, yeah, there you go. So we got the vertical SVG now. It's actually pointing downwards. And we can adjust this to maybe 14 or something, just to make it a little bit smaller to match the design. So what is the design saying? Yeah, the design is very, very small. So yeah, this is how it should look like. And this is how we have it. All right, cool. So now we got the image in here. Right below the image, we also need a small, teeny, tiny label. There's going to be a span or a paragraph. I'm going to use a span for this. And I'm actually going to define this label. And so it's going to be a text, I think MD and, well, text gray 400. And it's going to have margin top of sort of 4, I guess. Okay, so class name. Label, and I don't know what does it say in here. So it just says your design. So I'm going to be your design. We got the label in here. I should have some padding. Also the top container in here, I should create some margin, or maybe it's better to create the margin. Let me see. So is it the same margin as between this and the others? Maybe it's better to create the margin on the arrows. So margin like Y, create like, I don't know, 8 or something for this arrows sort of margin. So if we go back, we've got the margin in here. This is the label. So we just need to go ahead and make sure we center all these things. So I'm gonna do items center. So we just go ahead and center all the things. Now we got the roast UI in here. Looks pretty good. Now right after the roast UI in here, we're gonna have the same thing. Gonna have the vertical drone arrow. And also gonna have like the text. So we already have the output. Did we already put an output? Oh, we didn't. So I'm going to put output label. So I'm going to have SVG in here. It's going to be text large, it's going to be text white, and it's going to be font maybe semi-bold, because we need to focus on these outputs. We don't need to outline them, like showcase them to the user that these what you're going to get from our service. So that should be good enough. I can put the span in here. I can put, I don't know, yeah, I'm going to use a paragraph. So class name, I'm going to use output label, and I can put like the text we've got right over here. So I can just go and copy paste the text right over there and go back here. I'm going to use the other text, or let me just copy paste this one. I know it's tedious copy pasting and stuff. So this should be the first one. This should be the second one. I'm going to just include right over here, improved UI UX design generated by AI. So this is the actual rendered output. Let's close in here because I think the text is overflowing. We need to put a maximum length or a maximum width on the text in here to make sure it fits inside of the container. So going back in here, so on the output label in here, I'm going to put a maximum width of a very small maximum width. I think this is very big, so I'm going to put a maximum width of, I don't know, 32 pixels, or maybe I'm going to try 20. See, well, that's horrible. Maybe SM. Yeah, SM is very bad too. So I'm going to go for 44. Will that match the design? Almost. 52. Yeah, I think that's good enough. And also I need to do text center to make sure that it goes right into the center. So right now the dev tools, so if I go and double check exactly what's going on with the design. So this is not taking the full width. So we have to make sure this takes the full width, like the output item. So I'm going to make sure it takes the full width of the container so we can like put it right into the middle. And we're also going to justify, I'm going to put items, so items around, or instead of doing that, I think we can just go and do gap, or this is the actual item. So, oh yeah, I was actually editing the wrong one. So I think I need to do justify between on this container, but it's not going to do anything. So I'm going to do gap X around 4. Let me try 10 and see how does it look like. I don't think there is a lot to do in here, but I think it's decent enough. I think it's pretty good so far. So that looks good. If you look back at the design, yeah, that's pretty accurate. There is a couple of issues. So there is the issue with, like, we didn't include any numbers in here, so we have to make sure to go ahead and include the numbers. And also these two arrows are a little bit big, so I would rather go ahead and use those very small arrows. So that actually gonna leaves us to use this really awesome feature from CVA, or class variance authority, which are variants. So I can use variants in here, so I can just go and create another object. I do variants, and I can introduce my variant in here, which I can call size. So size in here can be default size, which it uses by default, which gonna be just H14 and margin top 8. I think that's the default one. I'm gonna remove it from the top over there, and I'm gonna also make a small one. So the small one is gonna be H10 maybe, and margin top gonna be 6, a little bit smaller. That's for the arrow. So also after the variants, you can do default variants to make sure you introduce default variants. And a default variance from here, for example, for size, I can go ahead and use default. So that's how you set default variance, so you don't have to provide that. If you don't provide any variant, or if you don't provide a size variant specifically, the default variant in here would be applied by default. So that's good enough. I can go back to the arrow in here, and I can provide my variance by just providing an object. Actually, we don't need to put it over there. We need to put it over here. So I can just do size and small. Okay, so going back here, and size small. So going back, yeah, they are quite a lot smaller. Now for this span in here, what I also need to do, because we got the arrow, also I need to include like a number. So let me try to see if this is gonna work. So if I put it, it's not gonna look like as I anticipated. So I think I found the right class to use for this. I'm gonna just go and create a CVA for it. So I'm gonna do label or outputs number. I'm going to do CVA, and I'm just going to paste this one in. So absolute top 50% minus 10 pixels, so it goes a little bit higher. And the right here, we're going to calculate also 50% minus 20 pixels, so it goes, it doesn't go exactly in the middle, because in the middle we have the arrow, so it just goes a little bit to the margin on the right hand side, so you can see the actual number. All right, pretty cool. So we got the output number in here. We can just go and use it on both sides or both places in here. So I can do outputs, not item, but number. And I can copy the same thing in here. I've created a span for it. And take it or move it up there. So right inside the error in here. So I can just put that one in here. And instead of 2, we're going to have 1. If we go and look into it, yeah, we got 1 and 2, but we need to change like the color of this. So the color should be somewhere between like text gray 500 or something. Or I think 400 would be best. So 400, 500 in there. This looks pretty great actually. So you got the design in here, improve your design. You got the image, your design, the arrow in here pointing to the system itself. Then we got the 2 outputs in here. The first one is uncover UI UX design mistakes. Second one is improved UI UX design generated by AI. I think one last thing missing is this actual note in here, which we can go and add very, very quickly. So this note can be added right beneath this one by just going and doing maybe a span. I can do plus source code, and this one will be text XS. It will be text gray, maybe 400 as well. So yeah, there you go. So this is the source code. And text, or not text, it's font, should be light, not normal. So I don't know where's the plus sign though. Oh yeah, I need to use the HTML symbol for this one to work. So at plus in here for the plus sign. I'm not sure exactly, but I found one thing in here. So I need to do flex, or this has to be a flex, then a flex column for the other one to properly work. And also, I don't know, let me try the plus sign again. If not, it's barely visible. So I think it would be better to go ahead and use an icon instead of just putting the plus sign over there, because it's literally as very visible. Or maybe it's visible. Maybe I need to increase the size of this from XS to extra small. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, of course. Okay, I'm gonna stick to this because this is way much better. And hallelujah, now you got yourself this improve your UI design thing section with description, different images in here, the roast UI in here, and the 2 outputs, which looks pretty awesome. There's actually one teeny issue I just noticed is on the system image in here, we've used an unknown fonts or unloaded fonts on our website. So let me just go and fall back to what we're using in here, which is Enter fonts. So I'm going to go to this SVG. I'm going to look for font family. So it tries to use Enter, that's fine. But this Patrick Hand SC, well, no thank you. I don't need to do that. So just use Enter in here. And now because we're using Enter, we need to change the font size to something a little bit smaller. I think this is good enough. So yeah, it looks pretty good now. So roast UI, the logo, AI plus magic, and yeah, everything looks pretty sick. And I also tried to iterate on the design a little bit and make it a little bit bigger, so increase the width on the image and also on the system image in here, as well as the text or the output text in here. So yeah, it looks something like this, so it'd be a little bit better and people can see exactly what the design shows and everything. So yeah, pretty cool. So this section is done as well. All right, so now it's the time to actually implement the pricing cards or the pricing section for getting started, which is the most important section on any SaaS sort of website. This is actually where you drive conversions into your SaaS, and this is where people will be able to sign up, pay for your service, subscribe, something of that sort through these cards. So for example, for our service, maybe let's say we just want to get started with one only pricing tier. We don't want to do, as other SaaS provide like a cheap tier, a middle tier, and like an enterprise ready tier, because our tool, of course, when you're starting out, your tool is still in beta, still not tested by real users. So I want to just maybe include a very cheap tier for people to get started and reuse and make it super simple, super straightforward, no complications, no complicated tiers, because the more tiers you include, the more you're going to need to manage, a lot of subscriptions, a lot of headache that are going to go behind the scenes. So as simple as that, just keep things simple. All right, so for designing this one, I'm not going to go and design this from scratch. Luckily for us, there's a really awesome tool that I actually found online that you can basically use to generate ShadCN ready pricing compatible cards that you can just copy paste. If you're using ShadCN and Redux UI and Tailwind CSS, and literally just paste it into your projects and you're good to go. Of course, you can do the modifications you need however you like because you own the source code now. So the tool is called Chatcn Pricing Generator. It's from like Shipixin. Hopefully I'm spelling their name right. But once you go to the webpage and you can Google this out, if you just Google pricing page generator Chatcn, you're gonna find this one. If you click on generate your free page, so you're gonna just take you to this where you can style and include whatever you want inside of this, pricing card sort of thing with manual or with monthly, annual. You can literally customize however you like. And from this section right over here, this is basically where you include information. You can add pricing segments like yearly, monthly, maybe you want to add weekly. You can include different tiers. For example, you click on this one. This is tier 1, you can't disable it, but tier 2, you can disable tier 2. You can include tier number 3 and so on and so forth. So yeah, everything looks pretty great in here. I've already started and created 2 cards. So as I said before, I'm only going to use 1 starter card in here. I'm not going to use 2, but I'm going to leave this for the future and just to make it look really awesome for the users because, people like to see 2 things, but this will be disabled at launch. We're not going to use it but in the future, we're definitely going to need to include like a pro sort of plan for people to test or elevate their design scale sort of thingy with our Roast UI service. So I'm going to start with the first card in here. I'm going to actually start with a starter card. So I named this starter. It's actually on the sign up, and I think this is the URL it takes you to. So /subscribe. We can edit that later on inside of the code. So what is the actual description you want to provide in here? I'm going to do get a sense of Roast UI and start and become a better designer. Maybe that's good. Maybe you can think of something better, or I'll try to think of something better a little bit later on, but I think this works good as a first headline. Okay, so these are the features: multi-platform compatibility, real-time notification system, advanced user permission. I mean, we need none of these because we don't have any of these. For example, I'm going to do 50 designs per month. I mean, this is not the right one. Maybe I don't know, because I'm just putting this arbitrarily because we haven't decided about that yet. We're going to decide about that a little bit later on throughout the video, where we come to pricing and managing subscriptions and all those complicated stuff. But for now, I'm just going to put this as dummy data so we can copy paste our pricing cards just for now. But later on, we're going to do the real calculations behind the scenes. Maybe advanced design or UI design playground, and maybe like everything you need to become a better designer. Okay, or I think this is a little too long. Everything a designer. I'm gonna do UI design flows and recommendations or improvements. Yeah, I don't want that to go overflow. So I'm gonna do here flows, and I think I'm gonna include another one. So I'm gonna do UI design improvements. All right, so this looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this advanced, or maybe leave it. All right, so far so good. I'm just gonna leave it as is for now, like this. Let's say the monthly subscription price for the starter tier. Let's say this is gonna be like $14.99, or I don't know, maybe $9.99, and the annual of this like 120 something. So if it switch to annual, I'm going to do $120 per year, or maybe you're going to need a discount for this, so maybe $100 per year for this. So this looks good. So this is tier 1 for a pro. Well, I'm going to leave it as is for now because pro is not. Maybe I can just put this as disabled for now, or I can just leave it as is. So now, and maybe for the page description here, we can put save hours of moving buttons around and quickly find what's wrong with your designs with Roast UI. So just something simple in here. We can edit that later on in the code. That will be way much better. But for now, I can just go ahead and click on copy code in here. You've got Chatcn UI in here, Shipixin, Redux UI, Tailwind, and Tailwind CSS. Of course, when I use Chatcn UI in here, you've got to copy the vanilla CSS module in here, the pricing.module.css, and you've got to copy the page or the pricing page.tsx. So up here, we can just going to select everything or just copy to clipboard, go ahead and create a new pricing inside of the components, pricing.module.css, and put everything inside of that. And also index.tsx in here that we are actually going to put the main components right inside. So just pasting the component right over there, and yeah, make sure to install all the required Chatcn components. For example, the radio group in here I have missing. You need to install the label and the button as well. So for example, we're going to do pm dlx chassis URL latest add radio dash group. So you can go ahead and install the radio group for like component for us. All right, so that's good. So scroll down in here, we got the pricing page. I'm gonna turn this to, I'm just gonna make it like this, pricing, and I'm gonna remove the export default. So this is gonna use useState, which means it's gonna be a client component. I think we've got an error. I don't know why, but we've got an error. Implicit has an any type because expression string cannot be used in index type string, record string. I'm gonna use this as any. Is it possible? I don't know why it's actually complaining, but, or I think we need to do this like this. So yeah, just removing the string from here, it should be good for the discount price, and I think for the price as well, because we just need a record of string. That's better than just using one string value overall. So yeah, that's good. Let's just go ahead and render this to see exactly what we're dealing with and what we're working with, and we can make the needed modifications a little bit later on. So going back to the up in here page, improved UI design, and I'm just gonna go ahead and to render out the pricing right over there. So going back, removing this. So I don't know what happened for a second in here, but everything looks good now. And there you go. Now we got our pricing cards with this pricing section sort of thing. I'm not a big fan of this. I'm going to remove all of these because I need to use my own section, but I'm going to keep the others in here. I'm not sure why this design looked like this. But if we go back to the design here, I think the module is not missing. So we are actually importing this pricing.module.css. But anyway, so let's get started by removing this pricing sort of, yeah, I can't search for this, but I think this is a responsible part. So yeah, we don't need, let me double check. So what's going on in here? Yeah, we don't need this one. So we can go ahead, remove. So yeah, we don't have that one anymore. We still got monthly and yearly, and they change, they work perfectly. So right inside of this one, I need to use our showcase section because that's what we need to use. So showcase section, I can just put it down here. For the title, it's gonna be, I forgot what's the title inside of the design. Oh, get started now. Okay, that's better than saying just pricing. And we're also gonna need to provide a description for the users to actually get a grasp of what we are providing on this section. So that should be good. If we go back to the design, so get started now, we got a simple description in here. There's a lot of gap, and the only thing I'm not understanding here is why the styling is sort of missing in here. It doesn't show up as it did before on the web page in here. Maybe because if we're using dark mode, I'm not sure, but so yeah, probably a dark mode issue. So inside of the main div, I'm gonna go ahead and add dark, like just the dark class in here to tell you that we are using dark mode, and it immediately changes. So that's pretty good. There's still some flaws because these are supposed to be blue, but they are not blue. So I'm gonna go and check the check mark. So there's the check icon in here. It's using class name. It's uses the current color. So let me just double check exactly where this is being rendered. So it's gonna be feature text white or dark text black. So I'm gonna go back to the website, and I think it was a mistake. It didn't copy the right thing, or the website crashed or something, but I'm actually gonna go ahead and recopy this whole GSX thing. So I am literally gonna copy, or you know what, I'm gonna copy the whole file literally again, and just select the file in here, remove everything, go ahead and paste it again. So I know I'm gonna have a couple of issues, so I'm gonna fix the same issues as it did before. And there you go. So now after copy pasting it again, I think it was an issue with the styling. So it looks exactly as we anticipated it to be, and as we copied obviously from the website. So we got the bluish color here, the whitish color for the Pro. You can toggle between annually and monthly, which looks pretty sick as well. So I love it. And yeah, we got the two pricing cards in here. I got save 25%. We still got a huge gap in here, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix. I think it's mainly because of this. Maybe it's so frequencies, right? This has margin top, a lot of margin top. Yeah. And okay, so this banner text, which is right over here, I'm gonna hide this for now, or I don't know, it's rendering this way. So I'm gonna hide it for now. It's put in, and I'm gonna go ahead and check the dev tools if there is any still issues. So apparently there's margin 20. I don't know who did that margin 20 thing. Oh, it was, yeah, okay, so it makes sense. I think it was my margin 20, but still, I think it's fine because we have it throughout all the sections. which looks good. I just need to go through this frequency thing and do some margin bottom to be around 10 or something, right? So you can toggle easily between monthly and annually in here without any, complications, and the design looks pretty straightforward as well. Now, the last modifications we need to add right into this, the Pro card or Pro pricing tier, because we're not going to be using it right now. So we need to say, oh, this one is coming soon. It's not available just right now, but it's coming soon. So it's just there for display or showcase, but you can't click it. You can't actually subscribe through that tier. So we can actually go and fix that. First, I'm going to go to this pricing tier interface, which is like the interface that defines the objects of the different tiers. For example, it like the interface that tells you what properties should be used. So I'm actually going to extend this by adding coming soon. So I'm going to add this as a boolean, make it optional. So this coming soon in here can be added. For example, I can add it to the Pro tier and say, oh, coming soon. Now, inside of the Pro tier in here, I don't know exactly where this is being used, but I think this is tier. So tier button. So there's the button here. If it's sold out, you say sold out. I'm going to say if tier is dot coming soon. So I'll literally have to do this. Or to make things actually simple in here, I don't need to do double ternary sort of functions. I can just go and write up into the components right over here and say button text and make it equal the tier, but I don't want that exactly. So I'm going to say, so this will be a function that will take the tier. So I think it will take the pricing tier. It will return tier.cta. Okay. So by default, it will return this, but so I'm going to just go ahead and double check. So I'm going to use this. So if tier is sold out, I'm going to go ahead and return sold out. Okay. Otherwise, if tier.coming soon, so if the tier is coming soon in here, I'm just going to do coming soon and 3 dots to follow up. Else, I'm just going to go ahead and return the tier.cta in here to be used. So now we can just go and use this button text function and pass it the tier, and it should do the calculations for us. So simply just instead of doing this huge ternary stuff, it's always really good to use functions. Just pass it tier in here, and the function will do the magical thing of like if statements, what you should render. It will return the appropriate text for the appropriate state for the current state. So going back in here, we've got coming soon in here. We still are able to click on the button, but we don't want to. We also want to have like a strike through this. So let's go back. I think we got, this is the price suffix. So this is the section where it determines or it tells you the price. Like here in here, it says tier.pricing or tier.price. So instead of the class name in here, what I want is actually want to strike through the text, because saying like, oh, this is not valid yet or something. So it's not available or something. So I can do tier.coming soon. If the tier is actually coming soon, we can, so I can just go ahead and do if, I'm going to do line through, otherwise just do nothing. And make sure to include the comma on top in here. So this is actually how it looks like. We got the pricing, but it has like, like a line through something. So it tells you, oh, this is not available just yet. So stay away from this. We also need to make this button unclickable, so you can't like hover over it or something, because that's not available just yet. So going back to the button we saw before. So you just go to the disable property in here and do or tier.coming soon. All right, save that one. Now it's actually disabled because it's coming soon, so you no longer can click on this one. You can view it, but it still says coming soon, and it's actually have a strike through. But once you click it, actually still takes you to the web page. So I want to completely disable the on click. And also, so with that, we can just go ahead and do tier coming soon if we're going to pointer events none. Otherwise, we're going to just, so yeah, save this one. Good. Now I think hopefully I can no longer click it, because it seems, or it looks like we still can click on this. I think the reason why this is not working, because we've got an A outside of there. So we need to make sure that's disabled, and it's actually put in here. So tier.soldouts, or I'm going to do tier.coming soon and do pointer events none. So yeah, because we've got a hyperlink literally above or wrapping the actual button, that's why we still got that event. But now we should not. So as in here, if we hover over it, it has no pointer event or a clicky pointer event. But for this one, it works. If you click on it, it works as well. This one is coming soon. So yeah, pretty good. We got 2 pricing cards, one from this side, the other one from the other side. Maybe we should increase the pricing on this one because that would be a little weird if you don't. You just leave it as is in here. So I'm gonna increase this to be, I don't know, $15.99 and $100 and I don't know, $30 per year. Something, so not $15.99 in here. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. Now you got the Pro in here, you got the starter from this side. You've got pretty much the whole landing page. It looks pretty good. I really love this landing page from annual, monthly here. Even the getting started stuff looks pretty sick. So yeah, last thing in here left for us to do is the FAQ section with the collapsibles, so people can exactly see what our service does, and if they have any questions, they can just head over to this FAQ section and get all the needed answers. All right, perfect. So the last section that is So the last section in here that is still needs to be implemented for the landing page to be complete is the FAQ section, or the frequently asked questions, right over here, where people is just gonna scroll down in here and they're gonna find all the frequently asked questions with the right answers for them to help out, basically like understand our products, what we do with our products, if the product is going to work well for them, from like pricing stuff, subscriptions, what outcomes they're going to get, how the product is going to help them become, for example, for our products over here, become better designers and design better designs, or even for non-designers to be able to put their designs into the test. For example, I'm not a designer, and this service would absolutely help me out because sometimes I'm not sure about the fundamentals or stuff like that, and I put together a quick design of Figma, and I'm not sure if I'm doing the right UI UX sort of principles, if I'm doing something wrong, something bad, something that's going to make the user experience really bad. So something like this, where an AI-powered sort of like application like Roast UI, where I give it my design and it just like processes my design. It tells me, oh, you've got a bad thing in here, here, so I can learn from my mistakes. And it actually also gives me like a recommendation or improved design, like a suggested improved design. So it could help me out see exactly what is the difference between a bad design and a good design. All right, so it's pretty simple, pretty cool. Now for FAQ in here, we're actually using accordions. And if you're not familiar with accordion components, actually, hopefully, it's actually very simple. So you've got like a bunch of accordion stacks on top of each other's. Each one is actually for a question. And as soon as you click on it, for example, you click on the arrow in here to open the accordion, and you're gonna find the answer of the question. So technically in here, you're gonna actually, read everything. If you try to open up, for example, another one right over here, the other one, the currently active one, is gonna collapse, gonna close, and it's actually gonna trigger the new one to open. So like that's always means there's only one single question open at a time, and you can view still like, click on any question to open and close the currently open question. So likely for us in here, Chatien offers the same thing, and it has an accordion component. It's super nice and super easy to use. So it looks something like this. So you click on it, it kind of like, shows you exactly the contents of the question, or basically the answer in for our case, and it closes the currently open question or accordion. So it has something like this, and is very, very nice animation. So to get started with this one, is very simple. All you got to go ahead and do is just go in and copy the PNPM one, go back in here, open up the terminal. So I'm going to open up the terminal right over here. I'm going to do PNPM DLX, Chatien, and add accordion. Now, the next thing in here, of course, we need to go ahead and add a new component to add it to the landing page in here. So something like the, good or bad versus bad UI sort of section. So I'm simply just going to go and copy this one and go to the components folder in here. I'm going to do FAQ. So I can call it FAQ just like this, simple enough. I'm going to do index.tsx, and of course I'm going to export a function of FAQ. So this one should go ahead and return something out of this. So like I'm going to return the, show selection sort of components. So this is basically our section in here. We need to give it a title. So let's go ahead and see exactly what we have on the design in here. So the title is going to be frequently asked questions. So I can easily go and copy this one, paste it over there. Description is going to be, you have another question, you can contact me on Twitter or by email. So I think this is actually pretty good. It might need, because right now we only are supporting to pass text through this one, but we should also be able to support passing nodes. So I think if you go inside of the components, you see the description in here, I can do string or react.node. I think I do React node. Okay, so this description in here could be a React node. So we can pass in whatever we want. Now, instead of a text, we can actually go ahead and pass something like, a fragment. So we don't create another component, like another nested component inside of this one. And this should have a text. So right above the text in here, so you can contact me on Twitter. So you see this one, let me delete this. So Twitter, I can go and use a next link. So put that between Twitter, and for example, I'm going to do my Twitter account in here. I'm going to just do where it takes me to Twitter, and by email. So I think I can do link to as well, right? By email. So email, I think you can use the email to, for example, I can use my email islam.coder1@gmail.com, which is like my channel's email. So I think that should be good, maybe. Maybe you should put the targets to be equals to blank so it can open up on a completely separate window or separate page, and it doesn't redirect from our website. So we always have our website over there. I think we can do that same thing over here for the Twitter account as well. So I'm going to put my Twitter account as well in here. So /i_pinwis. Okay. Hopefully this should work. Hopefully, I'm not sure just yet, but I can just go ahead and put hello in this section. Now I go back to my main homepage, and I'm gonna do the FAQ component section. So I can go and render this out. Going back to localhost 3000 over here. Maybe we need to go to refresh, and there you go. Now we got our section, frequently asked questions, and you can have another question. So contact me. You can go Twitter. Well, I mean, yeah, it takes you to Twitter and email, and you can go to email.to, but maybe we should do an ender-line for this, or because it doesn't have any interactions, which makes it very bad. Or maybe we should just go in and use a hyperlink instead of a next.js link component. Maybe that would be better. I don't know. It sort of got that, but I can do class name ender-line. Okay, so let me just see how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks way much better. It's just by putting the ender-line into this. I can just copy this class name again and put the ender-line as well over there. And there you go. So now by Twitter or by email, maybe you should do the email like this. And yeah, hallelujah, that looks pretty cool. Now, how can we implement this FAQ stuff? So we already got the accordion from the ShadCN library, which is pretty good. So let's go ahead and create an object to make this a little bit more extendable. So like whenever we feel like we want to change one of these FAQ questions or change or alter any of these answers or even add to the list. So we don't want to go ahead and actually change the whole source code, which probably going to take a lot of time. So we need to just go and abstract this into a global config object for our project. So whenever we feel like we want to change something, we can just head over to that config object, we add or alter whatever we want, and we're done with it. That's probably going to just take us 1 minute instead of 20 minutes just digging around the code after 6 months where you literally remember nothing about the code you wrote. So, okay, fair enough. So let's go ahead and do this one. So we've already created this. I think we've put it inside of the config. So yeah, up.TypeScript in here. I've got navigation menu already, so that's pretty good. Let me just collapse this. So I'm going to create an FAQ object in here, and this is not going to be an object, it's going to be an array of different objects. So the objects here is going to have this sort of form where we've got a question in here. So this is the question, and then you can paste something to this. So this is the question, and we got an answer for this. So maybe I can just copy the answer that I've already got in here, and I can go and copy these objects. So just for testing purposes, so we can have something to work with, or we can have some data. So yeah, question answer inside of the FAQ, which is an array of objects, pretty good. So we can go back to our components in here, which is the FAQ components that we've already created. So this is actually where we put the content. Now let's go back to ShadCN and see exactly how things work. And I think I'm already missing some config in here. I need to add some keyframes for the animation for this sort of like, opening, closing sort of animation that I've totally forgot about. So I'm going to go and copy this keyframes and animation. I think I should be good. So I'm just going to copy this one, go back to the Tailwind CSS config. So I've already got a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure exactly where this sits inside the extend. So this is basically the extend. I'm going to just go down right before it ends. We've already got, I think I've already added this one. I don't know how, but I think I've already added this one because we've got accordion up in here, accordion down. So I think I probably already have added this one, but yeah, if you haven't already added this one, make sure to go ahead and add it, or whatever, chat scene component you're trying to use, make sure to always add the required animations and stuff. All right, so that's pretty good. Now we can go back in here to this example. I can go ahead and copy it as is, starting from this accordion, because this looks pretty good and this is exactly what we need. So I'm gonna go back to this section and I'm gonna start just gonna importing stuff. So this is the accordion item, trigger, content. So that's good. Yeah, I think I've got everything. So technically I think we just need this accordion item because now we're going to loop through a list or, the FAQ array we've already created and actually render every single one. So I'm going to just go and do up. I think I'm going to import this. I'm going to do FAQ map. So I'm going to do FAQ in here or just going to be question, I guess, index. So this one, I'm just going to go and render this item for every single FAQ object. Don't forget about the key, or otherwise React is going to complain about this one every single time. So this is basically the question that should be asked. I'm going to do question. Maybe you should not name that variable question. Maybe item is better, but whatever. Okay, question.answer. Okay, so that's good enough. Let's go and see how that looks just as a first glance sort of thing. Okay. There you go. So we got the accordion. I don't know why it starts sort of very small. Then as soon as you open this one, yeah, I bet it needs a little bit of styling because it looks very weird. So I think for fixing this one, we can just go back to this showcase section sort of component and we go to this div. So we've got the contents, right? I'm going to make sure this always takes full width, right? And I can go back in here. So now I think this is not going to be good because it's going to take way too much width. So for this one, I'm going to just go ahead and wrap this with another div, and that's going to make it quite interesting. So once you wrap it, I'm going to do class name again equals. I can go and create. So I'm going to do inner container maybe. I'm going to use CVA as always, and for this one is going to be full width, but we're going to also have a constraint of a maximum width of, I don't know, large or let's go and test it out large and see how it does. So we got inner container, just gonna call this one. It's good. Now this takes full width. Yeah, there you go. It looks pretty good in here. I think there's one more thing we need to do is actually make sure they are centered horizontally. And there you go. So it looks pretty good in here, centered. We've got all the questions. But if you notice one teeny tiny flaw, so if you click on one of these, like all of them expands and collapses at the same time. So we got to figure out an issue in here where we are basically using the same value. And this is basically the value that is used to determine which accordion item is open and which is not. So for this one, we probably need just going to use a different value for this. I don't know, I think maybe just an index will be perfect because every single one of these just going to be a simple index. It's going to have a completely different one. So if you probably click on one of these, so why the first one is not working? Yeah, I think first one is 0, so it doesn't work. But yeah, as soon as you add into it, there you go. It works perfectly. So if you click on one of these, the other one collapses and you've got this, wave opening the others and it looks pretty sick. So I absolutely love this one. So I also try to go ahead and add a class name in here of text large for the question, just to make the question a little bit bigger in here. And probably, well, I think the answer is good. Now, if we check back our design in here, we've got this, I don't know, maybe should we add this or should we not add this? Because it looks pretty cool this way. So maybe we should not. Well, yeah, let's go and see when we add the other one, the other sort of container style over here, how would it look like? So yeah, if we go back in here, I think we can add it to this item in here where we got the inner container. So I can introduce some padding from the top of like 5, and padding X would be a little bit more than 8 because, okay, if we double check, I think it's vice versa. So this is the Y and this is the X. And I can go ahead and do background to be gray or maybe not too gray. Or, well, I'm going to go ahead and test out gray. So gray 500 or a little bit more, 700. Let's see how that looks like. So yeah, the color is really not good. So it doesn't exactly match what I want. Maybe I can just go and copy the color from here and go back to background color and just paste this one. And even make it a little bit more darker because big fan of the dark gray sort of color. Also, if you notice, we also need to do rounded to be LG. Padding white is a little bit too much. So maybe just 6. I don't know. Yeah, that's decent. Well, I think we need to increase the padding of X padding. So maybe just directly go to 10 or maybe more. 14. Okay. So yeah, 14 is too much. I'm just going to stick with 10 and probably just make this 4. So we match the same thing. I don't know why we have these lines at the bottom. Maybe I can go ahead and completely disregard those. So if I go to the accordion item, I need to double check for, yeah, as Christian here, there's bottom bottom. So that's what adds the bottom. I can go ahead and disregard this for now, or I don't know, maybe I should just go ahead and do like overwrite this on the accordion item as well. So I can just do border B to be 0 just to completely disregard this. And there you go. So we got ourselves something like this where it looks pretty cool, pretty nice. Yeah, we've got a bunch of items. You can go and open it up. Yeah, I don't know, but I still feel like we need to add a little bit of padding from the top and the bottom. So maybe we should add, I don't know, 8. Yeah, it looks way much better, I guess. And maybe we need to add a little more questions because those are not a lot of questions to start with. So I'm going to go up in here, copy paste this one, just add 2 to see how that would look like. Oh yeah, hallelujah. So it looks pretty decent. Where you can click, you've got this one open, you've got collapsibles, you've got really nice stuff. So yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe we just need one last touch, which is just making this a little bit more darker because now it looks way much too grayish. So yeah, darker, even more darker. I'm a big fan of dark, so as you might probably already noticed, but yeah, if you haven't already, there you go. You've got my word on it. So yeah, looks pretty decent. I love it. So to generate the actual FAQs and like question and answers, so I try to go ahead and actually to ChatGPT and describe exactly our SaaS or our application in here, what it does. So something like, oh, we're building a new SaaS startup that allows designers, developers, or anyone to provide their design as an image. Our AI-powered app will analyze the design and tell what is actually wrong with it regarding UI UX design principles and what are the recommended improvements. So it will also then suggest like a new improved design starting from the original design generated by AI. And here I'm just asking it, oh, can you suggest 10 or more FAQs with this format? Question Q, answer A. So I'm going to go ahead and submit this and hopefully it will answer me correctly. I think this is now going to use GPT 4.0, so it should be pretty accurate. And there you go. So now ChatGPT took a considerable amount of time to get a response, but there you go. It tried to suggest 10 FAQs, which I've been reading through and actually is pretty good. But there is actually some stuff that are wrong. So they gave us like the format, they gave us the actual FAQs, or frequently asked questions, and they gave us exactly how we should answer this. But of course, we should alter these to match or work with our sort of SaaS or application to, you know, make it perfect and adequate for the users that's going to use our stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and copy this one. I'm going to go and copy every single one of these questions, and I'm just going to put it in here. Or maybe we should go ahead and ask it, can you convert each question answer into this JSON format? So I'm going to give it the JSON format. So the JSON format will be question, and answer. So let's see. Maybe it's going to give us that JSON instead of just going and hard coding everything and spending a lot of time on this. Maybe ChatGPT is going to be helpful for once. And there you go. It gave us the JSON. So it looks exactly as we anticipated it. So it looks pretty good. Now I can go back to the configuration in here where I've put every single Q&A. I can delete every single one of these, and I can just go ahead and paste exactly what ChatGPT offered us from question and answer. I think it puts another array, which I do not need because I've already got the other one. So yeah, so far so good. I think this is pretty good. Going back to our application in here, and there you go. So like, oh, what types of design? I've got all the questions in here. There's one teeny tiny issue that I noticed is I think when the question is too long, it puts it in the center and it kind of like wraps around that, or the sentence wraps. So I don't want to do this. I just want to, I want this to be so everything looks exactly the same way. So I'm going to do XL for this. So XL is not good, not enough to be specific. Even still not enough. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Okay. But at least at least we got everything that we need. I feel like this is very small text that needs to be changed. So I'm going to change the answer text in here. I'm going to create const answer content. You guys CVA. So I'm going to use text gray. Okay, so I'm going to see 400 maybe. So put the answer content in here. Class name, answer content, call that one. Going back. So the grayish color is good, but I think it feels like more of a boldish, right? So maybe it should also do font to be normal instead of bold. I think that's way much better, I believe. Well, maybe I think I'm going to stick with light because light in here is so much better. It's easier to read compared to the previous one. So I think this is good enough, or I don't know. The size for me feels pretty strange. So I'm going to do text base in here. Yeah, I think that is way much better, easier to read, very simple and straightforward. So I love this one. So yeah, I think I'm going to stick with this one for the FAQ section, frequently asked questions, for the different stuff, like the different questions we've got. There's actually one thing I might want to change, which is the answer. So I've already got a class name on this, which is quite big. So yeah, what type of designs can I have? I think this is better, right? I don't know. You guys tell me. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stick with this one, but there's one teeny tiny thing is I'm going to make this smaller again by either 3XL or, okay, maybe, let me try 2. Will it fit? No, it won't. We got one nasty, very long question in here, which I'll probably will change later on because I'll go through every single one of these and try to make sure they've got the right contents, they've got the right answers, because I don't want to mislead the users or something. This is a very important thing, so you should focus on this. So I'm going to try to actually go through in every single one of these and accurately answer these questions, maybe remove some of these questions because they're not relevant to our application in here or something. I'm just going to make sure this is really perfect. So hallelujah. So we've got the FAQ section, get started in here, good, improve your design, bad versus good UI, and the hero landing page section in here with the navbar logo, the sign up login. They all look pretty awesome and pretty great. So for us in here, for the landing page is we only got the footer in here left. That's basically the only thing that is left that is needed. It's a very simple footer, and I chose to go with this footer because it's very straightforward. It doesn't have so much clutter. Maybe later on we can make it a little bit larger and we can add the main links like help, about and stuff. But for now, just keep it simple, stupid. Or stupid simple, however you want to call it. So I'm going to go back in here, collapse or close all the active or open editors. I'm going to go to components, and I'm going to create a footer. So inside of this one, index.tsx again, as always. So I'm going to create a footer, not a function. Probably not going to need any props for this. So the footer in here is going to just have a div, like a very large, big div. I'm going to have another inner div inside of it because it's always good practice to use one like is, the parent container. The other one is the inner container. They can put the contents inside of the inner container. You can do whatever styling to the parent container. This way it's pretty simple and very straightforward. So here I'm going to create container for the CVA. The other one, inner container for the CVA as well. And I totally forgot that I need to import this CVA. So the first one is going to be just flex. You're going to have padding X of 4, padding Y, maybe of 2. I think this is good. The other one is going to be flex again. You're going to have items, or yeah, I'm going to use justify center to make sure I center this horizontally. I'm also make sure I do items center to make sure they are like vertically centered as well. I'm going to do width to be full, and this needs width full as well before I forget. Okay, so the footer in here, container, this is inner container before I forget, and here I'm going to have my footer. So I'm just going to do a very quick test render just to see how things look, and we can move on from there. So going back to the page, I think we can put it on the layouts. I think it's safe enough to put it on the layout. Or maybe let's just put it for the page in it right now. That should be simple enough. Okay, I'm going to, let me see if I put it over here. Footer, import the footer, and there you go. So we got a footer right below in here. Now I need to know exactly what is the height of this footer. So it's 69. Okay. I'm gonna do 70. Height is going to be, oh, it's in pixels, so I probably need I don't know, what is 70? 16, I don't know. I'm gonna stick with 20 in here for 80 pixels height. And we have in here for the designs in here, we have a very cool border top that is 3 in stroke, and this is basically the color of that border. Maybe I'm gonna just, well, I'm gonna use border T for 1, and I'm gonna do border T gray, what gray? 600 maybe. So see how that looks like. Yeah, it looks decent, but I think I might want to go a little bit higher for 800 just to make it very, very cool and blends with the rest of the design. So this is actually pretty simple, straightforward. Okay. And I think the height in here is pretty huge. So we might want to go ahead and, I don't know, where is it? So is it 16? Okay, it's 16. So I'm going to stick with 16 because I think that will be way much better. Yeah, it is. All right, so now we're going to put the contents. So the contents should be pretty simple. Should have just, this all rights reserved company name on the left-hand side, and all the way to the right-hand side, I'm going to have Twitter, GitHub, and YouTube channels, or YouTube links. Yeah, so that should be pretty simple, as I said before. So I'm going to first go and copy the content of this one, go back. This is the inner footer. I'm going to put a small span, and this is where I'm going to put the contents. So the span in here is going to be copyright text, because CVA. I'm going to do text. I'm just going to leave it base, I'm going to do text gray, or maybe not too gray, slate 200, and font to be normal as well. Or maybe it's a little bit gray. So I'm going to increase this slate sort of color. I'm going to use this copyright right over here as a class name. As always, we do that. So copyright text. So I got the span in here. Looks, I think looks decent. There's one thing about the inner container in here, because right now we're putting justify center, which we should not, but instead we should do justify between, I think. Or yeah, I'm just going to use between. I'm not going to use space around. So yeah, there you go. So it sits all the way to the left-hand side in here. We might want to increase the padding, but I think, I think we can go and increase the padding. Padding X to be 6. Is 6 enough? Or I'm going to strictly go to 10. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it looks pretty good. We might also just make the text in here a little bit smaller, like this one. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Now for the icons. So the icons in here, we got the YouTube channel, GitHub, and Twitter. So if we like icons, we're going to use a really awesome library that's called Lucid Icons. So we go to Lucid Dev. This is basically going to give you a huge list of icons. This is basically what Chassis also uses. It's pretty easy, pretty simple to install, and it's pretty much available everywhere from React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, so much more. So I'm going to just use the React one. I'm going to use PNPM. As always, going to copy that one, open up the terminal, go ahead and paste that PNPM to install Lucid React. All right, so once that one is done, so simply, all you gotta simply just go ahead and do, import whatever icon from Lucid React in here, and it's gonna do the job for you. So that's as simple as that. That's all you need to do. And yeah, so you can go ahead and check out all the icons. I think if we go on the top, and you're gonna find all the list of icons. So first, I'm gonna search for YouTube. So we've got the YouTube icon in here. I can just go and copy the SVG, or sorry, the GSX. You can even copy the SVG. That's what I really like about it. So this span in here, or it's probably not going to be a span, right? It's going to be a div, and that div is going to hold a bunch of links or spans. Probably spans. Yeah, I'm going to use spans for this. So I'm going to have one for YouTube, one for GitHub in here, and last but not least, let's not forget about Twitter or X. And now I can go ahead and paste this YouTube thing in here, and make sure just go and import it from Lucid, which I can go ahead and do on the top. So import YouTube from Lucid React. All right, can you do this? Oh, you can't. Hopefully it's not going to include all the icons into the bundle. I hope so. It says YouTube is deprecated. Okay, why is that? Can you please elaborate? So technically they're saying deprecated, and it's going to be removed soon regarding this issue in here, and you should use this simpleicons.org. So let me just look into the issue real quick. So apparently in here, they want you to not use the brand icons, any brand icons like YouTube, Twitter, GitHub, literally any brand icon from the Lucid library. But instead, if you go to this simpleicons.org and you download the icon from there. And the way to download, just you click on it in here. After, of course, you search, for example, YouTube, you go and click on it, download it, which basically going to copy it as an SVG. So you can put it in your project as an SVG and you can use it, which I'm not really against, but I think I'm not sure exactly why they want to do it this way. Maybe they should have a pretty solid reason why do it this way exactly. But yeah, we can just go and work with this. So I'm going to copy the SVG in here of YouTube. Should be simple enough. So I'm going to go back in here as I did always with these SVGs and stuff. So I can go to the public one in here and I can do youtube.svg. Okay, I'm going to paste that one. We got youtube.svg in here. It should be a raw image. I'm not sure about the color exactly, but it should work, hopefully. Okay, let me go back in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and use the image. So the image here, I'm going to import the image component from next.js, and I'm going to go on the top over here to import YouTube SVG from, I'll go to public, or I don't think you can go to public, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. I shouldn't be putting it inside of the public, but instead I should be putting it inside over here, inside of the images. So that's the YouTube SVG. So I'm going to go at images, then youtube.svg. So this way it's going to import the YouTube SVG for us. So later on, I can just go and do src YouTube SVG dot. I don't know exactly how Next.js now processes this. So, okay. So let me just put this SVG like this. Maybe just renders the SVG directly. So with no interference from this, I'm going to reload my, little application in here. So I tried to do it this way, tried to import it immediately like this, but it didn't work. So apparently there's maybe a plugin or something you need to install in Next.js, but I'm not a big fan of putting it this way, to be honest. So this one, I'm going to go to the SVG in here, which I already created. I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to do literally the same thing I did before. So I'm going to create another component. I'm going to do icons. And inside of it, I'm going to create, for example, YouTube icon.tsx. So that should be good enough. Let me just going to close this because we don't need it. So I'm going to do import or export function, which is the YouTube icon, which I'm just going to go ahead and return this SVG as is. Literally no touch into this. So now using this SVG icon sort of components, I can just go to render it however I like. So going back in here to the footer, so I can just put YouTube icon. There you go. That should render it. Now I'm just worried about like how would it look like exactly. Now, and there you go. You just need to include flex in here. I converted that into a div as well, so I should probably do the same thing for the rest of these two things in here left. So I got flex, width 5, height 5, and I got both YouTube icons in here. And yeah, just width and height in here to be auto. They are by default in auto, so you can safely remove that without any issues. So you got YouTube icon in here, and I can just go and last here just do fill to be white, to have the white color in here. And there you go. Now we got the icon in here. I don't know if you can see it because I'm literally hiding that one with my camera, but there you go. You should see it right now. The YouTube icon in here, and we can go ahead and do the same thing for the rest of the icons. So searching, for example, for GitHub in here. So I can go ahead and use or copy this GitHub icon, go back and literally do the same thing for the YouTube icon in here we did for the YouTube icon over there. And there you go. Now we've added every single one of these, the YouTube icon, GitHub icon, and X icon instead of Twitter because there's no Twitter anymore. Awesome. So you got 3 divs in here. I've got no styling for it. I need to go ahead and do icons container. So create a CVA for it. I'm going to do flex. I'm going to have a gap of X between those of 2, 3-ish. Got the icon container in there. So I'm going to do class name, icons container. And also, instead of putting a class name in here, I should go ahead and copy this and create a CVA for it so we can reuse it across everything. So I'm going to do icon. I'm going to put it over there. So flex, and don't forget the fill white to make sure we have that. So class name. And also went ahead to create it. I used the link, Next.js link in here to make sure like whenever we click on it, it takes us to the actual link over there. So that's pretty good. And also I actually abstracted the links. For example, for the Code One YouTube, I went to my application config. Remember the objects, the global object we created before, which has all the config from FAQ, navigation menu. Now it has the social links where you have Code One YouTube channel link, the X portfolio link, and the GitHub portfolio link. So this way, whenever you feel like you want to update something or add something to it, you can easily do it without digging deeper into the code and actually changing the actual code. You just go back to this config in here, you update the config, and you're good to go. So now it looks something like this with the class name icon, and we've got an abstracted icon in here, abstracted icons container for, all of these icon containers in here, and every single one has an icon styling for this one. So they looks pretty good. So they all have the same styling, and now we got a really awesome footer. And there you go. Now we've got a full landing page, a full SaaS roast UI application landing page with a hero section in here and a bunch of other sections from bad versus good code UI to improve your UI design in here. I don't know why this one is messed up. I don't know what's for reason, but I can fix that quickly. And we got the pricing cards in here. They look pretty sick as well, where people can click and subscribe. The FAQ section in here where people can see all the frequently asked questions about products, and they can get answers. And last but not least, this really simple minimal footer in here where people can see exactly what's happening. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. So this copyright symbol in here, I need to go ahead and actually bring an actual copyright symbol. So if you just simply Google HTML copyright symbol, you're gonna end up to give you this symbol. So either you can use the hexadecimal one, or you can just use this one. So @copy then a colon. So I think that should be good. So I can replace this C with the @copy, go back to right over here, and there you go. We got our copyright symbol in there. Looks pretty cool. All right, so the next thing in here we want to implement is the authentication part, where the user can actually sign up and log in, and everything that goes behind authentication. So I've got a couple of designs or mocks for how the authentication should look like. It should be pretty simple. It should be a single page with a card, and that card should give you the ability to log in using username and email, or email and password, or using OAuth stuff like continue with Google, continue with Github. We may add another ones, but I think those are pretty good. Google is probably the most famous one that a lot of people are going to use. I love Google. I love the continue with Google. Just so convenient, so easy to use, and very fast. So I might use that. GitHub as well is pretty good, but it might be a little tricky to set up. So I'm not sure about that one just yet, but definitely adding Google in here. And just to start with, just as a beginning, for now, we're not going to go ahead and care about the email and password authentication. We'll leave that for later on. But for now, we just want to do OAuth stuff, because I think for me, that's should be everything that you need for allowing the users to access your application. So for that one, we're going to use one awesome library that I've actually explained in previous videos, and a lot of people loved it. I love it personally. It's implementing authentication by your own, but not going into the weeds of it and the details. You're only just gonna call a couple of stuff in Next.js. It has a really nice provider, and you just call it a done thing. Of course, it works with a database. You gotta have set up a database as well. And this one is called AuthJet, which previously was known as next.auth. Then later on, it converted into AuthJet. I think because they wanted to cover up as many authentication options as possible, like Svelte, Quick.js. I think there's more in here. Literally all the frameworks are supported in here. I'm not sure about vanilla JavaScript. No, there's no vanilla JavaScript. Maybe there is, but probably not. No. So obviously what we care about is the Next.js part, which is the most important part in here. It's easy to explain, and it's super easy to use as well. And also, in the meantime, we will also set up database, because this will need a database option working on, because we need to save the user credentials and stuff. So we will set up a simple SQLite database that lives inside of our machine. And later on for the deployments, there's actually a really nice way for deploying SQLite for distributed SQLite deployments, and it costs literally $0, and it's very easy to use, just something like Prisma or Drizzle. So everything should be flawless, should work fine, and it should be good to go. So right now in here, we can clearly say that AuthJS in here is going through this migration process of going from V4, which is the stable one, into the V5, and the V5 is actually in the beta release. And, they just telling you can go ahead and use the beta one or not. I mean, for me, it should be just fine, because I want to go with V5, but I don't want to migrate later on, which is going to be a little hectic. And as far as I heard, that the version 5 is super easy to work with, straightforward, and absolutely loving it. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump with a V5 in here. I'm going to select the Next.js one. It's going to give you all the details of how you set it up and what dependencies you need to install. So first, obviously using pnpm, I'm going to go ahead and copy this one for installing the beta one. Then I'm going to set up a couple of environment stuff for secrets and configuration. I mean, as long as you follow the setup instructions in this page, you're going to be setting up in this in 5 minutes or less. So jumping back to the app in here, I'm going to go ahead and open up the terminal real quick. So I'm going to open up the terminal here. And I'm just going to paste npm add next auth beta. So just go ahead and install this. While it's installing, we can jump back in here and you see like the only environment variable that we inventory is the auth secret, and it's going to be like a random value used for the library to encrypt the tokens, which is like, this is how authentication works. You have to set up this auth secret with a very complicated sort of like password, which is most of the time going to be random. It's going to be sitting around inside of an environment variable, and it's going to be used by next auth to, make it work properly. So I'm just going to copy this one as well, npx auth secret, and so this should be good. I'm going to do npx auth secret. Should go ahead and I don't know if it's going to create like an env for me or something, but yeah, it's asking if I can install these kind of packages. Yes, but I mean, yeah, I shouldn't use this. That's the thing I hate. So I'm going to use pmpx because I'm using pnpm, and I'm going to use npx, which is, working or works with npm. So switch in here to pmpx auth secret. There you go. So we've created this. It created for us an env.log one. There you go. So this is the auth secret in here. It has been added. It just telling you that it's been added by automatically, and this is like very random thing, and you can treat this as very secure, like your password kind of thing. So never share this. Only keep it in the environment variable. Never push it in code. As long as you do that and you follow these kind of like instructions, you're good to go. All right, pretty cool. So next here, I'm going to do the configuration. So I'm going to create an auth.typescript, which is going to be inside the root of our projects, and I'm just going to put this one in here just for configuration. It's going to act like a config file where you're going to specify all the adapters inside of it and everything. So it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be inside the src or not, but probably not. So it's going to be auth.typescript. And yeah, so you're going to import from next auth, and it's just going to have a couple of like variables here and there. I think I'm probably going to move this inside of the src because it's going to be used by the application, I'm guessing. So I'm going to leave it over here. But yeah, I mean, they just like file the root of your app with the following content. I mean, the root of your app should be here, but like, let's keep it in here. If we have any issues, we can move it around. And the other step in here, we need to like go in and create a route handler that has this specific name in here. So we can go and copy this. This will be used for authentication. So just like go ahead and do it, because later on when you provide the providers in here, for example, do OAuth for Google or OAuth for GitHub, this is like the route handler is going to be called behind the scenes, because it's going to act like a backend API that's going to be used for the actual authentication logic that's going to happen behind the scenes between next auth in here and next.js itself. So going back in here and go into the app, and I'm going to create, I don't know, what's that folder. So it's app API auth. Okay. So I'm going to go API. Oh, it's not a file. Yeah, sorry. So API, going to be auth. I think I'm in the right track in here. So auth, then it's going to have this. So this will act like another folder. And the file is going to be route.typescript. So there you go. So this is where things should happen. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this one exactly as is. Paste it over here. That's good. Last thing in here, go ahead and add a middleware. And this is like an optional, but it's better to add this for making the session live or keeping the session live. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later on. But for now, just go ahead and put a middleware. And the middleware should be inside of the src in here. So I'm going to go middleware.typescript. And we can paste the same thing from the middleware in here. All right, pretty cool. So now we can jump to the authentication section, and here we can either choose OAuth, magic links, credentials, or web authn. I don't know what's that in, but probably going to just, for now, use OAuth as I said before. And this section in here has like an FAQ kind of like section, and it has this question in here, do I need a database? So here it says like you don't need a database, obviously, because they use cookies, and that's how authentication should be done. So like secure cookies, more particularly with GWT or JSON Web Tokens, and things gonna flow like smoothly. But if you need to persist user data, you have to sign up a database, which I think we will need to do that, because obviously for the user going to have a lot of like designs he's going to use for roasting UI and stuff like that. So definitely needed a database sooner rather than later. Perfect. So jump into OAuth in here, and I'm going to choose, so they have these like OAuth providers. I'm going to choose Google, and you have to first register your OAuth app inside of Google's dashboard, and this is mandatory. So it's very simple for Google. So just go ahead and Google search Google OAuth 2.0 or Google OAuth or whatever, just click the first link in here and it should take you to like this article which explains how OAuth works, which I would recommend actually reading if you are new to OAuth or you don't know exactly what OAuth is or how it works and all the kind of like the details behind the scenes of how OAuth works and why it's super great. So after reading this, you can go and click Google API Console. That's going to take you to Google's API Console in here for your account. So I have my account in here. I've got a bunch of them, like a bunch of apps throughout years, one for tutorials, one for, testing and stuff. So I got a lot of them in here. And to create another one, just go ahead into the credentials part, go create a credential, choose OAuth Client ID, and then choose Web Application. And this will give you web clients, or you can give it whatever name in here. I'm going to do Roast UI. I'm going to do Roast UI OAuth. Just going to make it a little more simple for us to know exactly what it is once we look into this after 6 months or something. And for the authorized redirects URIs in here, which is like the callback URL. So this is basically like where after the authentication happens with Google, where Google should redirect the user back, which means like what is the URL inside of your application that the user is going to see after the authentication is successful or has issues or something like that. So for this one, it's quite an issue because it needs an actual domain so Google can actually call that domain. So you can't work with localhost most of the times, but we can go and try it out with localhost. For now, if it doesn't, there's actually a quick trick that we could do just to make this work. So the auth providers that Next.js Auth provides is this one. So API Auth, callback, Google. So if we go back here, we can just go and put it. And I'm going to just put HTTP localhost. And I don't know what the port that this is actually running on. So I'm guessing this is 3000. If I scroll up, yeah, that's 3000. So I'm going to put 3000 for now. I hope this works. If it doesn't, we can figure out something else. There's actually a quick trick to do that. But there you go. So creating this, it should go and create, and it's going to give you like two things, client ID and client secret. So just go and copy the client ID, put it in here inside of like env.local as an environment variable for this to work. Put that client ID, put the client secret. Of course, do not share this with anybody else. Just put it over there, and that should just take them and redirect them to your Google OAuth sort of application kind of thing. All right, so that's cool. Now, next step in here is actually setting up the provider. So set up a provider here. It's actually going to allow you to enable the Google sign-in option in Auth.js configuration, and that's the config that we've created before. So just like import Google in here, like from this, and just put it over here. I can go ahead and copy the whole thing, go to next.auth, which I've created before. I'm just going to paste this one in here because it's pretty much the same thing. And this will allow us to add Google login to your page. And because we already did add these handlers in here for handling the authentication, that should be good. The next step we need to do is actually add in the button, which is like sign in with Google. And once you do that, we're going to use like a form action, like Next.js form action, if this is a server component. On the other hand, if it's a client component, you pretty much can do the same thing. We sign in Google in here, it's going to redirect it. And that's it. As simple as that. All right, so for this to work properly, we need to go ahead and create this new page, which is like the authentication, like login /sign up kind of page where the user is going to be able to log in or sign up. And we're going to add these two buttons in here. Well, I'm just going to add the Google for now and just the Google with the next.auth Google provider. All right, so now let's go ahead and add the actual login and sign up forms. So for this one, I'm going to go inside of the app in here. I'm going to create a new page, but this time I'm not going to create a new route for it. I'm going to combine it using Next.js route groups, which is an awesome feature in here that if you go ahead and type the folder and add parentheses, like covering up or on the name of the actual folder in here, it's not going to be like another path. It's just going to act as a group that you can add a layout inside, but it's not going to create another path, if that makes sense. So I'm going to do in here, I'm going to call this auth, and inside of this, I'm going to create layout.tsx. And right inside of it, I'm going to create this another folder. It's going to be login. It's going to be /login, obviously. It's going to be page.tsx. And again, next to it, I'm going to do sign up. And the same thing. So it's going to be page.tsx. So this, using this specific hierarchy in here, we can have one layout, shared layout between both the sign up and login. We do not add another path in here, and it's just going to make it easier for us to create a shared page between both of them and just swap between the sign up and the login forms. And for the card in here, obviously, we're going to use Chatzian's awesome card component in here. So I'm going to go to the card and try to install this using pnpm as we usually do. So I'm going to open up this one, clear it out. add the card. So this should go ahead and add the card, and the card should be very simple. So it's going to look something like this. I'm going to copy the code for this one as is, and I'm just going to go back here, go to login, or let's start with the sign up one. So the sign up in here, I'm going to go ahead and export default. Let me collapse this terminal in here because it's very annoying. So I'm going to sign up page, and there you go. So this one, go ahead and or I think I copy the whole thing, right? Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to just do sign up page in here. Make sure to export default, this one. It's using select triggers. I don't think we will need that. And input, no, thank you, because we were not going to need that at all. I'm just going to keep the same structure that's going on in here. So let me see what's going on. So there's the div, another div inside of it. I don't need that. I mean, the whole card content probably could go away, but I'm just going to comment this out for a second. I'm going to put a sign up and sign up to your account to continue, or I'm just going to name this create an account to continue. And yeah, so this looks pretty good. So we got the button in here, has cancel and deploy. Now I got button in here. I'm going to do continue with Google. I think I'm using the button component that we have already created, or yeah, that's basically what I see using. So that's good. And I'm going to go to the layouts in here real quick as well. So export default. Yeah, I'm going to use Cursor's Magic AI sort of thing just to help me out and put this together with a quick preview and quick autocomplete kind of thing. So that is good. So sign up is good. Hopefully we can get a good result out of this. So going back to the application in here, I'm going to go right from the top and go to sign up, /sign up to be more specific. And let's see if this is going to show up something. I know it's not perfect, but if it shows something up, we are on the right track. But it doesn't look like it is. I have no idea why it is not showing up something. It looks like it's failing with a lot of issues. I don't know what these are, but what I'm going to do is stop the server, do another pm install. Maybe there's something missing out. Probably not. And do the same thing. So pm run dev, starting the server, should be good. Let's jump back in, refresh again. I'm going to keep an eye if there is any weird logs. But yeah, anyway, there you go. The sign up works, and yeah, we're getting the page in here, but we need to make sure that we get the right design in here with a navigation bar. There's no more design flaws, like this awesome motivational kind of text. And of course, we're going to put the card over there. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm going to go back to the layouts in here. So we got a bunch of children. Yes, that's completely cool. But we need to add a couple of things. So like flex, you need to take the full width and full height. I think I can do the size full. Just, shortening this one. No, do not do this. Probably we do not. I mean, we want this as a flex column, and we don't want to vertically center that one just yet. And well, I think we do not need, so I think following this simple structure in here should be good. Just putting the nav bar in the top in here, create another container for the children, and just making sure it's item center, justify center, both of these. And we should have something like this where the sign up is like the center card, and we got like the navigation bar. We need to add the text on the top in here, obviously. So we can go inside of the sign up in here. There is the card, and I'm probably gonna put that one inside of a div in here. I don't know what's this is suggesting. I mean, AI sometimes can be helpful, sometimes it could be dangerous. Yeah, it's taking full width, full heights. That's cool. I don't know if we want to do that, to be honest. But I think I can try to put an H1 in here. And I totally forgot what's the text in here. So no more design flaws. Okay, no more design flaws in here. Check out what it looks like. Yeah, that doesn't look like an H1 at all. So I'm gonna add a simple class name to this. I'm gonna name this maybe something like that. No more design flaws. Yeah, probably looks good. And what I think I will do is go back to the layouts in here and remove this justify item thingy. I don't think we need it because yeah, still kind of going to be controlled by these two in here. So we're good, but I'm also not going to do the justify, what is this? Item center. I'm not going to do the justify center. Just do not get that one kind of weird. And I'm going to introduce some margin top in here as 10, a little more, 20. Yeah, and another thing in here I think I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna do size full. I'm gonna do full width, yes, but height, I don't know. I'm gonna do something like 3 out of 4. I don't want it to take the whole kind of page, to be honest. So we could just like have that kind of cool way of, yeah, it's a little, I don't know. How does it look like? I think it looks pretty cool to me, but so let's keep it this way for now and just like care about the main thing in here. I'm going to care about the design a little bit later on. So, all right, so no more card contents. I completely agree with that. Now the button in here, it needs a Google logo to match our design. So like continue with Google and stuff. And I think also, I'm not sure about the color in here. The card color, is it actually matching? So it's taking this background color from that. And I bet this is actually being saved inside of Tailwind or Tailwind config. So there you go. Background, what it's doing. So BG card. Can I search for card to default and in foreground? Yeah, it's literally just binding the variables with that. So if I head over to globals.css, right, and I can find the card in the card foreground, and I'm really not a big fan of like HLS sort of, I don't know how to read that. So I would rather have this in, yeah, I don't need you. Well, I have this in hex format instead of like doing the other one, but yeah, sometimes you gotta live with that. So I think we fixed it. Hopefully we did. So let's go back all the way over here. All right, cool. So now I'm gonna care about the icons and just been checking Lucid, and it looks like they removed the brand icons like Google, Facebook, GitHub. So it's kind of like icons that've been removed. And I'm gonna choose the old cool React icons, which I love very much. And it has like, I don't know. I mean, every icon you would find in this particular library. So big fan of it. And there's already like from FC Google in here. So I think that should do the job perfectly. So let me go back here, go to the terminal, go pm add react-icons. They should go ahead and install all the React icons, but don't worry, they're not going to be all of them loaded straight into your bundle. Whatever, only the selected one, only the imported sort of icon is going to be loaded inside of the bundle. So this is always good. Don't worry about this. Okay, so going back here, and I'm literally just gonna copy this one. So copy the imports back here. Yeah, coding is just copy pasting. Whether you like it or not, that's what it is. And using a lot of AI. I've been using a lot of AI lately with Cursor AI. Hallelujah. It saves you tons of time. So yeah, I mean, it's not replacing us anytime soon, but it definitely is a time saver if you know how to use it properly. So that's FC Google. I'm gonna add FC Google at the end. So that's FC Google, add a little bit of margin here and there. So go back, there you go. I'm not gonna add it to the end, sorry. Must add this to the beginning. And does it have a size kind of thing? I bet it does. So maybe if I do text large, and this should be margin right? There you go, continue with Google. Maybe I can make this Excel. I wanna see how that looks like. Yeah, I think that's way much better than it was before. Definitely is way much better. And for my button here, for like the default variants, I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm definitely leaning around increasing the padding a little bit. So does it have any padding? No, it doesn't. Or maybe I'm not seeing the padding. Does it have something in here? No. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna add some padding from this side. So the button variants, I'm gonna do B2 or 2 in here, or maybe, I don't know, I want to do PX, maybe for the PY is 2. Is that going to make it bigger? I don't see anything. What about if I increase it to 10? Okay, so this is a serious issue. I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest. Oh, it's probably because of the size. Yeah, I'm stupid. I did that. Probably add the size already, and now I'm like, because I totally forgot other projects, so that's why I am not sure exactly what I'm doing. So there you go. The button is a little bigger. Yes, that's cool, but still, I want to increase that very, very badly. So maybe I can just hack through this. PX4, I mean, what is the large thing in here? What is it doing? So the large is adding PX8. Wow, okay. Or you know what? I can go and add another size. I can do XL, right? And that XL should have 12 or something, right? How's that sound? Let me remove this. Okay, but I don't know. Why did it like... Hey, I definitely don't want to increase this. Just want to increase the X padding, please. Thank you. No, this is not working. What about this? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with this one. All right, so problem should be fixed. There were some weird CSS class like sneaking into the button, which kind of like overrides the patterns, but it should be like a negligible issue. It's nothing, it's just like a mistake. So all good now. So I'll have like the buttons in here taken full width. I think they look pretty good. So continue with Google in here. And yeah, I think we can just go in and get started with just setting up this one with the next auth. All right, so if you're jumping back to the docs in here, obviously we've seen that before. We can use server actions to call the sign in here with the Google provider right from the components in here and passing it to the button. So it's either this or you can use the client components, which I would recommend using like next or server actions in here just to make it easier. It's better, doesn't need any client sort of hydrations and stuff. And it's very simple as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. This one should not have any client components, or it shouldn't have the use client derivative. And yeah, I think we're good. So we've got a card in here, we've got the button, and the whole thing in here should be wrapped up by a normal, regular, standard HTML form. So we can put that as one here, and I can do actions. I can go and do sign up with Google. It knows that. So that's why I like Cursor with Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. It's the best combination. It just like auto-completes everything for me. So it just makes it super easy. So sign up with Google in here. We've got that one in here. And I can just go in and import sign in from auth. Okay, that's where we put it. Or I think, yeah, we can just put sign in for now. So sign in and we can provide Google as the provider. So this should go ahead and do that. I'm not sure if we do the await. Okay, we do the await. That's fine. So sign up with Google. We got in here. I don't know what's the issue. It's not assignable to type string. Yeah, I'm kind of like aware with this issue. I had it before with TypeScript where it doesn't know about the recent changes to the form attribute that it could now take an actual function, and it's not like the old way of only providing strings or something. And yeah, I think maybe you can ask AI in the chat in here to go ahead and fix this for us. So yeah, it's telling you that there is a fix. I don't know what it is doing, to be honest. Is there any change? Outside the component declared as an async function, keep the use server derivative. Okay, let's try this. I don't know. I doubt this would work, but yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, it's literally nothing. So is this just like a typing error? So it shouldn't affect the compilation part. So the project still works, but I'm going to figure out an issue, what's going on with this one. I'm going to Google that out in a second. But yeah, so I open up a new incognito window so I can have, fresh emails. Now, if I click continue with Google, it should just go ahead and take me to the Google sign-in page. And it, as clear as in here, it works absolutely fine. Just as soon as you enter your email in here and password, you should just go ahead and take you right into it. And once you select a Google account in here, it's going to authorize you. It's going to just take you, if you notice in the logs in here, just like take a quick look. It's taking you to the callback URL we've already defined, and that's how it should work. So it's taking you to API auth, callback, Google, and it's giving all the authorization codes. So likely enough, inside of the callback that we've already created, so I think that is inside of the API. No, those are route handlers, but I think, yeah, this should be the callback, right? So yeah, that's the one. So inside of here, both of these get and post are getting called, and they are properly handled. And if you go back in here and check out the cookies, so if I refresh, check out quickly the cookies, try to sign in again. I mean, Google knows already I'm signed in, so that's why it's not showing me the session, and it's authorizing everything. It's just like putting the session token in here, which is a completely valid session token, CSRF token, and a callback URL in here, which pointing to the URL of our application in here. And that's it. I mean, it's just as simple as that for setting up Google provider. Everything is handled by Google and next auth for you, just like with a couple of lines of code, you've got a fully authentication system working on without any issues. So as you've seen, like that was super straightforward. Now, we might have already also noticed that because this is a sign up, right? And there's literally no difference between the sign up and the sign in, because when you redirect to Google, it's going to just check if the Google email and password are correct. If they are, it's just going to go ahead and redirect you back and say, oh, you're authenticated. So all it does just like authenticates you, whether you are signing in or signing up. And I think that's good and bad. I mean, for us, we're not handling a lot of complicated tasks. We're not doing so much in here. So I think we could leave it as is. Both the sign up and sign in can take you to the same page. And, you can do like the same thing in here, but we may differentiate between both of those later on in the configuration of which one should sign you up, which the other should log you in. And once we add the email and password sort of inputs, it's going to make more sense. So I'm going to just, for this exact same page in here, because we've already put sign up, I'm literally just going to go ahead and copy this sign up and put this as login. And I'm gonna use some AI magic. So I'm gonna use Cursor AI in here, update this to be the login page. I would rather use the login name or the login word instead of the sign-in word. So it's gonna be the login page. Click enter, and this should go ahead and there you go, scan through everything and change just the naming convention. I mean, it's not a lot of things going on. So yeah, I'm gonna delete the console login here. Login with Google, that's good. Or in doing the sign in here. And sign up with Google, so you're going to remove the console log as well. So both of them are good. Now for these layouts, I don't know why this is, it's just like seeking. There has no imported type as metadata. I don't know what's going on, to be honest, but yeah, leave it as is for now. So jumping back to, where is this? So I'm going to go to the nav bar, navigation bar in here. You got the link for the logo and you got access controls. Both of these are buttons that point into the login and sign up. So simply just go ahead and link those to, I don't know if I can do that. Can I? No. So we may just go ahead and wrap a link around both of these buttons in here. So I'm going to wrap a link, and this is going to be like the next.js link. Okay, please. Where is that? I mean, there's all sorts of links, but not the next.js link. I can go ahead and import that. And it should take you to /login. Cursor can help us do the sign up as well. I mean, just make sure that we are, this is /login, /sign up. Okay, simple enough. Let's jump back here. Click on login. That's taking us to the login page. Click on sign up. That's taking us to the sign up page in here. And so no more design flaws. I think that should work for the sign up button or the sign in. I mean, I don't know. I might need to think a little more about this, but sign into your account, and I could change this. Oh my God. So welcome back. Maybe, there you go. Yeah. It knew what I needed. It knew I needed the waving hand. That is something I appreciate about AI. Just sometimes it kind of knows what you need depending on the context you were providing and stuff you're doing. And maybe because I did that waving hand emoji a lot of times, so that now it just knows me, completely knows me and what I like and what I do. So there you go. So this is sign up, login. There you go. Welcome back. Sign up, login, sign up, login. All right. Yeah, I'm going crazy, but all good. All right. So that's cool. Now let's go ahead and jump and set up GitHub OAuth next to the Google OAuth in here so we can add another button for it. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and into github.com. And if you head over to the settings, developer settings in here, which is the last item on the list, you click on it and it's going to take you to your GitHub apps or OAuth apps. So I'm just going to click on OAuth apps. I've already created this for the Next.js or authentication tutorial, but now I want a new one. So I'm going to call this Roast UI OAuth. The homepage in here, I'm going to use the same homepage I did use before, which is localhost 3000 API auth callback / Google, but this time / GitHub. And I can't find the H. There you go. You can provide a description in here if you want. This is the homepage URL. So yeah, I don't think we need, or we can put the homepage URL. Could be localhost 3000, and this is the callback URL. There you go. So now just click on register application, and this should go ahead and create the application for you. And of course, you're going to do the same thing. You put the client ID and the secret inside of the env variable in here for the GitHub. The same thing we did before with Google, so we can authorize with OAuth of GitHub and Google. So it should be the same thing. And yeah, so this should be simple enough. Now going into the sign up again in here, we got the first button for Google, and I'm going to just go add another button here. I'm going to do continue with GitHub. Let me see if GitHub is available in this one. I don't know. So if you go ahead and search GitHub on React icons, I mean, there is a bunch of icons for this one. If I try to use the same one, so I can just, use the same sort of icon library, if it does exist for GitHub, but if it doesn't, it should be cool to use another one. So yeah, it doesn't look like it does exist. So I can just gonna go ahead and copy the fat one in here. So again, copy the fat GitHub. So instead of FC fat GitHub in here, continue with GitHub. So let's go back, try to go sign up. Yeah, there you go. So the icon looks pretty good, but the layout is not cool at all. So this should be flex column, no justify in between, and there should be gap of like 4 in between both of them. There you go. So continue with Google, continue with GitHub. I think both are good. Maybe just increase the gap a little bit more. 5. There you go. I think, yeah, it looks pretty good. And for the GitHub button in here, we're going to do the same thing in here with adding another sort of server action. But I think this one is okay. So like because we're using server actions in here, I think maybe as a quick trick, maybe I can wrap this form around a single button, right? And I can like put another form in here for the other button, and maybe just like put the same action in here as it did before, but I go and create a new server action for it. So this time is going to be logging with GitHub, and I'm going to switch to GitHub. I'm going to add this one for GitHub. And remember, we haven't set up GitHub inside of our auth config file in here for next auth in here. So I think it's just as simple as adding GitHub into the list of the providers. Exactly. So we got GitHub, saving this one in here. Already taking them to GitHub. Hopefully it's going to work. So back to the login here, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to do continue with GitHub. There you go. Now it's telling me, do you want to authorize roast UI OAuth by, my account in here, and email address is going to be read and profile information. Of course, you can adjust what information is going to be read. Mostly it's just going to need email addresses and profile information like first name and last name. Those are the most basic stuff. And obviously you can go in and like change the icon in here just to make it a little more, I don't know, to make it feel like legit and official. So like put an icon. You can do that later on. But for now, you can just go and do authorize, and it's just going to authorize and redirect you back. Hopefully it's going to take you back to the login page in here. It means the callback URL is working fine, or the redirect URL is working fine. And the callback in here hopefully is working fine as well. So look at this. So API OAuth callback GitHub /GitHub, and it's actually putting the code in here. That means GitHub is successfully authenticating with this one without any issues. And it's like taking you to this, general route in here that's going to be handled by next auth. Everything is completely handled by next auth in a really simple way. Now, if you try to click this again, it shouldn't actually just take you anywhere because you've already authorized with GitHub the same application. So it just just should redirect you back to your application with the authorization because you've already authorized that. You've already accepted that one. That means we're good. Of course, right now it feels pretty basic. There isn't anything going on, but as soon as we start adding the sessions and sort of like guards of when the user's authorized, take them to the dashboard. When it's not, take them to the sign up or login pages in here. And if it's like authenticated already, go ahead and remove these buttons on the top. And there's actually a plethora of stuff that goes behind the scenes authentication. But the gist of it, the main important part is this, what we've just implemented. Oh yes, and before forget, we've added this to the login in here. And I think we need to go ahead and add this to the sign up. So as simple as that, just go and do another form in here. And again, just like the same changes we did before, just go in and put the form right over here. And let me just copy the login with GitHub method. So there you go, login with GitHub. And we need to import this one from icons file. There you go. Now, if I head over to the sign up, yes, I gotta fix that one too. So what is the style we did use? I want to just copy paste everything. That's the hardest part of software engineering. So there you go. Now we are in the sign up route. Click sign up with GitHub. There you go. It just takes you back in here because you've already did sign up. All good. So if you look into the next auth in here, or auth.js documentation, they have this protecting resources, and they have this other section of getting a session. So for server components, you can easily get a session using await auth just by calling this method in here. Just going to return the session, and you can check if a session has a valid user. If it is, that's cool. I mean, the user is authorized. Otherwise, you just return null or redirect them to the login or sign up, redirect them somewhere else. That means the user is not authorized. As simple as that. And it's the same thing for protecting resources in here. So if there's a session, you just like return not authenticated or redirect them or something like this for pages, API routes, and next.js middlewares. all of them have very straightforward API. So we can do the same thing in here for us. Where we want to do it is in the nav bar, where if the user is already authenticated, we don't want to show up the sign up and login. We just want to show up probably like a link to the dashboard. Even also if it's authenticated, we want to like allow them to access the login or sign up, just take them straight to the dashboard as well. It's like the nicest, simple, teeny tiny things that make the user experience a little more flawless and better in general. So I think that's pretty good. So we can go ahead and do that in here. I can go ahead and close everything and I just go and search for the nav bar. So index components, nav bar in here. I've got the access controls. This is where I need to access it. This is a server component. So I'm probably just going to use that one. So I'm going to do session equals auth. And let me just try to import this from auth. I don't know if this is the right place to import it from. Oh, it actually is. Okay, that's pretty cool. And of course, we need to await for this. That means this will turn an async function, not a regular function anymore. And I have to wait for this. And we're simply just going to do if not session. Or I think it would be better to specifically like go ahead and render this. So like if there's no session, go ahead and put this right here. Let me just put it like this. So I can wrap both of these together and I can do the and. So if no session, I can do the and in here. I can have a link, another link to the sign up and login in here. So that means if no session, just show me these two buttons. Otherwise, I think I can use ternaries and I can do the other one, session and, well, I'm going to render this one in here. Just take me to the dashboard and this will take you to the / dashboard. I think that's simple enough. If we go back to a localhost, there you go. Take me to the dashboard. So if you click on it, it should take you to the dashboard because you're already authorized. It should show you that. That's very nice. And I think if we go to the cookies in here, because we've got a couple of cookies for it, if you go to the cookies and clear out all the cookies, refresh, because the session is being held inside of the cookies themselves. If you delete the cookies, there's no session anymore. And we're going to get back to this, login, sign up kind of thing. If I click, for example, continue with GitHub again, this should go ahead and like refresh the whole thing. And there you go. Just tell me that, you can go to the dashboard. Now we can go ahead and create a dashboard component, just like a placeholder thing for now. So I can create another folder, name it dashboard, and I can just do, pretty sure dashboard is going to be having a little bit different layout. Okay. And also going to be page.csx. Okay. I'm going to export default dashboard layouts in here. Just return the div or children in here inside of div. Export function or export defaults. Okay. And type, dashboard page is going to return the dashboard. And I think, I'm not sure just yet, but yeah, just leave it as is for now. And I think if I click the dashboard now, it should take me to the dashboard and it's rendering the dashboard. Another thing we want to do in here is actually protect the dashboard, which is like an empty dashboard for now. There's nothing on it, but we want to protect this one. So I can do the same thing because this is a server component. So I can access the same auth and I can mark this as asynchronous. So I can do await auth, go ahead and import that auth from, I don't know from where. If there's no session, just go into redirects and you can import the redirects from next.js as well. So next.js / navigation, redirect them to login. Okay, so let me try that again, refresh. I think because we're already authenticated, that's why we're seeing this. But let me remove the cookies. This is actually a cool way to test by just hackily removing the cookies from the application. There you go. It's taking me to the login. And even if I try to access the dashboard here, there you go, taking me over here. All right, so that's pretty cool. Now, moving to the next most important part in the whole, SaaS kind of like application, which is setting up the database. We're not going to use like extensively the database, but it's going to be used for crucial parts like authentication, probably for like saving the different designs, saving user info, those kind of things, and saving like metadata while we're doing this like design, AI playground kind of stuff. So of course, database is always needed, and you can go with different type of databases, whatever you like. MySQL, you can even go with NoSQL databases, but I do not recommend it. It's just going to make it a little more complicated than it already is. Just going with SQL databases just going to make it super simple, straightforward. And for us, we are going to use SQLite. Let's this GitHub actually load. This is just like the mirror of SQLite, but I think if you go ahead and search SQLite.org, you're going to find SQLite over here. I know it may seem that, oh, this is a pretty old thing. No, the latest update was last August with their major version 3.46 or 46. And yeah, I've been using SQLite for quite some time now. I've switched my stack or my SaaS kind of projects and tutorials and everything from what I've used before, MySQL/Postgres. I've always been like setting up servers for MySQL and Postgres, and always taking care of like server deployments and why the server is down, and this encryption and password and encrypting the server and making sure the ports is not like exposed for public hackers or something like that. All this goes into it, and it's just like, we are trying to create a SaaS as an indie hackers. So I mean, we don't have that much time to go ahead and do all of this, and it's going to take a lot of sanity, a lot of issues and errors, and you're going to spend a lot of time debugging what's going on. So that's my experience. I spent a lot of time doing with those, especially MySQL servers. Not a big fan of them. They just cause a lot of issues, especially when you try to deploy the application. So what I switched is to SQLite. And SQL nowadays is just so good. It's just a single file. You create the database. You don't need to do any server setup. You don't need to do password setup because it's just like a local database access, so nobody else can access that beside the process. And everything is just super simple about it. Plus, there's a new way that I've been using for deploying distributed SQLite across multiple regions, and you do backups as well. So in case if you get like a lost, or the server is down, or the server crashed, or something goes wrong, you can easily restore from the backup like you did, which you do pretty much every day. Or if you want the application to expand horizontally, you can do that distributed SQLite thing. We're going to talk about this later on when we reach the deployment chapter. But for now, everything, I'm going to choose SQLite. You are free to use another ones because they are basically the same thing. They're going to use the same SQL language. It's just about the server and the different features. And for our application in here, all of them going to server features, even SQLite. We're not going to use very, very advanced features for those kind of stuff. So SQLite should do the job. And if we jump back to Auth.js in here, the database adapters, now it has like official adapters and it has a bunch of them. And for me, I've used Prisma before and I've used Drizzle, but I haven't used Drizzle that much, so I'm not really that familiar with it. And for the sake of this video, just to make it quick, fast, and I don't want to learn something new while I'm just like coding and give you guys false information, so I'm going to go with Prisma. I've used it quite a lot, love it. Even Typeware I'm in here is a lovely one, pretty good. So either one of these would do good. I advise you with either Drizzle or Prisma. I'm going to go with Prisma, so click on it, and it's going to show you the whole instruction here of how to do the setup. So all we got to do is just going to copy paste a couple of stuff. So let's go and copy Prisma client auth Prisma adapter in here. This is the Auth.js adapter for Prisma, and this one is just like the Prisma client. And the other one we need to save is the core Prisma sort of library for, the actual Prisma kind of like core library. So copying all of this in here again, or I'm going to copy this one. First, go back here. Let me just going to pull up the terminal. I'm going to refresh everything. So this will go ahead and add the clients and the auth providers. And I'm just going to copy this one. So this one will make sure to save it as a development dependency because it will not require this core library when you deploy it. That's the gist of it. But always just make sure to install everything on the server. It doesn't matter that much. There you go. So Prisma dependencies have been installed successfully. I got to clear the terminal every single time, which it makes me a little maniac, but that's good. So I'm going to copy the database URL in here. And yeah, I mean, this is for Postgres. This is a Postgres database URL. And you're going to go ahead and put it inside of the env. So just env.local in here, put it over there. And for the env.local, I mean, you could, because the other one is for Postgres, we want only a SQLite database. So for us, for testing, for now, before deployment, I'm just going to put this database URL to be like a file. So I got to use this file, and I can do /dev.db or something, okay? Because this is like a development database. You can name it whatever you like. Close that one. We're good. So just like put the name in there. If you go back, so next thing we're going to do in here is the configuration. So yeah, I'm just going to go back here. I think this is going to go inside of the root. So going to the SRC in here, I'm going to, I mean, it doesn't matter, I believe, if, I think if I create another lib, or we already have lib. yeah, so like inside of lib in here, I'm going to just create prisma.typescript and I'm going to put right into it. So this will just go ahead and put Prisma, like the Prisma client is going to initialize it and it's going to put it on global list. So like global list is going to have an object equal to this. So pretty much global list dot Prisma equals Prisma. So we're just going to put the Prisma instance while on production, or while on development, not production, sorry. We're going to put that instance in the global scope. So anywhere through any file or script or module, we're going to be able to access that Prisma client, that Prisma instance to be more specific. So that's good. All right, pretty cool. So next thing in here is to go ahead and add the adapter to the authentication. So I'm going to go to auth. I don't know what to put that. So auth.typescript. There you go. So I'm going to put adapters here and just make sure to go ahead and import the adapters. Apparently, I can't import the Prisma adapters being imported from auth/Prisma adapter, and the Prisma in here, we're going to import it from, actually the Prisma config we just created. Cool. Now they're talking about Edge compatibility in here. We're not going to do it in Edge. We're going to use real servers for this one, so it's going to be super fun. We don't care about Edge for now. I'm not a big fan of Edge anyway. And going to this schema, so there's a schema in here, and it just gives you the different schemas in here, which I absolutely love. The documentation of this Auth.js is just superb. It just gives you everything on a server plate, sorry, and everything's pretty awesome. You can copy the Postgres schema if you're using Postgres, or MySQL, SQLite for us in here. I'm just going to go copy, or MongoDB for, SQL stuff. So I'm going to put the schema in here, and I think we haven't done one thing, which is the initialization of Prisma, and I think that is crucial. So I can run this command, pmpx prisma init, and this will go ahead and create initialize Prisma and put the DB inside of it and everything. So put a new file named Prisma, so it's right outside the src. I don't know why I chose to do it there, but it's Prisma. This is the schema for it, and I'm just gonna go ahead and overwrite the whole schema in here with whatever it copied. So it's basically telling it the data source in here is gonna be using SQLite as a provider, and we're gonna grab the database URL we already decided to use. And actually, for the database URL, I'm going to go to the environment in here, and I'm going to change this to /Prisma, then dev.db. So I'm going to put the database inside of this Prisma sort of folder just to make it easier. So yeah, I think we should be good to go. And we've got the whole schema in here going on. So that's pretty good. And this web authentication in here, we don't need it because this is optional. So I can completely get rid of this one, not needed. And yeah, so this is a schema. Now, next thing in here is applying the schema, which is just running the, Prisma migrate dev in here, which is the simple command for doing that one. So I'm going to go ahead and do pmpx execute Prisma migrate dev. This will go ahead and migrate the current schema to the database, which is failing. Oh yeah, I think because I deleted that optional web authentication thing, it's failing for me. So I deleted that one as well. There you go. Trying to execute this. What is going on now? And it's telling me environment variable is not found. So apparently it uses the .env instead of the .env.local. And I'm not sure why. But I'm going to go ahead and rename this. I don't want to spend time just going and debugging this. So I'm going to rename this .env. It's fine. Just going to rename that. It should go ahead and load it. And you can enter in migration. So I'm going to name this add authentication, just like that. And there you go. So he's going to add inside of this migrations, you're going to have migration.sql. It's going to generate everything for you for creating the tables. All the ugly SQL queries that you do not like and I do not like are going to be generated for you magically inside of the migrations folder. So that's pretty good. And also it's going to generate the Prisma client. And the Prisma client is it's like a file that gets generated every single time to make it always synchronized and up to date with whatever database schema you've got. So whenever just going to give you this awesome TypeScript typings and interlicense prompt, just going to make your life quite easier. It's just going to generate those TypeScript types for you, depending on the most recent database updates and synchronization. So that's one of the most lovely Prisma features that I absolutely enjoy. All right, pretty good. So even though we've seen before on the terminal that it said, oh, Prisma client has been generated, but it's telling you here to go ahead and do the generate as well, which, I mean, yeah, we've got nothing to lose. I don't want to Yeah, it's been already generated. I'm pretty sure about that. But yeah, I'm going to try that again. No worries. And there's a development workflow in here. So like whenever you do a new migration or something, you can go in and run Prisma migrate dev in here, which is understandable. And that's it. That's the whole thing. And there's like naming conventions in here because it uses snake case for the different columns inside of the table. So for example, the account table in here. So just this is section if you would like to change those snake case into camel casing for like making it work with JavaScript. But that's not needed for us. We're just going to use it as is in here. It's already good enough. So no issues. And that's it. The whole thing in here. Now you should have authentication set up with everything. I'm not sure of how things are going to go when we add a new user. Oh yeah, and it's going to like execute the Prisma migrate in here because I think this will go ahead and create a database file for us. I'm not sure, but I think it didn't do that. Maybe it did. No. And there's no dev.db. I'm not sure because sometimes when I'm working on Prisma, I just do the migration in here and it creates the DB file for me. Oh, there you go. That's cool. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's very weird. It tries to create that inside of another Prisma thing because, okay, gotcha. So I think by doing this relative path, like the dot, then the /, it's already inside of the Prisma sort of folder right here. So when we do / Prisma, it's creating another one in here, which is completely not needed at all. So I'm just gonna not need it at all. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this, just leave it as is like this. And I'm going to go ahead and delete this inner Prisma folder just because it's making it a lot harder to understand what's going on. And there you go. There's already dev.db and dev.db-journal. And yeah, that's pretty cool. So if we go in and look into this, so dev.db, I'm opening the database in here right here. That's another thing I love about SQLite. So you click the file and it opens up right into VS Code or Cursor or whatever editor you're using, and you can check out everything in here. Pretty simple. It's like 2 seconds. And yeah, so there's actually the tables we've got: account, session, user, verification token. Those are all being created using Auth.js. And I think as soon as we now create an account and log in, we're going to find people get added in here alongside sessions, which would look insane and pretty cool. So we've got this server running, but it doesn't look like the happiest server, to be honest. I'm not sure what's going on. So let me just rerun the server because it looks like there's some issues. So server is ready. Going back in here to next.js, refresh the whole thing. How long is that going to take? There you go. Refreshed. I'm going to go to sign up. I'm going to do continue with Google in here, and yeah, and just, because we're already authenticated, so I forgot about that one. We're not going to get redirected, just going to automatically authenticate, and we can access dashboard because now we're authenticated and pretty cool. And there you go. So if we go back in here and refresh the database, instead of the sessions, we have a user session in here saved for us with a user ID. This is the session ID, session token, user ID, when it expires. That's cool. Checking the users. Yeah, there you go. That's me. And that's my email. That's pretty cool. And it even has the image put right for you using OAuth. And we didn't even do all the setup ourselves. It's just like we got this ready-made for using this next auth adapter with all the adapters and magical stuff we've got behind the scenes. I mean, look, I haven't even typed anything. I've been just copy-pasting stuff for the past hour or 30 minutes or something from the docs right over here. And there you go. We got the setup in here and it looks amazing. So I guess I'm not sure what's the difference between an account and any user, to be honest. I don't really know, but it looks like this is the Google provider, maybe OAuth kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I gotta need the docs a little more thoroughly to understand what is this. But hallelujah, we got this set up and it's pretty cool. All right, so database, check. Next thing in here is actually adding or doing the layout and design of the dashboard. And the dashboard obviously is going to be the user's dashboard, where he's going to be able to see all the designs he created on the account in here. Obviously, because maybe the design's going to exceed, you're going to have pagination later on. I haven't put that on the design because I'm pretty sure those like a standard things. They should exist everywhere pretty much. But yeah, I like this card thing. Maybe later on introduce another way for like displaying using cards or table where the user can pick up the display or the view type. But for now, I think cards are going to do pretty good and without any issues. So yeah, so let's go ahead and jump right into the design of this one. So going back, I'm going to close everything here, close all, collapse everything, go to the SRC app, and we got dashboard, we got layouts, remember. So the layouts in here and this like the main page. So previously, The main layouts in here has just a theme provider, which is simple enough. Now for this, we got like main and we got flex column and the other one here. So I don't think we need to do anything for the layouts in here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but probably not. Maybe we could do the nav bar, right? I don't know. I feel like it could be a good one. So let's just put main in here, and I'm gonna put like class name, flex, and flex column, and size full. Please just take the full width and full height. And I'm gonna use the navigation bar. So make sure to import that. Put it right over there, right above the children. That's gonna be put in here. So going back to the create next up in here. I just have to go into the dashboard. So yes, we are maintaining the nav bar in here, which looks pretty good. So if you, for example, go to the home page and jump back to the dashboard, there isn't much going on beside this ugly scroll bar, which is something baked into the browser, so you can't do anything about it. But yeah, the dashboard in here looks pretty good, and all of this beaming light right into it. So that's lovely. Now let's go and add the actual stuff. So for the designs, we're gonna have, I'm not sure if this is cool text. I'm going to leave this out of the picture for now, so I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to do the rest of the things in here. So like this kind of card view, we've got your designs, you got a button to create a new design in here, got another one in here. I don't know, maybe this one looks pretty ugly, but yeah, sorry guys, I'm not a designer. Maybe you should have asked somebody and paid them to put these designs together, but sometimes I love to learn new stuff, and I'm trying to learn to put designs together for the past couple of, I don't know, years maybe. And yeah, I've been improving a lot. So no, I think the design is pretty simple. You guys let me know, but definitely we're going to introduce some improvements in the near future. So let's get started. So got your design here and a button in a row, and we got those in like a grid kind of style. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm not going to put anything inside here. I'm going to create a brand new component for this. So I'm going to go and create a folder. I'm going to name this user created or saved designs. So just like that. I'm going to name index.tsx. So I'm going to export a function, user saved designs. Just going to return this for us, which is not very hard, but okay. So I'm going to go in and put a div. So we got a div. I probably got another div in here and another div for that. This div will have, let me check the designs again. So you're going to have a title and you're going to have a button. So title in here is going to be probably a span, just a simple span. And it's going to have your designs, and it's going to have a simple button, right? So I'm going to use the icon. So add line. I can import this from the React icons RE library, or sorry, RI. Yes, I said the other one in French, sorry. So adding this in here, I think there is a variant for icon that I could use, maybe, or a size for the icon. And this one just gonna fall back to the default because that's what we want, right? And I'm gonna create styles for this. So let's go ahead and do the main container using CVA. Always to remember to import CVA. I don't know what the CVA is going on, but I'm gonna go ahead and import CVA from lib. Oh, I don't think we have that. So I think I'm just completely mixing between this project and another project. So yeah, I'm going to use this as is for now. So I'm going to just go flex. I'm going to be flex column. I'm going to have a gap of probably 10. Not sure just yet. And sorry, again, I need to import CVA from class variance authority. So we got the container. This will go here. No, thank you. I don't need that. This will go also. So going to be the header. Yeah, I'm trying to let AI help me in here, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing, but definitely don't do the justify between, and just do the item center, and maybe just a gap right between them. So like a small 4-3 gap, maybe 3. So header, and yeah, this should be the grid, okay? So this is where the magic is going to be, like grid container. So going to have a gap of 5 maybe. So it's going to have 3 columns, and grid rows. Oh, we're not going to specify the rows because we don't know how many rows you're going to have. So grid container, just gonna put like a placeholder cart 1, cart 2, cart 3, just like that. And AI is going to help me fill those gaps. So I got grid container in here. That's cool. We got container, got header. All these should be straightforward, right? So let's go ahead and import that right into the dashboard in here. So for the dashboard, I'm just going to do user saved designs, or sorry, not going to do that straight away. but I'm going to create a div. I'm going to do class name flex, probably flex column as well. And I'm going to make sure that I put items center and don't forget about the size full. Okay. And yeah, user saved. Is that what I call it? Okay. Yeah, user saved designs. Going back, next.js. There you go. It looks horrible. So your designs, and you got simple button in here, and we got 6 cards. So I gotta set a width. I think I gotta set a width in here. So I need to do width full, and I gotta also set a maximum width of, I don't know, XL or something, so it doesn't exceed, which is exceeding right now. But I think what's happening is the fact this container, the whole container in here, is not being centered. So where is that? So we got the whole thing in here. So this should be the card, right? Because it has max screen and the size full. Okay, so this is actually being centered because, you know, we put in a lot of like, we're just making that huge. Maybe LG is gonna fix it for us. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, probably not. But I believe these are good. Not sure just yet, but I believe those are good. So maybe instead of LG in here, I'm just gonna do medium. Will that fix it? I still think, I don't know. It's very hard to make a decision kind of thing. But I'm gonna leave it like this until we make sure that we design the cards properly, because once we do the design of the cards, we're gonna know exactly what's the perfect width, our maximum width to set on here. And also I gotta change the button here. It shouldn't be, well, I mean, we should put both. So I can just put new inside of here, and it's gonna have class name, not a size, but a margin left of 2, please. There we go. That's good. Okay, yeah, that's good. I just want to double check stuff. Okay, that's bad. Oh, yeah, I know what it is. So because of the size, that's why I was not doing that thing. And I think I can still make sure that I get a smaller size for these. So new with the plus button in there. Yeah, I think that looks good. Or maybe doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, those decisions are always hard to make. But I think, yes, it does look good. Much better than the previous one. Or you know what? I mean, what Cursor AI has already told us to do is just to find between. I think that may be better. So you've got new in here, and you got your designs, which is, well, I need your designs to be, I gotta put a header text in here. So 2XL, yeah, could be good. There you go. AI is helping quite a lot. So your designs, no, not 2XL, please. Just one. Yeah, there you go. Your designs, and it looks pretty good. And I need some margin from the top, which is important. So I gotta do margin top, please. Padding Y10. Would that be cool? Yeah, kind of. Or if not 20, maybe better. Okay. Your designs, we got a new button here, but once we figure out the cards and we actually put the card designs together, it's gonna look way much better. So this is actually the design or the dashboard how we're gonna have it look like, especially the design cards. So this is basically like every single design we save or the user saves is gonna end up in here. It's gonna have a thumbnail, which is like the original image the user kind of like uploads, or the final image that's gonna be AI generated. I'm not sure about that just yet, but I think both of them could be good. I think the original one would make more sense. And yeah, this is just going to be the name in here to identify the design. So I've went through into the design playground side of like design, and I added a design name in here, input, for people to input a specific design name for the design they're going to upload and roast. So of course that's going to be used later on to identify the design in here, and it's going to be used for saving it into the database, and it can show it right over here into the dashboard so people can pick it, and later on we can introduce something like a search bar. They can search on it, something that simple. So that's actually needed, and the cards in here should be simple enough as well. So jumping back into this, let's go to the code in here, and I'm going to head over inside of the UI, like components UI folder, and I'm going to create a design card in there, mainly because that design card is going to be like a reusable UI component. That's just going to be like a simple UI component, doesn't going to have any logic or something like that. So it's better to put it in there because it's going to make it more reusable. I'm going to name this design card.tsx, and I'm going to export that. So design card. I'm going to create props. So I think it knows what I want. So I'm going to have a thumbnail URL in here and a name. Both of them are going to be a string. Thumbnail URL going to be like the URL of the image of the design and the name of the design in here, as simple as that. So I'm going to go ahead and destructure that. Can you help me please, AI? All right, that's great. Now I can go ahead and use the next.js image component, which is from next/image. I'm going to put the src in here as the thumbnail URL. It's very hard to type and talk, but I'm going to put the name as well, and I'm going to make sure to put a fill so I can make this fill the whole sort of container, because I don't know the width and height of the original image. That's why I'm going to make it fill the whole container in here. So this is the top container. Then right after that, I'm going to have the span. Span is better than paragraph, right? And we're going to have it like this. So I think also, well, I think it's trying to suggest to me something like this, where you have container, image container, and name. And I got to go ahead and like put those together. So it's telling me to import CVA. Yeah, I mean, whoever says AI isn't helpful when you code in, it is actually sometimes very helpful. I'm not saying it's smart, or I'm not saying it is actually smart and it's gonna 10x your speed of development or coding, but it's gonna help you a lot. So we got container, image, container, and the name in here. And why is that one? Expression is not callable. String has no call signatures. I'm not sure what is this one. Why is it happening? Oh yeah, should be image or name container, maybe. Yeah, just add container to everything. That should solve the problem. So flex column, item center, and justify center. Probably not want to item center in this. So this is good. We've got the image container. Now the image container in here is going to be quite interesting. So we don't want full width, but rather I want flex. I want full width, yes. And the height in here should be, I don't know, I'm not sure about what I did put in the designs. It's like 240, so I can try that. So 240 pixels. And also I want to do background or object cover. So this will add the object fit cover, so it doesn't like skew the aspect size, and it's just gonna like, change the aspect size, or more basically or more technically, it's just gonna zoom in or out of the image to maintain the right image aspect ratio, if that makes sense. So this is a very cool CSS trick that every single image displayed on your website needs to have that, especially images that you don't know the width and height of them, and they could have variety of different sizes. So it's better just to put it this way, so you maintain the aspect ratio. Also, we're gonna need to set some sort of width for this. Width, I'm gonna try, 280 pixels maybe? Maybe that's good. And here for text, it's gonna be base. I'm gonna test that out first and see how it goes. Also for the image in here, I think because we have fill, so that should be good. I should do rounded large, so we can have this rounded corners. And also because we've got these two containers in here, I can, on the top container, I can add a gap of 4 between those. So I can just create some sort of a gap. I think 4 is 16 pixels. I think it should be good, but we can adjust that. So that should be good. So let's go back here. We got a bunch of cards. This is the grid container. So we have it as grid. So that means it's cool. And here we can go in and render the different design cards. So I can do, because we don't have the DB set up just yet for saving like a design and rendering it out. We're going to do that later on when we reach the playground sort of chapter. But we can like simply ask AI to go ahead and mock this out and render some placeholder images on those design cards. So just for testing purposes for now. So let me try to do that actually. Render design cards using placeholder images and test names. Okay, this should go ahead and generate something. Well, I mean, it's putting it by hand, but that's still completely fine. So if I go ahead and import that, should be imported. Or you can make sure that you use global roots importing here for making that happen. So it's using placeholder design. I don't think it's like using the right one. I believe there's a website for doing so. So let me just grab that real quick. All right, cool. So this is what it's called. It's called placeholder.co. And you just use placeholder.co. You put the size of the image in here and it should be put together. So yeah, I think I can copy something like that and I can, we'll place this. Okay. I mean, that's pretty dumb. So I can just go in and do this. Yeah, I think he knows already what I want. So there you go. I can do just array, put the length in here, map it out, put the placeholder image for it. And that's it. So that should be good. If you go back here, what is that? It's not configuring the images in next.js.config. So you have to configure that regarding the documentation in here. It has to be configured like this. So let me just copy this. That's actually like a security thing, but I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. So we can put it over here. And what is the domain name of this? So it's placeholder.co. You can copy that one. This is the host name. Path name? Well, I mean, anything at all. That's what it wants, right? So going back here, hopefully this is going to fix it. No? Oh, maybe I gotta like restart the server thing. Hopefully this works now. So localhost 3000 is starting out. Yeah, I think it's working. Is it failing or something? I'm not sure what this is, like Prisma client error, and it looks like edge error. I mean, we're not running stuff on the edge, right? We're just like running it locally like a normal server. So I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest. But let me just check why these images are not showing up, because apparently they're not loaded or something. So it tries to load the image. Okay, bad request. What is going on with this? It's just like super duper weird. And there you go. So now it works. It was just a problem because by default, this website in here returns an SVG. And because the Next.js image in here does not support SVGs as like actual images, because it does like some optimization and compression behind the scenes. So it can't do that to SVGs. And after adding this .png, now it's just like serving us PNGs instead of SVGs, which is perfect. So a lot of things I had to go through the website and read thoroughly to actually understand how that formatting works. But we got it in here. So if we go back to the designs in here, this is what it looks like. It looks like there's no gap in between those cards in here, and also there's no like rounded corners, so like the border radius is not taking effect as well. So let me just go and fix that. In the grid container, I'm doing a gap in here, but I'm not sure exactly why this is not taking effect. So it looks like the images in here are, or basically the design cards are like larger than expected. So let me just make the width in here a little smaller. I know the height of this is just too much maybe for the respective width. And there you go. So this is how it looks like right now. Now, when it comes to the roundiness, I think if I add to this container an overflow hidden, that will cover up the whole thing and it will start making sense, more like this, which is great. Also, the gap in here, it looks too much, just like looks way too much than you would need. Now, going back to the container or the grid container in here, I'm going to add a different gap for the X, and gap Y in here, I'm going to try to make it a little wider as well. So gap Y is going to be a little bit too much. So just design 1, 2, everything looks good. Maybe I need to make the card images in here or thumbnail images smaller. Maybe 160. How does that look like? Yeah. Well, I don't know, 40. Yeah, that's too skewed compared to the width, of course. But I think it looks good now. So even though I go ahead and change like 600 times 400 or something, it should still work. So if I do 120 times, I don't know, 700 or something, there you go. The size changes, but the image sort of like aspect ratio never changes. And it's always like preserved in here, which is great because, you know, image aspect ratios are very, very important and you don't want to screw them up and you're just going to get an ugly design. So yeah. So I tried to put 700 times 1200 in here and it looks like it's skewed and it looks like I was doing it the wrong way. So I was putting the object cover class name in here in the image container, which doesn't make sense. So I have to put it in the class name inside of the image itself. So it takes effect. So now if I go back, there you go. It looks just normal. It doesn't look like it's 700 times 1200, but it actually indeed is. So let me just go back to the previous one, 600 times 400. I think that's, pretty good. So I had to go back in here and actually change the width and heights because I wasn't comfortable with it. 190 pixels times 130 pixels. I think that is good now. We need to add some interaction where the mouse goes over the design card in here. So like, you get a pointing cursor, which gives the user impression that, oh, this is something clickable, and maybe just a very simple hover effect as well. So going back to the cards here, this is the card, got the container. And I think I can make that simply clickable by adding a link. So just wrapping everything in a next link. So importing that from next.js link, and I can just go and wrap the whole components with it. And of course, the href for now is going to be like a pound because a hash, because we don't have a path for it just yet, but we're going to add something later on. So that's good. Now, the next thing in here, I'm going to add some hover effect to this. So I'm going to do transition all. And the duration of the transition is going to be just 200. And I'm going to just do hover scale 105. Yeah, there you go. I'm not sure if I like this scale transition thing. Maybe I could just go back to very simple, like brightness sort of thing where you decrease the brightness to make it just like 90% when it hovers over that. So there you go. I think that's good enough for the brightness thing. You just click on it. It's going to take you there and it does the job and it's super straightforward. So I like this. All right, so now it's time to go and create the design playground. So I've created like 2 variants of the design playground in Figma. One, when you have actually uploaded design and you got the results, which is, of course, we're going to handle that later on once we implement everything. But for now, we're going to focus on this, where the user is going to be able to enter the name of the design, upload the image of the design, and click roast to start the roasting. I mean, for now, we're going to only support uploading 1 image at a time using JPEG, PNG, WebP formats, I guess. I'm pretty sure JPEG and PNG are pretty good, but WebP, I'm not sure. I haven't worked with it before that much, but it should be the same thing. And for the maximum size in here, I'm thinking maybe 5 megs or 10 megabytes. I don't want people to upload ridiculously large sort of designs or user interfaces because that's going to make it super complicated for the AI to give the tailored, perfect sort of like explanations why the design is bad and how it could be improved and how they can improve the design. It's better just to focus on one component at a time. For example, we've got a dialogue. You say, oh, how am I supposed to improve this dialogue? Just going to give you the results way much better than just giving it the whole interface and saying, how am I supposed to improve that? It's pretty much like ChatGPT where you break the tasks into mini tasks and give it to them or give it to the ChatGPT LLM each at a time is going to make it better for them to for the ChatGPT or for the large language model to understand exactly what you mean, and it gives you the best results that way compared to just giving it everything all at once. All right, so let's go and jump into the code in here. Let's go here. I'm going to close everything, collapse everything, start from scratch. So I'm going to go to the up directory in here, and I'm going to create a folder because this is going to be a brand new page. And I think I can name this playground. So I can put index.tsx inside of it. Or sorry, you can't put that. You have to put page.tsx inside of this one. So I'm going to export default function playground, and this should go ahead and return the playground. And I believe they should return or use the same layout in here that is outside. I think I already did put a layout for a dashboard in here. So I'm guessing it would be better just to go ahead and put like this layout, like a shared layout between the playground and the others. I'm not sure, but I'm going to leave it like this. Just going to copy the layout of this. I'm going to go to layout.tsx. I don't want to just complicate this even more. So I'm going to do playground layouts, and this should be the playground page. Now, if you go back here, go localhost 3000, refresh. So we're here. And if I go to the playground, so / playground here, it should take me to the playground. We've got the navigation bar, which is great. And I can just clearly see the playground right on the top in here. That's pretty perfect. So the design here is pretty simple, but we need to break it up into multiple components just to make sure our code is clean. And, we've got separate components. Every single component has its own thing that's doing, and not like overcomplicated by putting everything into one page components. So the playground in here, we should go ahead and use all this mini components inside of it and just put them right here for rendering so it could show up eventually inside of the main page. So for that, I'm going to go into the components folder. I'm going to create this new design form. So I'm going to name it like that. I think that's a pretty descriptive name. So I'm going to go and export new design form. And we got that very simple new design form in here. So for the design form, how it's going to look like, we've got the, I think we should include this inside of design form because, or maybe not. So let's just focus on the form itself, like the input field in here and the drag and drop field in here where the user is going to be able to upload an image and the button. So I'm going to focus on those importantly in here. So we got 3 inputs. So we got div. I'm going to put a form, inside of that. And yeah, I'm going to start putting things together. So I think Shadcn, I don't know if I've installed like Shadcn input fields and forms already. Probably not, but yeah, I haven't done that already. So let's just go back into where is Shadcn. So Shadcn in here, I've got a card, and I think I can go to form. So this should give us everything we need. It just like, it's gonna walk you through everything that you need to be installed. Because the form here input is gonna take or use Zod for documenting or for validation. I think he uses the React hook form, which is great as well. So everything that is happening behind the scenes in here, just like using it. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that real quick. I think you can, well, I don't need that. I can just use the CLI. So do pm again. CLI, like Shadcn CLI is just so good and very, very simple, and just makes your life way much easier as a developer or an indie hacker. Just that's like very, very complicated for us. So the button TSX already exists. Override it, no. Label TSX, no, please. And yeah, skip 2 components. We added the form.tsx in here. I'm guessing it added only the form. I don't know if it did form field in here. It added the form field. It added, what is that? Use form field, so like a couple hooks. Okay. And where is this form control? Yeah, I think that's everything we need for the form. Now, there's one thing I want to check. Did it actually install Zod for us? That's cool. 38 seconds ago. That means it did install Zod for us. What about the React hook form? Yes, 40 seconds ago. That means, yes, that is perfectly installed. So we're on the right track. That's good. We don't need this form anymore. So let me just go back here, and I can just copy the whole setup. Or maybe I can ask AI to do that for me. So I can just highlight everything and ask it to add a name input field using Shadcn form with Zod validation for allowing the user to roast a new design. And I will, or like, I think that's pretty descriptive. I'm using Cloud 3.5 Sonnet mainly because that's perfectly works for me really well most of the times compared to a one model or GPT-4o or something. So that's what I'm trying to do in here. It's trying to inputs or grab the inputs, which I think I haven't installed. So I'm going to use, again, the CLI in here to add the inputs because I haven't added that. And there you go. No, we have an input. Okay. So input has been installed successfully. Inputs. We got the form schema. We got the form here. That's pretty great. So we got the resolver. We got default values, which is a very empty name. And for on submit in here, we're going to handle the submissions, which is perfect as well. So everything is perfectly put together. Can do roast in here with like the fire sort of emoji. So that would look pretty cool. So this is it. I mean, it's not complete just yet, but at least we got something that we can, start working with. So the playground here, I can just go in and do new design form, import that one. And as I said before, I'm going to put like I think H1 is going to be the perfect thing or perfect choice to follow. So roast new design, I'm going to go with that. What is the size of this? Okay, it's 40 pixels. So I can do, well, let me just use CVA. It's way much better. CVA, text. What is the 2XL in here? 24 pixels. Okay, I'm going to do 3. And I'm going to do container. So flex column, gap 4, and maybe some padding of like 8. Okay, class name. Use container in here. That's good. And we're going to use the title as well. So I'm guessing we are on the right track. Use form is not a function, which I'm not sure if it did not. Okay, so it didn't mark this file specifically as a use client because that is, yes, very important to do so. Otherwise, it's not going to work with you. And yeah, there you go. So we got the field in here, got an awesome button. We got roast unit design, but nothing is centered, which our design implies. I mean, centered is way much better than like left to right kind of layout. So I'm going back and where is that? So I think I'm going to head over to the container. So let me just swap between those just to make sure, this comes first because it's like the top level container. I'm going to add a maximum width. Yes. And no, please don't do that. I just want items to go center because that I think is going to solve the problem. So going back, no, that did not solve the problem. I think I need to do size full. No. Oh yeah, so it looks like because we put maximum width to XL for this, and it shouldn't happen like here. For that to work, actually we need to go and create another inner container style. Make sure it's size full, flex column, yes, gap 4. So I can, what do you think? So I can remove this gap from the top here. And now I can put item center, but also have to do maximum width, I don't know. Or I can do, I think, what is the other one? So maximum width screen. So it's like 768 pixel, 1024 pixels. This is like the largest one, but I may need to change that. There you go. I'm going to copy the div, put it down there. There you go. So roast your new design. And even this needs to have an item center so things can go to the center. But yeah, it's cool and everything, but I think I need to two things. So this should go to medium. That's better. And because we're like making sure everything is centered, it's not like taking the whole width kind of thing, which makes it look weird. So if I check out the design right here, you see this is the title. There you go. This is not taking anything. So I have to introduce like a minimum width kind of thing just to make it look at least something like this. So yeah, going inside of the new design form. So where is that? So new design form, we got the div. I can go in and create a const, create a container for this. So flex column, gap gonna be 4. I don't know about the gap, but I want minimum width to be, I mean, can you use like medium and stuff for this, or it's just like not possible? Or we can just simply do full width in here, and let me just import the CVA from here. And also I need to put the container right into the div. There you go. Thank you, AI, again. And there you go. So this is how it looks like now. So you got roast, you got design name here, roast your new design. I think that is descriptive enough, but I still don't like, this is actually quite huge, and I'm not a big fan of huge stuff. So I think we still can go ahead and do that the right way. So instead of MD in here, I'm going to go with small. I think small is 640 pixels. And yes, 640 pixels look so damn much better. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, jumping back to the design form in here. And also, we got to do item center. Because without this, the button wouldn't be centered. Oh, but yeah, okay. So this apparently looks like it's like centering the whole form. So my guess is, if I go and create another one, so I'm going to do form container, okay? This one will have full width as well, but at the same time, it's going to do item center. So what do you think if I just go and add the class name in here to the form container? Yeah, but it's still, oh yeah, I shouldn't be putting it in here because this is like not a component, but instead I should be putting it, you see this space Y8? I don't know why is it putting that one there. Okay, so I think I can just put the form container for now, and I can mimic the thing. So space Y8. This will like create a margin bottom and top that are pretty equal of 32 pixels or 2 RAM. Yeah, that's still not what I want it to look like, but it's better than it was before. But yeah, I think just adding class name in here to the form item will fix our design flaws and will make it way much better. So we got roast in here, we got the input on the top, we got the very simple title on the top as well. Yeah, that's pretty good. So now it's just going ahead and like adding the actual upload sort of form in here, or target where people are going to drag and drop an image of their design to upload it and for roasting, or they're going to click to upload as well. Apparently, you can go ahead and do that from scratch, but I do not advise you to go ahead and do that because this is quite like a complicated task. Well, it's not very complicated, but it's very time consuming, and you're not going to get the best results because there's already out there many different components on NPM and ShadCN already built up by awesome engineers that already did figure all this out in a really, really nice manner. So I try to figure a couple of things in here using V0. There's already a couple of stuff in here that were generated using ShadCN. This looks pretty cool already, but I think I found a better one. This one is completely open source, and he actually is compatible with the React's hook form or a simple dialogue if you want it to be just a very simple dialogue. But I think this will go ahead and do it like perfectly for us. Go ahead and do the job perfectly for us, so we can go ahead and use that. I think this is the one. So It's file uploader built with Shadcn UI and React drop zone. So it looks like this is not an NPM package. It's just like, it provides the source code. So we can just go and copy stuff from source code. And this is an MIT source code. So the license is pretty loose. It's pretty good. You can easily copy this. And you just want to copy like the main file upload component. So for example, this React hook form demo, this is actually what we're looking for. This is like the demo of this. So that's exactly what we want over here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. I just opened the file in GitHub, just easy copy the file. And so this is called, I think this should exist. So this is like the form field. So I'm going to go into components in here. I'm going to do file uploader form. Make sure to call it form. I want to call it form in this case because, we're going to have another file uploader, and this is like the form version of it. So I'm going to export function file uploader form, and please go ahead and like return to, I should paste the thing that I was just, bringing up in here. So it's using a toast and it's using Sonner for toast. Which, don't get me wrong, it's pretty cool, but I'm going to comment this for now. I am not, I don't think Toast is a perfect, use case for our application just to display Toast. I think error messages would be more helpful, but we'll figure that out a little on when we reach the step where we handle errors properly. So that's good. Upload files card. I don't know what is this one. And this is like the file uploader. So this is a toast. We can go and safely comment everything in here. This is a client component, so that's good. And if you scroll down in here, so the form is being properly handled. It's using use form, so the React form hook in here. So that's good. Well, I think this is my bad. So this should not be a form, but more of like a field. Because, we've already got the form, like the new design form in here. So we don't want to create a new or brand new form. We'll just create this upload field, and we can go ahead and put the field inside of the form in here. And I think we can pass in the form instance as well inside of this one. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to do interface file uploader props. We got on submit in here, but we don't want that. We just want the form and use form return. I think this is the right one, hopefully. Schema here, I think I'm going to just use a template because look, we're not going to use a schema because everything should be defined for us properly. What is this? So this is a schema. Yeah, we don't need schema as I said before. This is a file uploader. I'm going to comment that for now. And we got, so do props. So these are the props. And I think I can just go ahead and do the template as well in here. Just pass it in so we could infer it later on. Okay, so that's good. Got the file upload in here. We don't need those, but let's just keep them for now. Now for the form, yes, we can go in and get it from the props. So we can do const form equals props. There you go. So we're bringing the form from there. We just pass it in here. And of course, we do not need this one. What else? We do not need, I don't think we even need the form though, but let me just double check. We don't need these. We just need the field in here. Form to control. Okay. And yeah, I think for this one, we have to extend the field values because it has to be. So extend field values for this one to work. There you go. So no T's, not complaining about that. The onSubmit though, we don't need the onSubmit. Yeah, it's sometimes a little hard to modify an existing code, but once you get a grasp of it and how things are working, it should be quite easier. So we got field, this is the one for the progress. This is is it uploading or what's exactly happening? This is the uploaded files card, which we're not going to need. Yeah, I think we're going to probably display that in a different way. But right now, what we need exactly is the file uploader, which is the main component that's going to do the uploading, where the user going to be able to click, select an image file, or drag and drop an image inside of that. So we can go ahead and copy the same thing in here from there. So this is the file uploader. I don't know if I can click on it or GitHub can do its magic. There you go. So it's now src component file -uploader.tsx. So I can go ahead and grab this file uploader from components file uploader. So I can just copy. I think there isn't much going on behind the scenes for this, or maybe there's a lot of things, a lot of code in here, which is amazing that we don't have to go ahead and type that from scratch because it's a really nice component. But yeah, let's go ahead and see. So file uploader. Oh shoot, this is not, it shouldn't be a file, it should be a folder. And inside of components, file, uploader, index.tsx. And we can finally go ahead and paste that one here. So there's a couple of dependencies are missing. React drop zone, which is very important one where it's going to handle the drag and drop sort of like images right into the container for the upload. So I can go ahead and install that. So pnpm add React drop zone. This should go ahead and do it. Now for the toast in here, as I said before, I'm not sure about if I'm going to use Stone over this one or not, but it should be good. There is a missing hook, like use controllable state, which I'm not sure exactly what that one does, but I can go ahead and copy that one as well, where there is a progress in here. Both of these are like ShadCN, sort of like components you can easily go ahead and install using the ShadCN CLI. So hopefully I can find this ShadCN CLI and I can go ahead and install progress and scroll area. Hopefully I'm calling those correctly. So this should go ahead and check the registry and install the dependencies for us. There you go. So both are installed. Now, if you click on it, it should just take us right over there. That's good. There's this format bytes and the hook that are missing. So I can go ahead and do exactly the same thing. So I can click format bytes. It's going to highlight that for me. I'm going to click. It takes me to the file. I love this new navigation way from GitHub itself. It just makes things a lot easier to work with. So copy paste, go to lib, utils, I think. Yeah, I can put it just like in there, format bytes. And there you go. Should be cool. Now, when it comes to hooks, I think I can do the exact same thing. So I can highlight this one. It's going to take me exactly to the file where this is defined. And I think this is like on its own file. Yes, that's correct. So copying that one, going back to, I think I'm going to put it src hooks, maybe like that. Okay, hooks. And I'm going to name this use controllable state. I don't know. You can use camel casing for this or different other type of casing, which I forgot its name. What is that name? It's not snake case. Pretty sure I knew what it is, but I completely forgot it. So yeah, never mind. Just gonna continue my life like nothing is happening. All right, cool. So I put that one here. There's another hook, use callback ref, which I'm not sure exactly what that one does, but it looks like it has relationship with a ref kind of thing. So I'm going to do exactly the same thing. So use callback ref.tsx and yeah, there you go. So this, we got use callback ref in here. I think I can go ahead and rename this. There you go. And for the other one, for the file uploader, I don't know, AI can be handy today. So yeah, there you go. It did the renaming for us. So that is perfect. Now there's actually a couple of toasts like toast, error, toast.promise, yeah, a couple of things. I don't know what is this one. So toast, loading on upload. I think we can use toast for now because, well, I mean, to be honest, I love this Sonner library. It has an amazing toasts and it's very easy to use. The API is so nice and the UI is even nicer. I love it, but I'm not sure exactly when I should use a toast and when should I not use a toast compared to like the design we're trying to achieve in here. Like this design. So is it better just to showcase a toast right like on the right hand side, or is it just better to showcase an error right on the top in here, just in front of the user and on the face of the user, telling them exactly what's happening, specifically about the upload or the roasting if something goes wrong with the AI or something. In my opinion, it would be better to do it that way. But we could do the toast for now as a fallback, and we can implement the other thing later on. So let me go ahead and do that Sonner thing. Let me just install it. It should be pretty simple through pnpm. So Sonner should go ahead and install that for us. Hallelujah, that has been installed. I love that. So we got toast from Sonner. Okay, that's great. I think all errors are gone now, and I shouldn't see any more errors, so that's great. Going back here, I can go ahead and like finally import the file uploader, and it's just being imported right from there. That's another great thing. And compared to those, we only got some like one error. I noticed that. Yeah, this one extends the field values, like the same thing we did before. We got form.control. Oh, it should work now because because like now we're extending the field values. That's why it's working. But no, the name is sort of like having a typing issue. Path T. So type string not assignable to type or to type path T. I don't know what's going on. I mean, TypeScript sometimes it just yields very, very weird errors. Or maybe I am the one who's like being a stupid guy trying to implement something that doesn't work, but we're going to figure that out in a second. So I don't need this. Yes, I'm going to keep the other comments just for reference for now until we get things up and running before we can just like completely go ahead and delete those comments. So we got the field, we got the file uploader. Now back to our new design form, the main important part in here. Remember, we got this form field in here, which is the first form field. The second one is going to be the file uploader field. And we're just going to go ahead and access that one. So we got form equals form. We're just passing that form. I'm not sure if everything is working fine or not. Let me just check out the console in here. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what are these warnings or errors. And it's probably related to auth, but I have no idea what's going on, but I can check that out later on. Oh, hallelujah. There you go. Look at it. I mean, it just works. It's just showing up over there. That's pretty great. After copy pasting for 5 or 10 minutes, there you go. That's the first time I copy paste something and it just works from the first try. I'm actually surprised this actually happened, and yeah, I love it. Now, if we jump back to the form in here, remember before, like we only defined the name on the form schema, so we're gonna go ahead and define the images, which gonna be an array of. I think I'm gonna do an instance of file, and it shouldn't be an array, or maybe it should be an array at first. And I need to use the Zod instance of, not like the keyword for this. So you would know that this is going to be an array of files, and those are like the images. Now, images are going to be an empty array, but for me, I think, like for now, we will just support uploading one image at a time. We don't want to like upload multiple ones. But there's one thing regarding the images in here, like the name. So he's telling me, oh, string cannot be assigned to whatever that thing is, and I have no idea why. So I guess after just like completely ignoring the template in here that is, passed from the type, we can just go ahead and like completely disregard the error in here. And it looks like it was wrong what I was doing before for the field values, because those are unknown. And I mean, like the form in here should be passed as is without any issues if we do not put the specific values we're going to be using. So I think we're good. Now I noticed there's another prop in here that's called max file count. I'm going to put this to 1. That means it's just always gonna be able to allow me to upload only one file at a time. So I think that's exactly what we were looking for. So we got field.onChange, and then the value in here is gonna be passed right into the form. So yeah, I think we are on the good track. So I think for the type in here, I can completely ignore the template that we were using before, but instead I just put the type as is. Like I got this type exactly from going and inferring exactly what is this return. So this is basically what the type I'm using, use form return, and of course because we need the name and images, this is any, this is undefined. I'm not sure exactly what are those, but I'm guessing those are like options to be more specific. So we got the form in here, and the form is working fine. To test if the form is working fine or not, we got the onSubmit in here that's gonna actually spit out to a console log the values. So let's go ahead and put something into here. I'm just gonna go in and select something. So I'm gonna select this really cool image. Now, as Chris said here, once I selected one image, I cannot go in and select another image because we already set the maximum file size to, or maximum like upload size in here to 1, which is great for our case scenario in here. Now, the other thing we need to do is simply just go in and click roast. And this will go ahead and spit out, I don't know what happened. Oh, there's a name in there. Okay. Yeah, I gotta put something. Then again, roast, you should go ahead and put the values. Now the values name is name. And we got the images in here, going to be type of a file, which going to have like the blob, it's going to be uploaded for us. It's going to have like everything, the image type, image JPEG, the size, the name of the image, the everything, pretty much literally everything that we need to actually upload and process the image. So we are good. Oh yeah, and according to the designs as well, because this should equal to like the same width as the other one, or as the input, just to make it more of like have a good mixture in between, which gonna make them like mix and match really well. So I gotta go ahead and do that. So I've got, because this is the one that we got the form, and this is the file uploader field. So we should go ahead and edit this specific one. So maybe I should put full width for this one. Let me check it out. There you go. Just fixed it. One CSS change, and there you go. So they both should take the full width in here and make design look way much better. And this is like has images, so I want to do design image. So there should be just design image in here. We got upload. You can upload a file with 4 megabytes, and I think that's the maximum size. We're specifying it right over here. I can go ahead and put that in like a const or something. I mean, for instance, I can just go ahead and put it like here, max file size 4 megabytes. I think I'm gonna switch it up to 5 megabytes, or not 45. That would be insane. So 5 megabytes max file size, and yeah. So I think we are good with this one. Should like maximum file size in here, should put it right over there. We got the field, and of course for the progresses in here, like the upload progress, the on upload and the disabled, we want to actually handle those a little differently, because for us, we're not uploading images as this side of like file uploader field is supposed to work, but rather we're just like having the image and roasting it. So like we're sending everything in one command, in one API request, and we're just gonna like, of course, we're gonna have a progress bar or a loading bar saying, oh, it's roasting. How long is it gonna take? Maybe a couple of seconds, of course, because you're gonna use AI and a lot of magical stuff behind the scenes to do that, and it's just gonna spit out the final results for us to actually go ahead and display. So I think it's pretty good for us right over here. It's super nice, super simple. Design is very simple. There's one thing I do not like about this one is the gap or the margin between the title in here and the navigation bar. It looks too close, which I'm not a big fan of, and I should go ahead and make some or do something about this one. So I think we've got layouts, we've got the navigation bar in here. Well, for the nav bar and for the layouts, I can just go ahead and do something like this. And for the div in here, I can just do class name, flex column, size full as well. And I'm just going to do padding top to be 10-ish maybe. Would that be cool? Yeah, I think that's good enough. I mean, padding 10 or 12, however you want it to be. But yeah, I think this is decent enough and it's pretty good for us. So, and also we want to make sure we link to that new. So whenever we click this button, like the new button here, inside of our dashboard, we should take them to the new playground. So for that, we've got like /playground in here. You probably already know about that. And I'm just gonna go to the dashboard page, and I've got like user saved designs. It should be the new in here. I'm probably not gonna be able to do the link in here, but I think I'm gonna be able to wrap the link in here. Let's go see there. And AI, go ahead and do the rest for me, please. Remove, no. Well, sometimes it's AI doesn't do it perfectly, which is completely understandable, but there you go. We got the link. We're taking it to /playground. So AI already knew about that, and I love it. Click new there. It just takes us to the background. If we go back here, of course, later on when we click one of these designs, it's going to take us to the actual design, but there's actually still a lot to implement behind the scenes in the backend side, so we could make this roasting UI thing actually works. All right, so now it's actually time to go ahead and make that work. And by making this work, I mean just going ahead and creating the actual backend for it, where we click roast in here, we upload the image, we save the designs, we generate the new designs, we provide improvements and feedback to the user, and everything that goes behind the scenes. So for that specifically, we're going to use a couple of stuff. But before doing so, I already made a simple diagram. I kind of like drew that myself, which is telling you that my handwriting is absolutely horrible. Just don't look at it, especially by using the tablet to write on or draw on Figma in here. So that was absolutely horrible. But thankfully, using Cloud 3.5 Sonnet, it converted this handwriting diagram or workflow diagram into this beautiful one that is very easy to read and more digital and more professional. So this one is simple, like a simple diagram of how it's going to go. Like the request when it leaves the playground is going to go directly to the next API in here, which is just going to be an API route that's going to handle that. It's going to act as a backend because, next.js, we can run those backend functions. It could be serverless. It could be just like a normal function that runs on a normal server without the serverless parts. We're going to talk about that later on when we get into the deployment parts. And right after that, I'm going to get to the image compression, where it's going to compress the image because we don't want a very large design image to be uploaded. We want to make sure we get like the right size and right dimensions for that, so we can maximize how the AI is going to interact with this. We're going to upload the image in here to like a storage something like S3 compatible storage. We're going to use Cloudflare probably for that, because it's like pretty cheap, very easy to use, and it has very, very simple and very compatible API with the S3 bucket stuff. So that should be pretty simple as well, the image upload. Then after that, we're going to feed the new image, or basically the upload image from the user, to a Vision LLM using OpenRouter, which is just like a provider of different LLMs that we can, you can use like literally every single LLM you could think of, from Llama 3 to OpenAI LLMs or ChatGPT, that's what I meant, and Claude if you want, like whatever you want. So providing that to Vision LLM, this is going to give us two things. It's going to give us what's wrong with the design, of course, with the right prompts in here. So it's going to tell us exactly what's wrong with the design, and it's going to give us improvements on how to improve that design, like very specific UI UX improvements from that side. After getting these specific improvements, we're going to have another round of feeding both of these improvements and what's wrong to the Vision LLM alongside the uploaded image as well. We're going to put it inside of the Vision, like another round of another request to Vision LLM for improving that image or that design, using the improvements by generating code for it, like by generating Tailwind CSS and HTML code. And starting from that code, we can, of course, convert it to a normal image, and voila, we got an image, like a brand new design image, plus the code for it. So that way we can, like get the code, because without the code, we're not going to be able to get a new design image. And I've like tested a couple of times. This is like the best approach to go through with for that specific scenario, for getting a better redesigned UI UX design. So yeah, I think this should work perfectly, and this is the diagram. So if you got like something different, let me know. I could like improve this, but I think this is pretty good for getting started for now. So the first thing that I use in here is OpenRouter, as I said before, which gives you like a variety of different models. If you go to the browser in here, you're going to see all different models, from like open source models to closed source models like Anthropic, Cloud 3.5 Sonnet, or maybe the XAI, or like whatever you're probably thinking about to use in here. You can easily use it throughout one single API without switching like many APIs or having different many API keys. That's one thing I enjoy in here. It's just like you've got one API key, and just like one single code, and you only just gonna like change the model name when you want to call that. So if you, for example, want to test Anthropic Cloud 3.5 Sonnet versus ChatGPT 4o or 4o Mini or Llama 3.2 or something like that, you can easily switch it up just by switching the name without doing a lot of changes on the code or something, because it has a very compatible API across all these models. And we are also going to utilize the AI SDK from Vercel in here, which is very good and very compatible with next.js. It has like a bunch of like providers that you can use from OpenAI, Azure, Amazon, Bedrock, Anthropic. And of course, because you're using OpenRouter, and it has a very compatible API with like the OpenAI's API, it's pretty much the same one. So you can use OpenAI's in here without any issues, just changing the URL and the API key. We're going to get into there, but the SDK in here is going to be super easy to use, very, very simple. Just going to make our lives a lot simpler, because it has a very, very simple API to just make it work specifically for user interfaces and for Next.js apps. So that is actually going to be very good. All right, so jumping back to our repository in here, the Next.js repository, I'm going to go inside of the app in here, and I'm going to create a new route. So I'm going to go API, and I think that already exists. Yeah, because we did authentication. I totally forgot about that. But we got API in here, and what we're going to do is create a new folder. I'm going to name it roast. So it's just like, /roast. It's going to be a nice API in here. And right inside of it, I'm going to put a route.tsx. And inside of that one, I'm going to export its asynchronous function. And of course, Cursor AI is pretty smart in here, because it just does autocomplete on the go, which makes our lives quite easier. And I absolutely love it. So we got here post request, we got the body, we got the next response. And it's just like a very, very simple sort of like API in here, where you've got the post request in here, we've got this simple request, which is like a web standard request. We're going to get the JSON, which is like the body, console log the body, and just return a response in here, a JSON response of hello world. So yeah, of course, just completing that very simply, but we need to go ahead and implement exactly what we're looking for from right over here, where we are going to expect a name, and we're going to expect like an image in here, which is going to be like a binary image that needs to be uploaded as well. So that's what we're going to need. And speaking of AI, I'm actually going to try this. So I'm going to use, I'm not going to use a one mini, but I'm going to use Cloud 3.5 Sonnet that was like recently like introduced in here, which is a very brand new one that should be absolutely amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and like use this one and tell it to actually implement this post request where it accepts a name from the body and does some validation into it. And it also is going to accept an image that's going to be uploaded into that. So I'm going to just ask it, so can you make this post request handler be able to accept a name from the request body and upload an image? So I'm just going to go and click enter and see what it does and how it's going to handle all of that. I know it may be a little kind of like weird, or it's just going to introduce something weird, but let me just go ahead and accept that. So what it's doing in here is going to have a request. It's grabbing the form data, which is like a multi-part form, which is actually understandable to be able to access the image. So it's trying to access the image in here. It says if there's no name or image, name and image are required. And you're going to check, oh, if this is an instance of file, or if it's not an instance of file, you're just going to like throw away invalid image file. And here's actually what you typically do: validate the image type, size, upload this to storage service, save metadata to database. So those are actually, we need to implement those because the AI can't implement those anyway. But we got like, oh, it's just going to return successful. And this is like the image size, because now the image should be of a type of a file, I believe, right? Yeah, so that image should be form data entry value, but here it should be an instance of a file. So I think if you check it out right over here, yeah, it's an instance of file because we're already checking or doing the check-in here. So all good. So here I'm going to check first if the size exceeds or not. So I'm going to check, okay, cloud, thank you. So image.size is greater than the maximum file size in here. If it is, I'm just going to go in and return this response that it can't exceed 5 megabytes. So let me just go ahead and define this one. So I'm going to go inside of the lib in here. I'm going to create a file named image. It's going to be like concerning image stuff. So I'm going to export const max image upload size. I think that would be, or that should be more accurate. So those are in bytes. So we can do like 5 times 1024 times 1024. There you go. So this should be a 5 megabytes, so max image upload size. Let me just put that here and go ahead and import it. So yeah, this should go ahead and check for the max size in here, which if it exceeds 5 megabytes, it's just going to return an error for it. So that's good. Now, the next thing in here we need to do is image compression. So I'm going to go into the image inside of the library, the image file that we created, and it's better just go ahead and put it over here. So I'm going to do export function, compress image, and I'm just going to be taking a file, of course. It's not going to return file, but I'm actually going to go ahead and use Sharp. So I've already installed Sharp in here. So you check out package.json. I've got Sharp, and Sharp is a great library in here for managing like images on the Node.js side. So for like managing images, compressing them, doing a bunch of manipulations about images, it's really, really nice like library, and it has a very simple API for that. So I'm going to use it, and because this function in here and the route in here is running on the server side, it's not running on the browser. So it's totally safe because it's running on the Node.js sort of side, and we're going to run this on a complete server. So that's going to be all good for us. Okay, so we got that in here. So I'm going to just go ahead and use Sharp. I think I can go ahead and import Sharp from Sharp, and I can do, well, I think I can go ahead and just like put Sharp in here, or I think it's going to help me out with this, and make sure to put async in here. So I'm going to get the buffer first from the file, and I pass the buffer to Sharp in here and convert this to JPEG. So I don't know, this is actually quite hard of a decision to make. Is it like we want to convert this to JPEG? I know like JPEG are great with like compression, and if you put like quality for 80 or something, it's going to be perfect. But I believe if we go to the chat in here real quick, and we're using Claude, we just use the latest one, and I'm just going to ask it like a very straightforward question, like, is JPEG or WebP better for image compression? I know the question is very weird. I shouldn't have like phrased it like that, but so apparently it looks like WebP, better compression WebP typically achieves 25 to 35% smaller file sizes compared to JPEG at equivalent vision quality. So that is cool, and it has like lossless support. It has alpha channel, which is the same as PNG, but way much more compressed and way much better, and wide browser support, and it's like usually used for browsers. So I would rather use WebP because I want to get as, you know, a very small compressed image as possible, just to make sure that, you know, we don't like feed the images, those like very large uncompressed images, into the LLM, which is going to cost a lot of money. We want to just like reduce the cost as much as possible and not sacrifice the quality, if that makes sense. So I'm going to convert this to WebP, and it doesn't have progressive in here. It has a quality, and I think does it have a compression level? Probably not. So I'm just going to use quality 80 in here. I might go ahead and change that. I might go ahead and change to something else, but I think 80 in here is decent enough, right? It's not going to change or make it go that much or go wildly compressed. So hopefully that is good, and we're just going to simply go ahead and return it because we're doing to buffer. Then we're just going to wrap that up in a file. Just put the compressed buffer in here, the file name in here, and the mem type. So that's it. So now we can simply go ahead and call that function because it's an async function, and I think we have an async over there, so that's cool. So that's what we're going to call it, compress image. I'm going to pass the image in here. I'm going to have compress image back to us, which is great. And that's it. So I'm just going to go ahead and like put something like this, compress image size, compressed image type. Just going to return this simple response. I know we haven't completed that just yet, but I want to go ahead and try this request and make sure we're heading on the right path in here. We're not doing something wrong and nothing is blowing on our faces or something. So let's go and try this out. So if we go ahead and go back to Postman, I'm going to put localhost 3000 /API/ roast. And remember, this is a post request. And the body in here, well, it's going to be a form data because that's what we need, because we need to provide an image and a file name. So the first key in here is going to be the name of the image. It's going to be test image 01. And the second thing in here is not going to be a text, but rather a file. And it's going to be just a simple like image thing. I'm going to have select files. Let me just go and select a simple image. So I'm going to select this image right over here. So upload it. I don't know what's going on. The file above is not your working directory and will be available to your teammates. Yeah, that's pretty cool. No issues with that. Description, we don't need it. And let's just go ahead and test that out. So post request, hopefully it will work as expected. And there you go. It is actually working. So the original image size in here is around like 300-ish kilobytes. And it has a type of a PNG. So we can check that out from here. Almost 300 kilobyte in here. And it's a PNG type. That's good. It's getting it right. And it got it down to 65 kilobytes. And of course, I did the quick math in here. That translates to 65 kilobytes just by converting it from PNG to WebP with lossless compression, of course, and just 80 quality. I mean, we got so much from that, which is absolutely amazing. There is one more thing that we would want to do because, if you look into this page in here, that is the Anthropic documentation about Cloud 3.5 Sonnet and how the pricing of tokens goes behind the scenes when it comes to image processing. And of course, we're going to provide those images to an LLM like Cloud 3.5 Sonnet, and it's going to cost us money. So we need to wisely go ahead and like compress and resize without modifying or affecting the aspect ratio, because that is very important when it comes to a UI design. Just keep and make the aspect ratio the same thing, just resize it a tiny bit so it doesn't go wild. Because right here, how is it looking like? It's like, for example, for 200 by 200 pixels, for like a 0.04 megapixels, it's about like, for 1,000 images, it's about $0.16, like a 16 cents. For, on the other hand, for a 1 megapixel, like 1,000 times 1,000, 1,000 in the width, 1,000 in the height, it's around $4 per 1,000 images, which is quite ridiculous. So I know designs should have the right, size and everything, but we're also going to provide like a disclaimer: do not provide like a very large images per design, because that's going to cause the LLM to have so many or so much data to process, which is not good at all. So in order to get like best results from that and the best roasting of your UI designs, make sure to provide like a very adequate small parts, more particularly like small UI parts from that, not like a very large screen. That's of course going to make the results way much worse. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So back to the image compression, and we're doing just like quality in here. We're going to use another function. I think we can do resize. I don't know if we should do the resize before or after the WebP, but I don't know. I haven't been into something like that. So maybe I can just go in and resize this. I want to resize only the width and leave the height as is, because the Sharp library is going to figure out the right height for it, so we don't like skew the aspect ratio and we maintain the right aspect ratio of the original image. So we got the width in there. that's pretty cool. The width, I'm just gonna, for example, set it to 800. I'm not sure if that's the right thing or not. I might need to do some more tests, but for now, I think it seems, and apparently, maybe 800 will be a good one. Hopefully, of course. So yeah, let's go ahead and try that out. And I want to make sure that I got that one right. So I'm gonna do compressed image width. So I'm gonna use. I don't think there is a width though. Size, yeah. Yeah, you probably cannot get that. I'm not sure what is the length in here. Just maybe length in bytes or something. You probably can't do that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be resized, and we need to check like the final image in order to be able to do that. So yeah, that's not an issue. Well, I think another issue we might stumble upon in here is like images could be a little smaller than that specific width, and I'm not sure, but I think if you resize it to 800, it's just gonna upscale it, which is gonna introduce some pixels and it's gonna be bad, and of course we do not want that. So I've got like this test image I've already put. So bad login form, for example, this bad login form in here, what is that? So that's 300 kilobytes. We've seen it before, and I believe I was able to see the size. So it looks like this image is like 1,000 pixels wide and 1,300 pixels on the height. So technically, of course, the height is like larger than the width, and that is completely understandable. Most of UI designs are going to be like that because it's just going to be forms and stuff, and they're always going to have more height compared to width. That's I completely understand, and I think we need to modify our code for this one specific scenario, or probably thinking a lot of scenarios are going to be followed like this. So in that regards, what's going to happen is I'm going to go in and access the metadata. So I'm going to do const metadata. I'm going to grab the metadata in here from sharp using the buffer, and the metadata here is going to just include like the width and height and stuff like that. And starting from that metadata, so I'm going to do metadata.width. So if that is going to be greater than 800, then in that case, I'm just going to make sure to do 800 in here. Otherwise, just go ahead and leave the width as is. Okay, what is that? So it's possibly undefined. I think I can do metadata.width. Okay, so I'm just checking in here if the width is not undefined and the width is greater than 800 in here. If it is greater than 800, go ahead and put it as 800. Otherwise, just put it as undefined in here, which means it's not going to resize or touch or do anything to that, which I believe should be good. And as said before, instead of the width, I'm actually just going to use the height in here. Just going to switch it up to height in here. I'm going to leave the width to be figured out by Sharp library in here so we don't skew the aspect ratio. So yeah, it looks like we are good with this. So if we back into the route in here, so we are already actually doing the compression in here. So that's good, making the size valid in here. And also the next thing in here is just upload to a storage service so we can access that image. I'm going to go ahead and do that a little later on for like uploading that and saving the image into the database. But for now, let's just go ahead and focus on the core functionality of the application in here, which is like roasting the UI. So taking that image, taking the system prompts and all this different stuff we're going to provide to the Vision LLM and say, oh, here are the results, what's wrong with the design, what improvements can be done, and this is the improved design. So that's the main thing we're looking for here. All right, so to get started with this one, we need to use the AI toolkit for TypeScript from Vercel in here, which is the AI SDK. Super simple and really, really nice interface. So I think simply to install it, just npm install AI. Just as simple as that. I believe that's the simplest approach. If we visit the playground, I don't know what the playground here has to say, but I believe documentation will be able to give us more info. So overview in here. Yeah, there isn't much to do about that. And of course, for the providers, we can install the specific provider. For example, if you want to use OpenAI, we can go and install AI SDK /OpenAI. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to open up the terminal in here. I'm going to access the second window. I'm going to do pnpm add AI. So they should go ahead and add the other one. And I'm going to make sure to add the OpenAI one because, as I said before, OpenRouter has pretty much the exact same interface as OpenAI's one. So I'm just going to go ahead and install that one as well. Click enter and wait a couple of seconds. All right, there you go. So that has been installed. Let me just go ahead and collapse this terminal. Now I'm going to go back to the library in here. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to name this file roast.typescript. It's going to be like the main file for like, it exposes a couple of functions that are mainly going to be used for the roasting process, like getting improvements, what's wrong, and redesigning a new image. So, and because if you jump back to the diagram we've already put, so we passed through this image compression thing. If I just going to use my pencil in here, so we passed through the image compression, image upload, we're going to do that later on. So that should not be a problem. And now we're actually on the part of providing the image to OpenRouter or Vision LLM. I'm going to use Cloud 3.5 Sonnet, and it's going to tell us what's wrong and the improvements, okay? And we're going to use a specific system prompt for that as well. All right, so first I'm going to go and do an export function, and I'm going to do get design improvements, okay? This will actually take a couple of parameters. Let me just create a function in here. It's going to take, I think it's just better to take the image. So as far as I'm going to tell, it's going to take the image from that, which is like the image file. And we're going to be able to like go ahead and call the AI SDK. So let me just go ahead and import, or I think I'm not going to import it from there, but rather going to go and create a new file. I'm going to name it ai.typescript. So inside of here, we're going to initialize our AI models and what we're going to be using. And of course, because we're using the SDK in here. So if we head over to the docs in here, the OpenAI provider, that's what we're going to use because it's very compatible with the OpenRouter, as I said before. And we already installed that. So we can just simply go ahead and call this create OpenAI function, passing it the different configuration that we need from base URL, API key, and stuff like that. And it should be good to go. So like we can later on just call it like this, providing or passing the model name that we want to use. It's going to return the model instance. And through the model instance, we can just provide that to the generate text, like this one right over here, with a prompt and a system prompt and a system prompt, a user prompt, however you want to use it. It's just going to return a text for you. Okay, so like as simple as that. So going back in here to the AI, and I'm going to go ahead and do export const. I'm going to export our model in here, and our model is just I'm going to use the create OpenAI. I don't know if he just knows about that, but I can need to go ahead and import it. So, okay, create OpenAI, and I'm going to pass it a couple of stuff. So first, the API key should be process.environment.openRouter, or I don't know if I can do OpenRouter. I think it would be OpenRouter like this, API key. Okay, so that's good. Base URL, I'm going to use the OpenRouter base URL as well. And of course, you can check that out from the documentation in here. So this is the base URL for the chat completions. I'm going to copy this one, openrouter.ai/API/v1. So I think cursory, I got it right. So that's cool. So we got base URL, API key in both of them set, and make sure to set the API key in here inside of the .env file in here, grabbing your API key from OpenRouter in here or whatever provider you're looking for, you want to use. And I think I'm going to change the name of this to OpenRouter model, just like that, because I want to specify exactly what models we have and how we want to use them. And I'm going to export this another one. I'm going to call this const. I'm going to call it roast model, and I'm just going to set it to like OpenRouter model in here. And I'm just going to provide like a name of what we want to use. So of course, I think just like it has those pre-built in because we're using OpenAI in here. So it knows, it thinks just we only have access to OpenAI stuff. But of course, in reality, we have access to way much more in that. So if we go back to OpenRouter in here, go to browse, and I think we can access the Anthropic Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. It has been updated on October 22nd, which is great. Like this is the most recent amazing update that got into 3.5 Sonnet. And it's just like you can see everything in here from like the pricing, the different providers, Anthropic or like Google Vertex. And of course, this indicates, if there's any degraded quality or any outages or something like that. And I believe, so Anthropic in here is just like leading everything, of course, for sure. So that is good. And the way to use this one is just very simple. So all you got to do and provide is this key in here, like as a model name, Anthropic/cloud 3.5-sonnet. And that's it. And you can, of course, provide the user, the system prompts, and image URL in here if you ever want to use it. That's good. Let's go back in here. I think, they do. Oh, we're using the TypeScript one. Yeah, all good. So go back in here. I'm going to just put the name of that, Anthropic Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. I'm going to import this roast model in here. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So now if we go back to here and we can just go in and like import this roast model, we can access it and it can just, use it for generating the actual text. So later on, if we ever stumble upon any issues or want to test a different model or want to change a completely different provider from OpenRouter to OpenAI or Anthropic or whatever, you name it, we can easily do that by just like switching up in here models, and we don't have to touch our code because those just like exporting something and nobody's touching it, and it's just like going to make our lives a lot easier and developer experience just going to be quite better. So that's how we're going to do it. Now, the next thing in here we need before we can get started is a prompt. So let's go and create a file. I'm going to name this prompt.ts or TypeScript, and I'm going to export a couple of prompts. So first I'm going to export system, or I'm going to name this like this. So I'm going to do prompt system. So it's just going to tell us the type of the prompt in here. And last but not least, it's going to tell us exactly what is the prompt for. So for example, this is going to be for improvements. I'm going to call it improvements. The prompt is going to be as follows. So I've got already a very simple, I know I haven't added constant here, which is, I'm very sorry, but yeah, there you go. So prompt system improvements. You're an expert UI UX designer. We're going to provide you with a design, and you tell us if the design is good or bad and whether it follows the US UI UX design rules. Please provide detailed instructions on how to improve the design while maintaining the same look and feel of design. I know this might be, this is a very simple one. We could expand on this quite a lot and we can improve that. If you are into prompt engineering, please let me know. I'll be very much happy to improve this one. But for now, we're going to use this very basic one. Or I think I thought about a different way to export this one is I can do this. So I can do improvements prompt, and it's just going to be a plural. So yeah, I can't type. It's going to be an object. It's going to have always like something like system. And what is the system prompt? It's going to have user as well. Okay. So that way we could literally just like export it in the best way possible. And I'm just going to put the user prompt in here. And prompts for the user is going to be something like simple like that. Please provide detailed instructions on how to improve the design while maintaining the same look and feel of design. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and put that one in here. So I'm going to do improvement prompts. This prompts are specifically for improvements, not for generating a new design, because for that specific one, I'm going to have different prompts. And that way we could just like, split it up into multiple things. Okay, so I am just going to go back in here and actually start the generation. So we got the image. Now, before we do anything, if you've seen or if you looked at like this specific code snippet in here of how an image should be passed into the Anthropic Cloud 3.5 Sonnet API, it could be either passed, like right here, it's passed as a URL, and the AI in here or the LLM is going to read it from the URL, or it could be passed as a base64 string. So I think I've seen that before. I am not sure. Maybe you've seen it in here. But of course, it does support image input, and I think if I could check, so image parts, image URL string. There you go. So this is how you can provide the image URL in here by doing image. Then you just you provide the raw image. This is like an image URL or a base64 encoded string, and that's exactly what I'm going to do in here. Is base64 encoded. Just pass it as an image right over here, and that should be good to go. So first, because we've got a file in here, let's go ahead and convert that from a file to an actual base64. So I'm going to do function get image base64. So of course, it's going to go from a file. It's going to have a file reader, and it's just going to read data as data URL, I think. It could be done this way. And there you go. So I think this should do the job. Just like using the old gold file reader to read the file from there. Simply just convert it to a base64 in here, and read as data URL is going to convert it to a data URL, which is base64. And it's just going to return that one. So if you check out, it's going to return a promise of unknown, and I'm not sure why it does return promises unknown, but I should be specifying that as a promise of a string. There you go. Because of course the base64 is just going to be a simple string. Okay. So let's mark this function as asynchronous because everything has to be asynchronous. Otherwise, we're going to fall apart. So get base64 image. There you go. We got it. Now, the next thing in here is to go ahead and call the shot model. So I'm going to just go in and do response equals await. And I forgot what's the name of that function again. So it's generate text is going to return results. So I'm going to just name it exactly the same thing. Just going to be result in here, and it's generate text, right? So generate text. Yeah, I can't import that from there, but I think I can import it from where can I import that? Okay, I think it's from the OpenAI's. Yeah, it's not core. OpenAI. Okay, I don't know. Where is this one exactly? Is it from the AI? No. Okay, from where are you getting this? This is really weird. Okay, yeah, it's from AI, right? I mean, oh shoot. Okay, yeah, I'm confusing one AI with another one, like one AI import with another one. So it's not from the file.ai, but from like the package that is called .ai. So I probably may need to reconsider renaming this to something else. But yeah, I think we're good for now. So first things first in here, we're going to provide the model. It's going to be the roast model, and the prompt, or I'm going to use the messages because that's exactly what I need. I'm going to need system, so I'm going to do improvement prompts.system, and I'm going to need the user in here, which is not going to be the base64, but it's going to be improvements prompts.user. And last but not least, we are also, like, inside of the user, we need to pass it like this, where it has to be a content, and it has to be, like you got text and image kind of thing. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I need to do the role, going to be user exactly like this, and we just need an object. There you go. So I got user. No, do not do that, please. Image base64. Let me just rename that, because giving a proper name to your variables is going to help you a lot later on. So that's important. Now you're going to go to improvement prompts dot user. There you go. So we're going to send a text version, and we're going to send the image version in here as base64 encoded. And that's it. And here we're going to get the results. Of course, that, as simple as that. Get design improvements, just going to return the results. I am not sure exactly what the results I'm going to get from this. So I might need to go ahead and call this one just to go ahead and check what are the results. Okay, going back to the routing here. And after the compression is good, I'm just going to go ahead and call the improvements. So I'm going to import this function, compress image, awaits improvements, and I'm simply just go ahead and do console log improvements. That's it. So I could literally just go ahead and check what are these improvements. So going back to Postman, where we were running stuff, I'm providing the image again, and there you go. Failed to process upload. I don't know what's going on. Probably something wrong. Definitely something wrong. So if you check out the terminal, the other terminal, so there you go. It says file reader is not defined, and I completely understand that because that's a web API. I thought it existed inside of Node.js, but apparently it's not. It's weird though, because I thought this actually existed. But if it doesn't, so let me just go ahead and prompt AI to convert file to base64, or image file to be more specific, to base64 image string. And please make sure to, or I'm just going to say in the Node.js environment. Okay, there you go. Click generate in here. And there you go. So it's array buffer. Then you're just going to do buffer from buffer to string. Yeah, exactly. As I was going to do it before. You're going to add the data in here of a 5 type, base64, and just add the base64 in here because it's not going to be able to do it for you. So this should go ahead and do it for us. Hopefully, I'm clicking enter. This should go ahead and reload the server, which it did, which is great. And going back to Postman in here, running it again. There you go. It's taking some time, which means it is actually running. The API is there. Okay. So it's probably sending the image. There you go. Successful response. Going back in here. There you go. So we got a cool response. This is a login form, has a clean and a minimal design, but there are several improvements that could be enhanced its usability and user experience while maintaining its simple aesthetic. So we got typography and text, we got input fields, we got buttons, and the different visual feedback. So for example, if we take the buttons in here, which is a very bad thing about this PNG, if you look into it, I mean, look at the buttons. So login is pretty simple. I mean, that's fine. It's like the primary button. I get it. It should have this color. That's good. Sign up. It's not the primary one because sign up takes you to a different page. It should be like a secondary button, which should have a secondary less attractive active sort of color that doesn't draw the attention into the button. So there should be less of a secondary color. And the forget password should be a simple small text that is not literally like the same, size and color as the login button, which is the primary button. So let me check if we actually got that. So we got create a visual hierarchy between primary and secondary actions. So keep login as the primary blue button, make sign up as a secondary button with an outline or a different color, and style forget password as a text link rather than a button. There you go. It just simply did figure it out for us, of course, because AI and LLMs are magic. But I love that Anthropic has provided really simple ways, and it's just like provided in a very like listy kind of way that is just very simple and easy to read as well. And it's also saying consider changing login me button to simply log in for consistency and professionalism, which I completely agree. Login me. What does that even mean? I mean, yeah, anyway. And you got a couple of like visual feedbacks, add hover states to all interactive elements. Those are not things and stuff that you see on a design, but rather just like feedback and visual stuff that can be added later on an interaction level. So it cannot be added to the design. And layout, add more padding between elements. So it's even literally just like checking out the paddings and consider adding a subtle drop shadow to the container for depth. Ensure the form is properly centered in all screen sizes. Accessibility, additional features, typography and text. For example, typography and text corrects the spelling of email address to email address. Does it have oh my god, it actually does. Really, that's really cool because I didn't know the spelling before. I brought this image from the internet, which is intentional, like intentionally has a bad design. But I think, of course, people can have some of these mistakes like typography mistakes or, layout mistakes, hierarchy mistakes, something like that. So yeah, it has this increase the contrast of the login header text as the current gray appears too light, and consider making the input field labels slightly darker for better readability. So consider making the input field labels exactly this one, which is, yeah, that's completely right. It's not very readable, which is not great. So there you go. These are the feedbacks we're getting from the LLM right back to us and how to improve it. Of course, we're going to take all this feedback and we're going to feed it back to another LLM, send it the image as well and say, oh, please improve these. So that should be pretty good, actually. Now, on the other hand, the AI SDK from Vercel here has a really awesome feature that I absolutely love, which allows you to generate structured data. So what I mean by structured data is like you give it a specific schema like this. You say, oh, I want the model to output an object like this that has a recipe, and that recipe is another object that has a name, ingredients, and steps. So this will be helpful because sometimes you don't want just to process raw text from the model, which is going to be very hard. So rather, you just instruct the model to go ahead and just take that schema and output an object regarding that schema. So for example, if it says set a string in here, it's going to output for you a string. If you, for example, set an array, it's going to output an array, and so on and so forth. And it's pretty smart about this because I tried it last time and it works smoothly. So we can go ahead and do something like that in our code in here. So for example, we're using generate text. Instead of generate text, we can go and use generate objects. Okay, so this one will go ahead and generate an object depending on a schema. The schema we're going to provide in here, I am actually going to go to the improvements prompts. I'm going to put a schema in here. So I'm going to use Zod. So I'm going to import Z in here. I think it's already imported. Yeah, there you go. So I'm going to use Zod. Zod, we've already installed that. It's just like a schema validation sort of library, which is absolutely amazing. So I want this schema to be an object, and I want it to have like improvements is going to be an array of strings, and what's wrong is also going to be an array of strings. So like, improvement is going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the instructions for improvements. And what's wrong is also going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like what is exactly wrong with the design. And I want the order to change. So I want to be like what's wrong to come first, because we want to identify what's wrong first. Then we want to just say, oh, here are the improvements that you can do to make your design look better. And now in the generate object in here, we can go and call improvements prompts, provide the schema in here, And that's it. As simple as that. That's all it needs to do. The only change we need to do in here, because instead of returning a text, it's going to return an object. So that's the expected part. So that should be good. And for the routing here, I'm just doing next.json, return directly the improvements in here so we can see it in the Postman. So without just going and checking the logs in here, because it's sometimes ugly to go in and check out the logs. So hopefully all good from this side. Let me just go back to Postman, and I'm just going to go ahead and run this again. So it will take some time, obviously, because it's running a model and it's not doing streaming. So we could do streaming though, but I think this is way much better than just doing streaming. Of course, we don't need streaming. And there you go. So this is actually what is going to output for you. So it's going to be, oh, what's wrong, improvements. And it's just going to give you like an array of what's wrong. Oh, for example, the spelling of the email address, it's just giving you like the wrong thing is incorrect, should be address. The input fields lack clear visual boundaries or borders. All three buttons have the same visual hierarchy and prominence, which doesn't reflect the or their relative like importance. The spacing between elements appears inconsistent, and yada yada yada. And for the improvements in here, what you could actually do, you just like, oh, correct the spelling of the email address, add subtle borders or background colors to the input fields. It's just like direct instructions. So both of these are going to be displayed, of course, in our dashboard. So if you go back, we're going to be displaying this right over here. I think we have that like covered in design as well. So it's going to be displayed, of course, down below. And right after that, we're going to display like the new design. All right, so now it's actually time to take this improvement and send the design again to the LLM, asking it for a brand new design that is improved, depending on those specific improvements and like what's happening in there. So I think before we can get started, I can go to get design improvement, this specific one, and I want to actually declare a type. So if you go ahead and check out, I think I'm going to put it into this SRC. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to name it types, and I'm going to name this design improvements.typescript, and this is going to export an interface. So design improvements, and it's just going to be like this: improvement string, what's wrong, string. That's it. So I just want to, declare a type that because it's way much better. Design improvements, and that's it. And that's what's going to return. So design is not a valid async function. Yes, this is an async function, so it has to be wrapped inside of a promise. Otherwise, it won't work for us. There you go. So promise, design improvements. That's good. And I think we can go back to... So yeah, this is pretty good. Now, we created this get design improvements function. I'm going to go and create another function now. Get improved, or I don't know, improved isn't the right word, is it? Enhanced design image, or just get enhanced design, because we're not specifically returning an image, and we're returning like Tailwind CSS HTML code, and of course later on we're going to convert that to an image, or maybe not. We're just going to like send it back to the UI, and the UI is going to take care of like displaying that as an image, more of like an interactive design. So it would be a little bit much better than just the fact of displaying a simple static image, but we'll see how that goes. So there you go. So get enhanced design image. We're going to take the image, or not an image, sorry. I mean, cursor, come on. So image in here is going to be a file, because I believe that's what we've got before, right? Yeah, it's just like right over here for getting the base 64. So image file in here is going to be improvement as well. Design improvements, so you're just going to pass in right of like the design improvements, or we can just specifically say, just give me the improvements. So that way we don't pass like unnecessary properties to the function in here that's not going to be used. And enhanced in here, I have a mistake. So enhanced design, there you go. So yeah, that should be good. So let's go ahead and do that. So first we're going to get the base 64, I think base, not 65, but 64 image. So I'm going to use await, and I have to mark this as asynchronous function. So await get image base 64. We're just going to provide image file. So yeah, so that should be good. Now, the next thing in here we need to call is the other one. So it's going to be generating an object as well, because of course we don't want text, so we want to just generate an object, and within that object, we're going to define a specific schema of what's exactly happening. So let's go to improvements prompts. So these are the improvements prompts, including the schema. Now I've defined another prompt in here, and the prompt in here, I was able to get this from OpenUI. If you're not familiar with OpenUI, I've got the repository in here. It's just like an open source V0 alternative that's completely open source and built from scratch. It has a backend and a front end. And it allows you to use actually different models like ChatGPT, GPT-4o, or Claude, or whatever you want, like even Llama. And it just like, of course, you give it an image or you give it like a text and it generates for you a UI. So I went ahead and actually copied the prompts it uses. For example, check out the source code in here. This is what it uses. This is like their system prompts in here. And I tried to go in and copy it out. And it pretty much has everything covered from like different examples in HTML. What are the output? What are the Tailwind CSS like classes that you should use and what are not. So all of those are covered right over here. And I think this one is actually way much better than the other one because I copied the other one from the backend. So let me just go ahead and recopy this, right? I'm just gonna copy literally everything in here because this one is inside of the JavaScript, the front end. The other one I copied was from the backend. Like it was more of like this. But I believe both of them are the same. I'm not sure why I got a different version. I'm not sure why I got the version like this, but yeah, there you go. I can go ahead and switch it up right over there, which should be quick. So I'm just gonna paste it like this. It's way much easier to read like this way. And yeah, if we want to do any modifications, we can easily do that. And I think I already spot something. So transform detailed descriptions or compelling images into stunning HTML. So for us, it's going to be transform compelling images with detailed descriptions into stunning HTML using the versatility of Tailwind CSS. Ensure your creations are seamless in both dark and light modes. Your designs should be responsive and adaptable across all devices, be it desktop, tablet, or mobile. All right, cool. So of course, we're providing more instructions down there, but that's good. And I'm just gonna do, so this is gonna be prompts of system, right? And it's just gonna be enhanced design. That's it, okay? So I'm just gonna close that one out and yeah, let me just move this down. So I wanna have the prompts, like all the prompts, I have them like at the beginning of the file in here, at the top right here, and have this object structure down below. So later on, whenever you just maintaining the code or something, you can easily find what you're looking for. So enhanced designs, cursorized, actually doing pretty good. We got prompt system design in here. We're gonna have schema, and the schema in here is just like doing HTML is gonna be a string. That's all you need for now, of course. So that's good. The prompts enhanced design for the system in here is ready. What's not ready is this the user prompts. So let's go and look for the user prompts over here. It should be something, I've seen the user prompt before, but I think if I search user prompts, so yeah, every single time they have a different user prompt. So given the following HTML image, sending instructions, yeah, like it looks like it has a different prompt every single time. So, well, actually, this is their user prompt. So I was able to get that from, so please enhance the design while maintaining the same look and feel of the design. Or maybe, but this is actually what they have. This is a screenshot of a web component they wanted to replicate. Please generate HTML fully. The following are some special requirements. Create something like this image. Yeah, kind of, but like, of course, because what we want is we want to pass the improvements. So like the improvements we get from the first request in here, we're going to pass it to the user prompt, say, oh, as these requirements, and it's just going to be like requirements after that. You know what I'm saying? So for this one, let me just the following are some special requirements to enhance the design and make it, so I think something like that. And I can go ahead and like put the requirements, so like, because say, oh, they are the following system requirements to enhance the design. And I can just go ahead and like put the requirements right down there. So I think I can make this more of like a function instead of like, so hear me out. So if I can do this where it takes a function, it's going to take the requirements, right? It's going to be as a string like that, or it's going to be like an array. And the requirements, I can just go ahead and list them right over here. Say requirement.map equals requirements, and we just like, but oh, this is the first requirements, and we join with a new line in here, so we can create like every single one is under the other requirements, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that should be good. I understand this doesn't look like or sound like a function more specifically. I can do get prompts user enhanced design, and I can just go ahead and pass that get user prompt. So yeah, I think that's way much better because we were able to like pass in the requirements and we get brand new one for those specific requirements. So it makes more sense. And we got the schema in here again for the HTML string. That's all good. Okay, so going back to here, and we got the schema, the model. Now we need to pass in the rest of the stuff. So the system is going to be, I don't think I have imported this, so make sure to just go and import that. We got the system. Now we need the user, so like content, or I think, yeah, the contents can't be like this because the content has to be an array of text and an image of the base64 image. And this one is using the enhanced design prompt, get user prompts, passing in the improvements. And this is text, this is image, and passing the base64 image. Simple as that. Now, the results in here should be an object, and let me just double check. Yes, it's using the HTML schema, so that is correct, and it's using the system prompt as well. So all we need to do now is just return results.object, and they should just go ahead and give you exactly what you're looking for. So get enhanced design. Now in the routes in here, we've already got the improvements, right? We're just like returning it straight away, not anymore. So I'm gonna do enhanced design. I'm going to pass in compressed image. So I'm just going to import that as well first. Compressed image, improvements, dot improvements, and we got the enhanced design in here. So enhanced design should be having just a simple HTML, and that's it. And the same thing we did before in here where we define, so if I look at this function, we define like this, oh, this is going to return a promise, and this is the schema of that promise. So we can go ahead and do the same thing where we put that. So design improvements, and it can do design, I don't know, I mean, enhanced design looks a little weird or sounds a little weird. I might just go ahead and do new design, maybe like that, just TypeScript, export. It's just going to be an HTML string. So maybe I can go ahead and get enhanced design in here. I can change the name to like get new design instead of get enhanced design. And so here are the enhanced design prompts. I could do new design prompts and system. So I could change those new. I'm just doing a quick refactoring just to make sure that those align perfectly, because naming stuff the correct way is quite important. So make sure to do that all the time. All right, where is that? So there you go. System, going back here, should be all good here. And let me just it's going to be new design prompts. That's what it is, and just put that one here. Great. So we got this one here. We need to make sure that we are returning the new design. So that is good. And another thing I just noticed that we haven't been doing is, you see this schema? I believe we can just go in and put the new design inside of it, just for Za to know that, oh, this is the schema we want to use. I'm not sure this is the correct way to do it though. Probably not. I'm not sure how do you do it exactly, to be honest. But I think using the satisfies keyword is way much better. So we do satisfies za type, and we're going to just like, this is the new design. This is the schema we're looking for. So pretty good. We want to do the same thing in here for the other stuff, design improvements. And there you go. So this design improvements, the other one is new design. We got get new design. That's good. I don't know why this is, understandable. And going back to the routing here. So it's not get enhanced design anymore. It's get new design. And of course, just delete this function because it doesn't exist anymore. There you go. So this should return the new design in here. It should be for type of new design. So if I do new design.html, I can easily access that. All right, cool. So I can go ahead and do a console log, which I don't think I'm going to do anymore. And I'm simply just going to go ahead and return the new design in here just to go ahead and test it out. I'm going to send a Postman request and see exactly what's the result's going to be. So going back here, sending another request. Hopefully it's running. Nothing is going wrong. Okay. I'm still not sure what are these errors though, but this will take a little bit of time because it has to wait for 2 requests. I'm not sure if we can like combine them both into one single request. I've been thinking about that lately, to be honest. I'm not sure we can do that, but we can try to optimize it later on once we get a working prototype. I think this is the best option we've got. Okay, so there you go. We got HTML, and it just gives you the HTML, like literally just the HTML. And it looks like it's trying to use some icons that do not exist. I'm not sure if, viewing this HTML is very weird because it has a lot of new lines in here, which completely understandable because it's a string, so it has to return those new lines. But yeah, we got to try this out in like a viewer or something in order to be able to see exactly what's going on. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make sense of it. So let's go ahead and give this one a try. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the whole code in here. I'm going to go back to our simple dashboard in here. And actually, we're going to be using it in here. Just trying to go ahead and put an iframe because that's basically what OpenAI does in here. If you take a look at this function, what it does, it has this wrapped code function that actually returns like a fully fledged HTML document, and that HTML document is going to be passed to an iframe because we want to display that. So it's going to be passed to an iframe, and it has actually a bunch of like Tailwind CSS configuration in here for like controlling the different theming. If you want like dark theme or light theme, there's different variables in here for like the regular light mode and the dark mode, and so on and so forth. So like this is always going on in here, and behind the scenes, the code is actually being put right inside of the body in here. So this is where we want to put our generated or LLM generated code so we could display it or preview it for the user. So I want to just do this right now, just for a simple preview, because we haven't connected the front end with the back end just yet. But I just want to do this just to see exactly what we've got and give you guys an idea of what the LLM is actually returning for us. So I'm going to go ahead and put an iframe, and the iframe in here, I'm not going to use an SRC, but I'm going to use an SRC doc, which is putting a string document into it, not an actual URL like the SRC. So I'm going to put that one in here. And for that, because we haven't connected the back end and the front end, what we can do is simply just go ahead and put this as HTML. I'm just going to put this simple variable and just put the whole text in here that was returned after the improvements from the LLM. And so I'm just going to put it over there. And I'm going to use, is this another library called DOM Purify from Isomorphic DOM Purify? There's the regular standard DOM Purify in here, and the isomorphic one is the one that works with Next.js server components and client components and stuff. So I advise you, if you use Next.js, go ahead and use this version of a library. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use DOM Purify, and I'm going to use Sanitize. So this will go ahead and sanitize the HTML from like this new lines, if there is any invalid characters, if there is any XSS or security threats of this kind of characters. Like sometimes the LLM kind of like returns something bad because they make mistakes pretty much. Quite a lot, actually. So we want to make sure we sanitize everything. We don't expose any issues. We don't like expose any vulnerabilities to the end user. So let's go ahead and put this HTML over there. That should be good. I don't need this frame border thing. And I'm going to put class name as well. So for the width in here, for example, I'm going to do, 800 pixels. And the height is going to be, 700 pixels maybe, or maybe even less. I make sure I'm going to use minimum height. So it could it has to take that height. So we got the iframe. I'm not sure if we need to put the iframe like this or we can self-close an iframe. I literally forgot about all the iframe stuff, but it looks good. But remember, this HTML in here is not like a full HTML document. It's just like part of it. It only has a div, so it doesn't have the HTML body head tags that you would want. And this is where this kind of wrapped code sort of function comes into play. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this function in here. I'm going to do some teeny tiny modifications to it. So I'm going to put the function right here just for now, because we want to do a couple of testing. It takes a framework. So I'm just going to pass in a string and the theme in here. So I went ahead and actually copied all the Shatsian themes. Excuse me, it's actually from where I did copy those. So if you go to the Shatsian GitHub repo and onto the theme.typescript in here, you're going to find the different themes in here with different colors. So that's technically what it is, just like an array of different objects of themes from like zinc to slate, what else? Stone, and yada, yada, yada. A bunch of themes with just a bunch of CSS variables in here for both dark mode and light mode. Pretty cool. So this actually went pass it in here, and we just like telling it, if you want a theme, you can go ahead and pass it. But I don't think I'm going to be using this for now. Maybe later on for more customization, but for now, I just want to preview that very simply. So if the framework equals HTML, you return that. I think this is mainly for supporting multiple frameworks like HTML, React, maybe different framework. So of course, for us in here, we just want HTML for the time being. And here we're using like a CDN to load up unlazy with hashing. I don't know what's exactly this one, but I'm pretty sure this one is Tailwind CSS with the Forms plugin and the typography plugin. So good. And I'm going to go in and delete this configuration for now. It's not forever, but I just want to delete it for now. And this style in here, because I don't want to use Tailwind CSS for the time being. And the code in here is just going to be passed right inside of the body where it's supposed to be passed. Okay, so remember, this is the sanitized. I'm going to just go ahead and call wrapped code. I'm going to pass it right here, and please do me HTML. That's it. As simple as that. It's very simple, very straightforward. Now, if we go back to our application in here, there you go, refresh, there you go. That's actually what we've got in here. This is the iframe, and this is what the LLM generated for us. If you take a look at this, and the previous image that we first fed into the LLM in here for improvements, it's pretty much the same thing. It has like the same look and feel, the same border radius, the same sort of like capitalization in here for like login me, sign up. It fixed a couple of issues like, email address, for like the spelling mistake in here. And it also kept the same colors. So it's in here like literally the same colors in here as the previous or the original design image, which is amazing. The only missing part in here I'm seeing is it tries to include an icon, but because I think it put like unknown images, I can go ahead and inspect that real quick from here. And I think if we try to go in and look inside of this div, we got an image, there you go. It tries to access placeholder.co, which it tries to grab a placeholder. And I think this is like, because it's missing in HTTPS, and if you put in HTTPS, there you go, it works. But of course, this is not the right thing. Placeholder is more of like for images, and this one is trying to include it for an icon, which is not going to work. And I think we can instruct it to use like a library for icons or something. But I think so far so good. We can do a lot of improvement to the prompts. Of course, a lot of prompt engineering plays a role in this, and figuring out exactly what the LLM responds to, how to properly instruct it to get the best design while actually maintaining and keeping the same look and feel and theme and colors and layout of the original image that is provided by the user. So, because we don't want to like radically change everything, and we just want to improve it and provide better design. Hope that actually makes sense. But I think so far we are on the right track. All right, so now it's time to go and connect the UI in here with our backend, where we're going to be able to send the query to the user with the image and get the roast and get the new design. So let's go ahead and do that. We got here, remember, we got this new design form. This is actually holding up all our form. We've got a form field. We've got the actual form in here. The form field in here is basically like the design name and the file upload form in here that is passing the form in here and just working fine. So this is basically like the main design form that's actually happening behind the scenes, and this is where the onSubmit should happen. But what we can also just go ahead and do is take this onSubmit outside from the new design form in here by just going and providing a props. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do interface, new design props, onSubmit. Did I tell you guys I love AI? Because I really do, and there you go. It's just like super nice. Props.onSubmit, and most likely you're not going to need that function anymore, because all you got to do is just pass in onSubmit in here and make sure you just go ahead and destruct the onSubmit. Okay, there you go. And we can pass in onSubmit. As simple as that. Now, I don't want to console log anything anymore, and I want to just go back to where it was, go back to the main original file, and pass in onSubmit here. I remember this is all like our file, and this is not a client component, but it has to be now because we're going to do a lot of stuff inside of this one. So yeah, let's go and mark this as client. So use client, there you go, client component now. And yeah, I'm just going to put the onSubmit. It's going to be asynchronous, and yes, this will take values. If I remember right, those values are like infer type of schema. I'm not sure if I can just put it as values in here, if TypeScript is going to allow me, because it will most likely infer that, but never used. It has an any type. It shouldn't have an any type though. And I think I'm going to go in and create a type in here, and most likely just do form values, export type form values. That's it. So now we can use these form values right here, just to make our code a little bit easier to read later on, for anybody that picks up this code, of course. So I'm going to export the form values, and we can just go ahead and use form values right inside of here. So just put down form values, and that should be good to go. So now we got values that are equal to form values, and this is like the onSubmit. And so now we got all the form values. Now, how do we send? Because remember, these form values in here are going to have a name and an image, which is a file. So what we want is actually to send the name and the image to our new route, that is /API/roast, and get the feedback from that. So I'm going to go ahead and use cursor AI for this. So I'm going to just go ahead and call it. And I want to upload and send name to post /API/roast. Click enter, and this will most likely go ahead and figure this out as I expected, because right now we can't send those as a JSON, but rather we have to send them as a form data, which is a multi-part form data in here. But the only thing that I'm not sure of, does like the fetch support form data? As far as I remember, it didn't before the last time I used it, or I was using Axios probably, but let's give this a try. But I don't know if it's going to work or not. And so yeah, we just like creating a form data in here. We're putting form data name, values.name, form data append in here, image, values.image. And we just like getting response in here. We're just uploading or throwing fail to upload if there's an error, and we're grabbing the data. So let me just go to console log dot response, and I'm just going to go do data. And of course, because the response is a JSON, so that should be good enough, hopefully. So yeah, we're passing the on submit. That's good. Let's go and try this out. Going back to the dashboard and clicking on new. I'm just going to go ahead, open up the DevTools in here so we can check exactly what's going on from the network tab and the console log. So let's go ahead and put a test 01 and we upload something. So it shows the bad login form in here, which is the one we've been using. So let's go ahead and click roast. Is this going to do anything? I don't know, but yeah, it's definitely sending it out. It's sending the image as a binary. It's sending the test file. It's calling the request URL properly, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on after that because it's just stuck. It's like in pending mode. There you go. It says now 200. It took some time, which is completely understandable because that endpoint takes some time to get back to us. And there you go. It returns the HTML for you. And I think the upload is working. And I think, yes, it's absolutely working as expected. So that's good. Now we're getting the HTML. That's good. What we're not getting is the improvements, like what's wrong and how can we improve the design, like the different instructions that we're going to provide to the user. So let's go ahead and make that available on our routes. So going back to our routes in here, remember we just like returning the new design in here, but not anymore. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do HTML, new design, and I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to do that. It's like what's wrong. So improvements dot, or you know what, I'm just going to do this. Dot improvements. And we're just going to put what's wrong and what's going on in there. And the new design in here as well, just like because it returns in HTML. And I guess, yeah, it just returns in HTML as a string. And I can do the same thing. So I can just do just the spread operator in here to make sure we're spreading it properly. And we just return the response. All right, cool. So I think with the console as well, we got the HTML, which is great. So, but I just want to go ahead and try it out again. Should send another one, which is doing it, and it's sending the image, which is great. And of course, you got to wait some time for this to return. If I check how long did it take the last time, you see, waiting for the server or waiting for server response, it took, wow, did it actually take 26 seconds? Because that is ridiculously a lot more than you can basically expect, but this took 23 seconds. Okay, I didn't think that is going to be that long, to be honest, but yeah, because we're doing two kind of like consecutive calls to the same LLM with vision, which takes very long time. That's understandable, but there you go. HTML improvements and what's wrong. All right, so now we want to take this iframe and put it into its own separate components and pass in whatever data we're getting from here into that one so we can like go ahead and use it. So let's go ahead and create this specific one. I think I'm going to put it inside of components. So I'm going to go to components. I'm going to create a new file or a new folder. I'm going to name it design preview. So index.tsx, export function, design preview. It's not going to return anything, but I'm just going to copy my frame from there or cut it literally, and just going to put it over there as well. We got wrapped code in here, which is another very important function that's just going to wrap everything that we have. So I'm going to go in and copy this wrapped code kind of function, go to the lib in here for our library, and I think I can put something like html.typescript because this is all about HTML, right? So we can do wrapped design code, maybe. I don't know. It looks good, but I think adding get in front of it would be good. So get wrapped design code and or maybe not wrapped, get iframe. Or I don't know, just leave it as wrapped for now. So I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna go back in here. I'm gonna just do get wrapped. It's just gonna be imported DOM purify from isomorphic purify, and the HTML in here is gonna be received through props. So I'm gonna put an interface design review props. It's gonna receive the HTML. I'm gonna destruct it from there, or yeah, just leave it as is, and just gonna put the actual HTML, or because that's. Or I was just thinking maybe if you can pass in the whole object with like the improvements and what's wrong, but I just thought about it, and this is just for like the design preview. It's not for like showing up the different instructions. That would be a different component. So, and remember the open close principle. I remember the interface segregation principle where, you know, the component only takes the props that it needs, and that's exactly what we're trying to do in here. Do not fill it with props that it's useless. Component doesn't use it at all, and this is quite an important one. All right, pretty cool. So HTML, passing HTML, I think we are on the right track in here. There's one last thing I want to do is I'm going to do iframe container, and I'm just going to use CVA again for doing exactly what's like, you know, passing the width and the height, and iframe container, passing it over there, and there you go, minimum width. We might need to adjust this as we move forward, but I think for now they will work fine. Great. So I can do design preview. We're going to just pass in HTML, which it doesn't exist just yet, but we're going to make it exist in a second. Also, because we share the same repository, because the backend and the front end lives literally on the same repository in here, we can reuse types, which is absolutely awesome. So there's actually like the new design. These are the design improvements, and I think we can create another type, like, I don't know, maybe call it roast response.typescript, and this will go in and export an interface roast response. So this will just go ahead and like, I don't know if you can extend from multiple ones. Can you do that? Oh, you could. That's pretty cool. All right, so new design improvements, roast response, both of them can be used, and we can get something like this. And of course, when I say something like this, I can go in and use that exactly for the API as well. So you see this API where we return and stuff, right? I don't know if I can pass the like a type here. I think I could, which is amazing as well. There you go. So I can tell you, oh, this JSON that you're returning back from the API is going to be of this specific roast response interface type, which is great, which is also going to make it even greater because now we're going to use it right over here to hold the state. So I'm going to go and create roast response, set roast response. It's going to go and import that from here. I'm going to also import use state, and it's going to be initialized to null because we don't have anything unless we click on it. And of course, once we get the data, we're just going to go ahead and set the data. I think I can do as, or not as, maybe satisfies. It would be better. There you go. So this will satisfy the roast response. Now we got data in here. We pass in just the data to set roast response in here, and I think we're good to go. So now here, when we try to pass in the HTML, I'm just going to go do roast design. I don't think I would want to like remove it because of that. So maybe I can just do response.html, directly access the HTML in here. Oh yeah, one more thing. This HTML is not nullable, or it's not like an optional thing. So I can go ahead and make sure this optional. And for now, I'm going to return null, but later on, maybe you want to return something. Oh, if there's no HTML, just display, I don't know, a simple text or something. You know what I'm saying? Like a placeholder text. This is where you see the preview, or maybe not. I don't know. Well, let me think about that for a second. But we got roast response. And yeah, so that should pass in the HTML without any issues. Now, I think we are good to go. There is one other thing that we may need to pass, which is, like you see this new design form, the form in here, because like literally in here, the onSubmit, we pass in an async function. And because it's an async function, it's going to return a promise. And only once that promise is resolved, likely for us, because we use the React form hook, or hook form, what is that? Yeah, React hook form in here. It's very great that it kind of actually waits for the response to come, or the promise to resolve or reject, before it just like, it kind of like gives you this way of tracking if it's loading or pending, which is gonna be amazing. And this will go ahead and we can go and use it in here. So we can do form state is submitting. I almost forgot what is that, but there you go. Cursor AI to the rescue. So form state is submitting. We're saying, oh, this is roasting or roast. And I think for roasting, we can do 3 fires. I don't know. That looks cool. But yeah, let's see how that looks like. Okay, so if we go back in here, I'm going to put my design name. Of course, this is just a design name is placeholder for now until we implement the functionality. So if we choose our image in here, go ahead and do roast. See roasting with 3 fires going on. Yeah, we probably need to animate that because this is a very bad user experience. But I just need to make sure that the roasted in here goes properly and it kind of fetches something out. And it's going to display the preview for us. I know this is taking a ridiculous amount of time. Caution, request is not finished yet, which is, yeah, completely understand that. It took 28 seconds, which is ridiculous. But there you go. It's actually what you've got. You've got login, enter your password, login me, sign up, forget password. And all of those literally are streamed from the back end to the front end, displayed in the front end in here. I know it's not doing the perfect job because it's not putting the card properly. When I say card, is I mean the shadow. I know that it's putting the card sort of background color correctly, but the shadow is not there. It should have put a proper shadow for that. But still, I mean, this is fascinating. Now, I actually want to do a quick optimization trick, which is taking this onSubmit sort of logic in here, which is a very customized logic, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to include that inside of the components. We want to create a services for it, and we're going to call those services. I'm going to go into the SRC, not Prisma, sorry, but SRC. I'm going to create a folder called services, and inside of there, I'm going to name another one, probably maybe roast.typescript for the services, or I'm going to call it a roast service. That would be better. And this, I'm going to go ahead and export default, and it's just going to be a simple objects. You can be a class. It could be a class, though, but I think a simple object will do that. Definitely would do the job. So let's do async roast, something like this, just a very simple function. And I'm going to copy the whole code that exists in there. And for the values in here, I'm going to do, so we'll take a name and an image, which is going to be a file. Just going to pass it over there. So just a quick thing in here. And of course, I don't want to log anything. I just want to return the data as is. So return data. This satisfies the response, but I don't think we need it anymore. And I think just going to do promise roast response. There you go. Roast response, you're returning it. Now here, we don't need images, technically, just one single image. And we're going to take care of the, behind the scenes implementation later on. So I'm just going to call this roast UI. Is that better? Okay, I think that's better. And okay, so here I'm just going to call this roast service. I'm going to go use the roast service in here to pass in the values image and name. And we got the response. Okay, there you go, set the response. All right, so that should still work, but of course that's going to make it a lot better. And it's clear in here, it's way much easier to read the code now because, you go through the components, you see, oh, it's just holding a state, and we're doing this on submit. And I know it's using the roast UI API because it's calling a roast service. So I know it's happening behind the scenes, but only once I want to know exactly what is the implementation behind the scenes and what's going on in there, I click on the function. It takes me exactly to the implementation just to see what's going on exactly. And yeah, everything sounds and looks pretty cool. Now that's great. Now for the design preview in here, I can go ahead and do rounded-LG because I just want to make sure that the iframe in here is a little rounded, so it could have a nice corner going on in here. And it just matches the whole design because we've got round border radius in here literally everywhere on all the different elements on the web page. So just to match the design, and I think that is good. Oh yeah, and I think we gotta do some margin as well for this. So technically speaking, if I go back, so we got the iframe in here, and what I also think about that for, I don't know, but I feel like it would be better to put a wrapper div around that. Something like this, and I can just do const container it's just flex and justify center and item center. And this way we can also go ahead and do margin top to be around 10 or something. Is that working? Oh my God, yeah, I think I lost the whole thing. But the reason it wasn't working because we haven't put the class name in there. But it should work now if we do the next routine. All right, so the next step in here we've got this preview new. I know it doesn't look exactly as the designs because we have got this, background color in here. And I think we need to figure out a way to instruct the LLM to always return the same background color, if that makes sense, or return a dynamic background color depending on the foreground color, because there are some designs where black and you can't display black on top of black. Obviously you need to do some contrast on that. So we can figure out this later on, as well as like showing the code. That should be an easy one, like toggling between the code mode and the image. I'm not sure if the code mode is really necessary right now for people that would want to see the code. It's going to be great, of course, but we are, the main point of this is roasting a design and returning a new design, which is great and which we have already achieved. Now, the next step in here, or crucial step. So now we want to cover the what's wrong design. So like, display the improvement to the user in here. Say, oh, this is actually what's going wrong with your design. And these are the recommended improvements for your own design to make it better. And this is the newly generated design. And I also want to make sure those are like collapsible, which means the user can collapse those. Like if the user doesn't want to see the text and just want to see the preview in here with the new generated image, the improved roasted design, he can just go ahead and collapse those, and that would be a better user experience, in my opinion, for now. But let me know, guys, what you think. We can change this later on. But luckily for us, Chassis in here has a really awesome component that is called the collapsible, which is an interactive component which expands, collapses as a panel. It's something like this, where you click, expands, and it collapses, and it has a header, and it's very easy to use. So copy the pnpm install command in here, going back to our beloved terminal, and for sure, always use the clear pnpm dlx chassis latest add collapsible. There you go, collapsible has been added. We're good. Going back to our design just to see exactly what we're doing. So we got both of these, and I think we can go ahead and include both of them on the same components. So what's wrong with the design and recommendations for improving the design. All right, so going back in here, I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to call this design improvements. So that's the simplest name. Index.js. I'm going to export function design improvements, and that's what we've got. So for this one, I'm most likely going to return, all right, I can't type return, sorry, but there you go. Dev, going to be needing a class name, of course. This is going to be the container for this. So it's going to use CVA, and I'm going to flex column. Width is going to be full, which is cool as well. So just going to make sure that I use the container properly. There you go. So I got container. Then we're going to have two sections, the what's wrong section and the recommendations for improving the design section. And both of them are going to be collapsibles. So I'm going to put this as a div again, class name. This one is probably going to be just flex in flex column. And I'm going to use the collapsible, which I already forgot how I do that. So collapsible should be like this. So let me copy this one. It should look like this. So let's go and import collapsible from the UI, not from the Redux. Make sure to import it from the UI, and from the UI collapsible. So this is the trigger and this is the contents. Now collapsible trigger in here, I want to const, I'm going to name this const trigger. So it's going to be text large, font medium, and text gray 400. I don't know. Maybe that would work. Got to try that out. So class name, this is our trigger. It's a function, of course. That's great. And the content as well. So content is going to be text gray. I think that will be, well, checking back the design, it would be grayer, if that makes sense. I don't know if it does, and it's also going to be smaller. It's going to be base, and it's going to be thinner. So it's going to be font, not medium, extra light, normal. Yeah, I'm going to use the normal. I think it's default, but it's better just to make sure we put it in there. We got the contents. Now, we got both of these. Let's go ahead and put an interface for improvements. And I think improvements, I can put like what's wrong as well, which I can go ahead and use from design improvements, I think, from the types. Right. I think I can just do it like this. So design improvements, and it has improvement, it has what's wrong. Or sorry, I can do something better. I can extend directly from design improvements. And that way, they can just pass directly improvements and what's wrong without nesting them inside of another object, which is going to be great. So improvements, what's wrong? Let me just put what's wrong comes first. All right. So I got to put that first. What's wrong? Now, for this one, we're going to use exactly the same text that is on the top in here. Back to my text. There you go. So this is the first collapsible. And let me copy the thing in here. And I'm going to do the second collapsible as well. I just remember that for the container in here, you need to put a gap in between those. Maybe 4, 6. The bigger the gap, the better. For 6 in here, it's just going to put 24 pixels, which I don't think that's going to be enough. And why do we have 2 design improvements imported via Scud? I know what's going on with you, but I think we can do improvements in here. And I can put the text as well. There you go. It's very cool. I don't need this space. All right, what's actually going on? I'm not sure exactly what's going on from this. Oh, because they basically have the same name here, the components and the type. I'm just thinking maybe I call this like preview. Maybe it would be better. Preview. There you go. Preview props. Preview props. There you go. Yeah, in my opinion, it could be going to be better. So just to differentiate between the 2 names, which is important, of course. So design improvement preview. Make sure to import that. Put the improvements in there. And I don't think we are going to be able to use any of these. So like we're going to make sure that only if there is a roast response in here, we are going to render this design improvements. So we can just fix that real quick right there. So if roast response is valid, just go ahead and render out the design improvement. We're going to do the same thing in here for the preview in a second, but let's go ahead and check how things are looking now. I think we're passing everything. I think we've got like exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and just roast something. I'm just going to put test again in here, upload something. There you go. And click roast. And if you see 3 burning fires, you just know that's actually is cooking. So after it's done roasting, this is what we have got. Looking into like, what's wrong with the design, recommendations for improving design. If they look somewhat good, you can click on them to expand and collapse. But I mean, this one doesn't match the design. So if we look back at the design, this is actually what it looks like. For both of them, we're getting like numbered bullet points. For the what's wrong, we're just getting straight through bullet points, but we're also getting them in categories. So for example, say, button visual hierarchy. For button visual hierarchy, in terms of button visual hierarchy, this is actually the issue for us. For example, in terms of spacing and alignments, this is the issue. Readability, this is the issue. It just gives people a more sense of like what is the issue they're dealing with, like the type of the issue, like readability, layout, alignment, something like that, and you give them more specific after all. I think that's way much better than what we currently have as for a system. For example, this is actually what currently returns the LLM. Like he returns straight through what's wrong like list and exactly like what's improvements in terms of improvements, like straight through list. But if it was for more of like a categories thing, it would have been a lot better. So I'm not sure if this is going to be possible, but if we jump back to our code in here and if we go to the prompt, remember last time for the prompts in here, we're using a schema for like the improvement prompts. So let's say for the schema in here, let's say we want to change that. We want to put this, instead of an array of strings, we want to put like an array of objects, and the object in here is going to have a schema as well. I'm thinking I can include like category, so it's going to be z.string, and I can also include like description, maybe, or instruction. I don't know. I think description would be better in this case. I'm not sure, but let's go ahead and try to do that for the improvement as well. So these are improvements, and I think we're missing a bracket or a parentheses over there. And now it's no longer kind of like satisfying this, so we need to go ahead and make sure that we get this properly. So it's going to have category, description, and an array of those. So that should be good enough, hopefully. I'm not sure if we need to change something in here for the roasting. So get user prompts, we're passing in improvements. So I think we need to go ahead and like, or what we can do in here is just like map these improvements, and you can get so I'm going to map this to a string that is equal to I dot category, then a colon, then I.description. Hopefully that will pick it up properly. I'm not sure just yet, but I'm hoping so. So if we go back to the roasting in here, I think it's doing fine. The only part that is not going to be doing fine is this components with the improvements and stuff. I think we can do something like this. Same thing for improvements, where we do improvements.map. We put the spam in here for the category and the description later on. So let's go ahead and run the roasting again. Hopefully now it's gonna honor the new schema that we've put, and it would, or it should probably put it together, hopefully, because you never know about LLM. So let's go ahead and try this out. And there you go. So this is the output. It looks like it's kind of getting it properly. So for example, it's detecting that the first category is typography, and this is related to the placeholder text email address contains a special error. Address should be D. So this, which appears in professional, visual hierarchy in here. All three buttons, login me, sign up me, and forget password have the same visual weight and color, making it difficult to distinguish the primary action from the secondary actions, and button copy. So it looks like it's getting it right. The same thing for the improvements in here. The only thing left, we are like displaying this as a paragraph. Instead, we should put this as bullet items, which is sort of necessary. So we've got collapsible contents in here, on both sides. So collapsible contents at the top and the bottom. And here, I think we should put like, or an ordered list. I don't know. Maybe an ordered list would be better. It would make it just easier to get an idea what's going on. And you can put list item as well. We've got a key. Let me check. Probably haven't. I also put the class name list decimal in here to make sure that we show the actual order. And there you go. So we got typography 1, 2, 3 till 5 spacing. And yeah, so this will actually open up to go ahead and actually make in a new CVA. So I'm going to do ordered list equals CVA. It's going to be list decimal. And we also are probably not going to do anything for this, but we're going to do it for list item. Because if we want to create some sort of margin in between, so I'm going to do margin Y to font medium. That's fine. Even though the span in here still holds that up, but I don't think we need it, do we? Yeah, that one is needed. We don't want to remove that. Or maybe you do, I don't know. Class name, list item. There you go. Call the function. So this should be a list item, and this should be order list. All right, just like that. Very simple way. If you check out the design, there you go. There's some spacing in between them. It looks way much better. And also, I need to make sure that this stands out as of like looking back at the design, or maybe the design doesn't show it, but I want to have at least a bolder text for the category compared to the description, just to make it a little bit more obvious, separation kind of thing. And I think we want to put a span for this one as well. You know, putting spans here and there is just quite interesting. So this will create some separation. Let's go ahead and put class name. We don't need, just can use tailwind CSS straight into here into GSX, because we're not going to put a very long list. So I'm thinking font. I think we already have medium in here, even though I'm not sure why. I think we're just going to put normal for the list item in here, like the default. And I'm going to make this medium. And this should stay as normal, hopefully. So going back, there you go. So this is medium now, and this is normal, which kind of like creates some sort of separation in between both. And yeah, and I think I'm going to put this one right over there just to tell it, oh, this is where it ends, this is where it starts. There you go. So this is actually the hierarchy. I want to create a little bit more margin in terms of the margin Y. So 3. There you go. That's good. Now, what's wrong with design is because it needs collapsible, but it's not bigger. I mean, look in here. Design is just significantly bigger, which is, again, kind of like a visual thing. You might think it's a minor thing, but it's going to make it look better. So the trigger in here, text LG. I'm going to make this in semi-bold, maybe. Going back. There you go. That's way much bigger. And also, I just noticed something that I need to create some padding. So this looks more of like a title, and create some padding in between right over here, just to push the content inside, just to make it look like, oh, this is an actual collapsible kind of thing. It's like how Notion does it, which I really like that design. It just gives you the impression that you immediately realize, yeah, this is a text going to be inside of a collapsible. So back here, we got the contents of the collapsible, which is the parts that we need to create some padding X onto. maybe 2. I don't know if it's actually working or not. I'm just going to create some left padding 12 or something. That's way much better than creating an padding X of both left and right. So that's going to leave us with something like this. And also for the container, I want to do margin top to be 20 or something. Just something to separate. I know oh my God. So I know you probably want to create a little more margin and separation between the form and the results to make it a little bit more obvious for the end user. But for now, I think it's good. The only missing part that is left is this caret that points down and up, depending on if it's closed or open, or if it's collapsed or expanded. So in order to be able to control this caret, we have to specifically go ahead and provide the ease open and on open change to both of these collapsibles for it to be more of like a controlled or in a controlled state. So I'm going to create const is what's wrong open. So it is what's wrong open. I think it can just go ahead and complete that for me. There you go. So I'm going to take this one, going to go to the collapsible. I'm going to put it on open change and same thing in here. So a single tap should do it, which is great. Now, using the information I've got in here, I can go ahead and display a caret. So going back to the React icons in here, I think we can look for a caret down. I totally forgot. How does our thing looks? Okay, it's not filled. It's just like a line. So back here, a caret line. Can we search like this? Doesn't look like there is. So I'm going to do down. So it looks there is one here, but it's too thick. I want something very, very thin that is good to use. I don't know. So, well, I'm thinking maybe this will do it. It looks pretty sick and cool. So back, I copy the icon. Now I can just go ahead and put the icon right over here. And I might need to put a class name for that as well. So I can do size 4, which we're going to put both width equals to 4 and height equal to 4. Just like that in a very simple way. So, all right. So caret is not exactly as you think it is, but I can introduce flex because the layout is not properly put together. And also I can make sure items are center and it has a gap of 2. And the caret is not very sort of large, which I need to make. Size 8. Okay, that's gigantic. 6. All right, I think, yeah, that's way much better. And also we need to swap between. So here's the thing. I think, so I can do is what's wrong open. If it is open, I'm going to display not the down wall, but I'm going to display the one that's pointing upward. Does that make sense? So let me see. Can close this one. So this, I need to replace it with up. And hopefully it does exist, which it does, which I'm happy about. All right, so if I open it up, there you go. So if you open it up, it just like goes down like this. And yeah, it looks pretty cool. We might want to change the color of this because checking out the design again, I don't know about the color, to be honest. It has a gray 6. It's not like completely white, which is understandable. So 82, 82, 82. I think we can use something like that as well. So back into here. Yeah, I don't think we can do much because this is already a good color for it. And there you go. So that's what's wrong. We can do the same thing for design improvements in here. And I'm thinking just a copy paste will do the thing. So I'm going to copy the whole collapsible in here. I'm going to come back here, delete everything, paste it, and just swap improvements with that. It's going to be item category, description, and also need to swap the text because that's quite important. So recommendations for improving the design. I'm going to put it right above there. And what's improved? Going to also swap the state variables in here so we don't have them both open or closed at the same time. And there you go. So recommended or recommendations for improving the design is pointing to the right direction in here. And yeah, both of them are collapsibles. So you can click view and you can easily spot what is going on in here. So yeah, I think so far so good. There might be just one teeny tiny thing I want to do is change the color of the caret icon in here, like the arrow that's pointing down and up. So I think for this, it's better just go ahead because, it's better go ahead and create like a collapsible icon. There you go. We put a size for it. And also I'm going to put text gray of 500 or something. I want it to be a little more grayish than it already is. So replace this, and replace the rest of the stuff as well. There you go. And for people who say that AI doesn't help or is not a time saver, for me, it's been so much time saver. It's just yeah, it's so good to use that. So I advise every single one of you guys to use that as well. But nonetheless, there you go. I mean, yeah, it's been going really great. We got the carrots now. They don't grab that much of attention. They just sit there, relax, and make the UI look pretty great. I love it. Now there's actually one more thing in here. If you notice the design, we've got these actually are having a wider sort of maximum width than the actual form in here, which makes it look a little better. I want to try this out. And the reason we cannot, the reason this is actually happening because we've got an inner container that has everything. Let me just get rid of this thing because we don't need that HTML, hard-coded HTML thing anymore. And this has moved out as well as this. So yeah, we're good. Now, remember, we've put the inner container in here to have maximum width of screen small, which is 640 pixels like a mobile screen or a tablet, sorry. And yeah, this is not, I don't want to put this for the inner container, to be honest. I want to put a larger one, if better say, maybe just XL for this. And I want to also limit the new design form in here, which is like the form that I want the design to go inside. So we got container, and now I can do maximum width to be screen small. So hopefully this will create this effect, and it does perfectly enough, but this is too wide. Like, man, come on. No, we don't want it to be that wide. Large. I think this is a little better, but maybe still a little too wide. I want to try medium, which is 768 pixels. A little wider than, I don't know, kind of like they both feel weird for some reason. But yeah, I think this one is definitely better. So yeah, what's wrong with the design? Tells you what's wrong. Different improvements that you can do, button copy, form layout, accessibility, and so on and so forth. So yeah, absolutely love that. So now we are actually in a very good place with everything, the playground, the roasting and everything. Now it's time to go ahead and actually upload the designs and save them on an actual database, on a persistent storage. So later on, the user, when he goes to the dashboard, he sees their design that already, created, and he clicks on them. You can just take to this page or something and show the actual design preview with, or like the improved design with the different, like what's wrong with design and stuff like that. So it's time to go ahead and save everything to the database and a storage. First, for saving or storing images, because it's like a normal file, cannot be saved to a database, even though it could, but it's better to use an object storage like R2, for example, from Cloudflare, which is very good. It's super, super cheap compared to AWS S3, and it has compatible API. So you actually can use the AWS SDK, which is like the S3 compatible SDK built by AWS, to interact with R2 in here from Cloudflare with exactly the same API. If you ever want to move and migrate to something else like S3 or another compatible S3 sort of API, you can easily do that by just swapping your API keys in the endpoint and never touching the actual code. So this is absolutely amazing. That's why I love it. And I love the R2 in here because it has a lot of like free allowances, a couple gigs, I think 10 gigabytes or something maybe, and it's pretty cheap. So let's go ahead and use that. Of course, you need to go and create a Cloudflare account. You need to go and set up your R2 account in here and create a bucket to be able to access and grab the R2 account ID, access ID, secret access key, and the bucket name. And of course, you can get those only when you create a new bucket. I've already did go ahead and create a bucket, named it Roast UI inside of our R2 in here, and now we can go in and use it. And this is the code snippet for basically using it, and you need to install the AWS SDK in order to start interacting with it for JavaScript. There's a Python API as well, and there is Go. So going back in here, and let's go and install what we need. So I'm just gonna go do, paste this one, so pnpm add AWS SDK. This will go ahead and install the official AWS SDK from Amazon. And of course, I already did go to the .env in here and I put all my access keys and stuff. So just for you to know that we've already did set up this. All right, so now let's go ahead and initialize the S3 client in here. And I'm going to use pretty much the same thing that they are doing in here, but just make sure it's sort of like ES compatible instead of like CommonJS in here, which is using require. So yeah, I think we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and set up this one. I'm going to go to the lib and I'm going to name this s3.typescript. Just as simple as that. There's actually just accessing the different environment variables. So we're cool. We're also going to access AWS. I'm going to do import AWS from the AWS SDK. So that should bring us AWS without any issues. And we can go ahead and do, also I need the crypto, because it looks like we need some sort of hashing. I'm not sure why, because the last time I've interacted with S3, this wasn't a required thing, but maybe it's required from the side of like R2s in here. But secret access key in here is telling you this could be undefined, and we have to make sure that this is not undefined. And I think we can just completely do an OR in here, just do an empty string. If it's undefined, somebody's going to throw something like, the S3 in here is going to throw that you've got an invalid API key in here and you cannot use it. For endpoints, I've already also put the endpoints in the environment variables. So just accessing R2 endpoints should be good. So we can swap this one with our endpoint. Of course, you have to pass your right endpoint for the bucket you're trying to access. Otherwise, it's not going to work for you. So make sure to do that. And now we should have an initialized like S3 instance. So just as simple as that. So S3, now you can call S3.put objects or define service or delete bucket, whatever, depending, of course, on the permissions you've got, depending on your access key and the secret access key. But so far, so good. And Cloudflare in here also advises that you use signature version 4, and it also tells you to use region auto, which will go ahead and like figure this out by itself. So I'm going to do the same thing, signature. And I think they actually doing a really cool thing in here where you put the account ID and it just like, the account ID is going to be part of the actual endpoints, which I like, to be honest. So we can completely disregard the endpoints. All we need is the account ID, even though we can still supply the endpoint to the environment variables, but it's no longer needed. All right, so that's cool. Now let's go back into our services. I'm going to create another service. I'm going to name it image service.typescript. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing. So export default, which is going to be an objects. It's going to be an async upload image, going to return a promise. It's going to take a file, which is our image. And you also need to pass in the bucket name. So now I just remembered that we don't have a bucket name, so we don't need the bucket name anymore, because the bucket name could be like configured in a different place, like in a config. For example, we already got this app config in here, where we've got a navigation menu, FAQ, social links. I don't think I'm going to put this one in here, but maybe I can name this like image.typescript. It's going to be a configuration. I think the other one we do an export default. So, and I can just do bucket name. And the bucket name here is just going to be roast-UI. As simple as that. This is actually our bucket name. Going back to not S3, but where is that? Services, image service. So we can do image config. I need to go in and import that because you wouldn't know about it. So image config from config/image. And I just need to access the bucket name as I did before. Doing body, we're sending that, we're getting the response. Also, we need to import the S3 from /lib/S3. We're going to get a response in here, which I don't know what does that include, to be honest. But you're going to have promise, send on aborts. I'm not sure how it works, to be honest. So let me just double check. We got get objects, and you just go ahead and return the dot promise. So technically speaking, we need to do the dot promise in here. So it returns a promise for us, and we await for the promise. And once we do, now for the response, we're going to have the bucket, the e tag, the key, and the location. And for the key in here, also I need to make sure that I properly upload the key. And for this, I will need the actual user. So I'm just going to pass in the user. And I also need to make sure that I import this from Prisma client because, we want to access the user from the database, right from the database. So this should get us this. And from the user, you can do key. I'm going to do user.id/the file.name. So this way, we create like files per user. So every single time or later on, whenever we want to search for specific files or all the images that exist under a specific user, we can easily do that because the user ID is part of the actual key of the image file that is stored in the storage. And alongside that, I also want to put some timestamp in the key in here. So this timestamp, I'm going to instruct Cursor AI or Cloud because we're using Cloud 3.5 on it. I'm going to do include the current timestamp to the object's key to make it unique. Okay. All right. So it's doing date.now, and I'm not sure. Returns the number of milliseconds elapsed since midnight. I mean, it's cool to use the milliseconds, but I don't want to use milliseconds. I want to use date time string instead of milliseconds. Okay. To ISO string. And also make sure it doesn't proceed, but it comes last. Something like this, where file.name, then new date.iso string. And I think I just want to know exactly what the ISO string is going to return exactly. So I'm going to try this on this REPL. It's going to do new.date, and it's going to return that, which is already good, but to ISO string, that's what it's going to return. So it's going to return to a fraction of a second in Zulu time, which, yeah, I think I like it. Okay, I'm going to keep that. All right, so that's good. We got the key in here. ISO string file name, returning a promise of a string, which I'm not exactly sure what should we return, and it looks like we're using the older version of AWS SDK, which I don't know why it still exists in there, but let's go and install the newer one. The newer one is going to be something like, for example, AWS-SDK/client-S3. So now you install different parts separately instead of just installing one SDK for everything on AWS, which kind of like, and that's why I was like confused for a second why I have two different versions. But apparently this is like the older V2 version that is now in maintenance mode. Like no new features are going to be introduced in this, and people are advised to upgrade to the V3, which we have just installed in here. So let me just remove as well AWS-SDK, because this is an older one. We're not going to use it. And I'm also going to instruct this to please go ahead and use the new AWS. Let me just paste this v3 to upload the image file. Hopefully Cloud 3.5 saw it because it has been upgraded. It should know exactly what's going on. There you go. It did that for us, which is great. Now this is actually how it works. It works by using commands. So you've got a command. This command is like a put object command. You specify specifically the bucket. You give it the key. You got like in the body, and you give it the binary file that you want to send, of course, and it will go ahead and do the rest. And you do send. It's going to send the command in here. Now apparently it looks like it thinks that we have or basically we're using AWS, Amazon S3, but we're not. We're using R2. And because R2 actually works a little differently than AWS when it comes to public buckets and how you expose a specific object that you just uploaded publicly, so the user can actually access that. It's a little different. It can't work that way. I think the cloud in here thinks that it could, but it can't. So for this to work, what we can do is actually go ahead and we have already assigned a public domain inside of the R2 in the Cloudflare dashboard. That public domain will actually allow access to all the objects inside of the bucket only on that specific domain. And of course, you can limit that to like course and stuff like that. But this is actually what we want. So I want to do roast public domain and R2 roast public domain in here. So I want to use this variable now to go ahead and return. So I can do image config roast public domain and return /key. So this will actually return the actual URL for where that key lives, and the user can access that without any issues. So now we got the upload image. That's pretty cool. If we go back to the playground, we were on the roast route in here. So this is where the magic was happening. And we want to like upload the image right after we compress. Oh, wait a second. No, we don't want to do that. I retract. We don't want to like upload it straight away. We want to upload it when you finish, sort of like providing a brand new design. So to do that, like you can just go and use the image service, gonna call image service upload image. You provide the user, and remember, we can access the user because this should be an authenticated endpoint. We should be able to access the user from equals request.user, I think. And as per the documentation in here, we also need to wrap the handler that we have, for example, a post or get handler using this auth function. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I think we can go and import auth from, or it can't, I don't know. I wish it could, but we still can go ahead and import auth from where we've created auth before, which is add auth. And we can just go ahead and wrap this one using auth. Just do it like this to wrap the whole thing on that specific function. And yeah, we definitely can't do it like this because, you can't use functions with that, but rather you can do export const post equals auth, and you can provide that as an asynchronous function, and you can do the rest as well. So this should hopefully go ahead and do that in a proper way. Now we can access request.auth. And let me just disregard this because if you don't, you're not going to be able to access the auth from there. So let me just think I'm doing this right. Yeah, exactly. So I can do, or I can just do request and access the auth in here. I'm not sure exactly what has, okay, so it has when the user's session token actually expires, and it has the second parameter in here, it has the actual user that is currently authenticated. If this is null, like if the auth in here is null, because it's either session or null. If it's null, that means it's not authenticated at all. So we can also check that if not auth, we can just simply go ahead and return next response unauthorized status 401. Okay, that's good. And now we can just go ahead and do auth.user. They should go ahead and access the user. This is going to be of a type of a user, I think. I don't know, but maybe I can use this. So if not, or not auth.user, is that still a thing? Or yeah, I think this one is trying to look for the user from the auth. I'm not sure exactly what's the difference between those, because now we've got this auth.js or next.auth actually controlling both the Prisma schema in here in terms of database, and it's controlling the main auth in here. And they look like they both literally have the same thing. So I can access the ID. I can do, so I do user dot, you got email, ID, image, name, which in my opinion is all you need. And we still can go ahead and do that without any issues. You got image URL in here. We got upload, compress image. So we are uploading the compressed image in here. I'm going to name this original image URL. This is like OG image URL, okay? All right, cool. So now this image URL, where we're going to put this? Well, obviously, we're going to save that in the database alongside the new improved design and the improvements. So for that, we need to go ahead and modify our database. If you go Prisma, schema.prisma, we've got a bunch of different like tables in here for accounts and users and stuff. But what we want to add in here is model roast. Maybe you can do roasted designs. Does that sound good? Got ID of a string, user ID, original image, improved image URL. There's not going to be an actual URL, but in a second, created at and updated at as well. And for those of you who are not familiar with a CUID, it's like a collision save kind of very short ID. It's compared to UIDs, but it's shorter than UIDs because we all know like UIDs are super huge and complicated. This one, it's like a Prisma kind of thing that allows you to generate very unique ID, no collision at all, and they are shorter than UIDs. That's pretty much it. And it's actually URL safe as well, which I absolutely love about it as well. So CUID in here, that's actually the default for ID. User ID in here is like, who is the user that created this design, which is quite interesting. And here for the user ID, we want to also link this model with the user model. So we've got the user model in here that, has the actual user ID. So we're going to tell it, oh, this is actually a foreign key. Like this ID in here is a foreign key of the user model or the user table. And so we can go ahead and put that the same thing in there. So I can say user, and I can just use the same relation as you would usually do in Prisma. So I can just use the user model in here and do the @ relation. And this will allow me to do like fields, specify the fields I'm going to use for that relation is user ID, references on the other table, ID, and on delete, cascade. Okay, and it's erroring out because we don't have that relation put on the user table as well, which we need. So I can put something like, just simply do roasted designs and just give that roasted designs. Just simple as that. So this will go ahead and include all the roasted designs. Of course, it's not going to exist inside of the SQL table, but it's more of going to be a reference for Prisma to know what is the relation between this user model and the roasted designs model in here. So we could easily fetch stuff between them. And so we can use that to the fullest. So we got all of those. That's pretty good. The other thing we need to do is the improved image URL, because remember, right now our improved stuff do not have an image URL. It's like an HTML that we generate. So I'm going to do improved HTML. It's going to be string. And I'm also going to do improvement. I don't know if I can do. So after doing some digging regarding the improvements and what's wrong, and I wanted those to have like a JSON structure so we can hold up an array inside of that, like an array of improvements and array of what's wrong. But apparently SQLite does actually support JSON, which is great. And that's what I knew before. But apparently Prisma still haven't supported that. And there's this huge GitHub issue that's been there, I don't know for how long. It's been, let me see, since 2020. Like since 2020, there's been a request for supporting native SQLite JSON in Prisma and still hasn't been done till date. I mean, is it that big of a deal? It's 5 years already, or 4 years. But yeah, this is crucial. I mean, this is a crucial feature for me. It's a very simple feature, but at least we can do that where we, every single time we access a database, we deserialize that because we're going to serialize it upon insert. We're going to serialize it from a JSON into a text. Then when we fetch it up, we're going to deserialize it from a text into an actual JSON so we can serve it back to the user. So hopefully that will work, but not sure just yet. And we've got the improved HTML in here as well. And HTML, of course, is going to store HTML as normal string because that's what we already do. Okay, so roasted designs in here. Hopefully everything is going good. And now we need to synchronize this Prisma schema with the actual database. So I'm going to go ahead and run migration. So I'm going to do pmpx prisma migrates def. And this will go ahead and like take the whole schema in here. I'm going to create a migration exclusive in here. It's asking me for a migration name. And it's going to just deploy the migration to the database in here, or more of like apply it to the database and generate a new client for you. So I'm going to name this add roasted designs. Just very simple. It should be very simple. And as in here, generated Prisma clients, and your database is now synced with your schema. That's good. If you check out the database as we did before, roasted designs. There you go. Got ID, user ID. What is that? Original image URL. Improved, and I think improved HTML, what's wrong, created that and updated that. All right, so that's pretty cool. Now we got our schema. We can go ahead and use and start actually adding to the database. So for that, I'm going to go in and use Prisma, and I'm just going to call Prisma.roasted designs. I don't know, but I need to import Prisma first from our lib Prisma, and I said roasted designs. I don't know if it has, I mean, it knows about user, but it doesn't know about roasted designs for some reason. I might need to go in and run pmpx prisma generate, like to regenerate the clients, even though I'm pretty sure it has been generated before. Here's the clients, just lives inside of node modules. I don't know, but let me see again. Yeah, I don't know why. This actually happened to me last time I was working with Prisma, and it was super, super annoying, and I never figured out why. So hopefully, I don't know. Let me just go in and reload the actual, Cursor AI or VS Code editor in here. Maybe it just applies that, because I think that's what fixed it for me the last time I tried it. So if we try that again, I'm going to do Prisma.roasted designs. There you go. It knows that we have roasted designs, and it knows that we can do the create, and now we can just go ahead and create stuff. So I think for data, I'm going to pass this. So user ID going to be auth user ID, original image URL, improved HTML. We got improvements and what's wrong. And both of them, I think so. Category string description is not assignable to type string. So we can do something. It knows that already. So JSON.stringify and JSON.stringify for what's wrong as well. Oh, no, it's not in there. It's inside of the improvements dot what's wrong, and we should be able to get the data. Now, I don't know why this error is coming up. String is not assignable to type undefined. So types of property user ID are incompatible. So yeah, this could be undefined. I don't know, but I thought I did actually check for that. But anyway, because we're already checking for this, right? We're already checking if there is no auth, no user, and now we have to add no user ID, which is useless though. But hopefully TypeScript finds a way to infer when to actually complain about these errors and when those errors are negligible, because you're already checking exactly about the error in here. So there's no need to go ahead and complain about the specific errors. But anyway, that's good. What we've put in here, I think we got a pretty good one. So I'm going to await this one. And I think for the create in here, if I remember right, it returns, where is that? So it takes a create, takes arguments, Prisma roasted designs. I don't remember, to be honest. It returns a promise, so pretty sure it should return the data. So new roasted design equals await, and this should be of type roasted design. There you go. That's the actual type we've got. And as simple as that, we are just going to go ahead and return that specific type. And instead of just returning this response, I am going to return new roasted design. And I'm pretty sure you can infer the type from that. You're TypeScript, and you should be pretty smart about that. So now it's time for actually giving it a try. So I'm going to go back to Postman, and run the request. There you go. I don't know what's actually returning for that, to be honest. So it's returning 500. So there should be some sort of an error happening. Let's check the terminal. There's a lot of things happening in this terminal. I don't know exactly why, but it would be better actually to go ahead and stop the server, run it again, and I'm gonna go back here, run this again, and actually keep an eye on this. So what it looks like, because I'm trying to import this AWS SDK and it doesn't exist, and I completely understand that because now we have this new S3 client that we can import from this new repository, and I think now we have to put those inside of conditions. So that's how I usually set it up, though. That's why I was like a little confused when I tried to set up like before. So we got regions, and then just make sure to fall back in here to an empty if those are completely undefined, they do not exist. So yeah, should be good. Let's go back into Postman and try this again. Hopefully there's no missing libraries now. Unauthorized. Yeah, I completely understand that because I'm not authorized to do this. All right, so this is going to make us go ahead and make sure that we implement the front end properly so we can use our like front end playground to call this, because we will be like authenticated, right? So that's the whole point of it. Let's head over to the playground page in here where the magic is happening, where we call the roast UI, we get the roast response in here. So technically for this one, I don't know what's going on. Assign object to a variable before exporting as module default. Okay, looks like this is sort of like this is the roast service, and just gonna export that as the roast service in here normally. So we got roast UI in here. We're gonna get the response JSON. We are taking it as a roast response, but a matter of fact, it's actually not. So it's gonna be more of like roasted designs. That's it. It's not going to be an array. It's just going to be one. I know that I called it designs. I should have called it like singular or roasted design, but instead of called it this plural kind of thing. Yeah, we'll figure that out. But we can change that using another migration. But for now, I think it should be good. So we're assigning this roasted designs or null, and we're passing a couple of stuff in here. So these improvements are a regular string, okay? And I'm going to use json.parse to parse both of these, and also the roast response dot improved HTML. So this should go ahead and do that properly. Let's go ahead and give it a try. I don't know. I mean, always when working with stuff like that, everything could go wrong just in a fraction of a second. So let's go and try that. So I'm going to do test 01. This is going to be the name, and I think we have a name, don't we? Prisma.schema. Oh yeah, we don't. We haven't put a name in here, which is very important actually. So let's go ahead and add a name in here. I'm gonna do a name right after the user. Just gonna do name string. And again, I'm gonna run the migrations. So pmpx prisma migrate should go ahead and do that. Add name field. And we can clear that, so we should be good to go. I think if we check out the database, that's what I like about SQLite. You can always check out the database like real quickly. There you go. We've got the name field in here. Awesome. Back, remember, we are able to get the name in here. So if we are able to get the name, we need to go ahead and put the name in here. I'm pretty sure it's going to complain about it because, what we did the last time, we had to go ahead and reload the cursor AI in here for it to recognize the new TypeScript types. So let me just go ahead and do that. And also make sure to do name.string because it thinks this is a form data entry value, but it should be the same thing, right? Because we're expecting an actual string. All right, cool. This should save the name. Let's go back. I think we have already put the name, or at least we're not using the name right here, right now, but we are sending it with the form data. So moment of truth, let me just gonna refresh everything. I'm gonna do test 01. I'm gonna select some files. There you go, selected the form. And let me open up the network tab because, we need to debug stuff while they are happening. I'm gonna click roast, check the network. So the network payload has a name and it has the image as a binary. The preview, which is gonna take some time. To be more specific, like around 20-ish seconds to 28 to 30 seconds. I know, it's quite a long time, but we'll figure out an optimization technique later on. Maybe we can put the same, I don't know, this is failing. We'll think about optimization later on. Failure to process upload. All right, so what is this? looks like something error invalid argument type. The first argument type must be type string, an instance of buffer, array buffer, or array, or an array-like object received an instance of file. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because I know that uploading to S3 doesn't support files, so it has to be converted to a buffer, but here we are. So here we should put that as a buffer, or not an array, sorry, or maybe array buffer. I mean, both of them are supported, but we're not going to be able to get, okay, I'm just going to still accept a file, like just like that. And we can do this. So I can do file buffer equals await array buffer and just file buffer. I'm not sure why the body in here is not accepting that though, because it should. But let me just to be safe, I'm going to use buffer, like Node.js buffer, and I'm going to convert that file into a buffer from array buffer. There you go. It accepts that. I always like to transfer files, especially using buffer, because it's like the standard way that it works literally everywhere, and it's not related to a specific like technology or something. It's just like a buffer is just basically an array or just binary, you know what I'm saying? So that should fix it. Hopefully should fix it. We're going to save that, and there has to be no changes other than just go ahead and resubmitting the roast in here. So let's go and do that again. It's going to take some time, and apparently I've got another error, but I think I know how to fix this, because remember when we did this hash secret key? Yeah, this was for old version. This is not how it's supposed to work for the new version. New version, just pass in the normal secret key in here. No hashing is required, and that's it. All right, another test. Back to the application in here. Click and roast. All right, you got to work this time. So it looks like there was like an issue with my secret keys in here. I wasn't accessing the right environment variables. So it's a very dumb mistake. But eventually I tried it again, of course, because I was debugging this. And yeah, it works. So I opened this. This is like roasted designs table. And there you go. It has actually like exactly what we wanted to do. So it has updated at, created at. It has what's wrong, like serialized in JSON or JSON string. It has improvements. It has the improved HTML in here as well, serialized as string. And we've got the original image. Like what I noticed in here is cruising here, like the extension, the .png extension is like preceding the timestamp that we've added. So this will make this file not like an image. Nobody will recognize this as an image, and it won't work for us. So we have to make sure that the .png extension comes last. So we can just do some like a very small modification for this. And so far so good. So we've got user ID as well, the ID of this, and the name. Everything working absolutely fine. So let me just go ahead and delete this row because we don't need it. So I apply this data, going back in here, and let me just go ahead and fix what we just did for the image service, where not the image service, but it's more of like, oh, maybe it's the image service, right? It's the key. Yeah, this is actually where we've put things up. You know, when you start having a lot of files in your projects, just start messing with your mind. But I think we are with this one good. So we're just going to put the timestamp first. Then we're going to do file.name. So this way we can like, you know, put it in a different way. So yeah, that should be good. And if we go ahead and try our... And if you go back in here, so we've already put the image, as I said before, this is like the user ID / if you enter it, this is like our image, but it's unrecognizable because it doesn't have the .png extension. For that, we should be fixing this. So if you go back and try to do test 1, and click roast, of course, it's going to take some time for things to get roasting, but hopefully it's just not going to take that long. There we go, it has been roasted. We got the new design in here, really well made up, and we've got like, you know, what's wrong in the improvements, exactly as we anticipated it to be. If you go back to Cloudflare in here and refresh real quick, so the same user as before, but now the timestamp is better. And what is that? So yeah, we got the timestamp first, then the image or the file name later on, then the extension. If you click on it, it should go ahead and show us. So it says no preview available. I have no idea why, but let me just try to download this. And there you go. So downloading this and actually going ahead and previewing this, it's an actual image. So pretty good. And yeah, if you're going to check the database as well, let me just go and refresh. I don't know how to refresh this, but there you go. So database now has the new right URL for this to access things and everything that we have put together. Awesome. All right, so now it's time to go ahead and make this dashboard work. We need to fetch the different designs of the user and display them right over here. So let's go back into our user saved designs in here, and this one should be linked to the dashboard page. So dashboard page where we display user saved designs, and right here, right now, we're just like mocking this by using a fake array of length 6, and we're just putting it there. So let's go ahead and make this, because this is a server component, we can go ahead and directly call the database to fetch the roasted designs without using like a third-party API or something. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do designs equals Prisma, and make sure to import Prisma. I'm going to do roasted designs dot find many, and I'm just going to use this, where it's going to be the user ID, it's going to be the session dot user ID is going to be undefined, and also need to access the session. And remember how we did that before on this component where we did session equals await OAuth. So that's basically what it is, await OAuth, and import that one. And also make sure to mark your server components in here as asynchronous to make sure that you can use await in here. And we need to add another await for this one because this is definitely returning a promise. So I don't know where it's at, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it returns a promise. And all right, cool. So now we got the designs. Let's go ahead and use designs. I'm not going to use from. So I'm just going to map it straight through. I'm going to use design in here. I'm going to swap this with design.id, and we don't need an index anymore. So I can safely completely ignore that. And let's go in design.originalImage and design.name. Awesome. So going back in here, there you go. We got an error. I was expecting that, to be honest, because this one, we don't, like the current image has this specific host, which is linked to my personal domain, which is just temporary for now. But for Next.js, to use external images, we have to configure, we have to go ahead inside of the configuration and tell it, oh, this domain is trusted domain. Please, you can load images from it. That's it. And documentation in here says it also. Documentation, it says, if you go inside of next.config.javascript and put it like this, you just put the host you're trying to load images from, you can easily do that. So let's go and do next.config.mjs. So we've already added that. I totally forgot. My bad. So you guys are probably familiar because you've been watching the video right now. But this is all that needs to be done for now. And this looks good, I think. If we go back, and let me just go and refresh. So I'm not sure if, it's loading, because whenever you make a configuration or make a modification to the Next.js config, it's going to reload the whole server, like restart the server to reload the configuration. And hallelujah, there you go. We got the design image in here. As curious, not the whole design image is covered because using this, we're putting a fixed aspect ratio for the image thumbnail in here, which is great. And it's just working as expected. So I absolutely love that. And I've got the name phrase like test01. So yeah, and if we go in and click and add a new one, I'm going to take us to the playground. We add a new one. If we go back to dashboard, we're going to find it right over here, which is amazing. So right now what we want also is whenever we click on this, it's going to take us to the playground to preview what we did for that design, right? All right, so for this to work, it should be pretty simple. Whenever we click on this, we should take the user to the /playground. If you see the URL on the top in here. So /playground, then we add another / and provide the design ID. So this page could fetch it again. So it's that simple. You click on it, it takes you to that page, and that page will be responsible for calling the Prisma database and passing it the specific ID to call it from there. That's it. So let's go back to the app in here, and we've got the playground, remember, and I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to make this like a dynamic route, which means it's going to be having an ID. So it's just going to be like this, just ID. And inside of it, we're going to have a page.tsx. All right, cool. So I'm going to go back to the main page in here. I'm going to copy the whole page. You're going to go back in there and paste this one. So there's going to be playground, or I'm going to name this single design playground, just to make it a little more obvious of what this one is actually doing. And this is a client component. We don't want a client component. We want this to be a server component just for a second, because we're not doing this fetching anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this form just for a second. And I'm also going to, let me see. I'm going to leave those for a second as well. So I'm going to make this an asynchronous function, because this will act as a server component. And also because if this is a dynamic route and it should take an ID, it would be like playground / the ID of the design. So technically speaking, it's going to be, so we're going to have parameters, and parameters is going to be like those parameters are going to be automatically passed by next.js server to that server components. It's going to parse it from the URL and just pass it straight through to this for streaming purposes. And the parameters in here are going to be like matching the same kind of like format that you have in here. For example, ID is going to be an ID of string. So that's what you're expecting. Awesome. So we're going to get the ID from there. And here I'm going to get the roasted design. I'm going to use Prisma again, as I did before. And I'm going to do roasted designs. I think this should work. So find unique, because this time we're just finding one single unique design. We pass it in the ID we've got, and that's it. Now, this roasted design in here could potentially be a null if the ID does not exist. So we have to check for that too. And we can do like, just go ahead and redirect the user to not found. So if they say, oh, not roasted design, we're just going to simply go ahead and do not found. Just redirect them. And I think we might need to return this. So this function allows you to render a notfound.js file within a route segment as well as an inject tag. Can be used as server component, route handlers, and server actions. We're going to try this out, but yeah, it should work. Now we're going to get the roasted design that we've already did. So if roasted design is there, use the improvements, use what's wrong, and please just show me the improved HTML. Okay. Now go back to dashboard. And for our user safe designs in here, oh, I think I totally forgot about something in here, because this now is an async function and it's technically going to load data. So while this is loading, what we are going to display, we can display like a loading text or something, just for now. Usually it would be better to just display like a skeleton, but for now I'm going to use suspense, like React suspense, to fall back into something while the promise, or yeah, the component promise hasn't been resolved just yet. So let's do fallback equals loading, and that should be good. Also, now we need to access the designs in here. And remember, when we access the design card, so the design card has a link, and that link should take to the actual link. Cursor AI already knew that, so it's going to take you to playground/the ID. And I'm thinking this design card in here should take an ID. So I'm going to give it an ID in there, and just going to use the ID. Now back, we're also going to pass in the ID equals design ID. All right, that should be pretty simple, I think. It's very, very simple. So clicking on the card now, it takes us to this page cannot be found. It's even taking you to the ID, but for some reason, it's taking you to this page cannot be found. All right, so let's go back and check this thing in here. So user safe designs, we're using Figma, or not Figma, sorry, Prisma. Find, this is not the place we're trying to look for, is it? Okay, playground, ID, pages. So let me just do two things. First, I'm going to do console log, the ID I'm receiving from the parameters. And second, as well, I'm going to do another console log in here. I'm going to see the roasted design. So I got to do some logging in here to get an idea of what's happening. Let me refresh this, go back. I don't know if this is actually happening or not. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of distracting noise in here, like logs and stuff, which is very, very annoying. So this is not being executed, not even this. Well, this should be executed, right? Because we've put it inside of the playground. It's going playground/ID. Let me go and restart the whole server. Maybe something is going sideways. You never know, but just making sure that I'm calling this right. Yeah. So I was stupidly naming this pages.tsx instead of page.tsx. That was the issue, and it took me 10 minutes to figure this out. But anyway, we got it working. And yeah, we don't need this debugging stuff, because this code pretty much works without any issues, right? So if you, if you provide or supply the right ID that exists inside of the database, it should show your design. So if we're going back in here to dashboard, we click on design, there you go. It just tells you exactly what's happening in here. The only annoying part in here is roast new design, which of course we're not roasting a new design in here, but rather, yeah, we can update the title. So let me just collapse this one. This is not roast new design. I'm going to display the design name actually in here. And I might do, I don't know, what do you think about this? Design, I don't know, kind of looks cool. And yeah, we get everything like the improvements, what's going wrong, the design in here. So yeah, everything works perfectly. And the homepage in here looks awesome as well. So I want to actually try another design in here, put like this bad UI showcase, and it's a WebP. I'm not sure if it's going to work though. We're going to put this into the test. And I'm going to do bad save UI, something like that. Let's go ahead and get roasting. And there you go. So we got the results in here, but the shocking part about this, it added a brand new field for us. And even though we didn't ask for it, even though our like prompts are not specifically saying to do so, even though that's so technically, just for your knowledge, this is the design I supplied, like this bad design in here. Before, when I did a couple of tests, it gave me this design. So this is what it did output. And it was using OpenAI GPT-4o, if I believe, if I recall correctly. So this is actually what it gave me, literally. So it just like, I copied both of these, and those were my tests before doing this project to begin with. But apparently now, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, the design looks pretty good. It's pretty straightforward. It's way much better. It has like those labels. It's so much more improved. But why do you like want to introduce a brand new field? I didn't ask for that, right? I just wanted to get those correctly. Like, what's going on in here? Maybe because it saw that under this name field or input field, it says the placeholder of that field says email. So it's thought like, oh, I want to add an email input. But in the contrary, this is just like a stupid wrong thing. That's just like a spelling mistake. You should fix the mistake, not add another one. So yeah, another thing to put a prompt for. I think prompt engineering is going to play a major role of this, just to get a perfect, elegant prompt that's going to fix this once and for all, and just gonna output the best improved designs. But for now, looks good. Recommendations in here, it's actually spotting everything that's going wrong with that design, like form layouts, input fields, field requirements, button hierarchy, and layout spacing. And yeah, we got the same thing in here: form layout, input fields, visual feedback, button design, and spacing. And if we make sure our dashboard works fine, if we go back, I don't know if that was been saved or not. I don't know, why do I need to refresh? That's a bad thing. But there you go. We got the design in here. Click on it. Has been saved. We're still going to get the HTML. And everything looks pretty nice, actually. All right, very cool. So we got a very nice dashboard working with roasting the new designs. The playground is working. The API is working. Open Router, Cloud, the AI stuff is working. So we are in a very good place now to go ahead and introduce subscriptions and implement Stripe billing. So of course, we're not going to go into the general details of setting up Stripe and how Stripe account works, because that's a little bit complicated and it depends on how you want to open it, and you gotta have approval and stuff like that. But we're talking, once you get a Stripe account set up and everything should be easy, especially with the Stripe's documentation. Like for developers, it is just so much better than any other documentation. Straightforward, so good, and super easy to use as well. So here, I went ahead in my Stripe dashboard and created a new product. So you went to product catalog, create a new product, and I'm gonna call this Roast UI Starter. So this is like the starter subscription tier for starter users. Like this is the lowest tier, and probably you're gonna have two, but for now I'm just gonna focus on this because the other one is gonna be having pretty much the same implementation as this one. And for this one, I have two pricing tiers. One for yearly pricing, priced at $100 per year, or if you want to pay monthly, you can pay $15 per month. And again, of course, both of those can be easily changed from the dashboard if you ever think of changing it. For now, this looks good for me, and it's simple as that. Like, I mean, that's all you need to do in here. Just create a product with two pricing tiers in here, and that's it. And make sure to name your product so later on you can go in and use it when we're actually going to use the SDK. All right, so when it comes to SDKs, Stripe has a bunch of SDKs in here for mobile devices, OpenAPI specification, community SDKs, and what else? And we've got the web SDKs, and this is actually what we're looking for. You've got ES modules, just vanilla JavaScript in here, or if you're doing React like we're doing. So I'm going to click React in here. It's going to take me how to set up the whole SDK thing with React and everything. So that should be pretty simple. You can use UMD or you can use NPM. Obviously, you want to use this. So let's just go ahead and copy this one. Of course, it's going to need some sort of a setup for setting up like the elements and what goes behind the scenes. But most of the time, we're not going to use that because we're just going to redirect the user to the billing or the checkout page on Stripe's domain or Stripe's account, and let the user fulfill the payment over there and return back to our like dashboard or application. This is like the simplest, without customizing any elements, without implementing any pricing cards or any card inputs or validations, all those creepy stuff. You never need it. Just redirect the checkout. It's the securest place that you can do, the easiest one as well. And you're also going to have a peace of mind knowing that you're redirecting people to Stripe and you're not doing something dumb. So that's pretty good. So again, I'm going to copy this one, go back into here, and actually just open up the terminal real quick. I'm going to do pnpm add, and probably we're not going to need the React Stripe.js, but I'm going to install it for now, just for now. We might need it, but most of the times, because it works with Stripe before in different projects, if you are redirecting to the checkout, you're not customizing any, Stripe elements like the input card, or you don't want to like customize the elements by yourself in your application, you're never going to need those or that specific library. So I'm going to check package.json. I'm going to look for Stripe. So you got 2 of these libraries installed, which is good. And my guess is like both of these libraries are going to be used for like a front end side, and we're not going to do any front end side. We're just going to generate the whole URL on the API side, on next.js API, which is like the backend. So for that, we're going to need the actual Stripe library. So pnpm add, just Stripe, that's it. And this is like the core library that runs on the backend side. So we're going to see later on if we're going to need this or not. Hopefully not. But if we ever need those, we're just going to keep them. But if we don't need them, we're just going to go ahead and remove the dependencies from package.json in here. And again, looking for Stripe. There you go. As been installed. Just let me look back into it. There you go. Now it's version 17, which is published 1 week ago. All right, very cool. So go back to the app in here, go to the API, and I'm going to actually create a new API in here. I'm going to name this subscribe, and I'm going to create routes.typescript. And this will export async function. Is going to be the post. It's going to take a next request, of course. And also we're going to wrap this using auth like we did before. So I'm going to do const post equal async, so like this. And I'm just going to go and import auth so I can wrap it with auth in there. And I think we can't do that anymore. Have to do it like this. And I'm just going to leave this for in fairness because we're going to need to access the user. So I'm going to get the session. And I believe for the session in here, I need to access auth, or I'm just going to do request and just destruct the whole thing equals to auth. Very cool. So now from the JSON, from the body JSON, what we're expecting, so we are actually expecting 2 main parameters. So the first one is going to be the tire, and the second one is going to be the plan. So the tire is going to be something like starter or pro. For now, it's just going to be starter. That's going to be like implementing. And the plan is going to be either monthly or yearly. Or if you introduce another plan like quarterly or weekly, something like that, this is actually what the plan is going to be. And on the top of here, I'm going to just create this simple objects. I'm going to call this plans. And it's just going to be as follows. It's going to be free, or not free, sorry. It's going to be starter. This is not the plans, tires. So it's going to be starter, pro, equals pro as well. And for plans, all right, plans equals monthly and yearly. That's it. I don't think I need that. So there you go. So no uppercase, just straightforward lowercase. So plans, tiers, and yeah, that's pretty good. And here we can just go and map those. So I'm going to check missing tier or plan, and I'm also going to check for those. So what is actually telling me that element implicitly has an any type because expression of type any can't be used to index type starter. And I think what we can do in here is just simply give this an idea of like what is the indexing of this. So it's going to be a key string equals string. I'm just telling it exactly what's the type. It should work, but it's not working. And because that has to be a type. There you go. The same thing in here. That has to be a type. And there you go. It just fixed the issue. So if there's no plan, eval tier plan, and if none of these are supplied, I'm just going to see missing tier or plan and just status 400. So those are pretty validation kind of things, which are very important and pretty good. Okay, so right over here where we're going to call the Stripe and create the checkout session and redirect the user and stuff like that. Before we can do so, we have to go and initialize and create the instance of Stripe using our Stripe SDK. So I'm going to head over to lib in here for the library. I'm going to create stripe.typescript. And this one, I'm going to just go ahead and name this Stripe equals, I don't know if I used new or not, but I'm pretty sure we need to import Stripe from somewhere. So Stripe from Stripe, so we initialize that. And I believe we have to call new. So just to go and initialize this, this could be empty. So I'm going to add this exclamation mark to tell it that this will not be empty. It's always going to be available in the .env file for us. And simply, I'm just going to export default Stripe. That's it. And there's another cool option in here that can be passed to enable TypeScript. It's just TypeScript equals true. That's it. Just going to allow like type inference and stuff, which is great, of course. So now we've got Stripe. If we go back in here, I can type Stripe, import Stripe, and I can do everything I want. So the first thing in here to do is to get the list of prices depending on what the user has chosen. So for example, if the user chooses starter monthly, we grab a specific price. If he chooses starter yearly, you grab another price, and yada, yada, yada. So going back to the Stripe dashboard in here, and if you look at the pricing, the different prices we've already put together, this is like the starter yearly subscription, and it's like $100 per year. And you can put something in here on Stripe that is super awesome. It's called lookup key, and I put it to something like, this has to be like a very unique key among all the prices. And I think probably products too, just, you can uniquely identify that specific price inside of that specific product. And here I'm setting it to roast UI _ starter _ year. So this, if we fetch, or if you look up for this, it's going to get us exactly the yearly starter subscription price. And the same thing for the monthly and the other tiers. So here, I'm going to add another one, and I'm actually just going to name this lookup keys. And this will be, I'm pretty sure, so I'm guessing this will be of the same thing. So here, I'm just going to say, if it's going to say, for example, I'm going to start with the tier first. So starter, then open up an object, and inside of the starter could be monthly or yearly. As simple as that. And the same thing goes for here. I think I need to change this to, as he was suggesting, something like this. I know it's a little complicated, but it's very simple. We're just simply telling it the index keys in here are going to be strings in both like the parent objects and the child objects in here, because we're using simple strings. Okay, so starter in here, monthly and yearly. Now for these, we're going to use the lookup keys for those specific ones. For example, here for the monthly, I'm going to use roast UI starter _ monthly, roast UI starter _ yearly, and roast UI pro monthly and yearly. There you go. Cursor UI got at this, and it looks pretty good. Now, let's go ahead and look for the lookup key. That's how you simply look up for the lookup key. Very straightforward. And now I'm going to use Stripe prices retrieve lookup key. And this should use an ID parameters. I don't know if this is, this uses an ID. Can I use a lookup key for this? Or I can use list, lookup keys, lookup key. That's it. And it's just going to give me the price. Now I can go ahead and create the actual session. So I'm going to use awaits stripe.checkout.sessions.create. This will allow me to create a new session. We're going to talk about those in a second, but let's handle the items first. So there is this objects in Stripe sessions that needs to be supplied the line items. If you hover over this, it's going to tell you this is a list of items the customer is purchasing. It uses parameter to pass one-time or recurring prices. For payment mode, this is maximum of 100 items. For subscription mode, and this is actually what we're looking for, there is a maximum of 20 line items with recurring prices and 20 line items with one-time prices. Because we're just using one subscription, we're going to only be paying one thing, or one line item to be more specific. It should be very simple for us. So let's provide the price in here, like the price of the plan and the tier we just did look up from Stripe. The quantity in here is going to be 1, and that's it. Just as simple as that. And also I'm going to add the other one in here is billing address collection to be auto. So sometimes this will most likely just go ahead and collect the billing addresses from the customers. And both of these, this success URL and the cancel URL, are very, very important. So this success URL here is where it will redirect the user once the payment or the purchase has been completed successfully. And this, if it has been canceled midway through, or if there is any errors or something, where will it go ahead and redirect the user? So for now, for us, let's say we're just going to redirect the user to the playground. If it fails, we're going to redirect the user to the dashboard. And this shouldn't be like this. You should be more like using an environment variable that whatever the domain name or host of the current application, it's just going to redirect you to that. So let's go ahead and do this. So inside of the interview in here, just go ahead and add another variable called up.url and, give it the current URL, because localhost can do that. But later on when we deploy it, we can change the environment in here into our production ready domain. And now we can do something like this. We can just go ahead, use string literals. Yeah, cursor is pretty great. It's just going to save you a lot of time. So it knows that I'm going to use up URL here and there, and please redirect to the playground here, because I want the user to straight through start roasting their own UIs, better say. Pretty cool. So we got the sessions in here. The sessions is just like a big heavy objects in here with a bunch of information from invoices, live mode, metadata. You can do whatever you want with it. Like, it has a lot of information from Stripe, which is great. And all we need from that is the actual URL. So this URL is the checkout session that has been created on Stripe's like database. And if we redirect the user, like the customer, redirect them to this URL specifically, it's just going to see like the checkout with all the pricing details, with everything that you want to, for the user to actually see, to be able to purchase that, and or specifically to subscribe to this. So simply in here, all I'm going to do is going to do return next.js response. I can do sessions, or this is a single session. I can do, well, let me just import this. So I can do sessions straight away, but I don't advise you guys to do that. I'm just going to do the URL. It just like returns the checkout URL to the user, so we can redirect them that. And because of course this is the API side, you can't redirect them directly from this. You have to return it back to the client or the front end and redirect them from there. To just instruct the browser to go ahead and redirect to this new URL. And I think I'm gonna change this to checkout URL. Okay. All right. So cool. Now next step is to go ahead and create a pricing page where, if the user is not subscribed and he clicks on the dashboard, or not the dashboard, but clicks and tries to go ahead and create or roast a new design into the playground here, if it's not subscribed, we're going to just completely redirect them to the pricing page where they can subscribe. And the pricing page is going to look something like this. Very simple, where it says get it started now with the pricing cards, and you click sign up or something, or subscribe or something, and it's going to take them right into there. And we will also redirect the user, like newly registered users, to that pricing page once they are registered, so they can subscribe. Otherwise they can't continue unless we provide, or for example we want to provide like a free trial sort of period or something like that, which is a little bit more complicated, and it goes into the weeds of how subscriptions work and credits and crediting system and bunch of stuff. But we're gonna just want to keep it simple, stupid for now. And I think this is pretty good as well for our SaaS, because it costs money, and if you've seen before that it costs quite a lot of money. I think for I don't know, a couple of like prompts, it costs a little bit more, and because we're using Claude from Anthropic, the pricing is huge as well. So let's go and implement that. I'm literally just going to go and copy the whole thing in here. So I am going to go back to page.tsx, and you see we've got pricing in here. This is the pricing section where magic is happening. And I've just noticed that we've got this check icon put in here. I don't know why, but we just got it. So let me just go ahead and move this out from here into icons, and I'm going to do check icon.tsx, and simply just go ahead and export this check icon. As simple as that. Make sure to import cn in here so it could work. All right, where's the error? Has to be somewhere here. No, not you, sorry. Gotta be from here. I don't know, maybe it's pretty much the same thing from Lucid React, like the Lucid icons, but a conversation for another time. All right, so let me just go and create a new page in here. I think I'm going to use this component as is with some modifications. So I'm going to create a new page. So I think I'm going to call this subscribe. I don't know. Is that good? I don't know. I'm just going to keep it for now. I might want to change it. But naming things in development word and coding word is the hardest thing so far. That's actually my take on it. You never find the right name that you are trying to look for and trying to do for the specific use case that you have. But anyway, so going export default function subscribe. This is going to be like the subscribe one, and because we don't have a layout, so I want to check out how we are doing the dashboard. So the dashboard, we have this layout. Let me just copy the same layout because it's pretty much the same thing, and I can just go and put the layouts in there. This is not a dashboard layout, but subscribe layouts gonna have the same thing. The page in here, I'm just going to go ahead and return the pricing. I know it might need some modifications, or it definitely needs some modifications, but for now, I think it would look good. So I'm going to go / subscribe. There you go. So the page looks good. Yeah, we've got the nav bar. This is not centered though, which we could make it. So we could add simple div, and the div in here is going to be class name, flex column, size full, and think just items center. Okay, I don't want to center anything else other than the items. And hallelujah, there you go. Get started now. Save hours of moving buttons around and quickly find what's wrong with your designs. All right, let me try the justify center. Maybe it would work, maybe it won't. I think this gap in here, this overflow, is being just simply caused by the pricing cards in here. The ones that have very huge heights. There you go. I told you. Why? I don't know why, but are they like having a hard-coded height on this one, or oh yeah, it's because of the margin bottom. Okay, that's not an issue, but still works, and we haven't spent a lot of time actually recrafting or recreating this. So now the idea, of course, will be like when the user clicks on sign up in here, we are gonna directly redirect them to the subscription or the Stripe checkout URL. So in here, we're gonna be fetching the checkouts and stuff like that to make it work perfectly. So now inside of the pricing, I'm going to, this is already a client components, so that is great. Now inside of the pricing in here, I'm gonna be able to provide props because this is needed. I'm gonna do pricing props. I'm gonna need to provide a class name, and let me just make props. I hate distracting those props right into the function arguments or the component arguments. It just makes it ugly. So can I pass showcase section? I can't pass class name to this either, which I hope I will be able to pass from here to here, and just imports the cn function. There you go. Now we're passing this. Should be good. So if I save this one and go back into our pricing card in here, I'm going to do class name margin bottom to be 0. Not sure, but maybe this will fix it if the margin bottom is right in there. So if we look into here, this doesn't look like it has any margin bottom anymore, and it has more margin bottom from this side, and I do not know why. Do you have an idea why? I mean, are we doing anything beneath this? We're not, right? It looks like an unnecessary margin bottom. It's margin bottom 28, right? Yeah, I mean, this to me looks useless. Yeah, there's no need for it. Okay, refresh. There we go. No more margin. We just need some margin from the top. So margin top gonna be 10. Is that gonna work? No. Okay. Yeah, let me just try maybe 32. A little more margin. Yeah, it looks like it works. So get started now. Save hours of moving buttons around and quickly find what's wrong with designs with Roast UI. Or monthly, annually, we may want to like introduce like a discount in here saying, oh, if you choose annually, you're going to be saving 25% or something. You know, something like how website does this, just to tell people that annually has stuff to save on. So it's already always great thing to do. But yeah, I think so far so good. Nothing more to introduce on this page. We might do some modifications later on, but for now I think it's going to do the job just fine. And to make this even better, we're going to modify this underlying pricing components. So from the dashboard, from the landing page, from here, if person clicks on sign up, it's going to be redirected into there as well. But we're going to also introduce some, authentication check as well. So I'm going to go ahead and check session. I'm going to do use auth or use session. I don't know which one is which. I think it's going to be use auth, no? Let's just go back and try to, it's not Clark, man, come on. Lib, is it even lib? So I think I found it. It's next-auth/react use session. So we need to import this from the library because we can't import it from what we've created before. And this should go ahead and give us the session. And yes, to be able to access this as per the documentation, you have to actually wrap this on a session provider, like the parent thing on a session provider. Otherwise, it will not work for you. So we can go ahead and do that too. And since we want to access this literally everywhere, I think it would be wise to just go ahead and wrap this up right here. I don't know if we need to do it inside of the theme provider or outside of the theme provider. Nonetheless, should be the same. And session provider is from next.auth/react. That's great. We should be accessing the session in here. Let me just go ahead and do a quick console log session to check if the session is coming up and working perfectly. So I'm going to inspect, go to the console real quick, and there you go. This is our session. It has data, it has the user, and this is actually the user data. So love it. And it has a status as well that tells you if it's authenticated or not, which is also lovely. Also, if you look at the types in here, what it has a status authenticated if the user is authenticated, and it has another status that the data is null because the user is not authenticated, and the status is unauthenticated or loading. So what we're going to check for is if session.status not equals to authenticated, please just go ahead and redirect the user in here. So I'm going to do return. I'm going to use the redirects from the next navigation, and I'm going to simply just redirect to /login to tell the user, please log in first. Okay, so this is good. I don't need to log out the session anymore. This banner text, we don't need it because I see like it's not being used at all. And I think everything looks like to be good. So let's go ahead and add another one. I'm going to add a function in here, get checkout URL, and this will go ahead and call the API that we've just created to get the checkout URL. So this I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to actually use the API service we created before because obviously that's what services are for. So I'm going to create another service. I'm going to name this payment service.typescript, and I'm going to const payment service equals this, export default payment service. And the payment service in here is going to have a get checkout URL, and the get checkout URL in here is going to take two stuff. It's going to take the pricing tier, and it's going to take the plans, both of them. So for that, let me just go ahead and create types for this. So I'm going to do pricing.typescript, and I'm going to first export this first interface. It's going to be pricing tier, and I think pricing plan. I would rather call it pricing plan than frequency, and I do not know why it's calling it like this. Because the last time, if I go ahead and check properly, or if I go to, where is that, API, subscribe, we've put things together. So these actually are like, different tiers and plans and lookup keys. So those are actually just simply strings. So I don't think we need to create anything in here. So I retract, sorry. No, we don't need to do anything for now, but maybe in the future. So it's going to be a string, and it's going to be a plan string. So we've got both the tier and the plans, and now we can just go and call const, so response as well. So we got response await fetch. So API subscribe. Is it the one? Yeah, I think yes. It's the subscribe, not here, sorry. It's subscribe, and it's a post request. Cool. So post request /API /subscribe. We pass in both of those like tier and plan, and I think we're accessing the respective ones correctly. So tier and plan, and I'm accessing auth in here, but it looks like I'm not authenticated for whatever reason. So let me just make sure I am I don't know what cursor is doing, to be honest. Let me just do this. Okay. Please just let me, I'm trying to do a tab, but it just prevents me from doing a tab. Sometimes AI is super stupid. So I completely agree with you guys on that. If somebody says that today, yes, it is. It just is ugly. So returning a response. I'm not sure if this is even working, but I guess, yeah, it should, right? It basically has the same API as this. So anyway, so back in here, we send a response. We just getting the JSON from that response. We're awaiting this. This should return a promise of what? This is a good point, right? Let's go and add a time for it. And I think I'm going to add, so this is basically what it's returning here. For now, it's just returning this checkout URL and the actual URL. I think I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to do another type. I'm going to name this checkout.typescript. I'm going to export interface checkout type, or yeah, I think just checkout. And it's going to be checkout URL string. That's it. All right. So this, I'm going to make sure this is a type of a checkout right in the checkout. So I never put this for wrong way. Is not assignable to type. No. Okay. I mean, yeah, let me just do another checking in here. So I'm going to check if session.url, or if it's not available, it's not valid, fail to create checkout session 500. As simple as that. So just to make sure this is a valid URL and not null. Okay, and good. So it's going to be type of checkout. Let me just import this one. And I think we can do promise checkout. Cool. And we cannot do this in here, so I think we are in a good place to go ahead and just call this. So I'm going to do checkout, await payment service. Let me just go and import the payment service, get checkout URL, tier.id. I mean, what is this one? Because I completely forgot what's going on, to be honest. It's a pricing tier, okay, and it has an ID, has a price, sold out, coming soon. Okay, so I think it's this, like wherever we put in this, and also like Yeah, I think because we copy this component, it has a lot of gibberish that we don't necessarily, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it has a lot of stuff that we do not need for the time being. So it would be better just to go ahead and introduce new stuff. So let me just go ahead and put plan string, tire, or tiers, just a simple string in here. And we can go ahead and do plan, tier, both of those. So plan in here is going to be, oh, wait a second, because we can't do plan in here. Sorry. We can just do the tier, or can't we? No, I could, yeah, because this is a starter one. So we can just put tier, starter, plan. Sorry, you can't do that, no. But I'm going to use the other variable. So this is pro, good. So tier dot tier. And frequency, I don't know what's the value inside of frequency. Frequency is, so it looks like it's using this and it accesses the value. So frequencies, it has this ID, value, label. Oh, cool. So we can just simply change this to monthly, yearly. As simple as that. We don't care about the price FX or the label, which is just a simple label. Frequency to value, you got the checkout in here, and you've got the checkout URL. Now, we cannot just return it. What we have to do is call the window.location.href for redirecting the user to that new checkout URL to taking them to Stripe. Cool. And the get checkout URL in here is going to be put on the pricing. Where is that? I think we have something. I don't know why. It's just telling me to log in again, but oh yeah, I don't need to. Okay, so subscribe. I believe this is a bug because we were already authenticated. We can access the dashboard and everything. Oh yeah, very dumb. So we check in. If not authenticated, go ahead and redirect. Come on, man. This is quite stupid. Okay, take me to subscribe again. There you go. I don't know why we've seen that, to be honest. Okay, maybe it's in the loading state. So I'm gonna check if not session dot status. It's not like this equals to loading. So, and it's not in the loading state, right? Oh shoot, no, sorry. Oh man, I don't know what's going on with me. This should be unauthenticated. Man, I can't even speak English now. Sorry guys, I've been just recording the videos for too long, so this is actually what happens to you. Just start losing words. All right, please work. Okay, subscribe. All right, pretty cool. That is great. I do not know what I'm saying in here, /month. So it's simply because we changed that value responsibly. That's why. And I do not remember what was in here before, to be honest. I think it was just the ID. The ID that matches to both of these now. So I'm gonna try this for a second. Yeah, there you go. This is what it was. It was just simply the ID. And I'm going to introduce another one. I'm going to name this plan, and it's going to be monthly. And the other one is going to have a plan yearly. So pressing tier frequency, I'm just going to add plan to be a string. All right, so going back to the value in here, and I'm going to choose plan instead of value. All right, so hopefully this will work, right? We just need to call this get checkout URL in these two buttons. So I'm going to do sign up. And it's right over here. So this is the price CTA, and it doesn't have anything now. It doesn't have like an on-click or something, but I'm just going to go ahead and do on-click, get checkout URL for that specific tier. And moment of truth, so I was going to try this out. Click sign up. It is not taking us anywhere, and it has this canceled. So let me just refresh the whole page because you never know what's going on. All right, so I don't know what's going on, so even though I tried this a couple times. I always get this request to API subscribe to be canceled, and it literally has no logs, like just canceled for no reason. And yeah, this gibberish thing, so I don't know exactly, to be honest. So my first guess is probably this event handler in here, because this is technically an event handler, like the get checkout URL is being passed to an onClick, which has an event handler. So maybe this event handler is we don't have like prevent default for that, which is causing this issue. So let me just do that real quick. e.prevent default. I'm not sure if this is a form or not. It doesn't look like there is any form elements, but still, I don't know. Sometimes you get these very weird errors that literally gives you no information at all and just like tell you, oh, solve it. Oh, hallelujah. It was the event prevent default. See, I'm speechless. But it works, and it just takes you to the Stripe page in toast mode. The price that we've created, $15 per month, roast UI designs and get what's wrong, improvements, and better UI designs. Everything in a really nice way in here. Everything is put together really, really well. If you click go back in here, it's just going to take us, I believe, to the homepage, because this is the cancel URL we've put. And if you click back, that means you're canceling the transaction or the payment or the checkout, whatever you call it. And it's going to take you to the cancel URL. If you successfully pay, it's going to take you back to the success URL, which we've chose to be the playground. And hallelujah, it works. And likely for us on the subscribe page in here, the coming soon here is not clickable. So because it's completely disabled, nobody can click it. Only people can click on this sign up thing, and it just takes them straight into there. So yeah, pretty cool. The only thing I might want to do for this button is change the text in here from sign up to like subscribe, or maybe sign up. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think if sign up means, or if people, well, you guys tell me if sign up is pretty good now, because I think sign up could mean two things: either sign up for an account, or in our case in here, we already have an account, we are already logged in and authenticated and everything, or maybe for new users, because how it's going to work is people are going to create an account first using their Google OAuth or GitHub OAuth, then get redirected directly to this page so they can subscribe on one of these starter or pro plans. So technically they're going to see another sign up in here, and is it going to feel like, oh, I did already sign up, what's going on? Or is it going to feel like sign up, that means sign up on this plan? Does that make sense? I don't know. I might need to do some more research about that. But in terms of how functionality wise and how things are working, I believe this is working absolutely fine. Click on it, takes you straight to the checkout page. All right, that's very cool. Now, we're done with the subscription page. Now we need to implement the logic where it credits the user account when he pays and activate the subscription on the user account. So to do so, let me go back. I want to clear out all of these and close them out. So if I head over to Prisma back again, oh yeah, that's not what we have. But the schema in here, what it says that what we have is we've got the user and the accounts. So on the user in here, we're going to actually create two new things, or two new columns. Or it's better just to go ahead and create this subscription thing of a type subscription. So it's going to be a different table, and we can go ahead and create another table in here. So I'm going to do model subscription. I think it would be, let me put something like this for that. And so this could be null if there's no subscription, which means the user is not subscribed. So this should take an ID, or it should have a unique ID of subscription, which is a COID, the user ID in here, and it has the relation with the user. So it's one-to-one, or technically, yeah, it should be one-to-many. So like one user have one subscription, but I mean, it's one-to-one, I believe. It should be, yeah. So we store the user ID in here to do the one-to-one. We check, or we tell if it's active or not. So we've got this Boolean, if it's active or not, the plan, monthly, or whatever. The tier in here is a starter, is your pro, whatever you want. Updated at, created at. Also, we want to do credits, and like how much credits are left, or how many credits are left. And this will be like either in a credit system of like, if you do roast the design, the credits will be out, or it's going to be more of like, oh, the starter, for example, is only going to be a load of 100, right? For example, the pro is going to load of 1,000. The business, for example, is going to be allowed for like unlimited or something like that. So I'm going to put that as an integer, and it's going to default to 0 because, you know, if you don't have any credits, then you don't have any credits. And yeah, so that's the subscription thing. We should be good to go, and we should go ahead and get started working with it. Let's go ahead and migrate this, or synchronize this with our database. So I'm going to do, again, pmpx prisma migrate dev, and this will go ahead and create the developer migration for this and save it inside of the database. Shouldn't take long. I'm going to do add user subscription. There you go. This should go ahead and create it out. And if I go and check out the database, I don't know if I can refresh the database from somewhere. I think I might need to go ahead and close and reload that, right? And there you go, just like reconnecting to this. We've got the subscription in here, it has the user ID. This tells you like this is a foreign key for the user, is active, got plan, tier, with its tire pretty much, and created ads and updated ads, and the credits, which is an integer. So should be good. And of course, for the user, it's gonna have this email verified or not. Yeah, this will be linked to the subscription in here. So it should be good with the user. Now, if we go back to the SRC and remember how we're doing the subscribe before, so technically this is not what I'm looking for, sorry. I'm looking for the other subscribe. So technically how this works, when you create a session URL in here, or checkout page URL, you redirect the user to the checkout URL, then the user pays or something. Then after that, you provide a webhook on the Stripe dashboard. That webhook gets called with literally any event that happens during that checkout, during that user checkout, to be more specific. So if the user, for example, cancels something, an event can be sent. Or if the user pays and the payment goes successfully without any issues, the webhook is going to be called with payment successful and whatever. If there's any issues, if billing has been created, if invoice, so there's plethora of events that you can listen to, and the webhook will be called only for those listened and selected events. So this makes it actually pretty good for us. So we can go ahead and do that for Stripe. So if you go to Stripe and try to go ahead and add a webhook, just like search webhook, you're going to be able to add a webhook. I've got a bunch of them for my other projects, but this is how simple it is to add a webhook into Stripe. We are in development mode, so it shouldn't hurt the production copy. And this is where you specify the endpoint. So the endpoint for us, because we are on localhost and we want to just try it out, I'm going to do 3000 and I'm going to do /success, something like that. You want something, distinguishable from the rest. So I think success is just, tied to success, while we want everything for this, not only success, maybe errors as well. So I'm going to do payments. I'm going to call this payments-hook. I don't know. You can figure out a better name probably, but this looks good. For the events in here, I'm going to select a couple of events. I'm going to go to subscription, and there's this subscription deleted. This occurs when a customer subscription ends. So I'm going to do that. Subscription creates a new plan. I'm going to add that as well. And I'm also going to do invoice, created, deleted, finalized, paid. So this occurs when an invoice or an invoice payment attempt succeeds or an invoice is marked as paid out of their band. So this is good. It's just like when the user actually pays, it's not like this one. This is the one. Occurs whenever an invoice payment attempt succeeds. That's it. That's the right one we were looking for. And of course, you can edit webhooks events later on if you want to. But for now, I think those will be enough for us. And I want to use the latest version. Please do not use 2023 version. I want to use the latest APIs version. And let's go ahead and add the endpoint. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this. My bad. So localhost ones cannot be added technically, but they still can be tested using the Stripe CLI by opening this tunnel that connects the webhook straight into your localhost testers. But this for production. So if you want to do staging stuff or deploying to production, you have to add the webhook into here. And it just gives you an idea of how things work. But for Stripe stuff and for local development and local testing, we can use the Stripe listener or the Stripe tunnel kind of like proxy thing that's going to actually proxy events from Stripe webhooks right into our computer for testing purposes. So actually I'm going to go to package.json and copy this sort of like scripts that I use in all my other projects. And this one just like use the Stripe listen to open up a tunnel forwards to localhost 3000 /API webhooks checkout. And I think this is way much better than just the previous name that I did figure out. So now we just simply need to go ahead and create that webhook, which is a very important part. So I'm going to go and create, it's going to be API /webhooks. Then right inside of that one is going to be checkout. Okay. And I'm going to do route.typescript. So why doing it this way is way much better is because, this is a main folder of webhooks and you can have plethora of webhooks. And here we're choosing to have the checkout webhook. So that's good. It's very, very compelling. And so the webhook in here takes an async function, post request. It takes a next request in here as well. And we can't, of course, authenticate on this one because this comes or gets called from Stripe's end. So we have to authenticate it in a different way. So first, let's go ahead and get the body. I'm going to do wait request dot body. But yeah, you don't need to wait because there's already the body we need. And also we need to access this signature. And this signature is going to be actually used for making sure this request is coming from Stripe and not from a third-party hacker who's trying to just trigger this checkout endpoints, webhook endpoints for bypassing the payment paywall. So this Stripe signature in here is going to be sent from by Stripe, and the only way to make sure this Stripe signature is correct, because this signature is actually generated only for our accounts and on our account only, and we can make sure this is right and correct, and it's being sent from Stripe by comparing this or signing this, more particularly with our Stripe access key. So for example, if we can check if no signature, we can do, I'm not going to return missing Stripe signature. I'm going to be returning not authorized, something like that. And I'm going to just do 403, right? I mean, 403 is or 401. Okay. First time hearing about this. This is cool. So this is the endpoint secret. We're grabbing it from Stripe webhook secret. And of course, you can get that as well from the Stripe dashboard. And we're going to use Stripe. So let me just go ahead and import that. Can we import that to Stripe? There you go, events. So we're going to pass in the body, the signature, and the endpoint secret. So this will go ahead and get you an event. And if it doesn't, it's just going to go ahead and throw up an error. We're going to catch it right into the catch block in here, and we're going to return a response saying webhook error. That's it. And this will make sure that nobody that is not authorized to call this can call this, to be more exact. And yeah, for the body, I totally forgot. So we need to use the JSON, and we need to await for the JSON in order to get the proper one. Now for the endpoint secret, we have to make sure that we get the right endpoint secret. Let me just go ahead and put this outside. And I'm also going to check, or not endpoint secret, which is going to return not authorized. We're not going to continue. So this has to be set, otherwise we cannot continue. Okay. And now, after doing all of this, we got our event. And this event in here is going to allow us to basically access the underlying events that is sent from Stripe. That is, I'm going to call this more of like decrypted, using the endpoint secret and the signature sent from Stripe. So that is good. And we can also do this switch type. And this will tell us exactly on the different types that we've been listening to. So remember what events we selected on the dashboard? So those events is exactly like what the type we're trying to receive in here. And we can use the switch case to basically check for which event type we are, that has been triggering this webhook in here so we can continue. For example, the checkout.session.completed is when you have a payment or a successful checkout. So I'm going to simply just go ahead to test this one. I'm going to do session checkout completed. I'm just going to print out the checkout session. I'm going to break. That's it. As simple as that. I'm going to leave this one in here, and I'm actually going to go ahead and put it into the test by running the scripts that we've already put in here. So I'm going to do pm for Stripe events, and this will go ahead and start forwarding the Stripe events into webhooks checkout. And now if we go back right here into our application, I think, we haven't triggered that just yet, but we can manually go to the subscribe in here. I'm going to hit sign up. This should redirect me to Stripe checkout page. And with Stripe, we can go ahead and use those like testing cards that are successful and stuff. So these are actually the numbers. They just like using for test mode and, just use for testing. So I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to add something. So after fulfilling the card information here, just put in random data because it's just for testing purposes. I'm going to go ahead and hit subscribe, and this should go ahead and go successfully from Stripe ends. And it should go ahead and redirect us back to the successful URL that we have already set when we were creating the actual session. So I don't know why this is taking very long, but there you go. Successful in here. We see the green. That means we're good. And there you go. It takes us back. It takes us back to the playground because, we've subscribed and we're finally ready to roast our first design. That is amazing. If we check out the logs, there you go. So we've got a bunch of them. And so this was a 400. I don't know why it's 400. It should be not a 400. But yeah, they're all being called in the localhost 3000 API webhooks checkout. And I think I'm getting this right? Am I putting the names wrong? So webhooks is webhooks and /checkout is /checkout. And it's a post request. So technically speaking, we are on the good side. Let me check out the other logs. Did we get any checkout? So let me just double check. I'm going to copy this. Did we get this? I mean, if we did, that's good. But I don't think we did. So let me just check out the URL. So webhooks checkout. Okay, so this hasn't been called at all. Okay. So funny enough, here we cannot use the JSON, but we have to use the text in order to process it as a raw text. And this is only when it comes to next.js. Okay, I don't have an idea. It took me some debugging and a Stack Overflow sort of like conversation to figure this out, but yeah, I think we're good. Let me just put the terminal back into here. I've been just getting 400 forever. All right, so doing this again, going to subscribe, signing up, and I'm gonna try now to subscribe. I've got all the details coming up. Okay, processing. Let's go back. It looks like now we've got a red one, 500 from the checkout. I'm not sure if it's actually a 500 or whatever, but what is exactly happening in here? Because yeah, this Auth.js error is just driving me insane. Every single time I see it, even though we're not using the Edge runtime, we're not planning to use the Edge runtime, it still tells us that Prisma client is not configured to run the Edge runtime. Come on, we don't need that. Like, and it looks for this issue on the GitHub issues. It seems like everybody's getting this. Nobody's fixing this. Wow. All right, so I had to disable this middleware just for now because it's super annoying, but we need to enable it, otherwise authentication won't work. But apparently checking out the logs now, because we can finally see the logs, it looks like it's working. It's actually console logging the, we're console logging the events, right? Or the checkout session. So it's console logging this, it's getting into here, which is amazing. But the only part in here that we're not doing properly is no responses returned from the route handler, which is completely understandable. And it's telling you ensure you return a response or a next response in all branches of your handlers. Okay, this is just a next.js friendly error, but yeah, looks pretty good. So I think just to bypass that error for now, we can just do return next response JSON session checkout completed. And this is, of course, should return a 200. So successful, no issues. We've got the checkout session. So that is pretty good. Now, in order to be able to credit the user's accounts and know exactly who's that user, we need to first go in and pass some metadata from when we create the actual checkout page into right here into the webhook, like from Stripe, obviously. So to do so, let me just go back to, we've got this API where we're creating the checkout. And this here, I'm going to go and pass metadata. And for metadata here, you can pass literally everything or anything. That's what I'm saying, basically. I don't know, is this like empty? Okay, so I'm going to pass user ID. I'm going to pass the current tire and the plan. So later on, we can retrieve what is the tire, what is the plan, and the user ID that the user actually chose for creating this specific session. So I'm going to save this one. We've got create. So it's telling us string undefined is not, let me just go ahead and do this maybe, or I don't know. I mean, yeah, we're already checking. That's the thing. Okay, is it good? Or what's exactly wrong with this endpoint? So is this undefined by any means, or is this, yeah, this is the one. That's the thing I was talking about previously when it comes to TypeScript. So it doesn't like do that type checking inference kind of thing prior to how things are happening. So you have to specifically type check that variable. But good. All right. All good in here. Back to the checkout of the webhook. And we can go ahead and grab those for the metadata. So we got checkout session.metadata. We're going to have the plan, tier, and the user ID or the tire. I don't know why some people actually spell it differently, and the user ID. I'm going to cast this to as any because obviously we can't do type checking on this. We don't know any of that. Okay, so, and I think destructuring this might be bad. I don't know. But I think it would be better to be just doing like something like this, you know what I'm saying? Without having those type issues. And now we can go ahead and check missing tier, plan, or user ID, and we can just return 400. And of course, it's just going to be returned to Stripe. So no issues with that. And here we can actually go in and call Prisma. So I'm going to call prisma.user.updates, and please update where, use the ID of user ID. So I think I'm putting that right? Okay. And I think the next part is the actual data that we want to update with. And the data in here is going to be, before doing that, we got to create a subscription first. So yeah, I totally forgot about. All right, I'm starting to hate this AI thing because, come on, subscription. And I'm going to wait Prisma.subscription. And we can't do that because, yeah, we gotta restart the editor, which is ugly as always. So now we should be able to access subscription. We should be able to access create. And when it comes to creation, so you're gonna have a bunch of data, the plan, the tire, the credits. So those credits are actually gonna be decided when, of course, depending on what is the current tire we're on. So if we are on the starter tire, we are just gonna create that to 100. But if we are on the pro, for example, we're gonna give that 1,000 or unlimited or something. Because right now only starter is supported. I'm just gonna keep that hard coded as 100, but it's not a good thing to keep it always in there as we support older tires. Okay, we've got a plan, user ID. I think I don't know, it feels like I'm missing something from that subscription thing. So let me just go to schema.prisma.typescript or .prisma. So these what we've got, and we already passed in the user ID. Oh, this is defaults to true. Okay, great. So since it defaults to true, I'm just gonna go ahead and make it true. And we also get to disable this when or if the user never pays. And when it comes to updating the actual user, we can just go ahead and do subscription, and should be subscription ID because that's what we've put on. So it's going to be subscription ID, going to connect to the adapter. That means it's going to connect to the related database, which is a subscription table, the related table, not the database. And it's going to set the ID right over there for the subscription just to update, telling it, oh, this user has a subscription going on. So we are good to go. And yes, we need a way for this because this is returning a promise, not just like that. So we have dated the user, we've dated that. I'm going to just go ahead and console log something just for reference and for debugging. Subscription created and user updated. I'm just going to console log the subscription objects that we've already got. And I'm just going to do session checkout completed and no need for break. And I'm also going to handle the default. So for default here, I'm going to do unknown event type, just JSON is going to be, is it going to be 200 or is it better just to use a different status like 404, like not found or something? Okay, no need for LLMs now. Yeah, it feels like I'm missing something, but I think it's good. Hopefully it's good. So let's go ahead and give this one a try and see if it kind of like populates the database and everything. So I'm going to go back, subscribe. Sorry, no, subscribe. I'm going to go to Signup, of course. Let's go into checkout again. And I'm going to hit subscribe in here. Go back. I want to check if the events are good. There you go. It's 200, then 404 for most of the events because they're not found. But for the ones that were found, subscription created and user updated. So we're good. And it's, you know, it created the actual subscription. It's putting the right user ID. It's putting the plan. It's putting the tier. It's putting the credits, created ads and updated ads. Oh, wow. I love that. That's cool. And is active equals true. Awesome. One more double check-in is to go and check out the database, and double checking the database, it tells us that we created a subscription, and also double checking the user table. I don't know if we do have that. We don't, because that one is just for the relation. You know, there's no need to do that. But yeah, just if you simply want to double check that, we can just close the user, open it up again. There should be no subscription ID whatsoever. So that's nice. And now one more thing we want to do is, for example, for users that are not subscribed, and they are, for example, in the dashboard, okay? When they click new in here and try to go to the playground and try to roast a new design, we are just going to go ahead and redirect them to the subscribe page if they have an active subscription, if that makes sense. So we can go back and we can, this is the API. So I'm going to go to the playground. I think we've got, this is the main page for the playground for creating a new design. And so because this is a client components, our playground page is a client components, we cannot call Prisma database directly from here. So this quick trick, what we can do is I can go to the components and I can just go ahead and do, create a new folder. I'm just going to simply name this playground, you know, and it's going to be index.tsx. It's just going to be like the actual playground. So I'm going to export that as we normally do. Everything looks pretty good. I'm going to remove everything. I'm going to export defaults playground, and I'm just going to do, should I call this design playground? And I'm just going to call this playground. I'm going to import it from the components. Should be good to go. And this should not be, this is by default a server component. Go back to the playground, refresh, we'll still see the playground as is without any issues. Now, because this is a server component, we can go ahead and call the session. We can go and do something magical like this, or sorry, not the session, but we can access the user's sort of like subscription and see if it's subscribed or not. So I'm going to access Prisma. I'm going to do user.find find unique, and it's going to be where. So I'm going to put the user, or just the ID, because we are inside of the user. And of course, for getting the user ID, I got to go ahead and use the session. So I'm going to just use auth, await. You need to call auth. Remember, this is, I'm going to name this. Well, I don't remember where is this. So let me just name this session. And what does this session have? I believe it has a user, right? Because I always forget. So it has a user and it has an ID, something like that. Okay. So, okay, that's good. And we can pass the ID over there and make sure this one is an asynchronous function, of course. And I'm going to do this include subscription. I think I have to do subscription ID. So this will go ahead and find unique the subscription and return it for us. So if I do user subscription ID, it's not actually going to be an ID because I made a mistake when I named those, and I could go ahead and use a migration to completely change those, but let's leave it for now. Less trouble if you just leave it for now. You know what I mean. I know what I mean. And I'm sorry. Like Cursor AI is a deadly guy, or using AI for coding is a deadly guy. Sometimes you just like, you click tab and you don't realize what you tapped into, and you find yourself like trapped into this. It should be subscription instead of subscription ID, but here we go. What can we do? And we can access the is active. So I'm going to do const is active to simply check if it's not active. You must be logged into this feature, or I'm going to use the redirect magic and redirect to subscribe. There you go. As simple as that. I believe. What does this one take? Shoot, no, sorry. This is not the place I'm trying to import this from. And just / redirects. This should be a close one. No, please see. AI is deadly as always, but it's helpful sometimes, or for the majority of the times. And cool. Yeah, I think we've got the playground. So if we go back, I mean, for us, we should be subscribed, right? Because we already subscribed. But if I go back into the database and sneakily like update this one, so if we go to the database and say, let's say, for example, this user is no longer subscribed. So I do some change and apply that to the database. I go back to here, refresh. Hallelujah. Wow. That is mind blowing. We already just like getting redirected in here to get started page because we don't have like the right to access that. If I try that again, go to new, it takes you straight into the subscribe page in here. So you can click subscribe, take you to the checkout page, and yeah, hallelujah. All right, so the next step in here for us is to do some double checking for, to exactly know where we should redirect the user. For example, if the user is actually on the homepage and not logged in, if he tries to click on sign up, instead of redirecting him to the checkout page, we should redirect them to, register or create an account or log in first. Once they log in and they don't have a subscription, we check if they do not have a subscription, we redirect them to subscribe to the checkout, the Stripe checkout page that we did before, so they can, start the subscription. Once they do that, they can access the chat dashboard and, they can start roasting designs. Or for example, if the user is already logged in and tried to click on this and it doesn't have a subscription, we just take them to the subscription or to the checkout page. Otherwise, if it has a subscription and it just clicks on this, we just take them back to the dashboard or something. Or we can, some other website just go ahead and completely hide this page in here. But I don't think that's actually necessary because we don't have much going on in here. Just we need to handle this edge case in here for like when or where should we redirect the user depending on their current state on the application flow. So we could technically know exactly where we should take them. But before that, I actually noticed a small teeny tiny issue is if you go to the database and there's like this subscription. So we've actually inserted a record when we did that, subscription thing with a fake card, but now it's showing is active to equals to 0, which means it's false. So it holds Boolean variables in here as integers, which is like 0 for false and 1 for true. And I'm not sure exactly why is it 0 in here, because remember, for the checkout webhook that we've done before, when we created a subscription, we go ahead and create a subscription using the user ID, plan, tier, or tire, credits, is active equals to true. So I'm technically setting this equal to true, but for whatever reason, it's being set equals to false or 0. So just for the purpose of debugging, I'm going to go in and select this row. And I'm going to go ahead and delete the row in here. So that means the user is no longer going to have a subscription. So if I go back in here to the user, I mean, those are the users currently in there. I mean, if you go back to the user in here, of course, it doesn't have any subscription assigned to it. So that's good. Let's go ahead and try the whole flow again. So I'm going to go back in here to Stripe and copy one of the test cards. I'm going to choose this MasterCard thing. I'm going to go back into, just going to go to the pricing here. I think it's just going to take us to, hopefully, the checkout page. There you go. And I'm going to simply just go ahead and hit subscribe. So going back in here, so I can go ahead and check exactly like what's going on behind the scenes. So there is a bunch of errors. I'm not sure exactly what are these. And oh yeah, sorry. I think I've stopped we need to, remember like the package.json. So we were running forward Stripe events. That is actually necessary. So I'm going to just make sure to run that and redo this from scratch. So let me just go ahead and do it. So again, now I'm hitting subscribe. If I go back, there you go. So the hooks are being received. One of them is the webhooks checkout is returning 200 for one of the events. All the other events in here are completely disregarded. And there you go. So we got subscription created and user updated. We got is active is equals to true. And the user has been updated for that specific user. So that means it's good. We got all the information that here we need from user ID to the actual record ID, is active, true, plan, tire, credits, yada, yada, yada. So checking back this subscription table, there you go. Now is active is equal to true. I don't know, maybe it had a bug before or something went wrong. I don't know exactly, but the code in here should always put that in true because, the guy has just subscribed and paid for it. So it's good to start the subscription. So we are on the right side from here. And now we can just go ahead and do what we wanted to do before. So if I'm going to go back to the pricing card. So I'm just going to go with components, pricing card. Remember, this pricing card in here is being used across different, components like the homepage and stuff. So I added this simple prop in here because it's very simple. So I added this mod or mode, not mod. It's either integrated or standalone. So if it's integrated, that means this is like integrated inside of another page. So please do not do like the login check or something. Mainly here is going to be integrated inside the homepage. The standalone in here, that means this page is a standalone and you can do the redirecting. So all I'm checking in here, if the mode is standalone and the session.status, that means the current authentication status is equals to unauthenticated, redirect it to login. So just simply redirect the user to login whenever he tries to access that as a standalone mode. That means just the pricing page, technically. So as simple as that. Now, what we want is actually to also have access to subscription. So whenever the user clicks, we know exactly where to take the user from here. So if it has a subscription, just take them to the dashboard. They already have an active subscription. If the user doesn't have an active subscription, we can just show them something or take them, if they're not logged in, take them to the login page as we're doing in here. So very simple stuff. To get the subscription in here, remember, this is a client component. So you're using use client for this. That means we cannot access the database because this is technically running inside of the browser. We could only access the database inside of a server component as we did before. So for that, let me just go into this props and modify this to actually take a subscription. It's going to be optional and it's just going to be subscription. I think I can go ahead and import that. I'm not sure. I think I can import that from Stripes. There you go. So Prisma, or not Stripes, sorry. From Prisma clients, we're importing the subscription. So we are good. Now going back, remember, we're using this into two places. One is over here, the pricing, and this is a server components. So there's no harm accessing the database right over here. So we can just go ahead and directly access this, but I don't want to pollute this. So what I'm going to do is actually create another component. I'm going to do homepage pricing, and I'm just going to do index.tsx. For this one, it's going to be still a server component, but I'm going to return pricing like normally do. It's going to be integrated. That's cool. But I'm just going to go ahead and access the subscription. And before that, I also need to access the session. So I can grab the currently authenticated user. So I can grab auth. This is going to give me the session. I need to do await and async. So I'm going to do await again, Prisma. Make sure to access and import Prisma from lib/Prisma. And I'm going to go ahead and do subscription.find first because technically subscriptions are going to be unique. I'm going to do where, and simply just give it the user ID, because that's just one-to-one relationship between the user and the subscription table. So there's always going to be just one single subscription for every user. So we're going to get the subscription in here. It's going to either be a subscription object or null. And this one does take either a subscription object or undefined. So we can just do the R operator in here. That just going to resolve to, undefined if that one is null. As simple as that. And now we're going to pass in that subscription. So let's just go into, I'm going to do homepage pricing. There you go. And I'm passing that subscription to the homepage pricing. And I think I'm doing it correctly. This cannot be used as GSX component to return types of promise, whatever. I'm going to use suspense for this one because it's an asynchronous server component. So that's good. And I'm going to do the fallback. Just going to have loading. Completely ignore this one. It's a TypeScript issue. Don't worry about it for now. And hallelujah. So if I go back to the terminal, hopefully nothing is going wild. Yeah, I think we're good from this side. And also I've just remembered that this middleware is not active anymore. So let me just uncomment that what we did before. That's very important. Let me just get rid of pricing in here. And remember, the other part where we're actually accessing that pricing component is the subscribe page. Or I don't know, but I feel like I should call this pro/pricing. Subscribe. It's cool and everything, but I think pricing would be a little bit better. I'm going to change that regardless. I'm just going to do pricing page. And here we can just go in and access the subscription as well. So doing the same thing, grab the authentication, please. Grab the Prisma client, access the subscription, pass in the subscription. That's it. Voila. Very simple. Straight through. All right. So that's good. Now we're passing the subscription. Let's make sure that everything's still running fine. If I go back to Roast UI, there you go. It still works. If I go to the dashboard, I still see my designs. So we're good. Going back to the home page pricing and the pricing components, and now we can just go ahead and use that subscription to actually tell where to redirect the user. Here I have router and I have everything. Of course, because we're passing that subscription from a server component, we're passing it down as a client component. And of course, it's just going to be passed down as a JSON, as a serialized string JSON. So whatever you pass from a server component to a client component has to be serialized. I mean, that's just a simple note. Of course, you can read that on the next.js docs, but just simple notes. If you try to pass something and you've got an error, that means you cannot pass it because it's not serializable. And serializable, I mean like anything that can be converted from whatever thing it is into an actual string. That's what serialization is. All right, pretty cool. So here we can just go in and do is active subscription, and I can just go in and check subscription. It doesn't have a status, but it has is active. That's it. I mean, that should be pretty simple. I don't think I need another variable for this because that is just dumb to check for that. Okay, so here, what we're going to do also, I'm going to do another check-in. If mode equals standalone and the subscription is active equals true, obviously. If it's in that case, I'm just going to go ahead and let me just remove these brackets. You don't need them. I'm just going to return a redirect to like straight through to the dashboard, right? I mean, that's where you would want the user to be, right? Just take them to the dashboard because they already have an active subscription. So there's no reason for them to see that pricing page at all. All right, so if I go back in here and try this out, if I'm going to go to /pricing page, remember before it was named subscribe, now it's named pricing, try to go into it, hopefully it's just taking us to the dashboard. You see the URL in here just changed from pricing to /dashboard. That means we are on the right side and everything is working fine. So the subscription is being passed from the server component down to the client components. It's checking in here, it's redirecting, so that is good. The other check-in in here is, for example, we are not on the standalone sort of like mode and, you know, the user is on the homepage or something and he clicks on that button. We need to tell where we should redirect that user depending on the current state. So for example, in here, the session.status. So this is actually the get checkout URL, which is just a handler, like a function handle that gets called by that button when the user click it. So it's just like links to this on-click. And I honestly do not like this component that much. It's super creepy. Look at that code. I know it's pretty cool components. We copy paste it, so we didn't spend a lot of time just building this out. But the code quality isn't great. I mean, this could have been cleaned up a little bit. And by the way, if you want to learn about how to write React clean code or how to make your React code a lot cleaner, easier to read, easier to debug, like take it from junior level to senior level, and then like best practices, naming conventions, and a lot more. Well, I've actually recently put this book together. It's called Solid React, that teaches you everything about this by using these solid principles and best practices of writing code and applying them into your React code. It's just going to transform how you think about Reacts and how composition works and how you just like when you should put another new component and when you should just put everything in one single component, yada, yada, yada. The book is called solidreact.dev. You can go ahead and access that domain, or you can find it down in the description below. I really recommend everyone to learn about that. But anywho, back into what we were in here. So remember the get checkout URL on here, we're already checking if it's not authenticated. We're just going to do router.push. We're just like redirecting them to the login page so they could log in. Next in here, we want to also check if the user is already logged in. That means we're past this stage. I'm going to also check subscription and dot is active or not is active, please. So if it's not active, I'm just going to go ahead and return this. I'm just going to take them to the checkout URL. So this, I need to go ahead and grab the checkout URL so I can just, so I think that would be fine, right? Because I will just go ahead and normally continue this flow because here we're definitely just grabbing the checkout URL and redirecting the user to that checkout URL. So if it's not active, that's fine. We can just go and redirect them there. That's pretty cool. So here we're going to simply check if subscription is active. I'm just going to also redirect them to the dashboard because you already have a subscription, just go to the dashboard. The other case scenario is if not, like if he has a subscription and not active, and that would only be because, look, the user has gotten a subscription record in the database. That means he was already subscribed. So either he was like, he canceled stuff, which we haven't handled that part just yet, or it could be like he canceled stuff, it's no longer active, but most of the time, if the user cancels, you're going to be deleting that subscription record from the database for that specific user. So we are on the good side for that. The user just needs to resubscribe from the beginning. And the other hand, if the user, for example, because this subscription happens every single month, and let's say at the end of the billing cycle, like the next billing cycle, the user has no funds. When Stripe tries to charge the user's payment method, for example, charge his card or something, like let's say there is an issue charging that card, or there is a payment issue or server issue, or not our server issue, but a payment server issue, which is unlikely, or maybe the user doesn't have funds. Either way, so the subscription fails and is going to revert to inactive. We're going to handle that part as well later on. So if it just go back to inactive, we can just go ahead and redirect the user to their like customer portal to update that subscription. Does that make sense? But we're not going to handle that just right now because we haven't put the logic for it just yet. So I'm just going to leave everything in here in the dark. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to go ahead and redirect that to user to the dashboard. We're good. And in case the user doesn't have a subscription at all, which is the normal scenario in here, which is going to take them to the checkout. So let's go back and I'm going to go ahead and try this one. So if I go back to the home page, this home page, now remember, we have a subscription. The user is logged in. We are logged in here. I'm just going to assume we're going to try to click sign up. There you go. Immediately takes me to the dashboard. So he knows I'm already subscribed and everything. So that's exactly how we want it to be. In the other case, let's say we are logged out. So let me just go ahead and do the logged out kind of scenario. So I'm going to go back, homepage. Now I'm logged out. See, I've got login and sign up. I try to click sign up. So let's say I'm logged out in here and refresh the page. We've got login and sign up on the top over there. That means we're logged out. Click sign up in here. Immediately take us to the login page so we can log in to continue. All right, cool. So the next step in here, see this specific scenario where the user is in the home page and tries to sign up right from here. Let's say, oh, I want to sign up for the starter tire in here for $10 a month. I want to click sign up. It takes me here, but from here, what we want is actually to allow first the user to either register. Most likely, he's going to be creating a new account. So he's going to register using Google or GitHub. Once it's done, we need to also redirect the user to the checkout page for that respective pricing tier that he chose in the beginning in here. So if it clicks on like sign up in here, we need to keep some sort of variable that the user chose the starter tire in here. And later on, when the user comes over here, we're just gonna register them. After registration has been successfully gone, the user has an account, we just redirect them back to the checkout URL where they need to start the subscription. or where they can start the subscription. That's a little more accurate. So now how we want to handle that. So for example, let's say the user tries to get into the pricing here. It chooses this starter tier, and he's going to go with the monthly one, not the annual plan. So he clicks on sign up. Like when we redirect the user to the login in here, we should pass in parameters or search parameters alongside the URL. That's going to tell you on this web page like where the user or what the user want to subscribe to, what is the tier and what is the plan. So later on when the user registers, like creates an account or logs in, whatever it is, we know exactly what checkout URL we're going to show and present to the user, like whether the monthly one or the yearly one, whether the starter, the pro, maybe the enterprise, something like that. So keeping this information in the URL is actually crucial. So, and it's very simple. So the only part where we need to do that is actually on the router.push/login in here. So let me just go ahead and modify this. I'm going to use string literals, or template literals, whatever you want to call them. So I'm going to do search parameters. I'm going to do, this is going to equal tier. So it's going to equal tier. And I don't know if you can figure that out. I think you could. Thank you, cursor. So we're going to pass in the tier in here and the plan. And just going to pass it to URL. So go back to homepage, click on this. There you go. Now the URL has the information and we can access this starting from the login page. So if you head over to the login page, remember how we did set up the login page in here early at the start of the tutorial is using server actions, using this use server derivative in here to tell it that this is a server action, and we pass that right into the action in here. But because now we need to access the search parameters, and the search parameters are actually, on the top on the URL, and they can only be accessed on the client side on the browser. That means we have to convert this component into a client component. So I gotta go ahead and use client in here. This is going to be turned into a client component. This no longer could be a server action, even though I love server actions sometimes, not all the time, but it no longer can work like that. And this can no longer work like this as well. So I can convert this to on submit, and I'm using two forms, and I could just use two divs or something. That's fine. It's not a big of a deal, to be honest. And both of these handlers in here, we're just taking the sign in and the sign in, but we're no longer going to use it from here, but we're going to use it from React, or what's that? I think it's next.auth/React. That's the exact one. And we're going to do that sign in for Google, GitHub, and we can also access the search parameters. So I'm going to do search parameters equals use search params. And I don't know, but I think I can just access them from here. So I can access the tier and the plan. I'm not sure if what it comes to TypeScript. So does not exist in type, read only search parameters. So it's better, I think I can just better do that. Search parameters, and I can just go ahead and use those. So when redirecting to Google in here, I can pass in the redirect to, and I think Cursor AI knows about that. So I can pass in the redirect to in here, search parameters. Yeah, it's not just an object. It's like I think it's a map probably. I don't know, but it probably has like a interface of a map where user gets and you get a value. So I'm getting not redirect to, but I'm getting, oh man, this is not what I want. So I just thought about this for a second. So instead of redirecting them directly to the dashboard, there's a better way to do this, which is redirecting them into a separate page. We're going to create another page in here. I'm going to do I think I might call it just subscribe. And that page is going to be a server component. It's going to check the user's subscription. So if the user has a subscription, that's good. And the subscription is active. That's pretty cool. Just redirect them to the dashboard. If the user, on the other hand, doesn't have a subscription, we'd redirect them to the checkout page. So we generate the checkout URL and redirect them to the checkout URL as well. So I think that should be pretty simple. So what I'm going to call this page is I'm going to call it think subscribe. So /subscribe. I'm going to pass in the tier and the plan in here. So that should be good. And let me just go ahead and extract this into const redirect to, or just redirect URL. I'm just going to pass it put it like this. So instead of just typing that every single time. For GitHub as well, so redirect to and just passing the redirect URL. So I think we are on the good side, and we simply need to just go ahead and create a new page. So I'm going to create a new page. I'm going to name this subscribe. This page is going to have a page.tsx. It's going to be very simple. I'm going to export default subscribe. It's going to be a function. It's going to be probably an asynchronous function because we're going to use some sort of like server component magic in here and stuff like that. So, and of course, because this is server component, we can access or accept the parameters in here as as props. And sorry for not pointing this out before when we were in the login in here, where I said, oh, this can only be accessed on the client on a browser. That's not true. If you've got like a server component in here in a page, you can just access this out. And we were able to access this out and keep the like previous server action structure we had with search parameters and everything working fine. But it is what it is. We did that change and both of them are the same. I mean, client components are still pretty good and it gets rendered pretty fast and hydrated pretty fast. So there's no issue with that. For this, we've got parameters and we've got search parameters, and it's going to be something like this. So search parameters in here I'm going to accept is the tire and the plan. Both of them are going to be strings. Parameters in here, I'm not going to accept anything to be honest, but because this is an object, yeah, this is completely optional. So we're good. So now we can access stuff from that. So first, what I want to do is access the user session and make sure the user is authenticated. So I'm going to do await auth. I'm going to access the auth in here. That's going to tell us whether the user's authenticated or not. If the user status, or this one doesn't have a status, so if the session dot user, so if not session dot user, so if there is no session or user, I'm going to simply just go and redirect to login using next navigation. I don't know why you're rendering this. Next, I need to get the subscription. So for getting the subscription, I'm going to use not payment service, but I'm just going to use straight through Prisma. Because remember, this is a server component. So subscription dot find first, and where is going to be user ID. I'm just going to pass in the session dot user dot ID. Okay. So that should get us a subscription. And I think, I don't know, but I think I need to check if the user, probably not, but it's better to, or, I'm going to use or in here. So if not, session.user.id, just make sure to use those like that. All right, pretty good. So it's either going to be a normal subscription or null, I guess. So if the user has a valid subscription, that means the user, already has an account. He's been there. He had logged in already. He already subscribed. So he's good. We just check if he has subscription, redirect to the dashboard. And this doesn't look like it's, oh yeah, I think I'm missing an await in here. Otherwise, it's always going to return true. So I'm going to do subscription.isActive. Make sure it is active. Just return them to the dashboard. And I'm also going to add a to-do in here. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in a second, but I think we're going to, if the subscription is not active, but he already has subscription, as we talked about it before, we're probably going to take them to the customer portal, like Stripe's customer portal, for managing that and paying what they have due. So I'm going to do redirect to Stripe customer portal if subscription is not active. As simple as that. Now, the last thing in here, if I think I need to do that as well in here. So I'm going to do else if not canceled, or not else if, just else, because it's a boolean. Should be good. We can do something in here in a second, but I think the last thing that we could do is simply just go ahead and get a checkout URL for redirecting there. So the checkout URL we were getting before is from the pricing page. So if we go back in here to pricing, I've got the checkout URLs. We're getting it like this: payment service.get checkout URL. Just sending in an API request to that and getting it from there. So I can do literally the same thing because this server components. I can just go ahead and do that just right over here, passing the tire, the plan, and just taking them to the checkout. And this is the checkout. It should be the checkout URL, right? So I should name this checkout URL and just go ahead and redirect to checkout.checkout URL. I'm not sure if the function is redirect to the user another URL. It can be used in server. I'm not sure if it will be able to redirect to external URLs because that's going to be, this URL is going to be hosted inside of Stripe. And I'm not sure if it's going to handle that. That is actually an interesting case. I've never tried that before, or maybe not as far as I remember. There is another case scenario is, let's say there's no plan or tire that are being put in here. So what should we do? I think, well, if there are no, I can go in and check for that. So I can do search parameters dot tire. I think those could be undefined too. So I need to do the question mark on the top. So if they do not exist, let me just do that. And I'm just going to redirect them to /pricing. So they could pick up a pricing and, they can just like pick up pricing and go to checkout from that pricing card. And we just get subscription, check if it's active. Good. Get the checkout in here. Now, if it's not active for now, let's just go ahead and make sure that we're going to redirect to, that's why it was actually about doing the subscription dot is active. And I think I can do another else. And for that else, I can just close this one here. And else, I'm just going to go ahead and redirect and return another redirect in here. So here, temporarily, I'm going to take them to the dashboard. I'm going to do console log, which is Stripe customer portal. I'm going to make sure this is a to-do as well, so I don't forget about that. That's why it's called a to-do. And I don't know, but hopefully this will work. So that's good. Going back to the login in here. So that's what we're doing, /subscribe. And that's exactly the page we have there. So /subscribe, tire equals the actual tire, and plan equals the actual plan. We're grabbing both plan and tire. We're using them. Great. So let me just do another console log. I'm just going to console log the search parameters just for debugging purposes, because you never know. It's not always going to work as you anticipate it to be. So going back here, we don't have an account, but I'm going to start from this. We sign up. We're on the monthly plan. We're on the starter plan. This is not available just yet. So we only have one tire to I don't know if I'm using tire and plan at the correct places. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, they work pretty good. All right, click and sign up. It takes us that login page. We have the URL. Let me just gonna log in. I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, I think I totally forgot about adding type equals submit on the continue with Google and continue with GitHub. Otherwise, this button in here is not gonna trigger the form if we do not add type submit in here, because the default type in here is gonna be just button. So type submit again. So hopefully this time is gonna work. So I'm not sure exactly why, but when I was using a form, it just wasn't working. It didn't want to redirect me or do anything. I think because I was missing event dots like prevent default, because form has a default behavior. I think that's what it is. I just figured it out when I just talked to you guys. But nonetheless, I'm completely ignoring that and completely just using a simple on-click. No more forms, no more complicated stuff. Just as simple as that. And I've also just noticed that this redirect URL, it doesn't include for the cases where those are undefined. Like there's no tire or plan. Like for example, the user's climbing up from the normal login button, not from the pricing cards. So if there are none, what we could do is I can just go ahead and check. So if there are search parameters, the tire and search parameters dot. I can't do that, sorry. Plan, so I gotta do the gets. So there's gonna be tire. So if it is, we're gonna do that. Otherwise, just gonna redirect them to normal subscribe without tire and plan. And this will be our redirect URL. So there you go, I'm clicking sign in here. All good, I'm gonna continue. So everything with Google login is working back again. And it's taking us right into the dashboard, if you notice. And if you just noticed before that we haven't set a redirect URL here to be equal dashboard anywhere. So the only logical explanation for this is actually hitting the subscribe page that we've created, this page, and it's later on it's checking, there is an active cool subscription. Let's just take the user back to the dashboard. And that's exactly what's happening. So if we check out the logs, I don't know if that probably not gonna let us check the logs, because these errors in here have been going for I don't know how long, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of these Auth.js sort of errors. I got to figure out exactly why they're happening. But in the meantime, this is working fine. Because if we try to go as well and try to log out, let me just clear, we got to implement a logout button soon enough. But if I refresh, I'm logged out. I'm just in the login page in here. Let's say I'm in the home page and go to click login. There's no search parameters. I click continue with Google. I sign in here with Google. There you go. It takes me straight to the dashboard as well, because we have on the subscribe page in here, what we have is literally the same logic where we use the user ID in here to check where to take the user and yada, yada, yada. Now let's try the other scenario. So I'm going to go back to my database, beloved database in here, delete a row. I'm just going to delete it for testing purposes so we can completely make sure that the user has no subscription in here. We refresh, we're logged in. That's pretty good. Not really that good. I need to go in and log out, obviously. So refresh again, go back to the home page, and let's test the flow where you go click sign up from the pricing cards. It takes you to the login. You go in and log in. So you choose an email in here, click continue as well. And there you go. Hallelujah. So it's doing, oh wait, there you go. It's just like failing on the subscribe page that we did. And it's failing to parse URL from API subscribe, like /API subscribe. And I'm not sure exactly what this error means, to be honest. So yeah, so this is technically happening because when we try to call the payment service inside of this server component, remember it's a server component. So it tries to call, if you go inside of her, it tries to call like /API /subscribe, and it doesn't know what is the host. Unlike when you call it on the browser, it automatically knows that you're currently on this website. It's just going to do it from like the root of the current website you're in, and it's going to try to do like /API /subscribe. So for the backend to work, we have to add the host in here, like the up host. Currently we are on localhost, so we have to add HTTP localhost port 3000 then /API then /subscribe. So for doing that, let me just go and create another function or another method. I'm going to do name this private get checkout URL. So private just means this should be only called from the backend. And we can just go and like use the up config in here. So let me just go to my config folder, up.typescript. This is actually where we keep the configuration, but let me just name this up config and make sure to export default up config. That's good. So you got navigation, FAQ, social links, and I'm going to do up URL. I'm just going to call this up URL. It's going to be process.env.upURL. It's going to give us the current URL in here. And for this, we can just go ahead and add the up URL. So yeah, Cursor AI is pretty good. So it knows exactly what I wanted. It's adding the up URL in here, API subscribe. All right, so that's great. Let's go back, copy this one. I'm going to use this one instead. And let's hope this should work. And hallelujah. It looks like it's returning a 500 error and failed to create checkout session. So this looks like it's happening right over here. It's inside of this. So this is actually where we're checking if not response.ok. We're just gonna raise this failed to create a checkout session. So I did some digging, and after some debugging, I noticed that I was actually super stupid. So the issue with this, so when you try to call this private get check URL, and this API endpoint, the API subscribe, if you go ahead and check that one, so technically this one is, sorry, not this one, it's the subscribe one. This one needs authentication, right? So it requires authentication from the request. If there's no authentication object or no valid authentication, obviously like cookies sent with the request, the request is not going to go through. It's going to just return and fail with an authorized 401. So that's exactly what's happening because we're sending this from a server component, like from here. So if you go back, where is that other page? This one. So we're sending it, this page here is a server component. That means it gets rendered on the server, it gets executed on the server. That means this specific request is going to be sent from the server, and the server doesn't have the cookie. It has to be sent from the browser in order for the cookie to be sent alongside that request. That's how it works behind the scenes. So this cannot be done. So let me just go back here and then remove this because we can't do that. There's actually another solution for this, which is a lot simpler because we're on the server, so we're safe. So if you remember, if we go back to the API, subscribe, routes, this route in here, all it's doing is just like creating the checkout session and just returning a URL for that checkout session, right? I know it's better to keep one single source truth, like one function you call and you get everything, but we could actually go ahead and export that into, like we take this and like refactor it into like a standalone function that we can call literally from everywhere, including this post handler, and we can call it from other places. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to copy this right over here. Just copy the whole code, I guess. Yeah, that would be good. I'm going to go to lib. I'm going to create a new file called payments.typescript. And this one in here, I'm just going to go in and export function get checkout URL. It's going to take a tire and it's going to take some pricing. And I'm just going to go ahead and return. Sorry, not return exactly, but I'm just going to put the same code that I brought before. And we also need to copy these. So let me just copy them real quick. Gonna put this one. Also, I'm gonna export those. So if in case you ever need those, you can just go to the payments and you can get access to plans, lookup keys, tires, all the go tires and stuff like that. So we should be good. We cannot check the authentication in here. We should not. anyway. We can check the tire in here. We can check if there's any issues. So let's go to Stripe in here, make sure we import Stripe. And this has to be an asynchronous function. So let's go ahead and make sure we do that as well. So asynchronous function, Stripe, we create the checkout session. The only issue in here is we need the authentication, like the user ID. So let's make sure that we get that. So we can just pass in the user ID because that's all we need, to be honest. So I'm going to do user ID. That's it. I don't need the whole user objects. Simply in here, we're just going to need the user ID. As simple as that. For the next response in here, we're just returning that. Of course, we're not going to return that anymore. I'm just going to do session.url just to return the checkout URL. So, and also we're just throwing response in here, which could be fine or could be like hard. But what I'm going to do is just going to go and throw an error. Just that's it. And it's always going to be resulting to literally the same error. And this one is going to be fail to create checkout sessions. You're going to respond to do like fail to create checkout session like this. And, or basically like we don't need to do that because I know this URL is, or could be null. So that means this could either return string or sorry, yeah, it's a promise. Thank you, cursor again. But sometimes you're just going rogue. So this one is returning an error. No, thank you. We're not going to return, but rather we are going to throw an error and we're going to cache the error outside. So get checkout URL in here. Looks to be good. Let's go back to our sort of subscribe routes in here. I'm going to delete those because we don't need them anymore, technically speaking. And I'm just going to delete fully almost everything. I'm going to do, yeah, I think cursor is just getting me. Yeah, that's what coding with AI looks like. So we're passing everything, we're getting the checkout URL. If there's no checkout URL, just going to return this. Otherwise, we're just going to return the checkout URL successfully. And also, before I forget, we need to do try catch inside of this one. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and fulfill this. Fail to create checkout session 500. And yeah, I mean, the same thing in here goes like, or okay, technically speaking, this is not going to be 500, this is going to be 400. And we are going to pass in the error.message. Thanks. Yeah, this is definitely an error because that's the only thing they could throw. And yeah, it looks to be working, hopefully. Now, if I go back to the subscribe and you see like we're redirecting to the checkout URL in here, there's no checkout URL anymore, but we can grab that by doing await get checkout URL from Prisma. And this one, we're going to pass the session.user.id. And yeah, literally like everything you were saying. Just going to redirect to the checkout URL over here. If there is like no checkout URL, I'm just going to go redirect the user to pricing. Hopefully there will be, but sometimes there is not. Or because this is a server component, maybe we don't need to redirect anything. Maybe just need to return something simple. I know this might be stupid, but I think it would be worth it. So I'm going to return span. I'm going to do class name, text thread 500, cannot process checkout request 500 internal, or maybe we don't need to add that anymore. Just like that. Well, yeah, sorry. If there is no checkout URL, you simply just go in and return that. Otherwise, just redirect to the checkout URL. That's the main point. So going back, there you go. We have already been redirected to the checkout URL. That means it is actually working fine. So let's try to do the same flow we did before, where we click sign up. So this usually takes us straight to that. So it's not a problem. But what we could do is make sure we log out as we did before. So logging out the classic way. There you go. We're good. We're logged out. And I'm going to go sign up in here. Should take me to login or register. There you go. I should be able to click continue, log in as usual with Google. And hallelujah. It takes me straight to the checkout URL with the exact pricing and tire and plan I'm looking for. It's $15 per month. Subscribe to Roast UI starter plan or starter tire. And yeah, it works flawlessly. So I love that. I love this new kind of idea. So like this is actually another perspective to look at, server components because they run and literally just get called on the server. So you can just use it as a redirect where you redirect the user to that URL and you figure out a couple of like logic inside of your URL. Like where do you take that user afterwards? So for example, if the user logged in, you can just take them straight to the dashboard, or check their subscription, or take them to login if they're not logged in again yet, or stuff like that. So I absolutely love this idea. All right, all good. Now, the next improvement I want to do is regarding the navigation bar. So right now we have this pretty simple button that if you click, it just takes you straight to the dashboard. It works fine. That's great. But we don't have the ability for the user to log out, to view the dashboard, and most importantly, to edit their billing sort of settings, like Stripe billing settings. And that's going to be the user is going to go through like Stripe's customer portal for changing all their data and updating stuff. So first, we need to go ahead and introduce like an avatar with a drop down in here, like a menu drop down, or just like a simple menu where the user clicks, views the menu, can go to the dashboard, log out, and all those stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. And luckily for us, Shatsian has the right component for this. It's called the menu. So if I go ahead and search, I think I'm going to find it from, there's a drop down menu, or no, not the menu bar, but maybe the drop down menu. There you go. That's the one I'm trying to look for. So it's as simple as this, and it gets installed as this one. So I'm going to copy the PNPM version, go back to the terminal as we usually do. Yeah, we need a new terminal for that. There you go. So I'm going to paste PNPM, DLX, Shatsian, add drop-down menu. They should go ahead and add it. And also in the meantime, we should go ahead and look for the avatar. So the avatar in here is something like this, where you either get your initials, or once the image is loaded, or if you have an image, it's going to show the image instead. And the avatar is pretty straightforward as well. So I'm going to copy that one as well. Still installing dependencies. All right, that's great. So both the avatar and the drop-down menu are installed successfully. So if you head back to the nav bar, so if I think it's named nav bar. So nav bar, we have access controls, and this either has sign up or login, and it has the dashboard. So instead of rendering the dashboard over here, we can go ahead and render our avatar with the drop-down menu. So I can do nav bar, and I can just go ahead and do, I'm going to name this user menu. Maybe you can come up with a better name than me, for sure. I'm pretty sure about that. But yeah, I think that would be good. So for the menu, I think you just do either, is it named drop-down menu? Exactly. So it's drop-down menu, and I think there is drop-down menu trigger. So this will go ahead and whatever like child you put inside of this one, it's just going to trigger the menu to be open and closed. And I believe if I go back, there is other stuff like drop down contents and the actual contents for that menu. So let me just copy this. We've got the contents. So I don't think I'm going to need to put any labels per se, because this should be a very straightforward menu. But yeah, so I'm going to put dashboard in here. There is billing. There is no team, unfortunately. Sorry. That's a feature for another time. And there is logout. And I think I'm going to put the drop down menu separator right over here as well. And for the logout in here, I can go do a class name, text, bread, 500. We've got the billing and the dashboard. Both should be fine. Now, it's just about wrapping this in a link. So what I'm not sure about, should I put the link inside the drop-down menu or outside of that? So I'm going to try inside first. And I'm going to put the href goes to dashboard. The billing in here would be a little bit different because we need to redirect the user to a different page that's going to allow the user, or kind of like grant access to the user, take it from our current Roast UI application and authenticate him or authenticate the user with the Stripe customer portal in order to add or edit the changes or make the changes. I know I've been recording videos for very long, and this tutorial is already long, so I'm sorry if I'm just starting to lose it, and then lose words specifically. So I'm just going to put the link in here to be empty for now. I just need to render stuff in here first. Now, it's time to put the avatar. So, can we go ahead and import the avatar, please? I think I have the avatar here because, technically I just saw that. So we've got avatar image, fallback, and that's it. So let me just go ahead and import avatar from UI avatar, and it's better just to go ahead and use, the root import for this. So put the avatar image, and avatar fallback. Let me just go ahead and import both of them, of course. Please don't do that. Please just import this from the UI components, Shatsian's UI components. And because this menu is going to be called inside of the access controls, which already using this session await auth thing. So we could literally do the same thing, I guess, like, go and access the session, just make sure this is an asynchronous function, import the auth. So we grab the session in here and we go ahead and do the src in here. And also, I'm going to need to make sure that the session.image actually exists for that. Otherwise, I'm just going to fall back to the name. And I'm not sure why it is using that syntax, because this should be a string already. I mean, the user has name, email, image. So that should be pretty good for the fallback. So this is the avatar. Can we put some sort of size on this? Or I don't think it does have the ability to do so. Yeah, it kind of has like baked in size, which is like 10 pixels. Or not 10 pixels, 40 pixels, sorry. And it's fully rounded. So I think I would like that. Anyway, so let's jump back here to see where we put in the link. I'm just going to put the user, what did I name it again? User menu, sorry. Yeah, I'm losing things. Okay, user menu. So if there's a session, obviously just going to render the user menu in here. So going back to our application, I don't know what's going on. Cannot resolve something, which I don't know what it is, but next flight client entry loader in something. I don't know. Is this even an error, or is just next.js playing around with me in here? Okay. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong, which I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I'm going to run pnpm install nonetheless. Anyway, to install any missing dependencies, there are none. I'm just going to run the dev. So dev should be ready in around 4 seconds. I heard the new Next.js 15, or yeah, it has a faster startup time with TurboBack because now it's finally ready for, it's in stable release, so it's ready for production. Okay, yeah, the menu looks awful. I don't know why. There's clearly something wrong because this is not how it should look like. The image, look how what the hell? Why does it just look like this? And I mean, when it comes to like chat scenes, this is how it looks like. It's way much more better and beautiful. So drop down menu, there's a drop down menu group, there's a separator, but even though that, I still don't get it. Like, why does it? Oh yeah, I think I know why. Because we are technically importing this from the Radix UI instead from our drop-down menu, which is stupid. So let's do that. So, all right, you good. And I think last but not least, we need the menu item, and we need the separator too. So there you go, separator. Make sure we're not importing it. Yeah, we're importing it from the right place. That's good. Going back, refresh. There you go. The menu now looks normal, as you would anticipate it to, with dashboard and billing and logout. And now it just works. So I'm not sure exactly what happened behind the scenes. I just did a couple of refresh and it just works again. So good. We got the menu in here. The only thing for this initials, we have to actually just not provide the whole name, but only, slice it up. So it just gets you the 2 first initials. Does that make sense? Hopefully. So there you go. It's just returning the first 2 initials, and I'm going to do 2 uppercase. I think this is the function, no? Probably, yeah. So there you go. It's 2 uppercase. You got the initials. Then we just show the actual image with a drop-down menu in here. That's great. Now let's go ahead and make the user logout technically. So for this, we've got 2 different options. So because this is a server component and we're already using stuff on it, we can't just directly convert it to a client component, so that would cause issues. And for the logout in here, we can use server actions as we did before when we used the sign in, like just right before. So I can use this trick as I did before. So like the form, wrap this in a form and make this action like an actual server action. I'm going to create a server action called sign out. So right over here, sign out is going to be a server action. It's going to use the sign out in here. And or I'm just going to name this log out, or maybe handle logout. That's a lot better, isn't it? So handle logout, just going to put it in that action and import the sign out from @auth exactly from here. And make sure to do await as well, async. So I'm guessing that should be good. Okay, so refresh, we're good with this. Let's go and try to log out. Click on it. Is this working? I'm getting no feedback. Let me try this one more time. Probably not, or is it actually working? Because it's literally giving me 0 feedback. We should just call sign out, right? This is That's just like a normal function that we need to call. And why are these? Yeah, there's something weird with the npm install thing, I guess. But handle logout should work fine with this form action. Let me do a console log in here. I mean, a console log is always going to save you at the end of the day. So refresh, trying this again, go ahead and click on logout. Yeah, I'm going to check this. Well, it is doing nothing. And yeah, and I have no idea why. This should work because it works for us before, but now it doesn't. I mean, this is not even being triggered. Like, oh yeah, I think what we're missing is we need to add a button. We need to make that an actual button for the form or the server action to work. Well, just my guess. But if we add a button, that's just gonna make it look a lot worse. Oh, is adding is child as child is gonna just work as expected? Probably not. Let's look at the different variants we've got. We've got default, secondary, ghost, link. Okay, maybe link. Just testing different stuff in here because I don't want to spend a lot of time recreating stuff. It has a link, and yes, it works. So it needs technically a button. So I believe I'm just going to use like a normal vanilla button in here, not out of style button, just to make sure it's just a button in there, but it doesn't introduce any new style. So now click on it. There you go. There's no new style. Even though this ugly outline or selection is happening on the avatar itself. So I don't know why. Maybe you could just outline none, please. Is that something? Yeah. Oh, no, not really. Yeah, we can figure this out a little bit later on. But log out now, click on it. It should log you out. I don't know why it didn't work the first try, though, but it should log you out. And so yeah, that's pretty good. And I also made this tiny modification to make this outside of the drop-down item. So this could be clickable anywhere. So anywhere I click on this logout, like while this is highlighted or it has this hover effect, click on it, boom, logged out. Alrighty. So now is about to implement the billing portal or the Stripe customer portal, how they call it. And looking at the documentation, this is actually how it works. This documentation actually allows you or shows you how to integrate the customer portal with the API. And it's pretty simple. All you gotta do is just on the dashboard, go ahead and enable customer portal for test mode or for production mode. Of course, I did that for test mode because obviously that's the first place you want to do it, for testing first, for development purposes, then you migrate to the production mode. So here for the configuration of the portal, whether you enable it or not, you can enable from the API, yes. And the next part in here is actually calling the portal or more particularly creating a session for the portal, and this session is going to return to you an URL. So that URL, you just redirect the user to that URL, the same thing or the same way we did with the checkout session, and the user is going to find themselves authenticated into that customer portal, and they can edit their billing address, their information, a lot of stuff happening on that. And it's actually very crucial for editing and allowing users to edit their billing information pretty much. And that's what like most companies and nowadays like projects allows us to do. They use just the Stripe billing stuff. They don't like recreate this on their own dashboard. They could if it's like complicated or they need customized stuff, but most of the times they do not need to. And Stripe's stuff or Stripe's customer portal is literally just has everything, all the features you need, secure, super nice, UI UX terms pretty good, everything looks pretty well. So I'm going to copy this code in here and I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing that I did before. Going back, so I'm going to create a page inside of here. I'm going to name this billing. Okay, it's going to be having page.tsx, normal, export function, billing, page, and that's going to be a page. So this is a server component by default, of course. And because it's server component, we can access a bunch of stuff. So we can first access the authentication, or particularly the session. So I can grab the session from auth, do await, do async, and I can check also if there is a session or not a session, and just redirect to login as usual as we do that. Now we don't need to do that billing. Now here we can use Stripe to grab the customer. So first I'm going to go in and look out for the customer. So I'm going to do await. I'm actually going to just use Stripe straight through. I'm going to do customers dot, I think there is retrieve, and you can use the ID in here. I don't know if there's a find method. I totally forgot what's that. So I can ask a cursor here or Cloud 3.5's on it. So how to get a Stripe customer using their unique email, because of course emails are unique. This is very important. And what it says in here, you can just do Stripe customers list and you can grab it. So let me just go and apply this straight away because this looks pretty good. So it returns data. It's going to be customers. I'm just doing session user.email. And let me just access all the stuff in here. If there's no user, just going to redirect to login in here. So that means I'm going to get one single customer customers. So I'm just going to rename that to actually just customer. That's it. That's pretty simple. The next thing in here I'm going to look for is create like the billing portal session. And I'm going to use this as well. So stripe.billingportal.sessions and create. And this will allow me to create a billing session. So it's going to take the customer, of course, the same customer we've like gotten from before in here. But let me just turn this to data again. So customer is going to be an array anyway. So we need to access the first one because that's exactly which one we're looking for. And we grab their ID. So this is like the unique identifier for the objects. All right, pretty cool. So the return URL in here, I think, is going to be like when the default URL to redirect customers to when they click on the portal's link to return to your website. So this will be like your website link, technically. And it's just going to put the up URL, of course. Okay, so that's good. This is the billing session. Now we can check if, or I think not billing session. I think you can just do in here, or error, please try again. Okay, and we just gonna redirect. This is not how you would want to redirect. Dude, come on. See? That's what I was talking about. It's not always gonna work perfectly as you would anticipate it. So billing session in here is always going to be a valid billing session. So that's good. And also, I'm probably going to think that if there is anything wrong that goes, for example, like I'm going to do try catch. So I'm going to return here, do console log and simply return that. And I think, where is the try, man? Come on. There you go. Otherwise, just going to return a redirect in here if it's successful. So we're going to try, and if anything fails right inside of here, we're just going to, catch it over here and just do, oh, something went wrong. Please try again. That's it. Pretty simple. Yeah, I think this should be good. Okay, we got to test it first. You never know. You know what I'm saying? So going back to user menu and look for the billing in here. I'm just going to go to /billing because that is exactly the page we have in here. All right, so let's hope this works. Back to the application, and I'm going to the menu in here. I'm going to click billing. Hopefully this takes us to billing. It's default export and not React components. Yeah, I was thinking that too because, there's export default. There's no export default. Okay, there you go. So something went wrong. Please try again. If you try that again, we're still going to get the exact same error. So nothing much to get out of that. So I would love to see exactly what's the error. I'm just gonna do error equals error. I'm just gonna copy this one so I can see the error. Okay. So there's an error next redirect. I'm not sure what is technically that. I mean, it's trying to redirect this to the Stripe. So it's billing.stripe.com sessions, all good. But why this is not? Yeah, I don't know. So apparently this is an issue with like how redirect should be called inside of a try-catch block, which is actually fascinating because I didn't know that just until now. So yeah, so it looks like from the next.js redirect documentation, it's telling you that this right over here, so redirects internally throws an error, so it should be called outside of try-catch blocks. It's internally throws an error. Okay, so that's why, because internally throws an error. And you should not call it inside of that. Okay, gotcha. And I think this is kind of like an internal error for how things should work in. I don't want to comment on this, but it literally is feel weird to have some sort of this kind of like limitation. Not a big fan of it, but we can move it to finally. So finally should be we just like do return redirects and I'm gonna put this. Redirect URL to be empty and just put the redirect URL right inside of that one. So, and of course, set the redirect URL in here. There you go, equals URL. So, and of course, if it ever goes inside of the catch, it's always going to return. So it never reaches this. So we're making sure the paths are properly working. All right, so back to dashboard in here. I'm going to go ahead, click on billing, wait for it for a second, Hallelujah. How does that look like? I absolutely love this. It just takes you straight into there, straight to the billing where everything is there. You can go and edit, and it just works magically. That's why I'm a big fan of server components, especially lately. All right, pretty good. Now, there's actually one teeny tiny detail. It's not actually tiny per se, but it's another thing that we should add or handle properly when it comes to Stripe subscriptions. And this one, when, for example, the user goes and actually ends or cancels their subscription, we should handle that by, going ahead into a database and deactivating that subscription. Or if, for example, the user, for whatever reason, if like the payment card was declined or there's an issue with their payment, and after a couple of retries, that's what Stripe does. So if like the payment fails for like first time, it's going to retry it for a couple of times before it's going to send this event, the customer.subscription.deleted, which means subscription has been deleted completely for that specific customer. So we should go ahead and update our database and our database records to deactivate this subscription for that specific user. So let's go ahead and handle that. So this is actually what the event is, customer.subscription.deleted. And we should also look for cancel. So canceled is going to occur whenever a verification session is canceled. So this is just like for verification session. This is for payment intent.canceled. There's actually a bunch of events, but we're only going to care about the subscription, okay? Because technically that's the most important part that we should care about. All right, so going back into here, I'm going to go and head over to, where is the webhook? So API, there is webhooks. There you go. That's actually where we handle this stuff. There's the switch case. We're handling already the checkout.session.completed, which is great, where we having, everything that we need from the checkout session in here. I'm going to collapse this one. This is the default behavior, and I need to add another case in here. So the case is going to be customer subscription.deleted. This is where the subscription has been deleted. This subscription deleted, it's just like using it as an object. I wonder what the subscription has. I'm guessing like customer dot, what does the customer has? So the subscription deleted in here is going to be a type subscription. I just checked the docs, and it looks like that also we can grab the specific customer starting from there. So for grabbing a customer, you can use stripe.customers.retrieve, which is the method that takes the customer ID that needs to be retrieved. And the customer ID is actually inside the subscription deleted.customer, just .customer. This could return an actual customer object or could return a customer ID. By default, it returns a customer ID if it's not configured to return the object. So we know that this is an actual string and it's going to be ID for sure. And simple as that. So it's going to return to us this, and I'm going to make sure this is going to be treated as stripe.customer because we know this is a Stripe customer. Okay, great. And I'm just going to do const equals customer await. This should be of type stripe.customer. Now from stripe.customer, we can go ahead and do await Prisma user. Oh, sorry, we can't do that. Not user. Subscription update the ID, not the ID of the subscription, but we can't do that. We have to find first. We have to find the actual user. So I think we can do user await Prisma find unique. Then that's good. So return response not found 404. Now, in the other hand, we can just go ahead and do ID equals subscription.id, and it can make sure or not user.subscription ID. That's the right one, isn't it? Because you remember we did this mistake the last time, and I'm not sure what's actually wrong. So this customer email, and we also need to make sure that the customer email exists. I know for sure it is, but just in case it doesn't, okay? Just gonna go and return 404 or something. Simply gonna do return new response, something went wrong, because this is not supposed to happen, okay? And maybe we can do status 500. So it reports this is not something that usually happens. User not found, it's gonna be 500 as well. And to be able to use the subscription ID in here, we need to go ahead and specifically include that. So we can do subscription ID equals true. So there's new objects in here in Prisma that you tell it exactly what related entities that need to be included in the response of this, and it goes and fetches that for you, which is absolutely amazing. So there's going to go ahead and include the subscription ID, then, or I think just that is just fine. So if not this, it's not going to be able to access it. Otherwise, we've got the ID in here and we can access that, and we simply going to update this to make sure is active equals to false. And also, there's another scenario where you completely go ahead and delete this subscription, because technically speaking, the subscription has been deleted from Stripe's side. So we are good to delete that from our database side. And of course, this all depends on how the structure should work. If you are actually wanting a little bit more complicated like situation, or need to delete it for, like restarting the user from the beginning of the process, it depends where you want to end up with that. But for now, I think for us, is active equals to false is just going to be good enough. All right, I love that. Now, the last thing to do is for any Stripe webhook, you always need to make sure you return a response that is 200. So I'm going to do subscription deactivated instead of deleted, or just delete it. Okay, I don't care. I mean, both of them are the same. Remove that. There you go. So updated in here, we do not need updated. We haven't set that. All right, awesome. So let's go in and test the scenario. So this is a simple subscription in here. I'm in test mode in Stripe as well. I'm going to run a simple sort of test for go ahead and like canceling the current subscription and seeing if I receive that right over here. So before doing that, let me just go and check the database to make sure that we've got a valid subscription for this specific user ID and with this ID, and it actually is active with a monthly plan and a starter tire. So we're good. If I jump back, go to the actions, cancel subscription, I'm going to choose immediately cancel that. I'm going to just cancel subscription right this moment. If I go back in here, I should see, there you go, there's a 200 for the Stripe webhook, customer.subscription.deleted has been like initiated, which is good. That means we're on the right side. It has returned a 200. That means it reached this place. So if I go back to the database in here, I'm going to refresh the database. There you go. It has turned from is active true to is active false. So that means the user has no active subscription anymore. It has canceled that subscription. If I go back to my application in here, and let's say I'm going to go to the dashboard and try to roast a new design. Let's say I'm the user. I don't know if I didn't know or realize that my subscription got sort of like deleted. So if I try to go ahead and do new in here, it's going to take me back to the whole flow again to resubscribe. And voila. I mean, yeah, I absolutely love Stripe with their like APIs and like how powerful they give you, like the different features and how simple their APIs is, and the SDKs, especially the JavaScript SDK, just makes your life a lot easier to work with subscriptions and handling these webhook events and everything, especially the documentation. Like their documentation is super easy to read through. And through this search box, you can literally find everything. So that's why a lot of people, a lot of companies, a lot of them just prefer to use Stripe over any other payment processor. All right, pretty great. So we are actually at the stage of deploying the application. I know there might be some edge cases we haven't covered through the application because, I mean, there are always edge cases and always new features to add. But I think this is a very good MVP that we've reached with our SaaS. We've got the most important features done. Subscription is working, sign up and log in. All of them are working, like literally everything that that needs an actual MVP and like a working prototype. I wouldn't call it a prototype, to be honest, because this is actually working with everything that you would need, from dashboard to billing to logouts, login, subscription, roasting the design with AI, literally pretty much everything that we've planned for at the beginning of the series. So we're good to take the project now and actually deploy the project. So when you have a finalized SaaS in here, in our case, we've got a next.js SaaS. What we want to actually deploy is we want to also get, or before we want to actually deploy it, we want to get a domain name first to associate it with that. And for domain name, there's actually always two options. Like currently in the field, there is two good domain registrars. There is Cloudflare, which a lot of people love and has been recently doing the domain registration. I've been using it for a lot of my domains and did a lot of transfers, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong. And there's this other one, Namecheap, which is pretty good as well. I've been using it for a lot of my domains for the past couple, 4 or 5 years. And man, it's just working. I never had any issues with them. Their DNS is just great. Everything is great about those. So the awesome part about Namecheap that I found in here, so before we talk about that, like the domain name I'm choosing for this one is I'm going to choose roastui.design. I think this would do pretty good. And I also did some research. A lot of people tend to use the .design now with like design-oriented sort of websites and stuff like that. So I believe this would be good. Also, there is the .io, or sorry, .ai, or for like AI stuff, which we're using AI mainly, but we could also introduce other services later on for like manual or like real person roasts and for design improvements and stuff like that. We could introduce that later on. I don't know what's the scope or what other features we may introduce in the future. So I think the .design in here would flow pretty well. Now, the other thing that for this specific case, I'm choosing Namecheap instead of like Cloudflare, because don't get me wrong, I'm definitely going to transfer the domain later on from Namecheap to Cloudflare because it's great and everything. But looking at the prices of the domains, like literally the same domain, so roastui.design on Cloudflare costs around $40 and it renews at other $40. That's fine. But going back to Namecheap, there's this huge discount of 92% that makes it around $11 from $49 per year. So I think the plan in here is obviously to go with Namecheap first because I haven't tested this domain just yet. And of course, always for a SaaS or a new project, you would want to validate the project first before doing like going big or investing more into it or something, and just starting with a domain name. So in my opinion, it would be better just go ahead and buy this from Namecheap, and it would be good because I have a current domain, which is solidreact.dev for my current ebook that lives inside of Namecheap, but still can be integrated inside of like Cloudflare DNS for like, handling the caching and the DNS and the whole Cloudflare sort of CDN. And we can pretty much do the same thing for this roastui.design once we buy it from Namecheap and before the transfer goes on, because I'm not going to transfer it right now. So we're just going to integrate it with Cloudflare for getting the DNS and the CDN, and for caching, of course, and optimization kind of like purposes. All right, so that's pretty good. I've already added that to my carts. So this is like what my cart looks like, roastui.design. There's 1 year registration. That's what I'm going to go for. And there's this ICANN fee. So I'm going to straight through to checkout and actually just buy this domain. And there we go. So now we've bought the roastui.design domain in here inside of Namecheap. We're inside of like the advanced DNS in here. We can edit the DNS records as however you want. So all good. We're actually getting ready with our domain in here. So the domain is actually ready to receive the new DNS records once we deploy the application. But for now, it will take some time for, the DNS configuration, these new DNS changes to propagate to literally everywhere around the world. Recently, it's been just really good for like propagation in terms of like how fast when you register a new domain or how fast when you update some DNS configuration or changes, and how fast it actually just like propagates to the worldwide sort of like DNS records. It's been absolutely insanely fast these last couple of like months as far as I tried it out. So we're good. All right, so now it's time to get into the deployment part. So we are going to use fly.io for deploying our Next.js application. If you've never heard about fly.io, it's just a very simple yet very powerful deployment platform that can literally host or allow you to host anything you want, like from JavaScript to simple Docker images, Go, Code, Rust, Ruby on Rails, Laravel if you want, or even Next.js as well. So like it just basically, like in a nutshell, allows you to generate or run Docker containers inside of like this really nice infrastructure with network connection and a lot of features like volumes and different machines and a huge CDN across the whole globe and different continents, and simply just deploy that Docker file. So of course you can convert like your Next.js application or Next.js project into a Docker file, and you let the Fly.io CLI take it from there to actually deploy that Docker file into Fly.io. And it's just gonna run as a normal container. That's it. And yes, their pricing sort of like structure of how they do billing and stuff is pretty straightforward. It's basically like pay as you go. So the more resources you use and the more resources your application you use, you just pay for it at the end of the billing cycle, at the end of each month. As simple as that. I've been using it for a couple of projects right now. I'm using it for my current ebook, the solidreact.dev, and it's been running absolutely fine. No incidents at all, no issues. I've been running this like solely with SQLite and distributed SQLite on multiple machines across the world, from like Europe to the United States, and with different volumes, CDN, Cloudflare, everything just works flawlessly. And they pay around, I don't know, I mean, just a little over $10 a month or even less than that for basically like running the whole infrastructure. So it absolutely is amazing. And the awesome part that I love about Fly.io in here, that documentation is great. So if you have any questions or anything you're looking into the documentation, you're gonna easily find it throughout the documentation. The second thing, they focus on developer experience a lot more than compared to other platforms, as far as I noticed. So they have this Fly CTL, or what is it called, like Fly Control CLI, which basically allows you to manage the whole infrastructure starting from like their terminal, like from your projects through the terminal. You can provision your machines, you can like expand volumes, deploy to multiple regions, set up certificates, SSL certificates, bind domains, deploy your applications, update the Docker file, access SSH. I mean, if I just stopped calling all the features, probably the video is never going to end. But it just like the end of the conversation, or the overall overview about Fly.io that you need to take from here, is absolutely great. I've been trying it and I've been loving it. And yes, this video isn't sponsored by them whatsoever. I just love Fly.io. That's it. So before we get started, you need to install the Fly CTL or the Fly CLI, Fly Control CLI, whether you're on Mac, so you can run brew install Fly CTL, or if you just like on any other Linux sort of distribution, you can run this script in here, curl from Fly.io install.sh, and it's going to be allowing to install it. Windows as well, it's available for you in there. It's pretty simple. Once you've got this, you can go ahead and head over to launch an app. So if you're running a different app than a Next.js project, as we're doing in this video, then you could actually just follow the documentation in here, or it pretty much is the same steps, because the CLI in here is going to help you a lot. So you just do fly launch, and you can give it a bunch of flags in here that are available here, from like regions, volumes, different stuff like, if you want to ignore a specific file, if you want to use a custom Docker file, stuff like that. And it's just going to go ahead and check everything for you and deploy it. All right, so let's go back and get started. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and commit my changes. I haven't committed my changes in a very long time, so I'm going to just go ahead and, I know this is bad. You need to commit your changes very often and depending on the features you add, but we've been just going literally through like a lot of stuff lately with the video and stuff, so I haven't gotten the chance to do so. I can go ahead and do git commit, and I can choose MVP up ready or just like MVP up ready. I think that should be pretty simple. It's gonna run some linting, or yeah, there you go. There isn't any issues. We are good. So let's go ahead and run Fly. So I'm gonna do Fly launch, and make sure you've got Fly installed by doing fly -- version, and this will spit out the help and the version for you. So again, I'm gonna do Fly launch in here, and it's gonna start the configuration process. There you go. So after we did a couple of updates, there you go. It detected that we are running Next.js application, and it's gonna create a Next.js configuration inside of this project. And it's actually, they're telling you also that we're about to launch your Next.js app on Fly.io. Here's what you're getting. So this is like the default configuration he puts together for you. The organization in here is gonna choose the default organization for your account, which is like your personal organization. I need to change that in a bit. There's the name of the application you want to do, Roast UI. I'm going to leave it as is. There is the region that you want to deploy to, which is the fastest region for me, like the nearest region, which is Madrid, Spain. I'm going to leave that one as is as well. There's the different app machines. It's going to start with the lowest CPU tier available, which is like the shared CPU 1X. So it's like the very simplest one, and I've been running this for quite some time. It's pretty good, but as the application grows, you might want to change the CPUs or upgrade the CPUs to more performance CPUs. And 1 GB of RAM, which is more than enough for Next.js application, running on Docker. Postgres in here, we don't have any Postgres because we're going to use SQLite. And there's Redis in here, we don't have any Redis because we're going to use SQLite as well, and we don't need Redis. So I'm not going to choose yes, I'm going to choose no. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to choose yes. I want to tweak the settings. This will take me to a different web page. I think I use my second monitor in here, but I can just grab the link real quick and it should work. So there you go. It tells you what is the application name, the organization. I'm going to choose Roast UI, and the region you're going to deploy to. I'm going to deploy to, I think Madrid is going to work pretty well right now, but we might want to expand to other regions in the United States later on. The internal port in here we're going to use is 3000, which is the port that Next.js is going to be running on. So leave that by default because it auto detects that you're running Next.js and it just puts the port there for you. The RAM in here that you need, and the different CPUs that you need as well. So all good in here. We've got Postgres, no Tigris bucket, no Redis, no Sentry. All right, if you're good, hit confirm settings. I must accept I don't know, but I'm not using it. Or sorry, completely disable that. Okay, and confirm settings. There you go. So we're good to go in here. We can go back And if you look in the terminal, you're going to see that it's actually doing some provisioning. It's put in, it's going to create this host name, roast UI or your roast-ui.fly.dev. There is an admin URL where you access the dashboard, and it's installing a couple of stuff. Now, Scripts in here automatically went through and created a Docker file for me, and it created a Docker-entry point.javascript that runs on the entry points, and now it's actually building the Docker image. So I literally had to do nothing. It literally just detected that I'm using next.js. It created a Docker file for me, a Docker entry point, and now it's building the image for me. And after the building is done, it's going to deploy it for me as well. And if everything goes successfully, I'm going to just see my application up flying on fly out, pretty much. That's why I love it. It just makes you, or allows you to prototype and deploy to production or staging or development faster than ever. Yeah, so in the meantime, when we wait for this to install and do stuff, I'm going to look at the Docker file in here. It's pretty nifty. Docker file has a lot of configuration, but the gist of it is just copying your up in here, setting the PNPM version because it notices that you are using PNPM, so it's going to use the NPM in here for installation. It's installing a couple of stuff like OpenSSL, Nodes, Jive, the build essentials for building packages. Now it's installing your packages using PNPM install. It's doing npx Prisma generate to generate the Prisma config for you, and it's also running the production build in here for building the production bundle for that, and it's creating a volume for you, putting the entry point in it to be Docker entry point, putting the database URL in here as well because it automatically detects that you're using SQLite. So we've got the database, we got PNPM starting as a command as well, and I think I might notice something failing. Does not exist in type. So this is actually a sort of a Next.js build error, and I think it's failing, so we might need to stop this and go ahead and fix that first. I don't know if I can go ahead and do Control-C. I think I could, because if I run PNPM build myself in here and let Next.js try to build it for me, probably gonna fail out with an error. And there you go, this is actually the error, and it's telling me that the email does not exist on type request options. So this probably is about adding an email here. I'm not sure if it's I'm going to check if no session.user.email, and I'm going to check the session and the user to make sure it's right. So I'm going to just do some checking in here to trick TypeScript that, oh, the email is there. Let me try that again. And there you go. So now it works. It successfully builds without any type checking errors. So we are good. This is a server. We don't need that anymore. But this is basically the config that it should run on. Let me just go ahead and do fly deploy again. This should go ahead and run fly, build the Docker image as it did before, and now actually deploy it without any issues, hopefully. So I stumbled upon another error. Obviously, there is always going to be an error. And frankly, or funny enough, that this doesn't happen when you run the build by yourself locally, but it happens when you run the build inside of the Docker container, which didn't make any sense. But after some Google searches and Stack Overflow and GitHub issues here and there, I figured that this specific error in here, neither API key nor config.authenticator provided. This is coming out from the Stripe, sort of the Stripe node that we are importing, and I think it's because we are actually initializing this on the top level, and well, they are saying do not initialize this on the top level, just initialize this inside of the function. So we could convert this into more of a function that you call it get Stripe instance or something, and it would simply just, whenever you call it, it gets you a Stripe instance, a completely new Stripe instance. You can use it. I think that would be the best approach, but because now we cannot just go ahead and change every single place where we're using Stripe in the code, I'm just going to do this temporary solution where I downgrade Stripe. So I'm going to do install, please, the most recent versions of Stripe, which is 16. And now the current latest version is version 17, which has this issue. So I'm just trying to downgrade in here to dodge this issue for now, but this is not a permanent fix. Maybe Stripe will provide that in their documentation or something, but I think that should be good. Hopefully. So trying again, another deploy command. All right, we finally got that deployed. Everything is successful, and it's telling you that you can visit your new website on this, so roast-ui.fly.dev. So head back in here to your browser. I'm going to click on that and see if this is going to just work for me. I think this initial load is because what we have right now for the fly config, so if you go fly.toml, this is like literally the main important fly config. We've got this auto start machines set to true, and we've also got this auto stop machines set to stop, which means it's going to auto stop the machines once it doesn't receive any requests, which is super bad. Like this is going to make it's just going to completely hibernate or stop the machines, which let's say if another user tries to goes in and the machines are stopped, it's going to take a while for them to get back on online. That's why it took some time in here to get back on. And also, I'm seeing another error in here. So let me just go ahead and edit this to make this false or something. Or I think it has to be off. That's the right one. So stop or auto stop machines is going to be off. We've got the different stuff in here. We're going to get back into this a little bit later on, but we also got to get or check why this is not working properly. So I'm going to go to my Roast UI organization. I've got Roast UI in here running. It looks like it's running successfully. So it has this deployed successfully. If we go into live logs, we're going to show you the different machine logs. You see in here, it's being deployed to Madrid, Spain. It's waiting for logs in here. So it looks like the proxy in here, it tries to reach our application. It doesn't. So it's still an instance refused connection. Is your app list or is your app listening on 0003000? Make sure it's not only listening on 127, which is localhost. So, and it's cannot find any good candidate within 21 attempts at load balancing. Okay, so it's trying to do some load balancing, but for whatever reason, this is not working. So if we look back at the Docker file in here, so the main entry point command in here is pnpm run start. So if we go inside of the packet.json and look what scripts we've got, so we've got the start command in here, which is going to run next start. So let me just go and try this out locally in here and see what it gets us. I think because we've already done the build, so we get to do pnpm run start. This should go ahead and start it on localhost 3000, and that's exactly what it's doing. So this is working, and in the config in here, we are putting internal port equals to 3000 and the process is in application. So it looks to be running, to be honest, but I don't have like an idea why this is not showing up in here. So while deploying, I stumbled upon a couple of issues. Well, that's actually very known and that's the usual. I mean, it never goes as smooth as you would want it to be, but those were small issues. But one issue that just drove me insane, which was I had to comment this entry point, Docker entry point in here, which all it does is trying to run the Prisma migrations, and it uses like this spawn method to create a child process to run the actual server, which is very smart and clever way to do this. I've tried this before and it worked on my previous project using Fly. For some reason it's failing now. I don't know why. It's not like starting the server on port 3000 and the Fly proxy is not like finding it on port 3000. So I had to comment this out and just go ahead and use entry point pnpm run start in here, which means I'm not running the migrations, but I don't need them for now because we're going to just change how this SQLite thing work in a second once we get the server up and running, because we're no longer going to use just normal SQLite, but we're going to use distributed SQLite using LightFS and like the open source LightFS and the FlyIO infrastructure for having synchronized distributed SQLite with the cost of $0, literally. And a way much better developer experience than using a normal Postgres or MySQL server. All right, so it says the machine is ready to go. So let's hope this actually fixed that and hopefully the machine is working. So I'm gonna head back to machines where I can clearly see the logs, and we might need to wait a little bit for the logs, but I'm just gonna go ahead and try this out regardless. Hallelujah. roast-ui.fly.dev has been deployed. It is working absolutely fine. I can see everything in here. I might see some issues using dark theme because it's probably trying to display it in light theme in here. While we don't support that, we just have one theme available. And I don't know why it's displaying this dashboard building thing. It might be a bug, but overall, here we go. We just deploy this and the whole website is just up and running. All right, great. Now, the next step is to go ahead and add LightFS, which is a distributed SQLite. I've already covered this on a complete video on the channel, so just go ahead and look for SQLite on my channel, or you're going to find a link in the description below. That actually covers all the sides of LightFS, how it works, the configuration and details, why it's great and everything. But I'm just going to give you a quick overview what LightFS is and how it's just going to make SQLite great again, like using a normal database, and you're not just going to have any issues with SQLite anymore. So LightFS in here is an open source sort of project that is a distributed file system that's particularly light file system that transparently replicates SQLite databases. So it replicates SQLite database. You can run your application like it's running against a local on-disk SQLite database, but behind the scenes, the database is replicated to all nodes in your cluster. With LightFS, you can run databases right in your Next or right next to your application on the edge. You can run LightFS literally anywhere. So this will allow you to you feel like you're running your database in the file system, but you're running it against LightFS, and LightFS is going to take care of the distributed behavior, where if you do something, for example, we've got two instances, one instance in Europe and the other machine, when I say instance, just like a machine or virtual machine or a server, that's it. So one server is in Europe, the other server is the United States, and you've got only SQLite, right? So how you want to synchronize both of these SQLite? When using LightFS, what it's going to do, both those two servers are independently having their own SQLite files, but one is going to act as a primary, the other is going to act as replica. If you add other servers, going to act as replicas as well. And LightFS in here, whenever you have changes to one of these servers, what it's going to do is going to synchronize all the LightFS sort of SQLite database across all your machines, across the whole cluster, just without any troubles, simply enough, very, very easy, and without your interference. You don't need to do anything. You just configure it once and you completely forget about it, literally. So it's very good. And actually, the guys in here really appreciate, advise you, not appreciate, but advise you guys to go and read through the guys in here, the documentation. It just gives you more ideas for what LightFS is, the open source project, how it works behind the scenes. But we're going to go ahead and jump into this guide, speed1, adding LightFS into your application. It's going to give you a quick guide to add this to your Docker file and stuff like that. So the first thing in here, you need to go ahead and install the CA certificates, Fuse 3 and SQLite, and install a couple of stuff. Or sorry, this for Alpine base images, and this is Debian Ubuntu base images, which what we are using in this case. So I'm going to copy this one, go back to my projects, go to Docker file in here, and just go ahead and add those build steps. So we're just doing this installation. We've got a couple of stuff being installed in here. So let me just, if I can just squeeze these 3 CA certificates, I think if I can squeeze them in right, I don't know where, but install package needs for deployments to build node modules. So these are packages, or let me just, you know what, I'm gonna put that on its completely separate step on here. So I'm just gonna do run pd install. I'm gonna use 3 SQLite. All of these are dependencies needed for lighting or running LightFS. The second thing in here is make sure you copy the LightFS binary in here from the LightFS Docker image on file LightFS to your current Docker image in here to user local bin LightFS, so it could be accessed and it could be running perfectly without any issues. So I'm going to add this one in here right after I copy my application files. The other one we need to change here, the LightFS mount. So we need to make now the entry point to LightFS mount. So instead of mounting our next.js application now or server, we're going to mount the LightFS in here server or kind of file system, and LightFS by itself is going to call and run the server behind the scenes for us once it's successfully mounted. So that's exactly what we're going to try to go ahead and do. I'm going to completely get rid of this one, and I'm just going to completely swap it out with LightFS mount. Great. So here it's just telling you how you're going to set up your volumes for LightFS and stuff. You're also going to do that, and you're also going to need a LightFS sort of config file that you need to put together. So I think it might have just mentioned this. There you go. This is actually the sample LightFS file that you can copy from GitHub. That just to put it inside of your application in there, and it should work straight through. I've got that one already. So let me just grab from my other projects. Of course, you can find that on GitHub or the documentation. Should be very straightforward. So I'm going to copy this LightFS file, and I'm going to go back here. So in the root of your projects, right next to fly.toml, just put the file in there. And I don't know if I'm copying the file as it is. There you go. So lightfs.yaml, YML. As simple as that. So the FUs in here, you tell it which directory this is going to mount inside of the Docker container. You can choose whatever in here, but I would advise choosing LightFS just to make sure that you're using it right. It's where your application basically going to access the database. So good. The second thing in here, where is the data directory? So yeah, this directory here has to be inside of a persistent volume. So var lib lightfs. This is actually where the volume has to be pointing to. We're going to talk about that in a second. Now for leases in here, we're going to use the console leases, which I'm not going to go into details, but this is basically going to act as a, one machine is going to act as the primary and the others are all going to act as replicas. And they're going to have really, primary is going to be like responsible for writing to the database, and the others are just going to be responsible for reading from the database. That's just going to make it super simple. And it has this promotion mechanism. So if the primary fails, one of the replicas are going to be promoted to become primary. So to avoid any downtime on your cluster and deployments. So it's all good. And the configuration in here is basically like going to be the same. You don't need to change anything. Just copy the file. You're good to go. The proxy in here, this is actually the important part. So the lightfs proxy is going to be listed on port 8080, and this is where we need to make our lightfs or FlyIO server listen to, because this is actually our new server. The target in here is actually the server target, our next.js server target host and ports. So for us, it's running localhost 3000 and the database. So what is the database name you're going to want to call this? I'm going to call this roast UI-SQLite.database. I love this naming convention because it just tells you you're running on SQLite. It's a DB file and the type of project you're running, so roast UI in here. And last but not least, what is the execution that is gonna, or what is the command is gonna run once this lightfs file system has been mounted successfully and it's all good. So of course, we're going to do pm run start to start the actual server. So simple as that. That's very, very simple. Let's go back to fly.toml, and the port we need to change is the internal port. So now, because we're not directly running Next.js, or we're not directly listening to Next.js, we have to listen to lightfs, and lightfs is going to act as a file system proxy between our Next.js application and the FlyIO proxy in here in order to be able to handle that distributed SQLite. So here, we simply just put 8080, which is the port that lightfs is actually listening to right over here. The other thing in here, which is the most important part, are the volumes. So right here, we got mounting volumes. You might see this data volume. So just calling it data. And this destination inside of the Docker file is going to be /data. This is actually where you access the volume. So now we don't want to call it. I want to change completely the volume. I'm going to go ahead and manage the volume in a second, but I'm going to call the volume in here lightfs roast UI. Okay. And the destination in here, I'm going to put the exact same folder we used for lightfs before. So it's going to be var /lib/lightfs, which is the exact same one we're using in here. And this has to live inside of a persistent volume as we're doing it in here. Okay, that's great. Now, go back in here. Let's go ahead and check what volumes you've got. So we can use fly volumes list command to get the list of all running volumes. And currently there's this data volume that we've created, the application using for running. So we don't need that anymore. And in order to delete a volume, you have to stop the machines that are actually running on this specific volume. So let's go ahead and do fly m or machines. I can't type machines. I'm going to list the different machines that are currently running. And this is, where is the name? Or I'm just going to copy the ID of the machine. So this is the machine that is currently running. I'm going to do fly m, just a shortcut for machines. I'm going to stop this current machine. So it has to be killed and completely stopped before I can go ahead and delete the volume. And it also has to be, probably has to be deleted. I don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and remove it regardless. So I think the rm command is going to do that. It's telling me is in a stopping state. Okay, so we gotta wait, I guess, for like a couple seconds for the machine to stop. I think I can check the status of the machine by doing fly status. There you go. Now it's changed to stop. Let me just clear that out and run remove again to make sure that it's in stop state. So attempting to destroy, and the machine has been destroyed. Great. So now we can just go ahead and do volumes again, list. So I could copy the ID. This is the ID of the volume. You always start with vol, then underscore. So I'm going to do fly volumes again. I'm going to do remove, give you the ID of the volume that I want to remove. It's going to tell you, oh, this is, you're going to lose data when you remove that. Yes, I want to redo, but I'm completely sure about that. So we're good. Again, let's go ahead and create other volumes. So I'm going to do fly volumes. I think the create command, if I'm not mistaken. And let me just go ahead and check the help in here for, so I'm going to create the volume name in here and the size, which is going to be an integer, the size of the volume in gigabytes, default to 1. Okay, this is great. So I'm going to do fly volumes create. I'm going to give the name this roast. I totally forgot what's the name that I gave this. lightfs roast UI. Okay, that's pretty descriptive. And I'm going to give it the size in here. So dash dash size, 1 gigabyte. That's it. So hit enter in this should go ahead and create. It's all telling you that every volume is going to be pinned to a very specific physical host, which is like where your machine is going to run. So for example, we're running a machine on Madrid. So the volume is going to be created right in Madrid as well, just to make sure that's, they both are on the where your application is actually running. So I'm just going to type Y or yes. I'm going to choose, of course, Madrid, Spain. And just wait for it to actually create the volume for us. There you go. Volume has been created. The size in gigabytes is 1. It's called LightFS Roast UI. So we are good. Okay, so the configuration in here should be good when it comes to fly toml. We check back with the Docker file, so we're doing the entry point LightFS mount, so this is great. Notice in here, we're also putting this env variable so instead of putting it in here using like this data SQLite, it's no longer variable because we changed the different volumes. And remember for the LightFS in here, what we've put, this is the directory now where it could be accessed. So just /LightFS, and you should be able to access your database. So on the env file, we put database URL equals file /LightFS/SQLite.db. Or sorry, it shouldn't be SQLite.db. It should be just roast UI-SQLite.db. And also checking back on the documentation, the last step that you need to do in here, which if you miss, is just going to make you insane. I spent debugging in this like my previous tutorial for like an hour or probably 2, just trying to figure out why it's not working, and while I just completely forgot about running this line of code. So make sure to run fly console attach. So this will go ahead and attach the console to the primary region that you've got, to the primary machine that you've got, so you could run properly with LightFS. So back in here, let's go ahead and run that. I'm going to do fly console attach. You should see that it's just going to tell you that the console is going to be attached in here. And of course, if it's going to tell you in here, it's going to configure console. This sets the fly console URL secret for your application, which is required for LightFS leases. So we're good. And the last thing before we go, we want to actually take our environment variables that are inside of the .env and actually just deploying those environment variables. So you see like these secrets, so fly calls them fly secrets because they're secret, and it just sets them on fly and deploy them right away. So of course, because fly can't read that .env, and that .env is put on the Docker ignore, so it's not being deployed anywhere. We have to set the secrets, otherwise it's not going to work properly. So the best way to approach this is to go ahead and create another file in here, for example, call it .env.prod, that only is going to have all the production secrets in environment secret variables that's ready for actual deployment usage. For example, what I changed in here, this app URL, I made it equal to our actual domain name, which is roastui.design. And this is actually the desired output because this is going to be deployed for the production. So to use that, I'm going to instruct fly.io to go ahead and import the variables from .env.prod in here. So I'm going to use this command, fly secrets imports, and I'm telling it to import it from .env.prod. Okay? So I'm going to click enter on this. Hopefully it's going to import it. So secrets are staged for first deployments. That's good. Let's go ahead and check out what secrets we've got. So we can do fly secrets list command. And there you go. So this is actually literally all the secrets that are currently staged from auth, GitHub ID, the app URL, database URL, fly console, the R2 access key ID, open router API key, next public stripe publishable key, yada, yada, yada. Like everything that you would need for actual production deployments. Okay, so the last step in here, for us, is to go ahead and do fly deploy and click enter and sit back and watch and hope that nothing breaks or goes sideways. All right, so since it has been deployed successfully, let's go ahead and check out if it was successfully deployed or not. As far as I can say in here, has been deployed successfully. There is, it knows that there is one machine. Let me just go to the actual domain in here, try to run it. There is a server-side exception happening for whatever reason that is. I have no idea, but yeah, it's always going to be an exception happening whenever you try to run your application first. So let's check the logs. So from the logs in here, it looks like I can't find this model name, and I think I know why, because we are not running the sort of migrations at all, the Prisma migrations, and we have to do that. Otherwise, it's not going to run properly. So simply, I'm just going to run this command right after the start. So I'm going to run pmpx prisma migrate deploy and then run the next server. So this will ensure that we are actually running the deployment right before running the server, so everything is going as smooth as possible. So I was going to try deploy again, and just simply see how it goes. So hopefully now it will work perfectly without any issues. And one more thing I just noticed, for auth.js to work, we have got to set this environment variable, which is auth trust host equals to true, for it to trust our current host, because we are currently running it on a reverse proxy, like the Fly proxy, and it auto detects those, or it auto works with Vercel or Cloudflare pages, which we're using Fly, so it doesn't know about that. So we gotta go ahead and put those, like the secret in here, or the environment variable, to equal to true for this to work. So right after the deployment in here, which went successfully, I'm going to do fly secrets. I'm going to make sure that I set this auth trust host equals to true. And this will hopefully just go ahead and directly just like deploy this. There you go. It's updating the application in here with the new environment variable. So we should be good to go. So checking the logs again as well. So it took a little bit of time for the migrations to run because it had to go ahead and install like Prisma as a binary dependency. But there you go. So it implied all the migrations that were pending, and it's now running on localhost 3000. So if I go back, so it's ready after 20 seconds. Why next.js was ready by after 20 seconds, we've got no idea why that's happening. But going back to our website in here, there you go. So the website is running perfectly. Still that theme issue, but that's actually something negligible. And we could go ahead and run those and it should work. There you go. So continue with Google and continue with GitHub. So we're good. The next step we need to go ahead and worry about now is the, if we go back to Fly.io, we're going to go ahead and set the DNS and the domain name for that specifically. So it's clear now we've got, this is the current host name, which is temporary, hosted on fly.dev. And we've got these two IP addresses. One is the IPv4 and the other one is the v6. And if you go to the certificates tab, you're going to see the different certificate we've got, which we've got none. You can go and add one in here by adding like the domain name you've got. So for us, we've got roastui.design. I'm going to create a certificate for this, and this should go ahead and populate a new certificate. So it's going to tell you like, those are like the domain names that you're going to go ahead and add for this certificate to start working. So let me just go ahead and add the value in here inside of Namecheap. So the record value in here for an A record, if you go back in here, advanced DNS, I'm going to add click on new DNS and I'm going to choose an A record. The host in here is going to be @ which means roastui.design, like the current host. And this is the IP address for it. I'm going to click enter, and this should go ahead and like populate the IP address for us. The second one is the AAA, like the triple or the quadruple, like 4 A's record, which is the IPv6. We should add that as well. So let me just copy the IPv6 in here, and paste it over here. You can also use the same host, the @ in there, and that should be good. The other thing in here we need to add is the domain ownership verification. It's optional, but this is required because like Fly in here with their SSL certificates, they need this for you or to renew your certificates before they actually expire, which I think it takes, 6 months or something for them to expire. And before like they expire, they're going to try to renew them for you for free. Of course, all of this is for free. But if you don't add this domain ownership verification, it's not going to be renewed for you, and you're going to have issues, as it happened with me. So I'm going to copy this CNAME record, go back, I'm going to try to add a new CNAME record, exactly. I'm going to put the host in here, exactly what's telling you, just copy paste them, go back here on the target, go automatic, and click on save changes. So yeah, there you go. We got CNAME record, AA, and the A record. And now just going back in here, clicking check again. There you go. Now it checks that the A records in here have been added, populated, works perfectly. The domain ownership verification works perfectly as well, but for some reason it's failing so it's still an error when resolving host name. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure like should be good, or it might just take a little bit more time to propagate. But nonetheless, if we go now to try our new domain, so roastui.design, hopefully this will take us to the application, which did. There you go, roastui.design. As simple as that. I mean, it took like what, 2-3 minutes? Literally, that's what I was talking about when I said DNS record propagation nowadays is just insanely fast and super, super reliable. So that's why I'm enjoying manipulating and buying new domains every single day. But yeah, nonetheless, this is good. And after just went back in here into certificates, went back in, and now it's telling me the challenge is successful. So we're good. And both of the RSA and the ACDSA certificates, which are SSL certificates, have been issued and they're going to expire on January 31st, 2025. So we're good. And that's why I love free SSL certificates as well using the Let's Encrypt. I absolutely love them. All right, now it's actually time to take your domain and actually integrate it into Cloudflare. So for Cloudflare in here, when you access your website, I'm sure that you guys know about Cloudflare. I'm not going to go to the details, but once you create your account, you're going to have something like this. This is the dashboard that any Cloudflare user is going to see. You're going to go to websites in here and you're going to add your website. So you're going to click on the domains and you're going to add a domain in here. So this will actually, and make sure to choose a quick scan for DNS records. This will go in and scan the current DNS records for your domain and quickly add them for you. So I'm going to put roastui.design. I'm going to click continue. This, as I said, we go ahead and scan them real quickly and grab them for you, which is great user experience. You can choose a plan in here, but of course you can always go free. So I'm going to select the free one, which has plenty of cool stuff. This will take some time to go ahead and scan the DNS records and bring it back for you in here inside of Cloudflare's dashboard. And there you go. So that's done. If you take a look at the different records, the most important ones that we've added, the A record, the AAA record, the CNAME record for the challenge in here, and all of them are being proxied through Cloudflare's, which is exactly what you want. You want that to be proxied over Cloudflare's. The only one that you don't want this to be proxied over is the CNAME record in here, otherwise the challenge is going to fail for you. So just like make sure to disable this because this is just for a quick challenge. It's not going to impact any performance or the optimization or anything, but make sure to keep both of these because this is actually, the main thing for Cloudflare is just going to proxy you through and it's going to do a lot of caching for you and stuff by just like having a proxy between your actual domain registrar and your actual server. So that's good. I'm going to click continue and all of those are actually going to be added by Cloudflare for you for optimization. Just don't touch them. Just click continue. So continue activation in here. I'm going to continue into this. So it's going to tell you to log into your domain registrar. You are going to update your name servers, and this is the important part. So you're going to go ahead and copy these two name servers, which are Cloudflare's name servers, for you to actually transfer the domain or make the domain from take the domain from working on Namecheap, name servers inside of Cloudflare, technically just a complete transfer, okay? So go back to Namecheap in here and you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna find name servers. There's the standard name servers or custom name servers. And this is exactly what you want. You wanna put the host in here for the custom one. This is actually the host. I don't know what is this search thing, or I think you can go in and add a new name server. I don't think this is the place for it, to be honest. I think maybe in the domain section, probably this. So name server, there you go, custom DNS name servers. This is actually where you find two fields for entering your name service, basically. So I'm going to copy the next one, go back, put it over there, click enter, and this, of course, will take some time for it to propagate fully. Hopefully it has been set and now it has been saved as well. Let me go back in here. So as Cloudflare is telling you in here, so registrars take about 24 hours to process name server changes. It's quicker in most cases, and they will email you once that is done. So that's actually going to take a little bit of time, not a very long time. Last time I did this, it took a couple of minutes, but I don't know about now. So hopefully it will take just very short period of time. And it says in your Cloudflare will periodically check for name server updates. So I'm going to click check name servers now. Maybe this, the name server was unsigned. Please wait a few hours for an update. All right, few hours for an update. Okay, great. So I'm going to click continue and hopefully we are good. Once the name servers have been propagated, the new changes have been propagated properly, we're going to see the name servers in here and we're going to start using Cloudflare. For now, it's not going to do anything, I guess. But I think we still can access our application, without any issues. I'm not sure if we are accessing our application through Cloudflare or not just yet before the name servers, but I think because it has a pending, so it completes the instructions on the review page to activate Cloudflare services. I guess this one hasn't activated just yet. It's pending the update or waiting for the name server changes. So going back to Cloudflare, it didn't take long. I think, 15, 20 minutes for that to propagate, and it's finally now protected by Cloudflare. So it's saying, great news, Cloudflare is now protecting your site. So we're good. There's actually one issue. So now our website is kind of down because it tries to redirect you so many times. And this happens, this is a common issue when you're using a certificate from Fly or somewhere else. And Fly uses full like for the DNS setup, it has to be, for this SSL setup, it has to be a full, like a type of full. So, and for the SSL/TLS encryption in here is set to flexible inside of like Cloudflare. So we need to go ahead and hit configure in this, go ahead and do selects, and make sure to change this to just symbols that hit save. So as soon as this changes actually are made, so 3 seconds ago, we're good. Let's go back to our roast UI.design. And hallelujah, now it works. And also login works now. So as soon as we just go ahead and click login, for example, login with GitHub, I click on continue with GitHub in here, and I should be logged in straight away in here. If you go to the dashboard, there you go, right at the dashboard, click new. I don't know, but there seems to be something buggy about the whole thing in here for like login and stuff. We could fix that. I mean, bugs are always going to happen regardless whether you like it or not. So I will probably spend more time fixing this before I do another deployment. And yeah. And also, if you notice, I fixed the dark theme issue. So I just went to the main layout in here in Next.js for the theme provider. I put default theme equals to dark. So this will always default to dark. And there's no way to toggle between light mode and dark mode. So it's always, the user is always going to see dark until we actually support light theme or into like our application. But for now, dark theme is just looking pretty great. So it looks like that if I go and click on the login, remember how we're implementing the login? So if we go to auth login, we're using like a client component for this. But for the sign up here, we're still using the previous version of like server actions, which is like a normal server component and running perfectly. Now, the issue with this one is if I run it on the login, I'm going to see that issue. Oh, wait a second. Now I'm not seeing that, which is quite interesting. Because what I did before to fix that was like I had to go to the sign up first, like the sign up page, sign up from there and authorize the application, then go back to login. Now, what I'm thinking about is because we're doing, both of them are like sign in and sign in, and this one is sign in too, isn't it? The login. So this initiates a sign in flow. For the sign up in here, it basically initiates a sign in flow too. So there has to be something weird that goes, or something different that goes between this sign in and the other sign in here. There is like a sign, no? Yeah, probably, I don't think so, because there is one sign in that comes from here. And like it takes a list of providers, which you give it, and you get the authorization parameters and the different options that we were just passing in here, like the redirects URL, which I don't know, but it looks like it's not working to get providers in here. So there is something clearly weird in here. While the server actions one, this one is just working perfectly without any issues, and this one is not working perfectly. If you know exactly what's the issue, just let me know in the comments, and I'll quickly fix that. But in the meantime, it works with the sign up. So if you do the process as sign up, then log in, you are able to do that. So I might need to introduce a little bit more logic, but nonetheless. Now, back to this, if you click continue with GitHub, for example, we log in, it takes us straight into the pricing page in here. We click sign up, it's going to do some checking behind the scenes, and it's going to take you to the Stripe checkout page as well. So now we are on stripe.com for checkouts. We can put our card in here. Let me bring one of the test cards that we have been using before, and I can just put them in here. Okay, so I'm going to hit subscribe, and let's see if this actually going to work. Or I think it won't, because we haven't added the webhook into the Stripe trusted webhooks for this to work. So that's another issue we totally forgot about. And that's actually the problems that happens when deployments is like you forget about a lot of configuration that you need to move from development or from locally into your production environment for it to work. So simply going back to Stripe in here, I'm going to add the endpoint URL, roastui.design API webhooks checkout. You can give it a description in here. The API version, I'm going to choose the latest API version because that's what I'm using over there. And events on your account, events on connected account. And I'm going to select a bunch of events in here. So I'm going to select this customers or subscription deleted, subscription created, remember. And I think there is a checkout one that's we've been using. So session or checkout.session completed, which is the one that we are using right over here. There's the other one as well. It's like updated. So like when the customer updates their subscription, so I can do subscription.updated. So I'm going to select that one too. Okay, great. So it just gives you the code snippet in here for you to use that as well. But nonetheless, I'm just going to click add events and add this webhook. So obviously I'm going to get back in here. I'm going to hit sign up to do that again. hit subscribe in here, and let's hope that our endpoint in here receives some webhook events. So doesn't look like it. And this was just successful. So back, still waiting for events. Let me just refresh. Maybe something is stuck. There you go. There's a bunch of events happened in here. The session completed, subscription updated, created, and the session completed as well. This webhook delivery failed. Stripe will try to re-deliver the event in an hour. So it looks like this webhook didn't actually get delivered for whatever reason that is. So checking the dashboard, it looks like that I missed copying the sign-in secret, which is that you need to do, absolutely. So always when you create a new webhook, go ahead and reveal the sign-in secret in here, update it or copy it, and go ahead and set it on your environment variables. And that's what I just did. So let's go and try to resend. Hopefully this time it's going to work and I would receive the webhook. So if I go back to the logs, I'm not sure we are going to be seeing a lot of logs, but oh yeah, I still, because I just restarted the server, so there you go. It's still applying the migrations and yeah, just starting the server right now. So and yeah, I think I might change how migrations are kind of like applied, because this looks like it's taking so much time between when you do a deployment, when the actual server is deployed. It's taking a ridiculous amount of time. So I might just run the migrations in a different part before even starting or attempting to start the server, right before the deployment, kind of like, or right before the build, the Docker build finishes. But nonetheless, it works now fine. It's not an issue. It's just like a performance thing. So if we go back to Stripe as we did before, I'm going to try to hit resend, checking the logs again. And I'm not sure why this page is completely empty. Yeah, we're getting the old gold Prisma error as always. But if we just look at exactly the webhook in here we received, so we got received webhook request, and there you go. It has been, like the log shows that subscription created and the user has been updated. It's being set to active equals true, plan is monthly, and the timer is a starter with credits of 100. So back to the design here, and I think I can, or is it this one I was on? Probably not. Oh, not this one. Yeah, there's so many links open. So if I try to go ahead and refresh, hopefully this will just take us to the dashboard. There you go. If we click new, this again will hopefully just take us to roast a new design, and hallelujah, there you go. So now we are finally ready to roast a new design on our roastdesign.com, or sorry, roastui.design, and it's the /playground as well. So I can go ahead and upload in here, let's say test design 1. I'm going to choose the bad login form that I've been using before, and click roast. And let's hope nothing blows up from the AI endpoint or open router or something like that. And let's hope this works perfectly. And there you go. So you did roast the design successfully. I really like that. The result actually looks pretty astonishing as well, with what's wrong, the recommendations. So technically speaking, our SaaS is working absolutely phenomenal on production, like literally on production. So yes, I'm super happy that I was able to do that, like doing the whole video. That was actually a really cool challenge for me personally, to do that throughout a video, and for you guys to get the benefit from what does it look like and what does it feel like to actually build a SaaS from scratch, from nothing, into an MVP or an actual working prototype that is deployed in production with all the features that you wanted to do on that. Hallelujah. All right, there's actually a couple of stuff that needs to be done in terms of optimization. So if you look at the next.js documentation in here, which is, I'm not a big fan of it because there are so many terms and so damn small, teeny tiny things that needs to be configured for caching, and when you need to do caching and server-side caching and client-side caching and fetch caching. And because we're using version 14, so like fetch, I think by default caches that, so we have to go ahead and opt out of this with the no store. So like whenever, or we're using like the fetch stuff, which I don't think I'm using this quite often, which is quite annoying to actually get a grasp on. But once you read the documentation, you go here and there, you're gonna find it's pretty simple. In our case, we do not need a lot of caching because a lot of it is basically dynamic. So for example, for the roasted in here, it's dynamic. We can't cache anything at all because, you know, the user every single time is going to get a different result in terms of like what's wrong, the recommendations, the actual design. So this is out of the picture. We cannot do that. When it comes to, for example, the dashboard, we cannot do that as well. So Can you please go to the dashboard? There you go. We can't do that on the dashboard. The only place that we could do that, which actually going to see some benefits on, is the homepage or the landing page. So why we're going to see benefits when we do caching for this? Once this is cached, it's going to mean, or basically means that this is going to load a lot faster for most people or most users across the globe. And especially because we're going to use the Cloudflare's CDN, which is huge, that covers the whole globe pretty much, every single location. So once this is cached, that means we're going to serve it from Cloudflare's cache, and people or users, when wherever they are, whenever they want, when they just hit roast.ui.design, and once this page is cached, or which is actually on cache, or if it does exist on cache, that means Cloudflare is going to serve that super quickly right near to the user, and it's going to make the website look like super optimized and super well made out. And this is going to improve SEO, it's going to improve the load times as well, and it's going to just like increase the conversion rate. And by conversion rate, I mean like when people join in and find the website blazingly fast, and especially the homepage loads super fast, they're going to be more interested to explore. They're going to just like dig deeper, scroll down, and eventually land in here for subscribing to your SaaS. So those are all like tips and tricks for optimization. There's a lot of stuff goes on. There's just a very simple one. But what we're going to use, actually going to use the revalidation from Next.js in here. So if you go to like revalidating data, or not this one particularly, that's what I was talking about, because I had this before. There you go. So this is it. So if you export from your page, you export const revalidate, which is this const revalidate, and you put it like the number of seconds where this web page is going to be cached for. So that's exactly what we're going to be using. And we're going to use that in conjunction with the cache rules from Cloudflare. So if you go to Cloudflare in here, you select your domain, roast.ui.design, you go to caching and in cache rules. And here we're going to just like set a specific cache rule. There's actually 10 available rules for our free plan, which is more than enough. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going to give this a rule name that is going to be cache all. So I'm going to go ahead and cache literally all incoming requests, but they're not all of them going to be like eligible for cache. Only the ones that are actually going to have the cache control header marked in there that has a valid number of seconds and it has a valid cache control header, which that header is going to be sent back from Next.js. So that means if the header exists, Cloudflare here is going to cache it on their own CDN servers, and they're going to like serve it to nearby users. If there's no cache control, or if the cache control header instructs specifically to do not cache the data or the request or the web page, that means Cloudflare is completely going to bypass that, and it's not going to consider that eligible for cache. So leave it as is. I mean, the configuration here should be good. Just do eligible for cache in here. Do not do bypass for cache. Eligible for cache in here will tell that the request is going to be eligible for cache when the criteria we were talking about matches. So I'm going to do deploy, and this will make sure it just does the caching pretty much. That's what we want to do for that. Now, the next part that we want to do is for Next.js. So if we jump to Next.js in here, the main up, go page.tsx, and remember, this is actually our home page. So I'm going to do export const revalidate. So by default, I think it's going to be 0. I'm not sure about the defaults, but for me in here, I want to cache this for like 1 day. So I'm going to ask cursor in here, cache this for 1 day in seconds. I don't know, I misspelled that, but it got it right. So there you go. This is actually the number of seconds in one single day in 24 hours. So this will be cached for 24 hours. I mean, for other pages, for example, I think pricing, we could go ahead and add that technically, because the pricing is not going to change that much. I mean, the pricing page is not dynamic at all, so it doesn't need to be changed. But we're accessing subscriptions in here, so it might affect that. So yeah, we don't need that. So anything that actually has like very static data, I mean, the playground, no. Of course, the dashboard, no. We can just like fetching data from the database, so definitely no caching for that. We want to like, you know, everything to be dynamic and up to date. The other part we've got, so as far as I can tell, there's authentication, login. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff for logging in here. And I think this should be considered cache safe. So I can go in and do export revalidates. That's and exactly the same thing goes for pretty much, you know, the sign up page. Revalidating here in this number of seconds in 1 day. And yeah, we should be good to go. So just like simple as that. So once you do that, just go ahead and do fly, deploy. And of course, this is the easiest one to deploy to your you know, machines and stuff to fly.io. So simply run that one. So every single time you want to deploy to fly, just run fly deploy in here and it's going to be deployed for you. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is, while this one is deploying, is I saw that Fly recently, I haven't seen this before, but I think this recent version of Fly.io or Fly CLI has created this .github workflows. So technically it's being integrated with GitHub workflows in here. So if you push your repository to GitHub in here, and this will listen for pushes, for example, excuse in here, it's listening for on push on the branches of main. So if there's a new push to main, the jobs in here are going to be running, which is deploying the application basically. It's going to run on Ubuntu, and it's just going to use Action Checkout v4. It's going to use the Fly CLI or Fly control actions. Basically going to run this command, fly deploy remote only. That's it. The only thing that you need to set is Fly API secrets, Fly API token. Otherwise, it's not going to work for that, which probably needs to be set inside of the workflows inside of GitHub. So I'm just giving you an idea of like when you push this repository, it's going to work as a CI/CD for you using GitHub Actions or GitHub workflows, which is going to be absolutely great. So yeah, I came across this error and it was actually because of my bad. I completely forgot that the login page now is a client component and you cannot do revalidation for client components. Revalidation basically means like how long will, the next.js server is going to serve a cached sort of pre-rendered version of that page before it needs to go ahead and like re-render the whole page, because that's a server component and it needs to be rendered on the server. But when it comes to client components, of course, there's always going to be rendered on the browser and they're always going to have like the latest stuff. So yeah, we don't need to worry about that much, unless we could go ahead and change that as we did before, because now we technically can grab the search parameters right from the web page in here. So we don't need this client code, and we can convert those to server actions back how they were compared, or exactly how the sign up is right now structured. But hear me out, but it doesn't matter right now. So I can go ahead and do that. But for the sake of the video, just to continue, I'm just going to completely bypass and remove the caching from the login page. So again, Fly deploy. So while everything is deploying, we can just go in and talk a little bit of how Fly regions work. So if you're not familiar with Fly, they have plenty of regions across the whole globe, from Africa to Latin America or South America, North America. I mean, there's also Asia. A bunch of them are mostly on Europe and America. And for us, we already deployed to Madrid, which I don't know where you can find on the list. There you go. This is Madrid, Spain. We already deployed that, which is great. Now we want to expand. So now it covers pretty much like this side with Africa, Europe, a kind of, Cloudflare would do the rest for some of the pages using caching, but not all the pages. So it would be better to deploy to other regions as well. And one of these regions, I think would be best that I've been deploying to recently is the DFW, which is Dallas, Texas. It's actually centered and it kind of like covers almost whole America. I mean, when you get a lot more traffic than you expected and your application or your SaaS kind of like scales up, you can scale to more servers or more regions by just deploying to more machines. Fly makes that super simple, super easy to be done through their actual like Fly control CLI, which is super easy to set before. But for us, I'm just going to show you guys how you can go and clone and deploy it right away to Dallas, Texas from Madrid in here, and have, as I said before, this distributed SQLite. Both of them are running a completely different servers or regions, but yet both of the databases are going to be synchronized in real time, which makes the joy of working with SQLite a lot more. So now we've got the new deployment rolling, so that's good. Let's go and check if it is actually caching things behind the scenes or not. So I'm going to go to the network tab in here real quick. I'm going to refresh. It should refresh real quick as well. I'm disabling cache in here. So it means like it will have to like refetch from the actual server, like the most recent version. But if we go ahead into RoastUI or RoastUI.design, the website, our website in here. And actually, I've just remembered that we cannot cache the homepage in here, simply because the homepage actually also depends on stuff that are server-side rendered and needs like valid or revalidated fresh data that cannot be cached. For example, with the nav bar in here, the access controls, we're checking the authentication. So we're getting auth in here every single time. So caching it on a CDN wouldn't make sense because every user would have something different. The best part that we could follow to avoid this and to be able to make this homepage in here cacheable is to avoid including anything server side or anything that requires fresh data. For example, showing the user's avatar in here, or showing like if it's logged in or logged out, or showing like fresh pricing data, or doing like pricing logic in here where you handle everything in a completely different segment or route or a different page, and you leave this landing page just for SEO purposes, something that could load up super fast. So that's something I haven't made or haven't had the chance to actually observe when I was designing this. We could just have a simple design in here where we not include this. We just take the dashboard thing, which is something static, not include any dynamic data in here like the avatar image specifically. But for now, it works. And it works perfectly, so I'm not going to go ahead and change everything. But this just was like a quick lesson for me and for you that we stumble upon about caching. So it's not always you could cache everything. That's why it's a little bit hard to cache. But you can still cache static data, and you can also restructure your website, redesign it, change the behavior a little bit for allowing you to cache like places like a landing page or the home page, places that needs or you require to cache for making the website perform better, or making the reach to user better, or making the conversion rate better, the SEO better, something like that. So for us in here, we cannot do that, but we still have the, first configuration ready and configured properly. Everything is ready. So if you make changes in here, which I'm definitely going to go ahead and make changes, not on a video though, because the video is already too long. We've covered a lot of stuff throughout the video already. So yeah. All right, so the last part in here for deployment is creating a second machine in Dallas, Texas for deploying this. So doing distributed deployments using distributed SQLite as well. So I'm going to deploy this to Dallas, Texas, DFW. So I need to go ahead and copy the specific region ID in here that's going to use with the CLI. And of course, you can check out the whole thing in here. You just can Google fly regions, or you just go to documentation, search for regions. You're going to get the full list in here to see exactly where you would want to deploy depending on your application and stuff. So I'm going to use also the documentation here. So it's as simple as running one single command. And that's, again, why I absolutely love Fly CLI and deploying stuff on Fly. And the developer experience is just so simple. You don't need to go to the dashboard and manage stuff and click here and click there, or do 100 clicks. Just one command through the command line or through the CLI, just going to get everything done for you. So you just run fly machine clone, you give it the machine ID in here, and you give it the different flags. So the flags in here are technically just going to be the region. So you can use -r or -- region in here, the target region where Fly is going to deploy that clone. So it's going to clone that specific machine, going to create empty new volumes for that machine, and it's just going to do the deployment right way for you. All right, so back to reality here, or back to our beloved terminal, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to just paste, I'm going to use Fly. I'm going to do machine clone. We can go ahead and use the ID, but I think we can opt that because we've got only one machine for now. So I'm just going to specify the region to be DFW, or Dallas, Texas. Click enter, and yeah, there you go. That's what I love as well. So it's going to give you this interactive to select the machine. Obviously, right now we've got only one single machine that is called Sparkling Rain 6859 on Madrid, or in Madrid. So I'm just going to go and click enter to select that. It's going to start cloning machine. It's going to create a volume, LightFS Rose 2i. It will be created inside of Dallas, Texas. For you, the machine is going to be created. It's going to start the machine. It's going to deploy Docker to it. Basically create an absolute identical clone of your current machine on the specified region. That's as simple as that. And there you go. Machine has been successfully cloned. So if you go ahead and do fly status, this hopefully would give us the different machines. So there you go. It's telling us this is actually what we're running: roast2i.fly.dev, yada, yada, yada. What we care about is this machine section. So we've got the first machine, which is on Madrid, or in Madrid, sorry again. And the state here is started. The role, which is very important, is primary. So this role is telling you what is the console role of this. And when I say console, is the LightFS role of this specific machine. So as I said before, when we discussed of how LightFS works, there's always one primary machine, and all the other rest machines on the distributed cluster are going to act as replicas. So The first machine in here is primary, the Madrid one, and Dallas, Texas is replica. So it has a role of replica. So all right, I'm going to go through this primary, and the replica in here is going to only have read-onlys for faster reads, pretty much. So this tells you that has been deployed successfully, and it knows this actually need to act as a replica. If we go back to Fly on the dashboard in here, and if you go to machines, this should go ahead and give us two machines. One, as I said before, Dallas, Texas. The other one is Madrid. If you go and expand that, you can just check everything about machines. If you also want to check this specific machine, and I think you can go in and check out the machine logs specifically. Now it's telling you that it's ready in 17 seconds. That means the server has started on port 3000 and the machine is accessible. And because Fly runs the Fly proxy, or I would better call it the Fly load balancer behind the scenes for you. So it would actually route depending from where the request is coming. So depending on the user's request or where the user is located, it's going to route that request to the appropriate region or the appropriate machine. So if the user is located inside or near the United States, it's going to route that to the United States machine. If the user is located near Europe or near the EU machines or machine, it's going to route it to that machine. And that's load balancing, and it's going to be done really well. And that's absolutely lovely. Also, running two machines, that means if ever there is any issue with your one machine, because when you have one machine inside of like your Fly infrastructure, if that machine goes or fails, or the volume fails for whatever reason, you're left on the dark, literally, and your users are not going to be able no longer to access the website. But once you have two machines or more, Fly is going to like always, if one machine fails, it's always going to fall back on the rest of the machines, which means your user is going to still be able to access the website and access their data. So that's absolutely amazing. I absolutely love the deployment part in here. We've talked a lot, we've covered a lot, but hope you guys actually enjoy this and the whole deployment of Fly, and hope you guys got an idea of how things behind the scenes work when deploying Next.js into a server full, not a serverless, because this is a server running 24 hours, it never stops. It's not like deploying this to Vercel with serverless functions and you've got cold starts and you don't know when it starts. Don't get me wrong, that's great, but I would prefer doing it this way with the SQLite. Everything is pretty cheap. I've control over everything. I'm not a big fan of serverless, to be honest. I love this way and I love Fly. So this was my stack of deploying Next.js applications, or my little teeny tiny cool Next.js SaaS. All right, so we are at the end and we finished our SaaS projects. I'm super happy about the progress and what we've done throughout the video, the amount of things we made, the amount of things we created and learned throughout the video. So I hope you guys actually enjoyed the video. I hope you guys learned a lot from this video about building SaaS, into how deployment works, payment works, billing, all the complicated part that goes into a SaaS project. For me, it was very enjoyable, especially putting this on a video, and actually it took me so much time to record the video and get the video together, planned and everything alongside the SaaS. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video. And now you can actually go ahead and access roastui.design. So if you go to roastui.design, the domain name in here, you will be able to access this. I'm going to, of course, push this to production. It's already in production. Anybody can use it. So this is going to be like a real SaaS that you can go ahead and actually use. So you can go and log in, roast your UI designs. I'm going to take a second, or I'm going to take a week or something, like a little bit more time to polish this out and fix the bugs. So there's a couple of teeny tiny bugs. So I'm going to fix them, and also going to improve maybe the roasting, AI roasting and all of that, for making the user experience so much better and just like top notch for helping you roast your UI designs. So when this video becomes live, you're going to find the fully polished version of Roast UI available for you at roastui.design. You can go ahead and access it out and try it out and give me feedback. I'll try to improve everything. Also, the second thing in here, I already have launched my book a couple weeks ago for solid React, and a lot of people are enjoying it already for writing clean, solid React code that helps it, just write cleaner, easier to read, and better code. The book has so many chapters, so many information, especially solid principles and how to apply them. These are like everything that's inside of the book in here, from like naming conventions to solid benefits, advanced solid principles and standard solid principles, exceptions handling, libraries and tools for clean code, the code repository, for example, and stuff like that. So you can go ahead and buy it out. So when this video is going to be out, you're going to find a discount down in the description as well, or discount on the website. So go ahead and check it out, buy the book if you like it, and let me know what you think as well. And also, the other thing that I actually am proud of is going to be the project in here, like Roast UI, is going to be open source and publicly available for all of you guys on GitHub. So if you go to IPNOS Roast UI or my GitHub portfolio, you're going to find Roast UI in there, the repository. Everything is going to be there. All the things I'm going to be making, all the changes I'm going to be making are going to be available in public in there. And if you have any like pull requests you want to submit, or if any changes, please feel free to go ahead and pull those. I will need to go ahead and work on the README in here, the guide, the collaboration guide in here, and the guidelines and everything that goes into an open source project. But you guys can go ahead and grab this source code. You can play around with it. You can do whatever you want with it, pretty much. And most importantly, you can learn from this SaaS project. So again, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and catch you all hopefully in another awesome video on the Code One YouTube channel.